Jiale was sunk deep into the cream-colored chaise sofa in the living room. A half-eaten bag of plain potato chips was piled on the armrest, and an ice-cold cola sat by his feet, its white mist still rising as condensation rolled down the aluminum can and pooled into a small dark stain on the wooden floor. Outside the window, dusk had just fallen. The street lamps in the neighborhood lit up one after another, and their dim amber light filtered through the gauze curtains, landing softly on his curled-up knees. On the screen, the climax was unfolding. Luffy muscles taut with effort hurled a heavy golden orb gripped in his fist, like a cannonball straight at Enel. The punch cut through the air with a rushing sound effect, and with a dull thud, Enel was sent flying backward, his golden feathered headdress knocked askew. Isn't this plot armor way too obvious? He shoved a large handful of potato chips into his mouth. The crunch rang unusually clear in the quiet living room. His muffled complaint tumbled out together with chip crumbs, 200 million volts. Even if rubber doesn't conduct electricity, the heat alone should have roasted him. Oda's clearly rigging it for the protagonist. He grew more agitated as he spoke and reached for the cola. The moment his fingertip touched the icy cold can, before he could even grip it steady, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from the other side of the sofa. It was his black cat, named Machio. That morning the cat had hidden his sock under the sofa, and now its tail was held high with bits of white lint stuck to its paws, clearly up to no good again. Jiale instinctively tightened his grip, and the remote in his hand gave a sharp click. The television instantly switched to the local evening news broadcast. The female anchor's composed voice abruptly filled the living room. Recently, a series of murders has occurred in Anyuan City. To date, 3 citizens have been killed, and the perpetrator remains at large. According to the latest police report, the suspect is approximately 1.8 meters tall, slim-build, usually wearing dark casual clothing when committing crimes, and is suspected of having fled toward the Anya district. Residents in that area are advised to take precautions, avoid going out alone at night, and immediately dial 110 if they have any leads on suspicious persons. Holy! Before the news could finish, Machio had precisely leapt onto his stomach. Its front paws swiped, and the chip bag on the sofa arm flipped over with a clatter, crumbs scattering like fallen stars, half landing on his gray hoodie, half disappearing into the sofa crevices. The cola can in his hand was knocked askew, 2 brown liquid pouring from the opening. Most of it soaked into the sofa cushion, the sweet fizzy water seeping along the fabric weave and quickly blooming into a large dark stain. Jiale instantly bristled. He reached out to grab Machio, but the cat dodged nimbly. The cat's fur brushed against the back of his hand, leaving a few faint white streaks. Stupid fat cat. One day without a beating, and you start itching all over. Always causing trouble. He cursed while standing up, chip crumbs clinging to the hem of his hoodie, cascading down. He bent over to grab the fallen chip bag from the floor, and the moment he straightened up, he felt the damp cola stain brush against his lower back, making him even angrier. Just wait till I catch you, I'll skin you alive. I'm tossing you in the toilet today for sure. He shuffled toward the bathroom, and his slippers tore off several thick sheets of kitchen paper and squatted in front of the sofa, wiping at the stain haphazardly. The cola stain had already seeped deep into the cotton core of the sofa cushion. He wiped for a long time, only managing to wet more paper. The dark mark on the cushion showed no sign of fading. He frowned and muttered, "This sofa's only been bought for 3 months. Next time you dare jump up here, I'll confiscate all your snacks." Thinking again about the ruined chips, his heart sank even further. His mind filled with thoughts of having to wash the hoodie and not knowing if the sofa could ever be cleaned. The television was still looping the killer's description, but he didn't take it to heart at all, treating it as just an ordinary public safety announcement. After fussing for a while, he finally cornered Machio, who had curled into a tight ball under the coffee table. The black cat drooped its ears, a pair of amber eyes looking up at him timidly, its paws still gripping the table leg, refusing to let go. Jiale scooped the cat into his arms with an exasperated look. Machio struggled half-heartedly a couple of times, then obediently settled into the crook of his arm, its tail curling gently around his wrist. He casually turned off the television, pulled out his phone, and opened the food delivery app, muttering nonstop, "Why hasn't the delivery arrived yet? It's been an hour, I'm starving. Don't tell me the crowdsourced delivery guy took it for his own meal again." The moment the words left his mouth, a rapid doorbell rang out. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. 3 sharp, urgent chimes, as if afraid the person inside wouldn't hear. Jiale hurried toward the door, holding Machio. As he pulled it open, his mouth was still saying, "Brother, you finally got here, delivering so slow I'm practically star." But the words cut off halfway, as if something had lodged in his throat, and he froze on the spot. Standing in the doorway was not a delivery rider in a yellow uniform, but a man wearing a gray hoodie. His hood was pulled low, covering most of his face, revealing only a tightly set jawline. The man's face was expressionless, but his gaze was like ice fixed directly on him. In his hand, he gripped an open switchblade, its blade glinting with cold light under the hallway lamp. Before Jiale could even react and step back, the knife had already cut through the air with a rushing sound and plunged viciously into his chest. A searing pain like a tide instantly swept through his entire body, spreading from his chest to every limb. Jiale could even clearly feel the sensation of the blade slicing through skin and piercing muscle. He tried to raise his hand to push the man in front of him away, but his arms felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Strength drained rapidly through the chest wound. The man shoved him roughly forward, and he stumbled, falling onto the living room floor. The back of his head struck the cold wooden floor with a dull thud, and stars burst instantly before his eyes. Machio, startled, darted out from his arms with a sharp meow, and swiftly burrowed under the sofa. Jiale lay on the floor, his vision beginning to blur. Right beside his face were the chip crumbs that had fallen earlier, and the sticky residue left by the dried cola. The darkened television screen was like a mirror, dimly reflecting the blood continuously seeping from his chest, red liquid slowly flowing along the gaps in the floorboards. A sharp metallic smell of blood filled the air. Unlucky. So unlucky. Jiale's consciousness began to drift. The sounds in his ears became distant one moment, closed the next, as if filtered through a thick layer of water. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts spinning like a revolving lantern. I just made a comment about the crowdsourced delivery guy. How did I end up in something like this? I haven't lived enough yet. I just put the down payment on the house a couple days ago, just paid off the car loan. Last week life was finally starting to get better. If only I'd known today, I would have cooked a bowl of noodles myself instead. He tried to blink, but his eyelids were too heavy to lift. Each breath felt like being clogged with cotton, every inhale bringing sharp pain from his chest. One final thought crossed his mind. If only I could become elemental like Enel, I wouldn't be so pathetically done in. He sank completely into darkness. His entire body ached, a dull, throbbing soreness seeping from deep within his bones. After an unknown length of time, he barely opened his eyes. Blinding sunlight struck his face, directly forcing him to squint instantly. A vast expanse of blue sky crashed into his pupils, cloudless, and the howling wind filled his ears. I didn't die. And this doesn't look like a hospital. Could it be heaven? He instinctively raised his hand, trying to rub his aching forehead, but froze the instant he saw his own palm. It was a slender, pale hand with defined knuckles and thin calluses, completely unlike his own healthy, wheat-toned hand. Jiale muttered in confusion. Is it because I lost too much blood? Suddenly, a giant strange bird swooped past his eyes. Startled, he flung both hands forward, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck the giant bird directly. The bird screamed once and crashed down. Lightning? Could it be? Jiale sat up abruptly. He looked down at his own body. Familiar thunder drum ornaments rested on his shoulders, his chest was bare, and the muscle lines under his skin were clearly visible. This was unmistakably Enel, the one who had just been defeated by Luffy. He pressed his hand to his chest. No wound, no pain. Only a searing power flowing slowly within him, spreading through his blood vessels to every limb. It was the power of the rumble fruit, the top-tier natural ability he had just complained was wasted the moment before. Not far away was the edge of the Sky Island. The ruins of Skypiea could still be seen as a hazy outline. Below the white clouds lay the endless azure sea, and the ocean breeze carried with it a faint briny scent utterly different from the cola smell in his living room. He remembered the original plot. Enel eventually rode the Ark Maxim to the moon, spending his days on that barren land alongside robots. But right now Jiale gazed at the surging sea below, his expression gradually shifting from shock to determination. Why go to the moon? That dump has nothing but robots and rocks. Boring. If I'm going anywhere, it's Amazon Lily and Fishman Island. He stood up, the cloud beneath his feet, swaying gently. The thunder power within him seemed alive, rising and falling slowly with each breath. Jiale stood on the cloud mass for quite a while before he could barely adjust to the feel of this new body. His arms were thicker than his original ones, with more defined muscle lines, especially the 4 thunder drums on his shoulders. Whether because this physique was too powerful, he barely felt the weight of the drums, yet it still felt rather awkward. What annoyed him further was the golden ornament dangling from his earlobes, swaying back and forth in the sea breeze, making his ear root tickle insistently. Unable to resist, he reached up and tugged at it, cursing Eru's aesthetic sensibility 800 times in his heart. What kind of offbeat style is this? 2 huge golden orbs hanging from his earlobes, golden rings adorning his wrists and ankles. As if afraid others wouldn't know, he was a nouveau riche. Complaining aside, what mattered most was leaving the empty island quickly. He glanced down at the Divine Island ruins not far away, and could faintly see several Divine guards in white robes patrolling. Those were all Eru's old subordinates. If recognized, he would inevitably be surrounded and questioned endlessly. Jiale found this kind of awkward explanatory situation the most annoying, so he simply hugged the cloud layer at the island's edge and quietly drifted toward the port. As long as he found a boat, he would slip away carefree of whoever was a god or a guard. Jiale transformed into lightning and flew for an unknown amount of time, before finally discovering a massive cloud reef, where 7 or 8 strangely shaped cloud ships were anchored. Their hulls were crafted from fluffy sea clouds, appearing weightless, yet these cloud ships, if anything, would surely be capsized by a strong gust of wind. Frowning, Jiale circled twice, and was worried about lacking a suitable boat, when suddenly a loud cacophony of steam horns echoed from afar. A pitch-black pirate ship was slowly penetrating the cloud layer of the white sea, heading toward the port. That ship was far sturdier than the local cloud ships on the island. Its hull was made of thick oak with a black flag bearing a one-eyed skull hanging from the mast. It was clearly a legitimate pirate ship that frequently sailed on the blue sea. Sleep comes right with a pillow, one-eyed. This ship is mine. Jiale's eyes lit up and his heart immediately began calculating strategies. Robbing it outright would be the easiest way, but if he could seize it without effort, that would be even more perfect. He stood behind the reef at the port waiting for the pirate ship to dock. Soon enough the pirate ship anchored steadily at the pier. A burly giant with a mohawk and a face full of harsh features jumped ashore, first brandishing a heavy metal axe in his hand and barking at his crewmates aboard. Hurry up and load everything. Load all the cloud shells from the empty island onto the ship. Tonight I'll drink my fill. His subordinates dared not slacken and hurriedly carried boxes onto the boat. Jiale emerged from behind the reef and deliberately let the thunder drums on his shoulders emit a crackling electric sound. The moment the Mohawk turned his head, he spotted a man with pale skin and thunder drums hanging nearby. His gaze instantly grew alert. Who the hell are you? Dare to block my path. This ship I wanted. Jiale spoke in a calm tone, blue little lightning bolts crackling from his fingertips. He raised his hand and tapped a cloud reef as tall as a person beside him with the thunder drum. A bolt of lightning struck and the cloud reef was instantly split in two, its powder scattering across the ground with the sea breeze. The Mohawk's face turned instantly ashen. Although he was a pirate, he knew that elemental ability users were not to be trifled with, especially one who could control lightning. Yet he felt somewhat unwilling to let go since this ship had cost him 3 years of savings to purchase. Clenching his teeth, he shouted, "Don't be so arrogant. I'm the captain of the one-eyed pirate crew with a bounty of 80 million belly coins. I'm a respected figure on the blue sea." "Oh really? 100,000 volt." Jiale said mockingly, his eyes suddenly turning sharp. As he spoke, a current of electricity struck true. The Mohawk subordinates behind him were so terrified their legs turned to water. They scrambled backwards, some even dropping their boxes and preparing to jump into the sea to flee. "Did I say you were allowed to leave?" The pirates froze in place. "Take this pig away. And keep the helmsman. The rest can stay voluntarily. As you've seen my power, as long as you don't betray me, I won't mistreat you in the future." Jiale turned and boarded the pirate ship. The moment his foot touched the deck, a foul stench of fish sweat and mildew hit his nose, nearly making him choke and retreat. He pinched his nose and swept his gaze across the deck with furrowed brows. In the corner sat several sacks of moldy grain, with holes torn in them, black mold dripping down from the openings. Hanging from the railings were salted fish strips of unknown age crawling with tiny white bugs. Food residue was embedded in the deck cracks, sticking unpleasantly underfoot, though he couldn't tell what exactly it was. "This isn't a pirate ship. It's a moving garbage dump." Jiale couldn't help but complain, then turned to the 5 people huddled at the stern. "Who's in charge of steering?" A dark-skinned man appearing to be in his 40s stepped forward, head bowed. Sir. My name is Lao Zhou. I'm the helmsman of this vessel. I've been sailing for 15 years. "Fine, Lao Zhou," Jiale pointed at the deck. "I'm giving you a task now. Take these people and thoroughly clean the entire ship. The deck, the cabin, the captain's quarters. Scrub every crack in the hull until it's spotless. Those moldy grains and salted fish. Toss them into the sea to feed the fish. If it's not clean enough, I can always use you as fish food." Lao Zhou hurriedly agreed and called the other 4 crew members to fetch brooms, buckets, and rags. Disgusted by the filth on deck, Jiale simply transformed into lightning and flew to the mast to supervise. Lao Zhou was efficient, first having his men haul all the deck trash into the sea, then using a mixture of seawater and alkali to wipe away stains bit by bit. A young short crew member was slacking off and wanted to rest midway. Jiale directly struck a small lightning bolt at the deck beside his feet, startling the sailor so much he flinched and quickly squatted to continue wiping. "Be serious about your work and don't think about slacking," Jiale called from the mast. "Spend more time cleaning thoroughly. Living here will be comfortable afterwards, sparing you from breeding bacteria. If anyone gets sick later, you'll have to find a doctor, which is even more troublesome." By noon, the deck was considerably cleaner and the foul odor had faded somewhat. Lao Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up at Jiale. "Captain, the deck is mostly done. Shall we go clean the cabin and captain's quarters?" Jiale nodded. "And don't call me captain. Call me boss, understand?" Having called others boss for so long after transmigration, he finally understood the feeling of being called boss himself, and he couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. "Understood, boss," Lao Zhou said respectfully. Following Lao Zhou, he entered the cabin. The cabin was even worse than the deck. The straw mats on the floor had turned black, stained with unidentifiable marks. Several broken crates piled in the corner were filled with old clothes and empty wine bottles. The air was thick with mold mixed with a faint urinous stench. Clearly the previous pirates had never properly maintained it. "How can anyone live in such a disgusting place?" Jiale complained with a furrowed brow, turning to Lao Zhou. "Throw away the straw mats, the old clothes in the crates, and all the empty wine bottles. Scrub the floor 2 more times with alkaline water. You must remove the urine smell, or we won't be able to sleep tonight. Also hurry up and use the octopus balloon to return to the blue sea." Lao Zhou agreed and led the sailors to continue working. Unable to bear the cabin's stench any longer, Jiale turned and went to the captain's quarters. The captain's quarters were slightly cleaner than the cabin, but not by much. Several unwashed bowls were piled on the table, with food residue lingering inside. An oil-stained jacket was draped over the chair, with 2 flies crawling on it. A tattered sea chart hung on the wall, its edges yellowed and curled, pocked with burn marks from cigarette butts. Jiale sighed and walked to the table, tossing the unwashed bowls into a nearby water bucket. He grabbed the oily jacket and threw it out the window. He picked up the sea chart from the table and spread it open. It marked routes from the island beneath the empty island to other islands, including Drum Island. Perfect. Let's head to Drum Island first, find Dr. Nami, and remove these damn golden earrings and ear decorations. He muttered under his breath, touching the thunder drum on his shoulder and testing a strike. A small bolt of lightning shot out and shattered an empty wine bottle on the ground. This golden stick is actually quite useful, but the thunder drums are too cumbersome. Jiale weighed the drums in his hands and suddenly recalled something. When watching anime, Eru loved to pose dramatically before striking with his thunder drums, always shouting the move names first, purely a waste of time. He experimented with simplified motions, tapping the thunder drums twice in quick succession. A thin lightning whip lashed out and struck a fly on the wall, incinerating it instantly. Much more efficient, Jiale nodded in satisfaction. I'm Jiale, not Eru. Why should I mimic his combat style? Whatever's convenient works best. Quick trouble resolution is all that matters. By evening, the ship was finally clean. Lao Zhou entered the captain's quarters carrying a bowl of compressed biscuits and handed them to Jiale. Boss, this is all we have left to eat. Are we setting sail for the Blue Sea tonight? Jiale took the biscuits, broke off a small piece, and put it in his mouth. It was hard enough to crack his teeth and tasted terrible. He couldn't help but complain, this stuff tastes worse than instant noodles I ate before transmigration. I should have bought more provisions at town earlier. We depart tonight, he said while chewing, addressing Lao Zhou. Once we reach the open sea, we'll stop at nearby islands first. Go to town and buy some provisions and find a cook. Eating this rubbish constantly will definitely give me stomach aches. Lao Zhou nodded. Yes, boss. I'll remember that. Jiale leaned back in his chair, gazing at the darkening sky outside the window, planning his next moves in his heart. First, deal with the burdens on his body at Drum Island, then find a cook to improve their meals and purchase a couple of comfortable sets of clothing. That revealing chest outfit Eru wore felt strange on someone conservative like him. Once all that was settled, they would set course for Amazon Lily. Early the next morning, just as the sky was barely light, Jiale awoke because of the decoration on his shoulder. This blasted drum, I'll get rid of it sooner or later. It's so obstructive I can't even turn over in my sleep. Annoying. Jiale scratched his head in irritation, got up, and walked out of the captain's cabin, casually putting on his headband. He saw Lao Zhou already busy at the helm and several other sailors wiping the railing on the deck, all looking quite spirited. Boss, you're awake. Lao Zhou greeted him with a smile. The weather's good today with a tailwind. We should reach Drum Island in about 5 days. Jiale nodded, walked to the ship's rail, and gazed at the distant horizon. The sea was calm, sunlight scattering across the water like a layer of crushed gold. Occasionally a few seagulls flew by, letting out crisp cries. He took a deep breath of the sea breeze, which carried a faint salty fishy odor. Not pleasant, but far better than the moldy smell in the cabin. What about breakfast? We're not having biscuits again, are we? Jiale patted his stomach. He had only eaten a few compressed biscuits the night before and was already hungry. Lao Zhou handed him a pack of compressed biscuits. Boss, this is all we have on the ship right now. Please make do with it. As soon as we dock, I'll buy fresh food for you immediately. Jiale took the biscuits, broke off a small piece, and chewed slowly, grumbling inwardly. This lousy biscuit tastes like chewing bark. If he weren't truly hungry, he couldn't swallow it at all. After breakfast, finding nothing to do, he went to the stern to practice. Though he had inherited Enel's abilities, he wasn't yet familiar with them, so he needed to train during this time to avoid any failures when danger struck. He stood at the stern looking at the distant sea and tried to channel the lightning power within his body. Previously, he had imitated Enel's technique of discharging lightning, but it always felt too cumbersome. First accumulating the lightning in the thunder drums, then using the golden staff to strike the drums and conduct it outward. A complete waste of time. He tried to gather more lightning power in his hand, then swung his arm. A blue lightning whip shot out, instantly striking a floating log with precision. The log was split in two in an instant, sending up a tall splash. Not bad, not bad. But the lightning I release now can't match Enel's power. I'll have to rely on the method of pre-storing electrical energy in the thunder drums and then releasing it. Jiale nodded with satisfaction and tried adjusting the current intensity. He turned the current down and struck the thunder drum again. A faint bolt of lightning shot out, landing on the sea and only causing a small ripple. Then he turned the current up. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket crashed down, instantly blasting a huge column of water from the sea, even scaring away the distant seagulls. It seems this ability is quite flexible, Jiale mused. Later against small fry, I'll use a weak current to stun them, saving the trouble of dealing with corpses. Against powerful opponents, I'll use a strong current to finish them off quickly and efficiently. Now let's try controlling the form of the current to release something as complex as a thunder beast. After practicing for over 3 hours, he felt a bit tired and leaned against the stern railing to rest. Lao Zhou walked over and handed him a bottle of fresh water. Boss, take a break. Don't overexert yourself. Your ability is truly formidable, much stronger than that chop fruit user we encountered before. It's alright. Speaking of the chop fruit, have you encountered Buggy the Clown? Jiale took the water and took a sip. Yes, we met him when we set out from Lobetown. Do you know him? Lao Zhou paused, then replied. I suppose I know him. No particular reason. Just asking when I heard about your ability. Alright, Lao Zhou, go ahead with your work. Jiale finished speaking and walked over to the ship's rail. Jiale let the sea breeze blow over him, pondering his future sailing direction. He thought about whether to tag along with Luffy and the others and considered asking someone about the route to the New World. He imagined meeting Zoro and Sanji, but then recalled how Enel had thoroughly beaten them, and his heart wavered. He was a fan of Zoro and Sanji, and really wanted to see what they looked like in reality. Just then the sailor in the crow's nest suddenly shouted, "Boss, there's a small boat to the port side, and it looks like someone is calling for help." Jiale and Lao Zhou immediately looked up. In the distance, a dilapidated small boat was drifting with the waves. 4 men sat on it waving their clothes and shouting for help in their direction. Lao Zhou picked up a telescope and looked, his expression turning serious. "Boss, those men seem to be pirates. I can see a skull and crossbones flag on their boat." 2 thoughts instantly crossed Jiale's mind. First, ignore them and let them drift, avoiding any trouble after rescuing them. Second, save them, ask about the sea situation, and see if there's any useful information. "Let's see what happens first," Jiale said to Lao Zhou. "Steer the ship toward them, but don't get too close in case they attack our ship." Lao Zhou nodded, adjusted the helm, and sailed toward the small boat. As they drew closer, Jiale could clearly see the 4 men on the boat. 3 looked like ordinary pirate underlings wearing ragged clothes, their faces marked with exhaustion and fear, and 1 man with a mustache who seemed to be their leader also looked disheveled, but had a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "Help! Save us!" the mustached man shouted excitedly when he saw their ship. "Our ship was wrecked in a storm. We've been drifting at sea for 3 days. We're starving." Jiale frowned, calculating inwardly. These men truly looked hungry and miserable, not like they were faking it. If he rescued them and gave them some food, he might be able to get some useful information. But if they tried anything, he would just electrocute them and throw them back into the sea. Lao Zhou lowered the lifeboat. "Let 2 of them come aboard, the rest stay on the small boat," Jiale said. "Tell them if they try any tricks, I won't be lenient." Lao Zhou quickly arranged for the sailors to lower the lifeboat and relayed Jiale's intention to the men on the small boat. The mustached man hesitated for a moment, then finally let 2 of his subordinates get into the lifeboat with the sailors and board the pirate ship. As soon as the 2 pirates boarded, they fell to their knees with a thud and kowtowed to Jiale. "Thank you for saving us, my lord. Thank you for saving us." Jiale waved his hand. "Stop kowtowing. Get up. Which pirate crew are you from? How did you encounter the shipwreck?" One of the pirates, a tall, thin man, replied tremblingly, "Reporting to you, my lord. We are from the Shark pirate crew. 3 days ago we encountered a sea monster. The monster rammed and sank our ship. Only the 4 of us escaped." "Shark pirate crew." Jiale frowned. He hadn't heard of that crew before. Probably a minor one. "How long have you been in these waters? Do you know about the nearby islands and the situation on Drum Island?" The tall pirate thought for a moment. "We've been in these waters for 3 years. If you sail a bit further ahead, there's an island. As for Drum Island, I've heard that many pirates have been going there lately to seek treatment from Dr. Correa. And King Wapple of Drum Island has been capturing people everywhere recently, saying he wants to build an army." Wapple, the Munch fruit user. In the original story, wasn't he defeated by Luffy? Why is he still on Drum Island? Could it be that because of his transmigration, the plot has already changed? "Alright, I understand." Jiale said to Lao Zhou. "Give them some compressed biscuits and fresh water, then let them return to their small boat. They can follow our ship, and we'll let them leave when we dock." Lao Zhou nodded, handed the 2 pirates several packs of compressed biscuits and a jug of fresh water. The 2 pirates expressed their gratitude profusely, then got back into the lifeboat and returned to their small boat. In the afternoon, a gentle breeze suddenly picked up on the sea, and the ship's speed increased considerably. Jiale browsed the sea chart he had taken from the mohawk-headed man in the captain's cabin. The chart marked many islands and routes of the Blue Sea, as well as the locations of some pirate crews. He studied the chart and planned the route after Drum Island. First, find a secluded place to anchor, then go to Dr. Correa's castle to remove the gold rings and earring decorations, and also check for any hidden injuries. Next, find a chef, buy some fresh ingredients and clothes. Finally, avoid Wapple's sphere of influence, leave Drum Island as quickly as possible, and head toward the Grand Line. At dusk, the sun was setting, painting the sea in shades of orange. Jiale walked out of the captain's cabin and saw the sailors grilling fish on the deck. The aroma filled the entire deck. Lao Zhou handed him a grilled fish. "Boss, just caught it. Grilled it for you. Give it a try." Jiale took the fish and took a bite. The flesh was tender, far better than the compressed biscuits. As he ate, he watched the distant sunset and suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for his life before the transmigration. Though mundane, it was at least stable, and besides, there was Meicho the cat. He wondered what would happen to it now that he was gone. But he knew that dwelling on it was useless. Since he had already been transported to the world of One Piece, he had to live, well, go see Amazon Lily and Fishman Island and witness the wonders of this world. A lecherous grin gradually spread across Jiale's face. "Maybe later when I'm strong enough I can go back." "Yeah, probably," Jiale muttered softly, then took another big bite of the grilled fish. On the 3rd day after leaving the sky island, the wind carried a faint salty scent across the sea, and sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled shadows on the deck. Jiale stood at the stern, repeatedly practicing his techniques against the distant horizon, a thin layer of sweat beading on his forehead. He had been training with unusual diligence, striving to refine his lightning control while compensating for his lack of combat skills. In his left hand, he gripped the golden staff left by Ai and Ai Lu. This entirely golden rod fit his hand more comfortably than he had imagined, its ridges aligning perfectly with his palm, allowing the lightning to flow evenly along the grooves. Now he was attempting to condense the lightning into hair-thin strands. First, he summoned the thunderous energy, within letting it creep up to the tip of the golden staff, then compressed it bit by bit with his will. Initially, the current crackled and sparked, frequently striking the stern railing and leaving scorched marks. After over an hour of practice, he finally managed to stabilize a fine bolt at the tip, turning the entire staff blue. Next, weapon forging. Jiale imitated Enel Lu by injecting a surge of electric power into the golden staff, generating intense heat to alter its shape. Why did only the tip become sharp? It seems developing this ability is still a long journey. Now let's test accuracy against a moving target. Jiale squinted, his gaze locking onto a low-flying seagull on the surface. He flicked his wrist, and the thin bolt at the tip shot out, instantly striking the seagull's wing. The bird squawked and plunged into the sea. Decent, but I wonder if my attack can hit an enemy moving at high speed. He clicked his tongue. Boss, take a break and have some water. Old Joe approached with a pot of fresh water and a clean towel. You've been at it since morning, controlling lightning, doing squats, push-ups. If you keep this up, you'll exhaust yourself. Jiale took the pot, tilted his head back, and gulped down a large mouthful. The cool water slid down his throat, instantly dispelling much of his fatigue. He wiped his sweat with the towel and glanced at the thunder drum on his shoulder. I have to train. What if we run into a tough opponent? I can't rely on those four alone. By the way, how much longer until Green Coconut Town? Old Joe looked up at the sky, then checked the sea chart. At our current speed, we'll arrive by evening. That town is a well-known supply port around here. They have fresh seafood, vegetables, and common medicines. Oh boss, can we get the men some clean clothes? Look at Jiale and the others. Their clothes are full of holes. Jiale followed Old Joe's gaze to the other side of the deck, where the three were squatting mending fishing nets. A Fu's belly was showing. He smiled and nodded. All right. When we reach Green Coconut Town, besides buying food and medicine, get 2 new outfits for each of them. I could use a change of clothes myself. And buy 2 jars of good wine, so everyone can rest and recharge. Just then Xiao Wu on the lookout tower suddenly raised his voice. Boss. Left rear, 3 o'clock. A pirate ship is speeding toward us. Jiale and Old Joe turned simultaneously, looking in the direction Xiao Wu pointed. On the distant sea, a weathered fast ship was cutting through the waves at sail, emblazoned with a skull with crossed bones and a scar over its eye socket. The flag at the masthead rustled violently in the wind. Judging by its speed, it would catch up within a quarter of an hour. It's the Blackbone Pirates. Old Joe's face darkened. I heard about this crew near Jiale Island. Their captain, Scarface Ghost, is a ruthless one. They say he stained his hands with the blood of many merchant crews. His bounty is 45 million berries. Jiale listened, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. 45 million. Perfect for giving those for some practice. They were on the One-Eyed Pirate crew before, so they can't be completely useless in a fight. After all, One-Eyed himself had a bounty of 80 million berries. Old Joe pondered for a moment. Boss, I'm not sure about the other 3, but Jiale served as the combat division leader on the One-Eyed Pirate crew. He once defeated a foe with a 20 million berry bounty. But even he might not be able to handle Scarface Ghost. Perhaps. Jiale waved a hand, lazily unconcerned. Relax, relax. When they can't handle it, I'll step in. They're my men now. Besides, I hope the enemy has plenty of treasure. Maybe they'll bring us some fresh food. As he finished speaking, the pirate ship drew closer. On the bow stood a man nearly 2 meters tall, Scarface Ghost himself. He wore a black skull cap, a hideous scar running from the corner of his left eye to his chin, a black leather jacket, and carried a black iron rod. He was shouting arrogantly, "You on that ship? Hand over all your treasure and food. If you've got enough stuff, I might just spare your miserable lives." Behind him stood a dozen pirates, all armed. A lanky man with a long spear, a burly man wielding twin blades, and a shifty-eyed fellow aiming a flintlock at the deck, gesturing as if to take a potshot at Jiale and the others. Old Joe, steady the ship first. I'm leaving these people to you lot, understand? Jiale ordered Old Joe, then pointed at the others. With that, he kicked off the deck, leaped from his own ship onto the roof of the cabin, landing with a heavy thud. Yes, boss. They had just responded when the ship suddenly lurched. Trying to run. You're asking for trouble. Get them, boys. Scarface Ghost's men hooked grappling lines onto Jiale's ship's railing, and ladders were already resting against the side. Charge. The pirates climbed the ladders, but a few who tried to board were knocked into the sea by a Fu and a Chong who guarded the ladder. A bullet flew toward a Fu, but Jiale's eye sharpened, and he drew 2 short axes from his belt, leaping and spinning to cleave the bullet in midair. At that moment, the twin-blade brute held off a Fu's spiked club, while the lanky spear wielder forced the Chong back with a thrust. Several low-ranking pirates took advantage to board. Old Joe, looking tense, grabbed a crowbar lying nearby. Jiale spun his axes, cutting down a few of the small fry in a few swift moves. Scarface Ghost narrowed his eyes at the sight. The short gunman aimed at Jiale, but just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bang rang out. The shorty fell, clutching his chest, rolling on the deck. Scarface Ghost looked toward the source of the shot, and saw Xiao Wu still on the lookout platform. Jiale had intended to teach that reckless fool a lesson, but Xiao Wu's shot surprised him. He hadn't expected the seemingly weakest of the bunch to have such good marksmanship. Useless trash. Unable to bear the delay any longer, Scarface Ghost prepared to jump over and finish a Fu and the others, but Jiale leaped first, kicking a table on the enemy ship toward him. You're asking for death. Scarface Ghost smashed the table with his rod, and Jiale's axes were already upon him. He dodged sideways, then stepped back and kicked out. Jiale blocked with his arms, but was sent sliding backward. Jiale barely caught his breath when Scarface Ghost pressed forward, swinging his rod. One blow to the arm, another to the waist. Jiale could only parry with difficulty, retreating step by step. Scarface Ghost smirked, then with a single strike knocked Jiale's weapons from his hands. Jiale tried to back away to avoid the next attack, but Scarface Ghost seized the opening, sliding his hand from the rod's body to its end to extend his reach, then spun and delivered a powerful blow. The blow struck Jiale in the stomach, sending him flying backwards several meters, crashing into the cabin and spitting blood. The lanky spear wielder also flicked his spear, striking Gang's wrist and knocking his saber away. As Gang panicked, the spear pierced Chang's shoulder. A Fu was also beginning to lose to the twin-blade brute. Xiao Wu climbed down from the lookout tower, drawing a short knife to engage a small pirate. Old Zhou, flustered wildly, swung his crowbar, trying to force the spear wielder to withdraw. Just as Scarface Ghost felt victory was within his grasp, a calm voice rang out. Looks like you all need more training. In an instant, dozens of lightning bolts struck his men. Suddenly, the entire battlefield fell silent save for the howling wind and the crashing waves. All of Scarface Ghost's men lay unconscious on the deck. The captain was terrified by the sight. Ability user. His legs went weak. He forgot everything else, only wanting to save his own skin, and turned to jump into the sea. Jiale wasn't about to let him escape. He appeared behind Scarface Ghost in an instant, placing his hand on the man's back. 30 million volts of discharge. In an instant, lightning coursed through Scarface Ghost's body. He collapsed with a thud, smoke rising from his body, unable to rise again. Hand over your treasure and food, and I'll spare your life. Jiale walked over, kicked him over, and spoke in a flat tone yet with an undeniable pressure. Scarface Ghost, his face blackened, seemed to speak with great difficulty. Trembling, he pointed toward the cabin. Our treasure. In the innermost chest. Food. In the storage room next to it. And there's hardtack and fresh water. Jiale called out to his own ship. Old Zhou, tell a Fu and the others to come over and carry the stuff. He then walked over to Jiale, who didn't dare meet his eyes. Jiale tried to struggle to his feet, but felt a sharp pain in his stomach and sat back down. Jiale extended his hand. Not bad, though, you still have room for improvement. Jiale looked up, seeing Jiale smiling at him, then looked at the outstretched hand. He gritted his teeth, took it, and stood up, bowing respectfully. Thank you, boss. Jiale waved his hand. By then, Old Zhou, a Fu, and a gang had jumped over. Following Scarface Ghost's directions, they entered the cabin. Soon a Fu and a gang emerged, carrying 2 heavy mahogany chests. When opened, the chests revealed neatly stacked nearly 1 million berries, along with several pouches of polished sapphires and rubies that glittered in the sunlight. Next, they brought out 5 crates of hardtack, 3 barrels of fresh water, and even 2 unopened cases of rum. Boss, there's an old sea chart in this chest. Xiao Wu pulled a rolled-up sea chart from the bottom of the chest and handed it to Jiale. Jiale unrolled the chart. It was marked with ink lines showing the routes near Green Coconut Town and even noted several reef positions. It seemed to be Scarface Ghost's compass of the area over the years. He tucked the chart away with satisfaction and said to Old Zhou, move all this stuff to our ship. Then tie up these men's hands and feet. Someone will find them after we leave. Once everything was loaded, Jiale said to the collapsed Scarface Ghost, you're this weak and still try to rob people. You're lucky you ran into me. Scarface Ghost could only kneel on his ship, thanking him repeatedly. Jiale then leaped back to his own ship, and Old Zhou immediately set sail, heading toward Green Coconut Town. The sun gradually sank, painting the sea a deep orange. Jiale leaned against the railing, turning a sapphire over in his hand, calculating in his mind. With this windfall, he could not only stock up on supplies in Green Coconut Town, but also enjoy a good meal. He had been wearing Enel's outfit for a few days, and it felt uncomfortable all over. More importantly, in 2 more days they would reach Drum Island. There he could find Duo Lir Inyang to remove the iron ring from the thunder drum, and finally get a good night's sleep. Thinking of that reminded him of Xiao Ba, one of his favorite characters in One Piece. He wondered if he could meet him. The soft, fluffy little thing would be great to pet. Boss, look. That's the lighthouse of Green Coconut Town ahead. Xiao Wu suddenly pointed into the distance. Jiale looked up and saw a dim yellow light flickering on the distant sea, the lighthouse of Green Coconut Town's harbor. He took a deep breath, patted Old Zhou on the shoulder, and said, speed up a bit. Tonight we'll rest well in Green Coconut Town. The pirate ship gently pulled into the pier of Qingya Town, the morning mist just dispersed by the sea breeze. The wooden planks on the dock were still moist with dew, bearing a hint of cool dampness underfoot, and a few small crabs scuttled sideways by his feet. Nearby vendors were busy setting up their canvas stalls. The sizzling sound of fish roasting on iron griddles and the fragrant aroma mingling with the salty sea breeze finally dispelled the lingering taste of compressed biscuits in Jiale's nostrils. He steadied himself by the ship's rail, jumped onto the shore, and crushed a few breadcrumbs under his soles. Turning to his subordinates, he said, go into town to restock supplies according to the list. Don't forget anything, and don't cause trouble. Jiale pulled out a crumpled piece of paper written last night by the oil lamp, 50 caddies of polished rice, 20 caddies of frozen pork, 2 jars of pickled cucumbers. At the end he circled a note. Buy 2 extra bags of freshly baked sesame candy cakes, they won't taste as good cold. He handed the paper and a sack of berries to Lao Zhou. A gang's arm is still not healed. Don't let him carry heavy stuff. Have Xiao Wu and the others help. After you're done, meet me at the tonkatsu ramen shop on the dock. He pointed toward the ramen shop in the distance. Lao Zhou tucked the paper into his chest and nodded quickly. Don't worry, boss. We'll hurry. You grab a seat by the window at the noodle shop. You can see the dock. We'll find you as soon as we're done. If we're late it might be because we're queuing for the sugar cakes, so please wait a bit. Then he gestured to the others, picked up the empty sacks, and hobbled toward the town, deliberately taking narrow alleys to avoid pirates frequently glancing back. Jiale strolled leisurely toward the ramen shop, passing several small stalls. A young girl selling fruit stood on tiptoe to beckon the apples in her basket gleaming red. An old woman threading shell necklaces worked with fingers that were rough, yet nimble. A grilled squid vendor shouted, 10 berries a skewer, white smoke rising from the iron plate. He thought about buying 2 skewers, but mindful of the tonkatsu broth he quickened his pace and turned into a narrow alley. The tonkatsu ramen shop was at the end of the alley. The wooden sign at the entrance was faded, the red characters for seafood ramen, peeling at the edges with 2 wilted potted cacti placed outside. Inside there were only 4 or 5 wooden tables polished to a shine, with only 2 tables occupied. 2 dark-skinned fishermen were slurping their ramen, discussing the tuna they had caught that morning. A merchant in silk ate noodles while flipping through his ledger, muttering about a bad business deal. The bald owner, wearing a navy apron stained with noodle soup, a small fish embroidered on it, called out when he saw him enter, "Customer, care to try our signature tonkatsu ramen? The broth's been simmered for 5 hours, and the char siu was just braised this morning. Add a soft-boiled egg, it's heavenly with the noodles. 1 bowl, no green onions, no chili, extra char siu, and add a soft-boiled egg," Jiale said, choosing a seat by the window. The sea breeze made him feel relaxed, and he could clearly see the direction of the dock. He leaned his golden staff against the table leg, but the thunder drum on his back forced him to sit forward, and he grumbled silently to himself. After a moment the owner brought over a coarse ceramic bowl, its edge slightly chipped, but the noodles looked exquisite, milky white bone broth topped with thick slices of char siu, the soft-boiled egg wobbling gently, the aroma making his stomach growl loudly. Jiale pierced the soft-boiled egg, the orange yolk mixing into the broth. He slurped a mouthful of noodles, the springy strands coated in the rich soup, and instantly felt all the discomfort of the past few days melt away. Even the thunder drum seemed less obtrusive. He leaned back lazily, but the drum was still annoyingly present. Just as he was about to drink the soup, the shop door slammed open with a bang, and hurried footsteps accompanied by heavy breathing echoed inside. Jiale looked up to see Xiao Wu stumbling in his hair matted with dirt, and ash, several scratches on his face, a bleeding cut at the corner of his mouth that dripped onto his clothes, leaving dark stains. The sack in his hand was gone. He nearly tripped over the threshold, steadied himself by a table, and gasped for air, unable to speak properly. "Boss, it's bad." Xiao Wu's voice trembled on the verge of tears, eyes glistening. "We just bought the supplies when the Wolf Fong pirates cornered us at the alley. They took the rice and meat and beat up brother Jiale and—" Before Xiao Wu could finish, the chopsticks in Jiale's hand slammed onto the bowl with a crack. His face instantly turned cold, his eyes icy, and tiny sparks of electricity unconsciously crackled at his fingertips. He grabbed his golden staff and stood up, the wind from his movement causing a few drops of soup to spill onto the bloodstains beside Xiao Wu. "Lead the way. Now." Leaving the noodle shop, Jiale's lower body transformed into lightning, carrying Xiao Wu as he flew. Passers-by scrambled out of the way, staring at him with a mix of curiosity and fear. After turning 2 narrow alleys, the sounds of cursing, grunting, and objects falling reached them. It was a dead end with high walls covered in vines bearing small white flowers, and broken wooden crates stacked at the entrance blocking the view. Jiale told Xiao Wu to wait. When he entered, he saw Lao Zhou lying on the ground with a Fu shielding his back. A Fu's clothes were torn, the medical tape rolled back, seeping dark red blood. He had just pushed himself up when a pirate kicked him back down, his cold sweat dripping into the dust, leaving damp marks. A gang was using his right arm to protect Lao Zhou. The bandage on his shoulder shredded the wound, bleeding into a small pool. His left cheek was so swollen, he could barely open his eye, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jiale was beaten into a corner by 5 men, his hands over his head, his face covered in footprints. A dozen or so pirates were jeering around them, some held wooden clubs, some rusty knives, others bricks. The leader was a burly man with a full beard, 2 meters tall, with a round belly. He wielded a blood-stained iron rod, stepping on a Fu's back, while stuffing sesame candy cakes into his mouth, crumbs falling onto a Fu's back. "You guys dare to come out with those injuries? Don't you know how to spell death? Our boss won't let you get away with this." Lao Zhou panted, gritting his teeth. The bearded man sneered, glanced aside, and his underlings understood. They kicked Lao Zhou beneath a Fu. "Boss, I'm so scared, ha ha." His men joined in the laughter. "Take your feet off them." Jiale's voice came from the alley entrance, cold as ice. The bearded man turned and saw a pale-skinned man with a thunder drum strapped to his back, his upper body bare, holding a golden staff. He paused, then sneered, "What freak is this? Brothers, break his legs and take his gold. Let him know that this." 2 pirates raised their wooden clubs, but Jiale aimed his palm at them. Several streaks of blue lightning shot out, sending them flying. With two crackling sounds, everyone was convulsing on the ground, foaming at the mouth, their clubs clattering to the floor. Jiale walked over, grabbed the bearded man like a dead dog, and dragged him out of the alley. He saw Xiao Wu standing respectfully at the entrance. Help them clean up, then gather at the alley mouth, Jiale said in a low voice. Got it, boss. Xiao Wu thought Jiale's voice was so low because he was annoyed at how weak they were. They couldn't even handle a simple supply run. He didn't dare look up at Jiale. Jiale was now thoroughly displeased. When he reached the harbor, he threw the bearded man directly onto the deck. With a bang, he slammed the golden staff onto the man's wrist, a sharp crack echoing as the iron rod dropped. The bearded man screamed in agony, the pain jolting him awake. Veins bulging on his forehead, he was about to beg for mercy when Jiale kicked him, sending him crashing into the mast and onto the ground, all his arrogance gone. Lao Zhou and the others limped over, supporting each other, and called out, "Boss." Jiale ignored them, only asking which pirate ship was theirs. Lao Zhou groaned in pain from his back, but forced himself to say, "Boss, their ship is that black one. Our supplies are also on the Wolf Fong." Jiale kicked the bearded man on the ground and glanced in the direction Lao Zhou had indicated. Indeed, there was a black pirate ship with a Wolf Fong skull emblem. Get up and lead the way. Try any tricks, and you'll taste what it feels like to be struck by lightning. The bearded man grimaced, got up, and stumbled forward, clutching his chest. Onlookers whispered among themselves, secretly pleased. When they reached the Wolf Fong, the remaining pirates on watch raised their swords and shouted, "Who dares come near? Wait until our captain." Before they could finish, they were struck by lightning and fell onto the deck, convulsing. Lao Zhou, take the men and retrieve our supplies. Then load all the food and berries from this ship onto ours. Jiale leaned against the railing. Soon Xiao Wu came back with the sesame candy cakes. Despite their injuries, Lao Zhou and the others efficiently moved the polished rice, frozen pork, and also found 2 crates of rum, half a bag of flour, and several boxes of berries. Lao Zhou reported happily, "Boss, this is enough to buy supplies for several days." Jiale walked to the center of the Wolf Fong and gripped his golden staff. He had been pondering simplified techniques these days, much faster than the clumsy thunder beast he wasn't proficient in. He compressed the lightning into a serpent shape, which required no complex manipulation, so it was twice as fast as the thunder beast. He could release it directly through the golden staff, without relying on the thunder drum. 50 million volt thunder serpent, he uttered in a low voice. A blue lightning serpent as thick as an arm shot from the tip of the golden staff, its scales distinct, its blue eyes flashing. The moment it was released, it pierced through the Wolf Fong, spreading along the hull. Crackle, boom. The electric current raced along the ship, and the Wolf Fong split apart from the middle, the whole vessel breaking in two and tilting as it sank into the sea. Water splashed several meters onto the shore. Lao Zhou and the others stood on their own ship's deck, their eyes filled with awe. A Fu's eyes were wide. Lao Zhou drew a sharp breath, and Xiao Wu stood frozen, still holding the sugar cakes. Jiale shook the residual electricity off his golden staff, his tone softening. Xiao will go to town and buy some hemostatic medicine, bandages, and medicinal wine. Lao Zhou organized the supplies. I'll go buy some bread later. Lao Zhou quickly agreed, watching Jiale walk back toward the town, the lingering electricity on his back still faintly visible. He thought to himself, I must never make the boss angry again. If those lightning bolts wrapped around a person, there wouldn't be even ashes left. Xiao Wu hurried to the medical clinic with the berries, his steps light. Thank goodness the boss had arrived in time, or else they all would have been finished in that alley today. The harbor outside Xingye town was still shrouded in the morning mist. The sea breeze ruffled the skull flag of the one-eyed pirate ship, the canvas swelling slightly in the wind, as if ready to break free from the mast restraint. Jiale leaned against the ship's railing, twirling the golden rod that was entirely golden in his fingertips. His gaze swept across the busy crew on the deck. Lao Zhou was bending over to check the gears of the rudder, his wrench clinking ding 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 dang. Xiao Wu was squatting at the hatch, counting the several boxes of berry looted from Dao Bagui last night, occasionally glancing toward the town entrance, afraid that some escaped pirates might still be chasing them. The other crew members were either tidying ropes or wiping weapons, each face bearing the relief of a successful treasure hunt yet. Their movements carried a hint of urgency, as they needed to leave this sea area quickly. Lao Zhou, how's the inspection? Jiale called out, his voice carried by the sea breeze toward the stern. Don't leave any hidden dangers. We need to hurry to Tsigu Island. Lao Zhou straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and gave Jiale an okay gesture. Don't worry, boss. The scratches from the reef on the hull have been repaired, and the sails have been replaced with new ones. If we set sail now, we won't be afraid, even if we encounter a small storm. Jiale nodded, and was about to order the sails to be raised when he saw Xiao Wu suddenly spring up from the hatch, his face pale, climbing up the mast, while clutching a brass telescope. Captain, look over there. Xiao Wu's voice trembled, his finger pointing at the horizon. Warships. Navy warships. The noise on the deck vanished instantly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction Xiao Wu was pointing. On the sea, where the mist was gradually dissipating, a gray-white Navy warship was approaching, cutting through the waves. The hull bore a prominent seagull emblem, and the bow's cannons were dark and menacing, like a lurking beast rapidly closing in on the one-eyed pirate ship. What's the panic? Jiale frowned, took the telescope handed over by a nearby crew member, and through the lens the warship became clearer. On the bridge stood many Navy officers wearing justice cloaks. The man at the front was tall with a cigarette in his mouth and eyes sharp as an eagle's, listening to a person who looked like a major reporting beside him. "Captain, that warship is really fast. It seems to be coming straight for us." Xiao slid down from the mast and ran to Jiale, his panic barely contained. "Should we set sail quickly? If we get entangled, our ship might get damaged." Jiale put down the telescope, feeling uneasy. They had just dealt with Daobagui last night. Normally, even if the Navy branch received the news, they should have gone to handle Daobagui's remnants first. Why would they send a warship to block them so quickly? Lao Zhou raised the sails immediately. "Set sail. Head east, avoid them." He made a quick decision. Since he didn't want to damage the ship in a conflict, they would retreat first. Lao Zhou was already waiting by the helm. Upon hearing this, he immediately shouted, "All hands, raise the sails. Hard to port. Full speed ahead." The canvas was quickly unfurled by the crew, filled by the sea wind. The one-eyed pirate ship shot off like an arrow from the bowstring, heading east into the deep sea. But the Navy warship behind showed no intention of stopping. Its engines roared, and its speed was actually much faster than the one-eyed pirate ship, chasing relentlessly. "Hey, listen up, one-eyed pirate crew." A loudspeaker's voice suddenly came from the warship, crackling with static spreading far across the sea. "We are the fleet of Vice Admiral Guizhizhu of Navy Headquarters. Stop your ship and surrender immediately, or we will kill you all." "Vice Admiral Guizhizhu." Jiale raised an eyebrow and turned to ask Lao Zhou beside him, "Have you heard of this person?" Lao Zhou adjusted the helm while shaking his head. "No idea. There are at least a few dozen vice admirals in Navy headquarters. We've been wandering the East Blue all year. How could we know them all? Probably some nobody." Jiale breathed a sigh of relief. Since it wasn't a famous powerhouse, they just needed to shake off the warship. But he didn't know that on the bridge Guizhizhu was staring at the wanted poster in his hand, his eyes cold as ice. "Vice Admiral, this is the captain of the one-eyed pirate crew with a bounty of 80 million berry. He is skilled with a large machete and has defeated 3 East Blue pirate crews in the past 6 months, acting arrogantly." The major beside him bowed and said with a hint of eagerness, "We were originally chasing Daobagui, but unexpectedly we encountered such a wanted criminal along the way. If we can capture him, it's a great achievement." Guizhizhu tossed the wanted poster back to the major, his fingers stroking the 8 short swords at his waist. "Daobagui is just a small fry. Since we've encountered a higher bounty, we naturally prioritize this. Speed up, don't let them escape." The warship's engines accelerated again, the sound of the hull cutting through the waves growing louder, the distance between them and the one-eyed pirate ship gradually shrinking. They chased from dawn to noon. The sun on the sea grew fiercer, scorching the deck until it was hot. The one-eyed pirate ship had reached its maximum speed, but the warship behind was still like an unshakable shadow. The cannons on its bow could be seen clearly. Lao Zhou, sweat beading on his forehead. He had underestimated the warship's speed. At this rate, they would be caught sooner or later. "Captain, they're going to fire." Xiao suddenly screamed. Jiale jerked his head up and saw several flashes of fire from the warship's cannons, followed by dark cannonballs trailing smoke hurtling toward the one-eyed pirate ship. With a swing of his rod, he discharged lightning, directly detonating the cannonballs. Boom, boom. The violent explosions on the sea surface around the pirate ship raised several meter-high waves, and the ship tossed violently like a toy shaken by a giant hand. Xiao lost his grip and fell onto the deck, and the wooden crates in the cargo hold clattered to the floor. Jiale grabbed the railing, looking at the ship being battered by the waves, his expression turning completely grim. He had originally wanted to avoid trouble, but since the other side had taken the initiative to attack, there was no need to hold back anymore. Lao Zhou steadied the ship. Jiale grabbed the golden rod, leaning against the railing. The moment his right hand gripped the rod, pale blue lightning spread from his fingertips, soon enveloping his entire body. "Leave the rest to me." Before the words faded, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, and with a whoosh, he leaped from the deck and flew toward the nearby Navy warship. "Enemy attack. Open fire." The Navy soldiers on the warship immediately raised their rifles, and a hail of bullets shot towards Jiale. But as soon as those bullets touched the lightning around him, they were instantly deflected, unable to harm him in the slightest. Vice Admiral Guizhizhu also looked at Jiale with confusion. This ability user was not in their intelligence. Overreaching. Jiale sneered. Just as he was about to land on the warship's deck, he suddenly stopped in midair, raising his left hand high. A blinding lightning gathered in his palm, and the entire sky seemed to darken from this power. "Is that lightning?" A soldier looked up at the lightning in Jiale's palm, his face turning pale with terror. Jiale's lips curled into a cold smirk, his voice cutting clearly through the thunderous noise. 30 million volts, thunderfall. The moment the words fell, the lightning in his palm erupted violently. Countless arm-thick bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, like a massive electric net, enveloping the entire warship deck. The crackling sound of electricity rose and fell. Soldiers hit by the lightning instantly smoked all over, collapsed stiffly to the ground, white vapor rising from their mouths, losing consciousness. That major reacted quickly. The moment the thunder fell, he rolled violently toward a nearby wooden crate, hiding tightly behind it, barely managing to avoid the lightning attack. As for Guizhizhu in front of the bridge, the moment the lightning struck the 8 short swords at his waist, shwa, unsheathed their blades, instantly turning pitch black, as if coated in black iron. Huh. Guo Zhizhu let out a low shout, the 8 black swords crossing in front of him to form a barrier, then he swung them fiercely. An invisible wave of air spread out, and the lightning bolts that were striking toward him were actually severed in midair, turning into tiny sparks that vanished into the air. Jiale landed on the deck, his feet on the scorched wooden planks. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Guo Zhizhu not far away. Who is this guy? Jiale quickly thought to himself. He had never seen this person before. Wearing a helmet with 6 swords held by hair-like arms, could he be a Zoan-type spider fruit ability user? But a spider fruit ability user shouldn't be like this, right? And what is that black color on the blades? Moreover, he could actually shatter my lightning. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like a small fry. Who are you? The one-eyed pirate crew shouldn't have someone like you, Guo Zhizhu said, walking towards Jiale step by step, his footsteps steady, each one seeming to press on people's hearts. Jiale tightened his grip on the golden rod, lightning surging around his body again. I'm the new boss of the one-eyed pirate crew. Actually, I could directly shatter your ship and leave you drifting in the sea. But I haven't encountered someone as strong as you for a long time. I also want to test my current strength. Arrogant. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiale suddenly pushed off the ground, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning charging toward Guo Zhizhu. The golden rod crackling with lightning smashed toward Guo Zhizhu's chest. But Guo Zhizhu's reaction speed was far faster than he imagined. With a slight sidestep, he easily dodged the golden rod's attack, while the 2 swords held by his hair thrust towards Jiale's arm. Jiale was startled and quickly withdrew the golden rod to block the incoming short swords. With a crisp clang, the golden rod collided with the black swords. Jiale felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth, and a tremendous force came from the blades, causing him to involuntarily take 2 steps back. This guy's speed and power far exceeded his expectations. It seemed that his weakness in close combat would need to be properly addressed in the future. Before Jiale could steady himself, Guo Zhizhu had already closed in again. The remaining 8 black swords under his manipulation turned into streaks of black afterimages, the blade wind carrying a sharp aura slashing towards Jiale's vital points. Jiale could only keep retreating, relying on the speed of lightning to barely evade the attacks. He found that his close combat was completely unable to keep up with Guo Zhizhu's rhythm. The opponent's sword speed was too fast, and the black blades looked eerie to him. He didn't want to be cut by them. Captain, be careful. Just as Jiale was being forced back step by Guo Zhizhu, he suddenly heard Xiao Wu's shout from behind. His heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to turn around, he felt a bone-chilling coldness from behind. It was the Major. Jiale did not have time to turn around. He could only instinctively mobilize the lightning within his body and phase into an elemental state. With a sound, a long blade pierced through his back from behind, but it left no wound. The power of the Logia-type devil fruit rendered him immune to this fatal strike. For Logia-type. Vice Admiral Zhizhu sneered, twisting his wrist and taking advantage of Jiale's distraction to slash at his chest. Jiale had just breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed the blade's wind. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. He could only twist his body abruptly, but he was still a step too slow. The pitch-black short blade slashed across his chest. Why is it because of sea prism stone, or? Jiale thought as a sharp pain tore through his body like countless needles stabbing his internal organs. Ugh! Jiale groaned, using the force of the blade to leap backward, creating distance from Zhizhu. He looked down at his chest. A wound stretching from his left collarbone to his abdomen met his eyes, making him furrow his brow. Still trying to run. The Major, seeing this, raised his blade and prepared to advance again. But the moment he took a step, a bolt of lightning struck his chest, sending him flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing into a cargo crate and remaining motionless. Jiale withdrew his left hand. The pain in his chest caused cold sweat to pour down his back, and his clothes were soaked through. That pain was all too familiar, involuntarily reminding him of the murderer. When the murderer's knife had plunged into his chest, it had been the same searing agony, laced with despair and icy coldness. Step back, Major. You haven't mastered armament hockey, yet you can't handle a Logia-type user. Zhizhu's voice suddenly rang out like a bucket of cold water, snapping Jiale back from his memories. He jerked his head up, staring at the black blade in Zhizhu's hand, his eyes filled with doubt. Armament hockey. Jiale's heart jolted. In the One Piece he had watched before his transmigration, there was no such thing. Was it a new setting introduced after the Skypiea arc? He had initially speculated that Zhizhu was a Zoan-type user, possibly coating his weapon with sea prism stone like Yingwei, but the Major's earlier slash had failed to injure him, making him drop his guard. Now, however, that black blade, even without sea prism stone, carried the thread of armament hockey. So that's it. That black blade is armament hockey. Jiale tightened his grip on the golden staff, his expression growing solemn. It can cut through my lightning and even wound a Logia-type. Looks like I've run into a tough nut today. Zhizhu did not reply. He slowly raised his black blade, the darkness of the weapon deepening. The very air around them seemed to grow oppressive from this aura. He stepped towards Jiale, one pace at a time, each step carrying an overwhelming pressure like a beast about to pounce. Jiale took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his chest, and the lightning wreathing his body surged once more. He knew that the coming battle could no longer be taken lightly. The man before him was nothing like the small fries he had faced before. Good thing I haven't been slacking off lately. Oh, I've been practicing controlling lightning and that premonition every day. Today's the perfect chance to test it in real combat. Jiale slowly opened his clenched left hand, and a fine current of electricity spread from his palm, extending outward like a spiderweb. He deliberately imitated the mind net of Enel from his memories, using electromagnetic fluctuations to sense everything around him. The strange feeling of vaguely predicting his enemy's movements was now amplified several times. At that instant, a vision flashed through Jiale's mind. Gizizu's right foot stomped hard, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, and the black blade in his hand swung towards Jiale's neck with the force to split mountains and shatter stones. Here it comes. Jiale instinctively twisted his body, raising the golden staff before him. The next second, a loud clang rang out as the black blade collided with the golden staff, sparks flying everywhere. The immense force transmitted through the golden staff, numbing Jiale's arm. The wound on his chest tore open again from the vibration, causing him to see black from the pain. But he did not retreat. Instead, using the momentum of the collision, he pivoted on his right foot, spinning his body like a top. The lightning around him condensed into a rotating thunderstorm, sweeping toward Gizizu. This was a technique he had recently developed, combining the spread of lightning with the impact of rotation, allowing both offensive and temporary defensive capabilities. A mere trick. Gizizu snorted coldly, flipping his wrist. The armament hockey on his black blade thickened, and he slashed fiercely at the thunderstorm. With a tearing sound, the rotating thunderstorm was cleaved in two, dissipating into the air. But at that moment, Jiale's figure suddenly burst forth from the remnants of the thunderstorm, the golden staff wreathed in dense lightning, thrusting toward Gizizu's ribs. His earlier thunderstorm was merely a feint. The real killing move was hidden behind it. However, Gizizu, as a veteran vice admiral who had weathered countless battles, sensed the danger, even with his vision obscured by the thunderstorm, relying on his rich combat experience. He leaned back sharply, nearly parallel to the deck. The golden staff grazed his chest, and the residual lightning scorched his uniform, leaving a charred mark. At the same time, Gizizu's left foot shot up, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. It suddenly disappeared from Jiale's sight, then reappeared with a flash, kicking towards Jiale's chin at incredible speed. The trajectory of the kick flashed through Jiale's mind again. Without thinking, he instantly turned his body into lightning, retreating as a blue-white bolt. Gizizu's kick missed his toe, scraping a shallow mark on the deck. But the moment Jiale rematerialized, Gizizu had already used the momentum to flip over, then stomped and vanished once more. When he reappeared, the black blade was already slashing towards Jiale's chest, aiming directly at the still bleeding wound. What ability is this guy using? And he's deliberately targeting my injury. Jiale's heart sank. The mind net warned him again. He quickly raised the golden staff vertically before his chest, while summoning lightning to form a thin lightning wall in front of him. With a clang, the black blade struck the lightning wall. Armament hockey tore through the wall, and the blade pressed closer to Jiale's wound. At the critical moment, Jiale jerked his head aside. The edge of the black blade grazed his shoulder, leaving a wound that cut deep to the bone. But he seized this opportunity, condensing a thick bolt of lightning in his left hand and hurling it at Gizizu's face. Gizizu was forced to retreat, dodging the lightning attack. However, Jiale used the mind net to predict the direction of his retreat. Swinging the lightning-wreathed golden staff forward, he shouted, 50 million volts, Thunder Serpent. Seeing no way to evade, Gizizu could only use his 8 black blades to block. The Thunder Serpent struck him, sending him flying backward into the ship's cabin. Both the wound on Jiale's shoulder and the one on his chest bled profusely, making his already pale skin appear even whiter. But his eyes grew brighter. During the previous exchanges, though he had been on the defensive, he could clearly feel himself becoming more adept at using the mind net. What was once a vague premonition could now clearly see one or two of Gizizu's next moves. Moreover, his control over lightning was more precise than usual. Although the lightning wall he had just formed was broken, he could now instantaneously create it. Something impossible before. Interesting. A mere greenhorn, yet able to grow so quickly in battle. Gizizu grabbed a plank and emerged from the gray mist, his steps slightly stiff and arcs of electricity still crackling over his body. He looked at Jiale, his gaze losing its earlier scrutiny and becoming sharp. But with just this much skill, you're still not enough. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gizizu's figure vanished from where he stood. He had used shave. Jiale's mind net instantly caught his movement. The trajectory of Gizizu's motion vividly appeared in his mind, though he didn't know what technique it was clearly a high-speed movement skill. And he could see it. Gizizu first moved left 3 steps, then abruptly turned to the right rear, intending to attack from his blind spot. Trying to get behind me. Not so easy. Jiale curled his lips into a cold smile, spinning his body and clenching his left hand at the air to his right. Thunder Whip. Countless fine threads of lightning suddenly coalesced from the air into his palm, forming a long, thick blue whip that lashed toward the spot where Gizizu was about to appear. What? Gizizu had just emerged from the high-speed shave. When he saw the lightning whip before him, his expression shifting slightly. He instinctively tried to slash at it with his black blade, but the whip coiled around like a living thing. The current traveled along the black blade to his hand, causing his arm to tremble. Now, A sharp gleam flashed in Jiale's eyes. He kicked off the deck with both feet shooting toward Gizizu like a cannonball. The spinning golden staff gathered all the lightning he could muster at that moment, the blue current almost wrapping the weapon into a pillar of lightning. 80 million volts, he roared, swinging the golden staff at Gizizu's chest with world-shattering momentum. Gizizu tried to dodge, but the thunder whip had entangled him, and the lightning within slowed his movements. He could only concentrate all his armament hockey on his chest, while holding the black blade horizontally in front of him, hoping to block the blow. Boom. The golden staff struck heavily against the black blade and Gizizu's chest. The immense impact caused the entire deck to tremble violently, and the surrounding cargo crates were knocked askew. Gizizu grunted, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the massive mast behind him. The mast shook violently, sending countless wood chips raining down. Jiale landed on the deck, dropping to one knee and gasping for air. That last attack had nearly drained all the lightning energy within him, and the wounds on his chest and shoulder throbbed with such pain that he almost blacked out. But he forced himself to raise his head and look toward Gizizu. Gizizu slid down from the mast to the ground, residual sparks flickering over his body. He clutched his chest, his face charred black from the electricity. He looked down at his chest. His uniform was shattered, revealing a prominent bruise on his skin along with faint traces of lightning burns. Even with armament hockey as a defense, the full force of Jiale's lightning had penetrated and damaged his internal organs. You? Gizizu raised his head, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Jiale did not speak. He slowly rose to his feet, using the golden staff as a crutch to support his swaying body. His face was covered in sweat and blood, his headband had long since flown off somewhere, and his hair stood on end from the electric current, making him look somewhat disheveled. But his gaze was unwavering. The battle just now had not only honed his mind net and lightning application, but also made him realize that he had truly come to this world. Shedding the frivolous and playful attitude he had when he first arrived, he understood that in this world, he must constantly grow stronger to survive. Gizizu struggled to stand again, but the moment he moved, a searing pain in his chest forced him back to the ground. He knew he had lost today. This young man, though lacking in combat experience, possessed a powerful devil fruit ability and a perception stronger than his own observation hockey. Most importantly, he grew too fast in battle. If they continued, he would only lose even more miserably. Today you. Gizizu gritted his teeth, pulling a signal flare from his pocket. He was about to shoot it into the sky. A bolt of lightning struck his chest. He looked towards Jiale, seeing him extend his left index finger, then his consciousness gradually faded, and he fell unconscious. So resistant to electricity. Did you think I'm stupid enough to let you call for backup? Jiale spat at him, then started to walk over to kick him, but abruptly stopped. He aimed the golden staff at the unconscious Gizizu's heart, and shouted, 40 million volts discharge. Gizizu let out another scream, and died completely. Get the boat over here quickly. Finish them off, don't spare a single one. Jiale yelled, then dragged his wounded body, and flew toward the direction of the one-eyed ship. He could only feel his body utterly exhausted. He had to leave the sea area as soon as possible, otherwise once the Marine branch discovered Gizizu's disappearance, they would surely send reinforcements. In his current state, facing another vice admiral as strong as Gizizu would mean he truly had no chance to escape. Jiale felt that the people in the One Piece world possessed willpower as formidable as monsters. Not to mention others, even Usopp could still fight with his upper body shattered. Now every step he took made his bones creak, his chest wound sticky with sweat, and any movement sent a piercing pain through him. The wound on his shoulder was even worse, a gash so deep that bone was visible, as if it were sucking the air out. Leaning on the cabin door of the Single Eye, he entered the captain's quarters and slumped into a chair. Closing his eyes, he pondered for a moment. Right, their strength comes from the pain and suffering of training. I gained this powerful body and devil fruit ability without any effort. Jiale opened his eyes, letting out a relieved smile. The path to becoming stronger is still long and arduous. Captain, what happened to you? Old Joe, seeing Jiale covered in blood flying back from the warship, immediately rushed to the storage room to find the medical kit. Once found, he ran back, carrying a chipped paint box. As his rough hand touched Jiale's arm, he was startled by the man's sharp intake of breath, and quickly eased his grip. I saw you bleeding, so I got the kit. There's bandages and powder, but I'm clumsy, so please bear with me. Jiale nodded, tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and a faint smile curved his lips. Old Joe crouched before him, fumbling with the medical kit, picking up and putting down bottles one by one. Finally, he found the right medicine and was overjoyed. He took a pair of tweezers, a clip, and some cotton, dipped them in the liquid, and began to wipe Jiale's wound. Jiale let out a muffled groan. Old Joe's hand froze in fear, thinking Jiale was displeased, and muttered repeatedly, Sorry, this bottle is alcohol. I'm disinfecting your wound first. Cold sweat dripped from Old Joe's forehead down his cheek and onto his hand. It's fine, Old Joe. Don't be so nervous. Continue applying the medicine, Jiale said with his eyes closed, as if sensing Old Joe's fear. Shoo. Captain, your injuries are terrifying, Old Joe said, staring at the gash that ran from Jiale's left chest to his abdomen and the wound on his shoulder that exposed the bone. He picked up a cotton cloth soaked in alcohol, but just as he was about to apply it to the wound, he remembered something. He brought the cloth to his nose and sniffed, frowning as he muttered, "Is this alcohol too strong?" Finally gritting his teeth, he gently touched Jiale's wound, saying, "Captain, I'll be gentle. Bear with it." The moment the alcohol touched the wound, Jiale's entire body tensed, his knuckles turning white. During the earlier fight with Gizizu, when the black blade struck the golden staff, the wound had split open, hurting 10 times more than this. Right now this pain was no more than an itch. He opened his eyes and watched old Joe's clumsy efforts. The old man's hands trembled, half the medicinal powder spilled onto his pants, and the bandage was wrapped around 3 times without a lining. In the end, old Joe grew so flustered that he had to wipe his face with his sleeve, hoping not to be seen. "It's okay," Jiale said, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. "Take your time. Just wrap it tight, it doesn't have to be neat." Old Joe was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously, and his movements became even more cautious. Just then the cabin door burst open with a bang. Jiale rushed in, covered in blood, his twin axes still dripping dark red droplets. The tattered cloth clinging to the blades was unmistakably from a Marine uniform. His face was splattered with blood, but he grinned widely. As he entered, he shouted, "Captain, it's done. That lieutenant wasn't dead yet. He tried to escape with 2 soldiers in a lifeboat, but I cornered him at the stern." Jiale raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "The bastard was barely alive, but he still acted tough. He raised his sword and charged at me," Jiale said, planting his twin axes on the ground, making the floor tremble. "I didn't even dodge. I parried his sword with the left axe, then pressed down with the right axe along his arm. Guess what? His arm was split to the bone. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. In the end, when he tried to run, I cleaved my axe into the back of his neck and cut it clean off." He mimicked a chopping motion, his blood-stained face mixing with a smile, looking fierce, but genuinely reassuring. "No survivors?" Jiale asked. "Absolutely none." Jiale patted his chest. The brothers searched every inch of the Marine ship. Anyone who was still breathing, whether soldier or deckhand, got a finishing blow. "You said it before. Once you do something, don't hold back, or it'll only bring trouble. We remember that." Jiale nodded. Just as he was about to say something else, a muffled boom sounded from outside. His men were breaking holes in the Marine ship's hull. He pushed himself up from the armrest, struggling to stand. "Let's go check the supplies." Old Joe quickly steadied him, while Jiale led the way with his axes. As the 3 reached the deck, they saw a Fu and a Chong busy moving cargo boxes of food and berries were being carried onto the ship, and Xiao Wu was tallying the firearms and ammunition stacked nearby. Everyone was working with vigor. "Captain, look." Xiao Wu, spotting the 3, rushed over, holding up a brand new rifle. "These Marine guns are way better than the ones we had. Longer range, and you don't have to change the powder so often. And those cannonballs, 2 full boxes. That'll last us a long time." Jiale glanced around. The food was piled like a small mountain. The medical boxes bore Marine insignias containing genuine bandages and ointments. One berry box was open, the golden coins dazzling the eyes. He smiled joyfully, thinking to himself, "With these and the loot from before, at least we won't have to worry about berries all the way to Amazon Lily." Everyone moved faster. "We must set sail within half an hour." Jiale raised his voice, but the pain in his chest made him cough twice. Gizizu is a Marine vice admiral. Once he dies, the Marine branch will notice his disappearance within an hour at most. If they send ships to search, it'll be hard for us to escape. "Understood." Everyone responded, quickening their pace. Old Joe helped Jiale lean against the mast and handed him a flask of water. "Captain, drink some water and rest. We've got this covered." Jiale took the flask, took a couple of sips, and stared at the sinking Marine ship in the distance. Its hull was already tilted, seawater pouring in. It would be at the bottom of the sea soon. Looking at the ship, he felt no satisfaction, only a stark realization: in this pirate world, it was either kill or be killed. There was no third option. For the next half hour, the deck was filled with the sounds of footsteps and shouts as cargo was moved. Jiale leaned against the mast, not idle. He tried to channel the lightning within him, letting tiny currents coil around his fingertips, slowly forming a small ball of lightning. During the fight with Gizizu, he had realized his control over lightning was still too crude. The lightning storm was scattered, the lightning wall torn apart. All because the current wasn't concentrated enough. And at most he could amplify the voltage to 80 million volts, nowhere near Enel's ability to use 80 million volts as a normal attack. Now, while recovering, he took the opportunity to practice fine control. He made the lightning ball spin around his fingertip, then slowly shrink until it was no bigger than a fingernail. He stopped, but his chest already felt tight, so he had to rest temporarily. "Captain, everything's loaded." Jiale came running over. "The Marine ship is almost sunk. We can set sail now." Jiale nodded, then heard Old Joe shouting from the deck, "Captain, setting sail. Destination Drum Island." The ship lurched slightly, then began to move forward. The sea breeze blew in through the windows, carrying a salty, damp scent that dispelled the bloody smell in the cabin. The next day, the Single Eye sailed steadily. Apart from healing, Jiale spent most of his time on deck training, sometimes practicing lightning control, turning the current into hair-thin lines, and trying to change their shape, the lightning flickering in his palm, other times sparring with Jiale, using only the golden staff to block Jiale's twin axes, honing his reaction speed. At first, Jiale held back due to Jiale's injuries, afraid of hurting him. Jiale scolded him. "If you hold back, next time you'll be waiting to get cut when you face Marines." Only then did Jiale dare to fight seriously. Jiale had always believed Jiale's strength came solely from his devil fruit ability. To his surprise, even an injured Su Jiale relying only on physical skills was unbeatable. His respect for Su Jiale deepened. Old Joe meanwhile cooked for them daily with a variety of dishes. Though not a professional chef, he made simple seafood porridge in the morning, soft meat stew with potatoes at noon, and 2 grilled sea fish at night. Nothing fancy, but hot and nourishing. Su Jiale's wounds healed faster than expected. By noon the next day, even if he removed the bandages, the wounds would no longer split from exertion. The chest wound still hurt, but he could now exert normal force. "Captain, Drum Island is ahead," the lookout shouted from the mast. Su Jiale walked to the railing and looked up. In the distance, Drum Island was covered in white snow, its peak hidden in the evening clouds. But the port was in chaos. Several pirate ships with skull flags were moored in the middle of the harbor, and a group of people in gray uniforms with pointed hats were chasing civilians with knives. Screams and cries mixed together, and many civilians cowered behind wooden crates on the dock, trembling in fear. "Damn, we run into this right away." Jiale tightened his grip on his axes, glaring at the troublemakers. "Those pirates and guards. Are they trying to tear the port apart?" Su Jiale frowned. Already impatient from the pain of his wounds, the noise only stoked his anger. Without a word to his men, he leaped into the air, his body turning into a flash of blue lightning, and landed in the center of the port in an instant. Before the troublemakers could react, a bolt of lightning struck the 2 leading pirates, who were about to slash a child, wrapping them in electricity. They convulsed and fell to the ground, their hair frizzed like chicken nests, and went silent. "Stop right there." Su Jiale's voice echoed with the hum of lightning across the harbor. He stood in the snow, his chest bandages still visible, the wound on his shoulder affecting his movements, but his eyes carried a chilling coldness. The lightning strike had been controlled in intensity, not enough to kill, but enough to instill fear. The uniformed guards froze for a moment, then realized who they were dealing with. They were former soldiers of King Wapol of Drum Island, used to bullying the port, but they had never encountered someone so powerful. A fat guard mustered his courage and shouted, "Who are you? Do you dare to meddle in King Wapol's affairs? Do you have a death wish?" "Wapol." Su Jiale sneered, raising his hand to send another lightning bolt at the guard. "Ah." The guard convulsed on the ground. "That coward who fled at the first sign of danger, he's a king. Anyone who speaks again will get the next bolt on their head." The surrounding pirates and guards panicked. They could see that this man's ability was beyond their league. They began to retreat, trying to sneak away. Su Jiale wouldn't let them. He gathered thin bolts of lightning at his fingertips and lashed out like whips, striking down the fastest runners, leaving them twitching and screaming before falling silent. Who else dares to move? Just then a tall figure emerged from behind the wooden crates on the dock. He was over 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders like a small mountain, a pair of curved bull horns on his head, and wore faded patch coarse clothes. The muscles on his arms were taut, brimming with power. He carried no weapon, but strode quickly to the huddled civilians, scooping up a crying child into his arms, then turned to face Su Jiale. Su Jiale's eyes lit up. It was him. Before his transmigration, while watching One Piece, he had been deeply impressed by this character, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the Ox fruit model bison. Originally the captain of Wapol's guard, he had rebelled against Wapol's tyranny and stayed on Drum Island to protect the civilians. He had thought the figure looked familiar, and now seeing the bull horns and the honest eyes, he instantly recognized him. Dalton. So it really was him. The character from the anime, standing alive before me. Su Jiale felt a wave of emotion, and his earlier wariness diminished. He knew from the anime that Dalton was not a scheming man. Dalton walked up to Su Jiale, bowed deeply, and spoke in a steady, grateful voice. "Thank you for your help. I am Dalton. From the looks of it, you came to Drum Island to seek medical treatment, right? Dr. Koreha lives in the castle on the mountain cliff. She's the best doctor on the island, though a bit eccentric. I'll guide you there so you'll have company on the way." Su Jiale looked at Dalton. His clothes had many patches, and there was a shallow scar on his face, likely from protecting civilians. His eyes were clear and resolute, just like in the anime. He nodded. "All right, please lead the way." Then he turned and shouted to Old Joe on the deck. "You and Xiao Wu stay here and watch the ship. I'll go up with the Jiale and the others for treatment. I'll be back when I'm done." Old Joe, carrying a small bundle, hurried down the gangplank and handed it to Su Jiale. Dalton glanced at Old Joe and said, "If anything happens, you can tell me, or the townspeople. We'll pass the message to our friend here." He turned and headed toward the mountain, walking slowly, clearly accommodating Su Jiale's injuries. In the snow, the footprints of the 5 people stretched forward. The port behind them gradually quieted. The pirates and guards had long since fled, leaving only the grateful gazes of the civilians fixed on Su Jiale's retreating figure. Su Jiale felt that the people in the One Piece world possessed willpower as formidable as monsters. Not to mention others, even Usopp could still fight with his upper body shattered. Now every step he took made his bones creak, his chest wound sticky with sweat, and any movement sent a piercing pain through him. The wound on his shoulder was even worse, a gash so deep that bone was visible, as if it were sucking the air out. Leaning on the cabin door of the Single Eye, he entered the captain's quarters and slumped into a chair. Closing his eyes, he pondered for a moment. Right, their strength comes from the pain and suffering of training. I gained this powerful body and devil fruit ability without any effort. Su Jiale opened his eyes, letting out a relieved smile. The path to becoming stronger is still long and arduous. Captain, what happened to you? Old Joe, seeing Su Jiale covered in blood flying back from the warship, immediately rushed to the storage room to find the medical kit. Once found, he ran back, carrying a chipped paint box. As his rough hand touched Su Jiale's arm, he was startled by the man's sharp intake of breath and quickly eased his grip. "I saw you bleeding, so I got the kit. There's bandages and powder, but I'm clumsy, so please bear with me." The mountain path was treacherous, with snow reaching past their ankles. Every step required a Jiale and the others to drag their legs free with great effort, and poor Afu was already panting after just a short while. Dalton noticed this and willingly slowed his pace, occasionally steadying Afu with a supportive arm while a Jiale carried their luggage alongside them. After walking for roughly half a Chinese hour, a cable car finally appeared ahead, its roof blanketed in thick snow. Afu breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of it. Su Jiale felt the same way, having initially worried he would need to carry each of them up individually. The group rode the cable car, slowly ascending toward the mountain peak. Everyone except Dalton leaned against the railing, gazing down at the brightly lit town nestled in the valley below. Su Jiale watched the canyon far below, trembling slightly in the cold as snowflakes drifted onto his nose. He yawned, propped his chin on his hand, and stared blankly at the distant scenery, his expression, once tightened from the battle with Ghost Spider, gradually easing. "We've arrived. This is where Dowry, your medicine mother, lives." Dalton's voice brought Su Jiale back to the present, who had unknowingly reached the mountain summit. Dalton led the way ahead, and when they reached the castle, he knocked on the heavy door. "Dowry, your medicine mother, we have patients seeking your help. Please open the door." There was no response from within, but the sound of pages turning drifted out, followed by a raspy woman's voice edged with irritation. "What are you knocking for? You're driving me crazy. The door isn't locked. If you need treatment, come in. Stop wasting time out there." Dalton chuckled helplessly, pushed the door open, and said to Su Jiale, "That's just how Dowry, your medicine mother, is. Don't take it personally." Su Jiale nodded and followed him inside. The room was far warmer than the biting cold outside. A fire crackled in the central hearth, its flames popping softly. An elderly woman with a surprisingly slender figure sat in a wrought-tan chair beside the fire. Deep wrinkles mapped her face, yet they held no warmth or kindness. A copper pipe hung from her lips, smoke curling upward in lazy rings toward the ceiling. In her left hand, she clutched an enormous herbal tome thicker than a brick, while her right hand gripped a bottle of liquor. Her eyes were narrowed to slits as she muttered to herself, "How come this worthless herb grows so slowly? If I can't gather enough next time, I'll tear the whole damn thing out by the roots." Was this truly Dowry, your medicine mother? She was exactly as she appeared in the anime. The love of drinking untouched, even while poring over medical texts, pausing only to take sips between pages. Su Jiale was deep in thought, when suddenly the medicine mother snapped her book shut with a sharp clap, yanked the pipe from her mouth, and pointed directly at his nose. "You brat, you reek of blood. Just finished a fight, didn't you? This old woman's place doesn't take on troublemakers. If you want treatment, get the hell out of here." Su Jiale paused for a moment, then realized she was deliberately provoking him. Dalton must have already told her about the harbor incident. Though her words were harsh, there was no genuine disdain in her eyes. Without hesitation, he walked straight to a small stool by the fire, shed his outer clothes, and revealed his bandaged shoulders and chest. "Medicine mother, I need to have the thunder drums and iron rings removed from my shoulders. And I'd like my ears shortened to look normal. Additionally, please tend to the wounds of me and my men. As for the harbor situation, I've heard that Walpo is recruiting guards everywhere. I can resolve this matter for you, ensuring Walpo never disturbs the civilians here again." Dowry, your medicine mother raised an eyebrow, tapping her pipe against a stone near the hearth as ash drifted down. She rose and approached Su Jiale, her thin but powerful hand gripping his shoulder bandage before tearing it away in one swift, brutal motion. Su Jiale hissed through clenched teeth from the pain, but she pretended not to notice, her gaze fixed on the thunder drums and iron rings embedded in his bone. A cold snort escaped her. "You actually dare to ask for this? These thunder drums and iron rings have fused with your bones. Removing them requires slicing open flesh with a blade and prying them out piece by piece. A pain that could make you wet yourself. Are you absolutely certain you want this done?" "I'm certain," Su Jiale replied without hesitation. "Leaving them would only hinder me in combat. You've got courage, I'll give you that." Dowry, your medicine mother turned and walked to a cabinet in the corner, flinging open the door to reveal an array of instruments, scalpels, forceps, hammers, and even a saw. Su Jiale's eyelid twitched at the sight. She grabbed a gleaming surgical knife and scooped handfuls of dark green herbs from nearby jars, tossing them into a stone mortar with a sharp bang. "A Jiale. Go boil water in the pot, then bring back a clean cloth. Your captain should bite down on it. If he starts screaming from the pain, he'll disturb this old woman while she's preparing the herbs." Jiale immediately obeyed and rushed to the kitchen. Dalton lingered at the doorway, speaking softly. "Dowry, your medicine mother, I'll return later to check on the civilians at the harbor. I'm heading back now." Dowry, your medicine mother waved dismissively without turning around. Scram. "Stop lurking here. It's annoying to look at." Dalton offered a simple, good-natured smile and gently closed the door behind him as he left. The room soon filled with the scent of crushed herbs. Dowry, your medicine mother pressed the warm poultice onto Su Jiale's shoulder, and the searing heat brought immediate relief from his pain. But before Su Jiale could exhale in relief, the medicine mother picked up a scalpel, held it over the flame to sterilize it, and commanded, "Bite down on the cloth and stay still." Su Jiale bit down on the cloth and nodded. The next moment the scalpel sliced through his shoulder flesh. Agony, bone-deep pain. It felt as though countless needles were piercing his bones, as if someone were hammering against his joints. Jiale's entire body went rigid cold sweat instantly, soaking his hair, his frame, trembling uncontrollably, but he refused to flinch. He knew this was his only chance. Once these thunder drums and iron rings were removed, he would never have to endure this burden again. The pain was nothing compared to what lay ahead. Dourier Medicine Mother worked with remarkable speed and precision. She first used the scalpel to cut through the flesh around the thunder drums, then employed forceps to carefully loosen the iron rings embedded in his bone, occasionally striking them gently with a hammer. Jiale and the others watched from the sidelines, wincing at the sight. They kept replacing the cloths in their hands, each one soaked through with Jiale's cold sweat. The Medicine Mother, however, remained utterly unfazed, muttering curses under her breath. "You've got tough bones, kid. Anyone else would have passed out from the pain by now. How the hell did these damn iron rings get embedded so deep? The fool who installed them back then must have been insane. And you too. Get the hell out of here and stop bothering me." Startled, Fu and a gang quickly retreated. After nearly an hour of torment, when the final iron ring was pried free, Jiale was on the verge of collapse, the cloth in his mouth imprinted with deep teeth marks. Dourier Medicine Mother tossed the removed thunder drums and iron rings to the ground with a metallic clatter, then applied fresh herbs to the wound and wrapped it tightly with bandages. "Done. The thunder drums and iron rings are out. Rest for half a month and it'll heal. You wanted your ears shortened, right? Come here." Jiale pushed himself up from the chair and shuffled over to her. The Medicine Mother grabbed a pair of scissors and snipped at his long ears with rapid practice strokes, so fast they seemed like a gust of wind. Before he could process what was happening, his ears that had hung to his shoulders were now trimmed to a normal length. She inspected her work with satisfaction, tossing the scissors aside. "There. With this special potion applied, your ears will heal naturally and won't grow back to their original length." Jiale touched his ears, relief washing over him. He would never have to deal with those swinging things again. By then, Dourier Medicine Mother had also treated Jiale's hidden injuries. She called in a Fu and a gang next. Their wounds were mostly superficial. Without much examination, she threw them several bottles of ointment and bandages. "Apply this thickly yourselves. Don't let them get infected. Pick any room to sleep in tonight, but don't disturb this old woman's rest or else." Dourier Medicine Mother glared at them menacingly, fist clenched. For the following days, Jiale and the others stayed at the castle to recover. Each day, Jiale spent his time either resting or browsing through the books on Dourier Medicine Mother's shelves, filled with herbal compendiums and navigation logs, their pages yellowed with age. He became completely absorbed in reading. That night, Jiale returned the books to the shelf. Throughout these days, Dalton visited daily, sometimes bringing fresh pork or fish, other times sharing news from the harbor. The locals were deeply grateful to him and had saved him plenty of dried fish. Hearing this warmed Jiale's heart. By the evening of the 7th day, his injuries had nearly healed. The wound on his chest had scabbed over, and his shoulder moved freely once more. He was leaning by the window, flipping through a book and chewing on an apple Dalton had brought him. Walpo's people caused trouble at the harbor, but Lord Sue resolved the situation. He came seeking medical treatment, not as a prisoner. Dalton's voice rang with anger. "The Vice Admiral said it's his call whether he's a prisoner or not. Keep blocking him, and you'll be defying the world government." Jiale's door burst open abruptly. Dourier Medicine Mother stepped inside, followed by a local man from the harbor they'd encountered earlier. The man was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as he cried out, "Sue! Lord Sue! Terrible news! The Marines have arrived. It's Vice Admiral Weymouth." Lord Dalton explained everything to him, but that Vice Admiral has been bribed by Walpo. Just now, one of his men shot Lord Dalton from hiding. "What? Those corrupt rats." Jiale crushed the apple in his hand, the pieces scattering to the floor. The scab on his chest split open as he rose, suddenly the pain making him grimace, but he didn't care. Dalton had been injured protecting him. He couldn't just stand by. "Sue, don't act rashly." Dourier Medicine Mother shook the bottle in her hand and stepped in front of him. "Vice Admiral Weymouth has soldiers surrounding him. Your wounds haven't healed yet. You can't defeat them." "Don't worry, I don't take them seriously." Jiale sidestepped around her. "He was injured because of me." He turned and shouted toward the door. "Grab your weapons and prepare to collect the bodies of those fools who don't know when to quit." "Yes, boss." Jiale and the others had already sensed something was wrong when the man burst in hastily and were ready with their weapons at a moment's notice. Jiale gripped his golden staff, Jiale carried his polished double axes, and the others armed themselves, their faces etched with fury. A gang cursed fiercely, "Damn Marines daring to strike Brother Dalton. I'll chop them to pieces." A Fu swung his spiky club in agreement. "Exactly. Watch me smash them to death." Dourier Medicine Mother watched their retreating figures, her lips moving slightly, but she ultimately chose not to stop them. Instead, she tossed something to Jiale. "Here are the maps of the mountain paths. If you can't win, run." Though Jiale felt it unnecessary, he caught the maps and thanked her before leading his group down the mountain via cable car. Messy footprints marred the snow as Dalton, still in his beastman form, clutched his chest and ran desperately toward the cable car. A group of Navy personnel in uniform pursued him, firing shots intermittently. Dalton took cover behind a boulder, watching the pursuing Navy soldiers close in. With his strength, he hoisted the massive rock and hurled it at them, sending several soldiers crashing into the snow. Refusing to engage directly, he continued his escape uphill. Running? Why aren't you running anymore? Weren't you so fast just now? Vice Admiral Weymouth said with a mocking smile. A circle of Navy soldiers surrounded the fallen Dalton. He lay in the snow, having reverted from his beastman form, with bullets lodged in his chest and calf blood staining the white snow crimson. Vice Admiral Weymouth stood nearby, casually spinning a pistol in his hand, a sinister grin on his face. The cable car chains creaked in the blizzard. Jiale spotted a clearing packed with people. Jiale's gaze was equally grim. The moment he landed, Jiale charged through the snow, the golden staff spinning in his hand. Its tip swept away a flurry of snowflakes, morphing into lightning as it struck the backs of two Marines' heads. Without a sound, the two collapsed stiffly into the snowdrift, blood-flecked snow spraying up. Stop right there. Jiale's voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the chaos like a shard of ice. The Marines surrounding Dalton whirled around to see just 4 people approaching. Jiale leading with the staff, Jiale with both axes resting on his shoulders, the blades gleaming coldly in the snowlight, while a Fu and a gang carried a wolf-tooth club and a machete, fury blazing on their faces fiercer than the storm. But there were about 20 Marines. After a moment of hesitation, a squad leader mustered courage and shouted, "Have you lost your minds? This is a naval operation. Blocking us means defying the world government." Before he finished, a gang had already charged. His machete whirled in a circle, clanging twice as it snapped 2 soldiers' spears. Then the hilt slammed into one's chest, sending him flying backward onto his comrades. A Fu was no slouch either. He stomped the wolf-tooth club onto the ground, kicking up half a foot of snow. As the soldiers squinted, he swept the club across 2 men's knees. 2 sharp cracks echoed, and the pair rolled in the snow, clutching their legs. A Jiale slid across the snow, tripping the front 3 soldiers. Before they could rise, he was already behind them. His twin axes descended, and before the 3 could react, their heads tumbled into the snow. Just as Major General Weaselcat was about to stand, a foot slammed into his stomach. He flew backward uncontrollably, his back hitting a tree. In the same instant, Jiale pressed the staff against his throat. "General." The remaining soldiers moved, but a gang's machete was already at the nearest one's throat, and a Jiale's axe pressed against another's temple. In less than half an incense stick's time, over 20 Marines lay scattered on the ground, some groaning, clutching their wounds, others unconscious. Not a single one remained standing. General Weaselcat's legs gave way, cold sweat mingling with snow as it trickled down. The golden staff pressed against his throat, making his voice tremble. "Don't be rash. I'm a major general appointed by the world government. If you dare touch me." "So what if I do?" Jiale pushed the staff forward. A Weaselcat's face turned purple. "I'm asking you, have you seen old Zhou Xiaowu or the one-eyed ghost?" "Oh, old Zhou Xiaowu." Weaselcat's eyes darted wildly, his voice quivering. "I don't know them. We came to the island to capture you. I've never seen any old Zhou or Xiaowu, let alone any ship." As he spoke, his hand instinctively tightened around the holster at his waist, terror naked in his eyes. No trace of deception. Jiale could see clearly if the man were lying, he would at least fake composure, but now he could barely stand. He clearly knew nothing. By then, a Fu had crouched down and carefully helped Dalton up. Blood still oozed from Dalton's chest and calf, staining a Fu's sleeve red. Though barely conscious, Dalton clutched a Fu's arm and muttered, Don't worry about me. Save the villagers." "Wapple. Brother Dalton, don't talk." A Fu stomped anxiously. "We're taking you to Dr. Doreen right now." Jiale withdrew the golden staff, then kicked Weaselcat, sending him sprawling into the snow. Weaselcat quickly blurted, "Thank." But before he finished, Jiale knocked him on the head with the staff. "I never said I'd let you go." He turned to a Fu in a gang. "You two take the path Dr. Doreen showed you. Get Dalton back quickly. Don't dally on the way, the doctor will handle it." "What about you and Brother Jiale?" a Fu asked. "Jiale and I are going to check the town." Jiale glanced at the distant town, where faint cries could be heard through his senses. "Wapple is definitely up to no good. We need to keep an eye on him." A Fu in a gang nodded quickly. A gang hoisted Dalton onto his back, while a Fu carrying the wolf-tooth club led the way through the snow toward the mountaintop. The map Doreen had given them was clear, and with the markers they wouldn't get lost in the blizzard. Jiale meanwhile flew toward the town with Jiale. The snow grew heavier, the wind whipping ice shards painfully against their faces. The wooden sign at the town entrance hung crookedly, half covered in snow, reading Drum Island Port Town. Before they landed, harsh shouts reached them. "Hurry up. What's the delay? One more step, and I'll shoot." Jiale flew toward the sound and landed on a nearby rooftop. Below, a dozen guards brandished rifles, herding over 20 villagers into the snow. An old man shivered from the cold, a child clung to his mother's leg crying. The guards paid no heed, using their rifle butts to prod the villagers' backs. Wapple stood not far away on a carriage wrapped in a thick fox fur coat, a hand warmer in his grip. He cursed impatiently, "You bunch of useless idiots. Taking so long to catch a few people. Once I sell these scum to the slave ships, I'll give you a proper beating." So the bastard was trying to sell the villagers into slavery. Jiale clenched the golden staff until his knuckles whitened. Jiale could no longer hold back. His twin axes spun in his hands, ready to charge, but Jiale put a hand on his shoulder. Before Jiale could speak, a guard suddenly pointed at him and shouted, "Sir, that's the one who beat us. He's still alive." Wapple spun around. When he saw Jiale, he froze for a moment, then a sinister grin spread across his face. Oh, I thought Major General Weaselcat had caught you. Lucky you're still alive. But no matter, saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Guards get him. A reward of 1000 berries for his head. The guards had already been terrified by Jiale, but with Wapple's urging they steeled themselves and charged. This time, Jiale didn't wait for Jiale's command. He rushed forward with his twin axes. The blades whistled through the air, cleaving the first guard's spear in two. Then his left axe hooked and flipped the guard's sword away while the right axe slashed down. With a thud, the spear was shattered, and the guard's chest took the impact, sending him crumpling into the snow. The remaining guards panicked, but before they could retreat, Jiale was on them. His axes seemed to have eyes. Whether they were thrusting spears or slashing blades, he either snapped them or deflected them. Meanwhile, the guards were either cut by the blades or struck by the handles. In no time, they lay scattered on the ground, even faster than the Marines before. Wapple's smile froze. As his guards fell one by one, his legs began to tremble. He had already been beaten by Jiale before, and now Jiale alone had taken down all his guards. There was no way he would stay. He stealthily backed away 2 steps, then turned to flee behind the carriage, shouting, "You useless trash. Stop him." But just as he ran 2 steps, Jiale's voice came from behind, trying to run. "Did you ask my permission?" Wapple's heart tightened. As he turned, he saw Jiale raise his right hand, a faint blue glow flickering at his fingertips. The next second, a thin bolt of lightning shot out, striking Wapple square in the back. "Aya!" Wapple let out a blood-curdling scream, convulsing as he collapsed into the snow. His hair stood on end, smoke curling from the corners of his mouth. He couldn't get up for a long time. The villagers stared in shock for a moment, then erupted in cheers. A man who had been beaten by the guards earlier grabbed the iron chains Wapple had brought and shouted, "Quick! Tie this bastard up. Don't let him escape." The villagers surged forward, binding Wapple tightly with the chains. Some even kicked him, cursing his usual villainy. Jiale watched the scene, a wave of relief washing over him. At least these kind-hearted villagers were safe. He walked over to the bound Wapple, used a jolt of electricity to wake him from unconsciousness, then crouched down and asked, "Have you seen a ship called the One-Eyed Ghost?" And 2 crew members, Old Joe and Xiao Wu. Wapple was still twitching, speaking in fragments, and "No. Haven't seen. These past few days I've just been capturing villagers. I haven't seen any ship." His eyes darted, but he didn't seem to be lying. Jiale could tell he was too scared to lie. Jiale walked over, the axe blades still dripping snowmelt. "Boss, really no news of the One-Eyed Ghost?" "No." Jiale stood up and looked toward the harbor. The snow was too heavy to see the sea. "Stay here. Help the villagers, keep an eye on Wapple, and check if anyone is injured. Find a place to settle them first. I'll head to the harbor to look for the One-Eyed Ghost." "Be careful, boss." Jiale nodded, knowing Jiale's capabilities well enough not to worry too much. Jiale acknowledged and turned to run toward the harbor. After a few steps, something struck him. He pushed off the ground with force, leaping upward, and flew straight into the air. The villagers in the snow stared in awe, tilting their heads up at Jiale, gasps of wonder escaping their lips. Jiale flew just high enough to see the entire harbor clearly. The sea was blanketed in white from the snowstorm. The harbor was empty, no sign of the One-Eyed Ghost, and even the Marine's ship was gone. He flew a bit farther, skimming over the rocky reefs outside the harbor. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Behind a massive boulder, he could faintly make out a ship's mast. The flag hanging from it bore the mark of the One-Eyed Ghost. He quickly descended. When he landed beside the reef, the cabin door of the One-Eyed Ghost creaked open, and Old Joe and Xiao Wu rushed out. Seeing Jiale, both of them sighed in relief, but guilt was written on their faces. "Boss, you're finally here." Old Joe rubbed his hands, his voice trembling. We didn't mean to hide." Jiale patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. "What's the matter? Why are you hiding here?" "It's like this," Xiao Wu chimed in. "Yesterday morning we saw a Navy ship heading this way from the harbor. We thought about what happened with Rear Admiral Spider and worried they might be after you. If they found the One-Eyed Ghost, they'd definitely capture us. So we quickly moved the ship behind this reef to hide, only sneaking out at night to check the situation." Old Joe nodded, his face even more apologetic. "It's all because we were too cowardly, didn't dare to go out and find you, making you worry." "It's fine." Jiale smiled, the weight in his heart fully lifted. As long as his crew and the ship were safe, everything was okay. "I didn't tell you clearly in advance. It's not your fault. By the way, is everything okay on the ship?" "No problem at all," Old Joe quickly replied. "We check the ship every day, and we have enough supplies. We were just worried about you and Brother Jiale." Jiale nodded, glancing toward the harbor. "The situation in town is settled. Wapple is tied up by the villagers, and Dalton has been sent to Dr. Doreen for treatment. You two get the ship ready near the harbor. I'll go back and meet up with Jiale. Once we wrap things up here, we'll leave Drum Island." "Got it," Old Joe and Xiao Wu hurriedly replied, turning to prepare the ship. Jiale watched the mast of the One-Eyed Ghost sway in the storm, a sense of relief settling in. The matter on Drum Island was nearly over. He turned and flew back toward the town. Even deep into the night, the snow continued to fall, but his footsteps were much lighter than when he had arrived. The snow ceased in the latter half of the night. At the break of dawn, the snow at Drum Island port was already trampled into a dense pattern of footprints. Pale golden sunlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, falling upon the sea surface covered with thin ice, shattering into a dazzling expanse of light. Just as Jiale stepped onto the deck, he heard a clamorous hubbub from the dock. Turning his head, he saw the villagers he had rescued yesterday, carrying all sorts of things on their shoulders and in their hands heading this way. There were old and young, all with warm smiles on their faces, and even the white puffs of their breath seemed to exude a sense of joy. Mr. Sue. Mr. Jiale. At the very front was the uncle who had been beaten with a rifle, but by the guard yesterday. He carried a coarse cloth bag on his shoulder, bulging and heavy thumping against his back as he ran. We got up early and cooked something warm for you to take on the road. Jiale was about to speak when the uncle bounded up the gangplank in 3 steps, set the bag on the deck, and untied the knot. Inside were neatly wrapped roasted wheat cakes in oil paper still steaming, with a mix of wheat and butter fragrance wafting out. Following closely was a woman in a headscarf holding 2 earthenware pots with thick cotton pads covering the rims. Lifting a corner, a rich aroma of meat soup emerged. This is meat soup I simmered all night with warming herbs. The sea wind is strong, you can heat it up and drink. A foo had already sidled over, his eyes wide. Auntie, this meat looks so delicious. The woman laughed at his remark and patted his arm. Young man, eat more. Yesterday I saw you carrying that huge spiked club. You must be strong, you need to replenish. A gang stood nearby, surrounded by a few children. They held hand-drawn pictures clumsily depicting Jiale swinging his staff and Jiale cleaving with his axe. A little girl with 2 pigtails stuffed a small wooden carving tied with red string into his hand. Big brother, thank you for saving Uncle Dalton last night. This is a guardian beast. Carry it with you, and next time you fight bad guys you won't get hurt. Jiale watched the chaotic yet heartwarming scene, and the tension in his shoulders gradually eased. He leaned against the gunwale watching the villagers chattering and handing things onto the ship, dried and hard smoked meat, dry provisions in cloth bags, a pouch of medicinal herbs from an old man, saying it could cure frostbite. Some even carried 2 sacks of charcoal, saying it could be burned in the cabin to keep warm at night. Jiale stood beside him taking a flask from an old man and grinning. Uncle, I'll accept this wine. I'll bring you something nice on my return. No need, no need. The old man waved his hand, his eyes crinkling into a slit. You saved the lives of our entire village and dealt with that bastard Wapple. What's this little thing? Just have a safe journey. Just then the crowd parted to both sides and Dalton limped over, leaning on a wooden staff. His wounds were still not fully healed. Thick bandages wrapped around his chest and calf, and his face was still a bit pale, but his spirit was much better than yesterday. Though he walked slowly, he was steady. Seeing Jiale, he stopped, bowed solemnly. First, Mr. Sue, thank you so much this time. If not for you, not only would I have died, but the villagers would have been sold to the slave ship by Wapple. It was nothing. Jiale reached out to support him. How are your injuries? And the doctor? You can rest assured about the doctor's skills. Dalton straightened up, a trace of apology on his face. By the way, the doctor wanted to see you off, but at dawn 2 hunters from the mountainside got frostbitten, so she had to go attend to them. She couldn't make it, and asked me to convey her apologies. She said you still need to apply the ointment to the ear she treated last time. She had me bring the remaining ointment for you. Remember to apply it on time. With that, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Jiale. Jiale took it, shook it in his hand. The ointment inside was still warm, obviously heated by the doctor this morning. He looked down at the bottle, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Thank her for me. This ear is much better than before. Please convey my thanks to her. Dalton nodded, then took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. This is a sea chart traded from other merchants. When I visited you with fruit, before I heard you had plans to go to Amazon Lily. This chart marks the route from Drum Island to Amazon Lily, avoiding several reef areas. It'll save you some time. But the waters around Amazon Lily are notoriously dangerous. Not only is it the calm belt, but countless sea kings reside there. Jiale took it and unfolded it. The lines on the chart were drawn meticulously with key reefs and currents marked in red ink. Beside them were the doctor's elegant annotations in small characters reading, undertow in the afternoon, need to deter. Hearing Dalton's words, he frowned and turned to look at Old Joe. Old Joe understood Jiale's intention. Yes, boss. That's why Amazon Lily has been able to stand there for so long, unoccupied by others. Jiale shook his head for a moment. Forget it, let's go first and see. Even if there's no wind, I'll fly to Amazon Lily if I have to. Thank you for your trouble. Jiale handed the sea chart to Old Joe behind him. Old Joe took it and immediately huddled beside the helm with Xiao Wu studying it, muttering, Dalton's chart is more accurate than the ones we bought. This saves us trouble. The sun climbed higher, the ice shards on the sea began to melt, and the chill in the sea breeze eased. The villagers were still passing things onto the ship. A foo and a gang could barely find space. They had to move supplies into an empty cabin. Jiale glanced at the sky and said to Dalton, it's getting late. We should go. About Wapple. Don't worry, I've already had him sent to the kingdom's prison. Dalton said, the Navy ship will be here soon. I'll explain to them about Vice Admiral Nizumi. After all, he was corrupted by Wapple to help the tyrant. He was in the wrong first. Jiale nodded, indifferent to the matter. He trusted his own strength. If he couldn't win, he could run. He turned to the villagers and cupped his hands. Everyone, thank you for your hospitality these days. We'll be off now. The villagers were reluctant to part. The little girl with pigtails tugged at a gang's sleeve, her eyes red. Big brother, will you come back? A gang crouched down and patted her head. I will. Next time I come, I'll bring you candy. Old Joe had already started the engine, and the Cyclops slowly left the dock. The villagers stood on the dock waving and shouting, safe journey. Their voices drifted over the sea breeze. Jiale stood at the stern waving back until the figures on the dock grew smaller and smaller, finally becoming a black. Then he turned and came back. Jiale leaned against the gunwale watching Drum Island fade away. The snow-covered island looked like it was wrapped in a layer of white velvet. From the top of the mountain, the chimney of Dr. Doolittle's castle emitted a faint wisp of white smoke. In the village halfway up the mountain, he could occasionally see the waving hands of the villagers. He took out the porcelain bottle of ointment, opened it, and sniffed. A faint herbal scent mingled with the snow smell of Drum Island, leaving an indelible impression of this island. Boss, the course to Amazon Lily is set. Old Joe shouted from the helm. According to the chart, it'll take about a month. That long? Well, I guess it's for the dream. Jiale was startled by the month-long journey. Got it. Jiale responded, then turned his gaze to the sea. The water was a deep green with sunlight scattering like a handful of gold flakes. A Fu and a gang finished moving things, and were sitting on the deck tearing open the oil paper. The fragrance of wheat cakes drifted over. A Fu took a big bite and mumbled, "Boss, these wheat cakes are delicious. Way better than our ship's rations." Jiale walked over, grabbed one, and stuffed it into his mouth, laughing. "Eat less now, save some for a midnight snack." The next day the Cyclops sailed steadily across the sea. The sea breeze was light, the ship steady. Xiao Wu practiced shooting with a beer bottle while waiting to take the helm when Old Joe got tired. A Fu and a gang either organized supplies or trained on the deck. A Fu swung his spiked club in circles, a gang sliced the air with his machete. Occasionally they sparred with a Jiale, drawing cheers from Xiao Wu. Jiale spent most of his time training on the deck. The golden staff whirled in his hands with a whoosh, each strike sweep and thrust accompanied by faint blue sparks. The lightning ability flowing slowly, allowing him to practice both staff techniques and ability control in one go. By noon on the second day, the sun finally broke through the clouds, completely casting a warm glow on the deck. Jiale was bare-chested, sweat trickling down his jawline, splashing on the deck in small wet spots. The golden staff was a mere blur, and as it swept through the air, it emitted a crackling electric sound. Just then a crisp seagull cry came from the sky. He looked up to see a white seagull flapping its wings toward them, carrying a satchel with something inside. A seagull. Jiale stopped his staff and looked up. Could it be the one that delivers newspapers in the anime? As he spoke, the seagull flew over the deck, shook its wings, and dropped something from its beak. A rolled-up newspaper tied with a thin string. It tumbled in the wind and fell straight towards Jiale. He reached out and caught it, grabbing one corner of the paper. He untied the string and unfolded it. It was the latest issue of the East Blue Daily, the ink still fresh, obviously just printed. Jiale only glanced casually, but when his eyes fell on the headline, his steps halted abruptly. The headline was printed in bold black letters, glaring: Straw Hat Pirates Raid Marine Branch. His heartbeat quickened. The report was detailed. The Straw Hat Pirates had caused chaos at the Long Ring Long Land Marine Branch, with a few pictures of Nami and Chopper disguised as a doctor and nurse. Jiale looked at the newspaper, a smile spreading across his lips. It seemed their next stop should be Water 7. "Boss, what's up? You look so happy." A Fu leaned in, curiously peeking at the paper. "The Straw Hat Pirates. Do you know them?" "Yeah, old acquaintances." Jiale handed the newspaper to him, then turned and shouted to Old Joe, "Old Joe, change course. Not Amazon Lily. Head for Water 7. Old Joe, who was holding the helm and scanning the sea, was stunned. "Change course. Water 7, right?" "Yes, Water 7. Jiale nodded, his tone unusually light. "Let's hurry over. Maybe we'll catch them right in time." He thought for a moment, then added, "How long will it take us to get there?" "Got it." Old Joe immediately ran back to the helm and adjusted the course with Xiao Wu. The Cyclops slowly turned. Old Joe pondered Jiale's question and replied, "I estimate about half a month." The Cyclops steadily set sail toward Water 7. The starboard sail was billowed taut by the sea breeze, making a rustling sound, as if it too was rejoicing. Jiale leaned against the gunwale, still holding the newspaper. The sunlight fell on his face warm. The sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness, blowing his hair about. He gazed at the distant horizon, a sudden anticipation stirring in his heart. He wondered how Zoro and the others were doing now. He remembered that they would probably clash with the Marines at Water 7. He had only seen some exciting clips while browsing videos without much in-depth knowledge. The Cyclops sped across the sea, leaving a long wake behind, heading toward Water 7, sailing farther and farther away. Sunlight spilled onto the deck, stretching the shadows of the crew. The air, besides the scent of the sea, mingled with the lingering fragrance of wheat cakes and the faint smell of ink. This journey suddenly seemed to have become much more interesting. The One Eye sailed steadily across the sea. The closer it got to the Alabastan waters, the more scorching the sun became. The deck was burning hot. If you stepped on it barefoot, you'd have to pull your foot back immediately. Even the sea breeze carried a wave of heat, wrapping around you like a hot cloth. Jiale stood shirtless in the middle of the deck. His fair skin was covered with fine beads of sweat. As soon as the sweat rolled down his jawline to his neck, it was split into tiny mist by the azure electric currents coursing over his body, creating a faint rainbow halo in the sunlight. The golden staff in his hand spun so fast it became a blur. The staff was wrapped in thick, condensed lightning, emitting crackling electric sparks. Every time he slashed through the air, a sharp pop could be heard. The wood grain on the deck was charred into thin black marks by the current, and even the empty barrels stacked nearby trembled slightly from the electrical discharge. Almost there. Jiale grunted abruptly, pulling his wrist back. The golden staff stopped in front of his chest, its tip pointing upward. The lightning at the top suddenly surged, and the cyan-white light instantly illuminated half the deck, even making Lao Zhou, who was steering in the distance, squint involuntarily. He could clearly feel the devil fruit power within him surging through his arm toward the staff tip. The amplitude of the electric current was climbing, from tens of millions of volts before to a steady 120 million volts now. The current on his skin even began to emit a low rumble like distant thunder. He slowly exhaled and was about to rest the golden staff on his shoulder when he suddenly heard Xiao Wu's shout from the crow's nest boss. To the left rear, a pirate ship is heading our way. Jiale spun around sharply and looked in the direction Xiao Wu pointed. Sure enough, there was a small black on the horizon moving rapidly toward them. On the sail was a crooked skull emblem, clearly a pirate ship. He frowned and was about to tell Lao Zhou to speed up and avoid them, but then he thought again. It was a good chance to test his newly developed move. Lao Zhou no need to evade. Jiale raised his hand toward the sea on the left rear. In an instant, a thick black mist erupted from his palm. The mist was unlike ordinary smoke, it seemed alive. Before it could settle, it shot upward, pulled by an invisible force, and in the blink of an eye coalesced into a dark cloud. At first it was only the size of a straw hat, but in just over 10 seconds the cloud expanded wildly, its edges rolling with cyan white and blue electric serpents. It rumbled menacingly toward the pirate ship, even changing the direction of the wind. The sails of the One Eye flapped loudly, and empty wooden crates on the deck tumbled about. Lao Zhou had just run over from the helm, and his eyes widened at the sight. Boss. What is this? Not only Lao Zhou but also a Jiale Fu and a gang gathered around, all staring wide-eyed at the black cloud in the sky. A Fu's mouth hung open, forgetting to chew the flatbread in his hand. My god, boss, this cloud is almost big enough to cover an island. Jiale said nothing, just staring at the approaching pirate ship. That ship had obviously seen the cloud too. They were about to turn the rudder and flee, but it was too late. The cloud had already caught up to them like a vast net spread out steadily, covering the entire pirate ship beneath it. The electric serpents in the cloud grew denser, and the crackling sound of the current could be heard from dozens of meters away. People on the pirate ship began to scream. Some tried to jump into the sea, but as soon as they climbed onto the railing they saw lightning strike the water surface and were terrified back. Judgment of the gods. Jiale murmured softly, pressing his right hand downward in the direction of the cloud. As soon as the words were spoken, a pillar of light almost as large as the ship itself suddenly struck down from the center of the cloud. It was not ordinary lightning, but a solid, blinding white column of lightning crashing into the middle of the pirate ship with a deafening roar. There were no screams, and not even any black smoke had time to rise. The ship was like a crushed biscuit broken in two from the middle. The planks and canvas had barely floated up when they were burned into black cinders by the following currents, sinking into the sea, without even a bubble, leaving only a few planks drifting on the surface. This technique was something he had practiced over the last few days while studying the sea chart. It was no longer simply releasing lightning through the golden staff, but using his devil fruit power to manipulate the moisture in the air, quickly condensing it into an electrified cloud, then concentrating the lightning into a thundercloud. It had a wider range than his previous single-target attacks, and its power was more than doubled. The dark clouds slowly dispersed, and the sea returned to calm, as if the thunderstorm just now had been an illusion. Jiale stood beside, watching the sea. Suddenly he clenched his fist and walked to a corner of the deck. There was a dumbbell thicker than his waist, made from iron ingots given by the villagers of Tsigu Island, heavy enough to crush an ordinary pirate. He gripped the dumbbell with both hands, took a deep breath, and heaved it upward. Before he could barely lift it 3 times before gasping, but now he gritted his teeth and lifted it 10 times. The veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat dripped from his chin onto the dumbbell, splashing tiny droplets. He glanced in Jiale's direction, then lifted the dumbbell a bit higher. The muscles on his arms were as taut as iron, and his breathing became heavy. Jiale noticed Jiale's actions, but said nothing. He just leaned against the railing, took out the ointment given by the healer woman earlier, and applied a little to his ear. The sea breeze was still scorching hot, plastering his hair to his forehead. He jumped onto the ship's roof. It was cooler there than the deck, and he could see the distant horizon. As he thought about the scene of him showing off in front of Lao Zhou and the others, and their wide-mouthed, shocked expressions, he felt a secret thrill. He had just sat down on the roof when he heard a Fu's complaint from below. This damn weather, it's so hot people are melting, and I have to gnaw on this lousy flatbread. Jiale looked down and saw a Fu holding a piece of hard flatbread, taking a bite that crumbled everywhere, frowning as he stuffed it into his mouth, choking and rolling his eyes. A gang held a piece of dark black jerky, chewing it, as if gnawing on tree bark, his face expressionless. Lao Zhou took a sip of fresh water and sighed. We didn't bring much meat when we left Tsigu Island. We thought we'd run into a merchant ship along the way. After all, Alabastan is a big country. But the whole journey has been empty seas. The meat is long gone, only these jerky and flatbread remain. Jiale touched his stomach. He felt hungry too. The training and the big move just now had consumed a lot of energy. He picked up a piece of jerky beside him and took a bite. It was dry and hard with no flavor at all. Suddenly he thought of his days before the transmigration. Every weekend, he would meet friends at a self-service barbecue restaurant. On the grill, slices of pork belly sizzled with oil wrapped in lettuce dipped in dry seasoning, and chili sauce bursting with savory flavor. And the crispy chicken wings when bitten filled with juice. If only I had meat, he muttered subconsciously. As soon as he said it, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Weren't there sea kings in the ocean? He hadn't encountered any near Tsigu Island, but in these waters close to Alabaston, there should be plenty of sea beasts. How had they sailed so long without seeing even a decent-sized fish? It couldn't be that a gang and Lao Zhou had bad luck fishing, could it? He jumped down from the roof and called to Jiale. Jiale, come here. Jiale had just put down the dumbbell and ran over, wiping his sweat. Boss, what's up? Can you swim? Jiale pointed to the sea. Tie a rope and go down. Lure a sea king up, the bigger the better. We're having barbecue tonight. Jiale hesitated, scratching his head. Boss, meeting a big one in the sea is no joke. Last time when I was salvaging treasure chests in the East Blue, I ran into one and almost got swallowed. Don't worry. Jiale patted his shoulder, a faint azure electric current flickering in his palm. You just find it. If you can't handle it, swim to the surface. I'll help you with a wave of my hand. Besides, we have a rope by the ship. You'll be tied to it so you can't run away. Jiale looked at Jiale, then at a Fu who was swallowing saliva, and finally nodded. All right, boss, I'll give it a try. A Fu quickly found a thumb-thick hemp rope, long and strong. A gang helped tie one end of the rope around Jiale's waist with a secure knot, and the other end was firmly fastened to a metal ring on the railing. A ring that Lao Zhou had specially reinforced to hold several hundred pounds. Jiale took off his jacket, leaving only a vest. He took a deep breath and leaped into the sea, splashing a large spray of water. He quickly sank below, leaving only the rope on the surface slowly swaying. A Fu and a gang stood guard by the rope, eyes fixed on the sea surface, hardly daring to breathe. Lao Zhou also stopped the ship, letting the one-eye drift. Xiao Wu on the lookout also looked down, occasionally shouting, Brother, Jiale, how are you? The sea was very calm, with only sunlight shining on it, dazzling the eyes. After about 10 minutes, the rope suddenly moved. A Fu was about to shout, but the rope stopped moving again. It was Jiale coming up for air. He poked his head above the water, wiped his face, and shouted, No big ones down there. I'll swim deeper. Then he dove again. So Jiale went back and forth, surfacing for air a dozen times, each time saying he hadn't found anything. A Fu was getting anxious. Brother Jiale, can you do it or not? If you don't find one soon, I'll starve to death. Jiale didn't respond and continued diving. Shortly after, a splash came from the water. The rope was suddenly pulled taut like a bowstring, and the ship itself shook from the force. It moved. It moved. A gang shouted, and together with a Fu they started pulling the rope. Jiale also came over, staring at the sea, his palm already gathering electric current, ready to act at any moment. Jiale emerged from the water, one hand gripping the rope, the other pointing frantically behind him, his face pale. Boss, the big one is coming. Get ready. Before he finished speaking, the sea suddenly burst open with a 5-meter wave, and from the water wall emerged a colossal creature. A sea beast covered in cyan black scales, gleaming like a battleship polished by seawater. It loomed beside the one-eye, over 20 meters in length, slightly smaller than the ship. As it raised its head, the deck was instantly swallowed by shadow. Its tiger-like head was as wide as half the ship's bow, with a 4-meter-long horn on its forehead gleaming coldly. Thick saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, carrying a foul stench into the sea. Its massive bell-like eyes locked onto Jiale, dangling in mid-air, the tiny reflection of his figure in its pupils. A low growl rumbled from its throat, causing the ropes on the mast to vibrate, as if it would snatch him and the mast away in one bite. Hell, this thing is enough to feed us for several days. A Fu's eyes went wide, forgetting his fear, already calculating how many meals it would provide. The sea beast didn't give them much time to talk. It suddenly opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of dagger-like teeth gleaming white, and lunged toward Jiale. Jiale panicked and reached for the axe at his waist, but hanging in mid-air, he couldn't get any leverage. He could only watch the teeth get closer and closer. Don't panic, Jiale shouted, stepping forward. He extended his right hand, and the electric current in his palm instantly condensed into a blue spear, the shaft as thick as an arm, the tip sparkling with tiny electric arcs crackling with a sizzling sound. 50 million volts, divine punishment. The spear shot like an arrow from a bowstring, so fast, it was almost invisible, and struck the sea beast's head with precision. The sea beast shuddered violently, its eyes bulging. Then it began to convulse, all over, black smoke rising from its scales, and let out a pained howl that shook the sea surface. Within seconds it lost its strength, its head lolled to one side, and it flipped belly up, floating on the sea with its limbs in the air. Electric sparks still crackled on its horn, and occasional currents slid down its scales into the sea, sending up tiny splashes. A Fu and a gang quickly pulled Jiale up. Jiale collapsed on the deck, panting, wiping the seawater and cold sweat from his face. Oh my god, those teeth were just a fist away from me. One more second, and I would have been its snack. Jiale walked over and kicked the sea beast's corpse. The scales were hard enough to hurt his foot, but the meat looked thick. He smiled. Don't be afraid. With me here, it couldn't hurt you. Lao Zhou, bring the ship alongside. Find some thick ropes and tie it to the stern. A gang, go get the axe. We'll cut a piece of meat first and grill it tonight. Lao Zhou responded with a smile and quickly directed the ship's positioning. A gang ran over with the axe on his shoulder, his eyes sparkling. He was the best at handling prey, and on Tsigu Island, he had been in charge of barbecuing. A Fu had already run off to find the seasonings. Although there was only salt and pepper, it was still better than dry flatbread. Jiale leaned against the railing watching them bustle about. He looked up at the sky. The sun was still fierce, but the sea breeze blowing over seemed less hot now. He touched the newspaper in his pocket, which still had the report about the Straw Hat Pirates. He thought to himself, Chishuejidu, just wait, we'll be there soon. The sea beast at the stern was tied securely, gently swaying with the waves. On the deck, a gang had already cut off a large chunk of meat and was rinsing it with seawater. A Fu was lighting the charcoal fire nearby. Lao Zhou and Xiao Wu also came over to help, and even a Jiale had recovered enough to carry firewood. The air gradually filled with the smell of charcoal fire mingled with the salty scent of the sea breeze and a faint hint of meat. This journey toward Chishuejidu suddenly seemed to become full of flavor. The deck of the one-eyed ship still carried the lingering aroma of last night's barbecue. Charcoal ash swept by the sea breeze to the ship's rail, forming a small pile of black residue. Grease spots on the railing glistened under the sun, and even the air was thick with the smoky scent of roasted meat. Jiale was awakened by the commotion on the deck. He turned over. The porthole of the captain's cabin was left open, and the midday sun slanted and falling onto the blanket, making it too hot to sleep any longer. He sat up, rubbing his eyes, his hair tousled and sticking up in all directions. He was still wearing the vest that had gotten a bit of charcoal ash on it the night before. As soon as he pushed open the door, a wave of heat hit him, even more intense than in the morning. The grain of the deck planks stood out clearly under the blazing sun, and he could feel the warmth even through his flip-flops. Looking up, he saw a Jiale and a Fu busy around a bamboo mat rack in the center of the ship. Lao Zhou was squatting nearby holding a coarse salt jar, sprinkling salt over the spread-out slices of meat. A gang was responsible for handling the sea beast carcass, cutting good chunks of meat, with a cleaver placing them on a wooden raft, and passing them to Xiao Wu, who was energetically pulling a crank, which made a kala sound. A Jiale was bare-chested, his bronze back covered in sweat which trickled down his spine, dripping onto the deck, and forming small wet spots that quickly dried under the sun. The boning knife in his hand was polished to a shine. He cut along the grain of the sea beast meat, the leftover from last night. The bluish-black scales had been scraped clean, revealing tender red flesh with a hint of marbling between the muscle fibers. A Jiale's every cut was steady. Unlike yesterday, when he had to strain with force, today, a gentle press of his wrist produced slices of even thickness. Laid out on the bamboo mat, the salted aroma drifted far with the wind. "Boss, you're awake." Lao Zhou was the first to hear the door open. He turned around, put down the salt jar, and called out with a smile, "Perfect timing. There's roasted meat warming on the stove in the kitchen. Tenderloin sliced this morning, very tender. Come down and eat." After washing up, Jiale stretched and walked to the railing, looking down at the dried meat strips on the bamboo mat. Dozens of them, some already slightly curled at the edges with a light brown hue. The climate of Alabasta helped. The dry, hot wind mixed with sunlight made drying meat several times faster than elsewhere. A Fu was packing the dried meat strips into a cloth bag. When he saw Jiale looking over, he grinned and said, "Boss, this jerky keeps well. We won't have to worry about meat for the next half-month. Let's eat first." Jiale dusted off his hands and headed toward the kitchen. As soon as he pushed open the kitchen door, an even richer aroma of meat rushed out. The iron pot on the stove was uncovered, containing 2 large pieces of roasted meat. Oil droplets sizzled and jumped on the bottom of the pot. The skin was crisp and golden, glistening with an amber sheen. The heat carrying the fragrance of meat invaded his nostrils, making his stomach growl. He found a wooden plate, speared a piece of meat with chopsticks, blew on it, and popped it into his mouth. The skin was crackling crisp, but the inside was so tender that juice burst out with each bite. The salt and pepper perfectly complemented the natural freshness of the meat, with no dryness at all. After just 2 bites, Lao Zhou walked in with a bowl of water. "Boss, have some water. You drank a lot of juice at the banquet last night, and it's hot this morning. Don't get dehydrated." Jiale took the bowl and drank most of it in one gulp before asking, "How long until we reach the port of Alabasta?" "Soon. At this speed, we'll arrive by 2 or 3 in the afternoon." Lao Zhou leaned against the doorframe, watching him eat. "I already told Jiale and the others. We'll go shopping once we dock. The freshwater on board is running low, and we need to buy some vegetables and fruit. We can't live on jerky forever." Jiale nodded, finished the remaining meat in a few bites, and wiped his mouth. "All right. When we get to the port, you guys go buy supplies. I'll take a stroll around town. We'll gather back on the ship by evening." After eating, he didn't return to the captain's cabin. Instead, he walked to the center of the deck and began practicing his abilities. The golden staff was leaning against the railing, but he didn't pick it up. He just stood in the open space, palm facing the sea, and slowly gathered electricity. Blue-green electric threads emerged from his fingertips, at first just a few thin strands, then gradually coalescing into a ball hovering above his palm, like a small sphere of lightning. He tried to control the amplitude of the current, reducing it from the previous 120 million volts down to 50 million volts. The electric ball's color lightened to a pale cyan, and the crackling sound of electricity also diminished significantly. A Jiale finished cutting the meat and leaned against a nearby post watching. Seeing the electric ball in Jiale's palm flicker, but never disperse, he couldn't help asking, "Boss, are you practicing control?" Jiale didn't turn around. He moved his fingertips and the electric ball suddenly split into 2 smaller ones, drifting apart to the left and right, stopping 2 meters away from him and hovering steadily. A Jiale nodded, turned around, and picked up the dumbbell in the corner. the same iron block dumbbell thicker than a waist. He took a deep breath, gripped it with both hands, and heaved it upward. This time it was easier than yesterday. He didn't start panting until the 10th rep. The muscles in his arms were taut, but unlike last time his veins didn't bulge. Jiale caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and curved his lips slightly, but said nothing, continuing to control the electric ball in his palm. After about an hour of practice, Xiao Wu on the lookout platform suddenly shouted, "Boss! Lao Zhou, I can see the port." Jiale withdrew the current and looked into the distance. At the edge of the horizon, a cluster of earth-yellow buildings appeared. The outline of the port grew clearer, and he could see many ships moored at the docks, merchant vessels, and a few ships flying pirate flags. The one-eyed ship slowly approached. The clamor of the port drifted over with the sea breeze, the shouts of vendors, the chants of dock workers, and the cries of livestock, all creating a lively atmosphere. Lao Zhou was busy adjusting the ship's position, but Jiale had already walked to the ship's side. Before the ship was fully docked, he vaulted over the railing and jumped down. His feet landed on the sun-scorched bluestone road. He didn't even bother to grab the golden staff, looking like a tourist as he turned to gaze into the city. The guards on the dock noticed him and approached with wanted posters in hand, giving him a quick once-over. He was wearing a faded white vest, khaki shorts, and a pair of old cloth shoes. He didn't look anything like the fierce pirates on the wanted posters. Besides, Jiale carried no weapons. After a brief scrutiny, the guard waved him through. The road into the city was earth-yellow, lined with low houses. The walls were whitewashed for sun protection, with some patches already peeling off. The streets were full of vendors. Some sold fruits, watermelons piled like small mountains with dark green skins and black stripes. Others sold spices, red, yellow, and green, packed in cloth bags, releasing a pungent fragrance when the wind blew. There were also handmade accessories, bracelets woven from colorful strings with tiny shells, and even rabbits made from shells. After walking just a few steps, Jiale felt parched. The fresh water on the ship had long been exhausted, and he had only drunk a bowl of water in the kitchen earlier. Far from enough. Just as he was looking for a place to buy water, he caught sight of a small shop with a dessert shop sign at the corner. A glass display case stood at the entrance, filled with all kinds of cakes, cream chocolate, and some sprinkled with chopped nuts and topped with strawberries. They looked refreshingly cool. He quickly walked over. As soon as he stood in front of the glass case, a waitress came up to him. She was a woman in her 20s, wearing a white apron, her hair tied in a ponytail. With a timid smile, she asked cautiously, "Yes, sir, what would you like?" "We have cakes, pudding, and freshly squeezed juice." Jiale was staring at the chocolate cake in the display case, covered with thick chocolate sauce and sprinkled with cocoa powder. Just as he was about to speak, someone suddenly pushed him from the side. He stumbled. Turning around, he saw a little girl no taller than his knee, with two crooked pigtails. Her face was flushed red like a sun-ripened apple. The little girl spread her arms to shield the waitress behind her, clenching her small fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "You bad pirate! Don't bully my mom." Her voice was thin and sharp, tinged with a sob, but she held back her tears, her eyes wide open like a little kitten with its fur bristling. "Aya, don't talk nonsense." The waitress quickly pulled the little girl back, her face pale. At that moment, hurried footsteps thudded from the kitchen. A man in a chef's uniform ran out, holding a fruit knife, his forehead covered in sweat, probably just coming from the oven. He ran to the waitress, shielding the mother and daughter behind him, glaring fiercely at Jiale. The fruit knife was gripped tightly in his hand, but his knuckles trembled from nervousness. What do you want?" "We're just a small business. We don't have any money." Jiale was taken aback for a moment before realizing he had been misunderstood. He couldn't help but laugh. "I just came to buy a cake. I'm not a pirate." "I'm so sorry, sir. My daughter doesn't understand." The waitress quickly pressed down the knife in the man's hand, then knelt down and stroked the little girl's head, saying gently, "Aya, look. This big brother isn't bullying mommy. Mommy was just a little nervous. I wasn't being bullied, okay?" The little girl blinked, looked at Jiale, then at her mother, and whispered, "Really? But he looks..." Before she could finish, her mother gently tapped her nose. "Don't judge. Big brother is a guest." The man also realized it was a misunderstanding. His face turned red all the way to his neck. He scratched his head and laughed apologetically. Sorry, sir. The city has been trouble lately, pirates always causing trouble." The child got scared. "I didn't see clearly just now. How about this? I'll give you a cake as an apology." "No need for an apology. Just take my order normally." Jiale waved his hand and pointed at the glass case. "Give me 6 different chocolate cakes, the ones with chocolate sauce on top. Also 2 portions of pudding and a strawberry-flavored shaved ice, plus a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Iced." After arriving in the world of One Piece, Jiale felt like a bottomless pit. He could eat an enormous amount. Sure. The man quickly turned and ran back to the kitchen. The waitress also breathed a sigh of relief, led Jiale to a table inside, and set a small stool for the little girl to sit beside. The little girl Aya was still sneaking glances at Jiale. When she saw him looking back, she quickly turned away, but couldn't help turning back again. She shook her tiny fist at the air and said to her mother in a fierce but cute voice, "Mommy, I'm going to train in martial arts when I grow up. I'll become a marine, tall like the big brother next door, and never let pirates bully you." Jiale found it amusing and casually asked, "Do pirates often cause trouble in the city? Aren't there guards?" The waitress came over with a glass of water. Hearing this, her smile faded, and she sighed. "Sir, you must be a stranger here, right? You may not know. In Alabasta on the surface it was ruled by the king, but in reality, secretly it was controlled by Sand Crocodile Kilikadir. Her voice lowered. We used to think he was a good person, but later we discovered that he was the one who controlled the city's water supply, and even allowed pirates to cause trouble. The guards didn't dare to intervene. Once a vendor protested and the next day his stall was destroyed. Fortunately a group called the Straw Hat Pirates came later, and helped our Princess Weiwei, ending Kilikadir's control. Aya was scared because she once saw pirates robbing the fruit stall next door, which is why she's so wary of strangers. Jiale nodded and didn't ask further. He already knew what Sand Crocodile had done. At that moment the man came over with cakes and orange juice. 6 chocolate cakes filled an entire plate, each drizzled with thick sauce, and topped with a cherry. The orange juice was in a glass with beads of condensation on the sides, looking refreshing. Soon after he brought the shaved ice and 2 cups of pudding which wiggled and jiggled, clearly delicious. Please enjoy, sir. Call me if you need more, the man said, then hurried back to work. Jiale picked up his fork and tasted the cake. The chocolate sauce was sweet but not cloying. The cake was soft and airy with a hint of bitter cocoa flavor. Paired with the iced orange juice it perfectly quelled the midday heat. Aya sat nearby staring at the cake with wide eyes. Jiale pushed a small piece toward her. Go ahead, it's okay. Aya looked at her mother and seeing her nod, she carefully picked up a small fork and took tiny bites. Soon a smile spread across her face. Jiale slowly finished his cake, then bought a large bag of bread and small cakes. Some with cream, some with jam, all easy to take away. He said goodbye to the waitress and Aya, and walked out of the dessert shop. The streets were still bustling. After a few steps, he noticed a stall with glass jars containing several palm-sized snails. Some were white, others had brown patterns crawling slowly. Seeing his interest, the vendor quickly called out, "Sir, want to buy a transponder snail? It can transmit messages over any distance. Merchant ships and the Marines use them." Jiale's eyes lit up. He had always found it ridiculous that the one-eyed pirate crew with a captain whose bounty was 80 million didn't even have a transponder snail. It was so inconvenient that every time he separated from Lao Zhou and the others they had to agree on a set time to meet up. He crouched down and picked up a white transponder snail. Its tentacles twitched, it was quite lively. "How much for one?" "I'll take 6. 6. I'll give you a discount." The vendor quickly packed the snails into a bag. Jiale paid, then headed back to the port carrying the bag and the bread bag. The sun was already slanting westward, dipping toward the horizon, dyeing the sea a golden red. The sea breeze had also cooled down, feeling pleasant on his face. As he walked he suddenly slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to buy short-sleeve shirts and shorts. The vest he was wearing was nearly threadbare. But then he thought they would soon reach Water 7 anyway, so he could buy them there. He didn't turn back. When he returned to the port the one-eyed ship was already moored. Lao Zhou and the others were not on board, probably still shopping. As Jiale stepped onto the gangplank, Xiao Wu on the lookout spotted him and shouted excitedly, "Boss, you're back." And he ran down. Jiale handed him the bread bag, then opened the bag containing the transponder snails, took out 5, and passed them over. "These are transponder snails. When Lao Zhou, Jiale, and the others get back, give one to each of them. So we can stay in touch when we're apart. It's ridiculous that we didn't even have a single transponder snail." "Got it." Xiao Wu took the transponder snails, his eyes sparkling, and ran toward the kitchen with the bread bag. "I'll put the cakes in the fridge first. I'll surprise them when they come back." Jiale smiled and turned to go back to the captain's cabin. Just as he lay down on the chair, he heard footsteps on the deck. It was Lao Zhou and the others returning. Jiale was carrying 2 bags of rice, a gang was carrying several buckets of fresh water, and a Fu was carrying a bag of vegetables and fruit with a bunch of grapes in his hand, eating as he walked. By the time they finished unloading the supplies it was completely dark. A Fu somehow found the leftover charcoal from last night, cut another piece of sea beast meat, and set it on the grill. Soon the aroma of meat once again filled the deck. Lao Zhou brought out the wine and juice they had bought. Jiale and a gang moved wooden crates to service tables. Xiao Wu laid out the cakes Jiale had brought back. A small banquet began again. A gang, after a sip of wine, his face flushed, pulled Jiale and Xiao Wu into singing a sea shanty from the East Blue. A Fu crouched by the grill, drooling over the roasting meat, turning it over from time to time, and sprinkling spices. Lao Zhou also came over holding a bottle of wine. He wanted to pour some for Jiale. "Boss, have a drink. This is Alabastus fruit wine. It's not strong." "No thanks, I'll just have juice." Jiale picked up his juice glass. "You guys drink. I'll just watch." Lao Zhou didn't insist, poured himself a glass of wine, and leaned against the railing watching the fun. The singing and laughter on the deck mingled with the aroma of roasted meat drifted over the sea, blending with the distant lights of the port. Jiale leaned back in his chair watching Jiale and the others with their arms around each other's shoulders, dancing out of tune around the grill. Xiao Wu ran over with a piece of cake, thrust it into his hand, his face smeared with a bit of cream, grinning like a fool. He took a bite of the cake. The sweet taste spread in his mouth. He looked up at the stars in the sky. This cake was really delicious, much better than any he had eaten before. The sails of the one eye were billowing full with the sea wind, the canvas edges fluttering noisily in the air currents. Jiale leaned against the ship's railing, his fingertips tracing the delicate patterns etched by the seawater on the railing. The waters of this sea were deeper than those near Alabaston, a dark indigo blue. On the surface floated several strands of fine seaweed, carried backward by the waves churning beneath the hull, like green threads pulled apart. "Back here again." He murmured softly, his gaze sweeping across the distant sea horizon. The last time he was in this sea area was right after coming down from Sky Island. Back then they had left in such a hurry that they had nothing and the ship stank. Now the deck was piled with dried meat and the kitchen's rice bin was full. The wind carried a hint of saltiness mixed with the lingering aroma of roasted meat on the deck, but Jiale felt that there was something different hidden in the wind. Not the scent of sea beasts, but a heavier, colder sense of pressure. Just as he was about to concentrate and sense further, a loud clang came from the crow's nest. It was Xiao Wu's telescope falling onto the wooden planks, followed by his distorted shout, "B-boss. Bad news. Come quick. We're surrounded by the Navy." His voice was full of panic, and even a Jiale and a Fu who were organizing supplies on the deck froze in their movements. Jiale kicked off the deck, jumped onto the railing, and used the momentum to flip onto the crow's nest at the top of the mast. Xiao Wu was gripping the wooden frame, pointing downward, his face as pale as if he had just been pulled out of icy water, his fingers trembling. "Look. All around. Navy ships everywhere." Jiale followed his pointing direction, and his heart sank. 5 standard Navy warships were approaching the One Eye from 4 directions. The Navy flag on the mast flapped loudly in the wind, its corner brushing against the cannons on the deck. All the cannons had been raised, their dark muzzles aimed directly at the One Eye, with the breech blocks already pulled back, ready to fire at any moment. "How many?" Jiale's voice wasn't panicked. He just stared at the largest ship in the center. "F5. Xiao Wu quickly picked up the telescope and brought it shakily to his eyes. "Boss, the second ship on the right. There are 2 people on it, they look like the leaders." Jiale took the telescope, adjusted the focus. The image in the lens became clear. On the deck of that warship stood 2 particularly striking figures. The one on the left wore a neatly pressed white Navy uniform with the collar unbuttoned, revealing a black shirt underneath. The most eye-catching was his tie, bright yellow with black and brown leopard patterns fluttering conspicuously in the wind. He had an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, a slight smirk on his lips, and held a katana in his hand with a dark brown sheath. He was listening sideways to a report from a man who looked like a rear admiral, his fingers tapping lightly on the sheath. He seemed amiable, but when his gaze swept across the sea, it was like ice. The person beside him had an incredibly muscular upper body, his orange short-sleeved t-shirt stretched tight over his muscles, with hair covering his arms and chest showcasing his fierce ruggedness. As the sea wind blew, the justice cloaks draped over their shoulders were lifted, the white fabric spreading across the dark gray hull, like 2 clouds suspended in midair, yet exuding a suffocating pressure. Xiao Wu leaned in, clearly seeing the rank insignia on their shoulders, his voice trembling with tears. "B-boss. They are vice admirals. Both of them are Navy vice admirals. The stars on their sleeves. Only vice admirals have them." Jiale lowered the telescope. Vice admiral level combat power, and 2 of them. This was not like the corrupt rear admiral he had encountered at Drum Island before. This was on par with that Gazizu from before, a powerhouse ranked in the Navy headquarters, definitely possessing hockey. He turned to look at the deck of the One Eye. A Jiale had already gripped his boning knife. A gang pushed a freshwater barrel aside. Lao Zhou was running to the cannon position, and Xiao Wu, though his legs were weak with fear, was still holding onto the crow's nest's wooden frame, not hiding below. He couldn't let the fight happen near the One Eye. In an instant he made up his mind. The hull of the One Eye was not very sturdy to begin with. If it were hit by Navy cannon fire or caught in the battle, a Jiale and the others wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lao Zhou watched the ship. "Don't let anyone fire, and don't get close to those warships." Jiale shouted down, then reached for the golden staff leaning against the mast. He kicked off, shooting out like an arrow. Transforming into a blue bolt of lightning, he flew straight toward the warship with the 2 vice admirals. As soon as he approached the ship, the Navy soldiers on deck erupted in chaos. "A pirate is attacking the ship," someone shouted, followed by the sound of dozens of rifle bolts being pulled back. Rifles were raised in unison, their muzzles all aimed at Jiale, the dark openings glinting coldly in the sunlight. "Stop. Come any closer, and we'll fire." A man who looked like a petty officer shouted, his finger on the trigger, his knuckles white. Jiale landed on the bow, holding the golden staff horizontally in front of him, its tip pointing at the deck. His voice carried no fear. "I want to talk to the leader of your ship. Step aside." "What nerve?" A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind the soldiers. It was the burly man in the orange t-shirt. He stepped forward, and the soldiers immediately parted to make way for him. His shoulders were broader than 2 ordinary soldiers combined, and standing there, he was like a wall. He cracked his knuckles, the muscles on his fingers bulging, covered with a faint layer of black armament hockey. "Daring to charge a Navy warship alone. You must be the boss who replaced the One Eye pirates, according to the intelligence." He was about to charge forward when the vice admiral with the cigarette beside him suddenly reached out and stopped him. It was the one with the leopard print tie. He took the cigarette out of his mouth, held it between his fingers, and without looking at Jiale, turned to the rear admiral who had been reporting earlier. "Have you confirmed the files?" "Yes, Vice Admiral Huashishin." "Confirmed." The rear admiral quickly handed over a folder. The One Eye disappeared after entering the waters near Jiale Island. When it reappeared, not only had the crew shrunk, but the original captain of the One Eye was also gone, replaced by this person in front of us. His current crew all call him boss. His ability is suspected to be lightning type. Previously, the rear admiral Yumao from the Drum Island branch was dealt with by him, and it was also him who exposed Yumao's embezzlement of supplies and connivance of pirates. The vice admiral, called Huashishin, took the folder, flipped through a couple of pages, and when his gaze fell on Su Jiale, his eyes darkened. There's another thing. Gizizu went missing a month ago in the waters near Qingye town. The last message said he was chasing a pirate ship with a silhouette matching the one eye. He stroked his chin, muttering, "A pirate who can deal with Yu Mao and might be connected to Gizizu's disappearance. Interesting. Hiwashishin, what are you wasting time with him for?" The vice admiral in the orange t-shirt grew impatient, codenamed Tucha, known for his hot temper. "Who cares if he's related to Gizizu? He's a pirate, we're the navy. Just take him down. Can he deal with Yu Mao and still beat the two of us?" Hiwashishin turned back to look at him, stubbing out the cigarette, but on the deck. "Tucha, don't be impulsive. Yu Mao was a disgrace to the navy. He helped us clean house. That's a fact. As for Gizizu, we only know he's missing. There's no evidence that this man did it. Let's ask first." He took a step forward, his justice cloak sweeping the ground, and looked up at Su Jiale. "You came alone, not to die, I assume. Speak your mind. I'm just here to get some clarity." Su Jiale tightened his grip on the golden staff. "Are you surrounding my ship for Yu Mao's matter, or for that Gizizu?" "We should thank you for Yu Mao." Hiwashishin's tone softened a bit. "But regarding Gizizu, you need to give us an explanation. He went missing in this sea area a month ago, and his last target was the one eye." Su Jiale raised an eyebrow, not hiding anything. "I did it, Gizizu." As soon as the words were out, the soldiers on deck erupted. "What? He did it?" Tucha's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists with a cracking sound. "Why, oi?" Hiwashishin's voice turned cold, and he slightly raised the katana in his hand, the blade reflecting sunlight, dazzlingly bright. "Gizizu was a navy vice admiral. Why did you attack him?" "Why, oi?" Su Jiale laughed, a hint of mockery in his voice. "He chased me for a whole day from Qingye town to Drum Island, bombarding my ship along the way. And you asked me why I attacked? What's the point of reasoning with a pirate?" Tucha couldn't hold back any longer. He pushed Hiwashishin aside, kicked off the deck, and flew like a cannonball, his fist coated with thick armament, hockey smashing straight towards Su Jiale's chest. "A pirate is a pirate. Kill a navy vice admiral, and you pay with your life." Su Jiale was ready. He raised the golden staff, and with a crisp clang, the staff met Tucha's fist solidly. The two forces collided, sending a shockwave outward that knocked back the nearby navy soldiers. Su Jiale felt his arm go numb, his tiger's mouth stinging with pain. Tucha frowned. Not bad strength. Just then the soldiers on deck suddenly pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of bullets rained down like hailstones with piercing whistles. Su Jiale's eyes sharpened, and his body instantly glowed with blue electric light. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, dodging Tucha's follow-up attack and weaving through the bullets. The bullets couldn't touch him, only grazing the edges of the current. Thunder prison. Su Jiale flew in the air, his voice coming from the electric current with a crackling sound. From his palm emerged dense black clouds. Not ordinary storm clouds, but thunder clouds wrapped in lightning. They crackled as soon as they appeared, blue electric threads darting within the clouds like hidden snakes. The black clouds expanded rapidly, soon covering the sun overhead and casting the entire sea area into shadow. Even the sea wind turned cold. Not good. He's going to cover this sea with lightning. Hiwashishin's face changed, and he suddenly drew his katana. A golden slash shot out, carrying a scorching heat like a small sun straight towards Su Jiale. Su Jiale had just transformed back from the electric current, and relying on his danger-sensing intuition, he sidestepped. The slash grazed past his shoulder and exploded in the distant sea with a boom, sending up a spray dozens of meters high. "Trying to stop me?" Su Jiale sneered, and the black clouds in his hand expanded another circle, drifting into the sky, covering the direction of the 5 Navy warships. He himself retreated all the way to the middle of the sea, far enough from the one eye, and at a distance from the Navy ships, perfect for unleashing the thunderclouds. "Don't let him deploy the clouds." Tucha shouted, his feet treading on the air repeatedly. Moonwalk. He charged towards Su Jiale as fast as an orange shadow. Hiwashishin didn't hesitate either. He sheathed his sword, and then used Moonwalk to follow the two of them, flanking from left and right, like eagles swooping on prey, reaching Su Jiale in an instant. Su Jiale's eyes narrowed. He spun the golden staff in his hand, wrapping it in blue electric current. 80 million volts Thunder Dragon. He roared, thrusting the staff toward the charging Tucha. A massive bolt of lightning shot from the tip, coalescing in the air into the shape of a dragon, with clear scales and horns spewing electric threads from its mouth, letting out a roar. Though it was the crackling of electricity, it carried a sense of menace and lunged at Tucha. Tucha fist. Tucha didn't dodge either. He coated his fist again with armament, hockey black and shiny. He faced the Thunder Dragon and punched it. Boom. The Thunder Dragon and the fist collided, blue electric current exploding instantly like a giant electric flower. Tucha grunted. Although he blocked the Thunder Dragon's impact, the electric current climbed up his arm and numbness spread through his body instantly. His movements slowed down and his body uncontrollably fell toward the sea. "Tucha!" Hiwashishin shouted, but didn't go to save him. He knew Tucha's strength. This numbness wouldn't hurt him. The priority now was to stop Su Jiale. Taking advantage of the moment after Su Jiale had just released the Thunder Dragon, Hiwashishin drew his sword again and slashed a wider flaming slash than before, aiming at Su Jiale's waist. Flame sword, raging slash. Su Jiale quickly raised his staff to block. Clang. The force was heavier than Tucha's punch just now. The golden staff bent downward and Jiale was sent flying backward for over 10 meters by the impact, finally stabilizing himself with the help of scattered electric currents. Hiwashishin was stronger than him. Head-on confrontation was indeed disadvantageous. But he smiled, looking up at the sky. Daring to fight me at sea? You're really asking for death. Hiwashishin then looked up. Unbeknownst to him, the thunderclouds Jiale had deployed earlier had expanded to their fullest, covering all 5 Navy warships. Even the distant one was at the edge of the clouds. The entire sea area darkened with only the electric threads and the thunderclouds crackling like knives ready to fall at any moment. The wind on the sea grew stronger, and the waves carried a hint of static electricity, slapping against the hulls with a pat-pat sound. Tucha, who had just used moonwalk to rise from the sea, also saw this scene, his face darkening. The golden staff in Jiale's hand lit up with electric light again. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky, and the electric threads and the thunderclouds instantly became dense, the blue light illuminating his face. God's judgment. Boom! An enormous pillar of light descended from the thunderclouds, blindingly bright, slamming directly toward Hiwashishin. The pillar of light was so fast that no one could react in time. They could only see a blinding white flash, and even the air was scorched hot. Hiwashishin, Tucha shouted, wanting to charge over to block it, but the distance was too far. Jiale stared at the pillar of light, a smile just beginning to form on his lips. Suddenly his nape tingled sharply, the intuition of danger. Without a second thought, he swung the golden staff backward to block. Clang! A tremendous force struck the staff. Caught off guard, Jiale was shaken so hard that he almost lost his grip, coughed, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Who? Jiale whirled around. It was Hiwashishin. He had actually dodged God's judgment. Jiale's pupils contracted sharply. The pillar of light he had just released had clearly hit the place where Hiwashishin was standing, but now he was behind him, and the katana in his hand was still sheathed. How did he do it? Observation, haki, or some kind of speed. No, it was impossible to dodge that attack at such a speed. Hiwashishin's figure had already moved, the blade of his katana gleaming coldly as he drew it again. You're not bad, but you're still too young. Overestimating yourself is a fatal flaw. As soon as his voice fell, the blade in his hand swept out a crescent-shaped slash, flying towards Jiale. The slash was not blazingly hot, but carried a strange dryness, as if it could drain all moisture from the air. Jiale quickly dodged, but the slash still grazed his shoulder, leaving a shallow wound, blood seeping out and quickly drying. Jiale winced, feeling the strength draining from the wound. That slash was not just a physical attack. It seemed to have some kind of energy attached to it, continuously eroding his body. He gritted his teeth, and the electric current on his body surged again, pressing back the erosion. But Tucha had already recovered from the numbness and used moonwalk to rise again, the 2 vice admirals flanking him from both sides, their intent to kill evident. Jiale's heart sank. One Hiwashishin was already tricky to deal with, and now Tucha was back fighting 2 vice admirals at the same time. Truly a tough battle. The thunderclouds in the sky rumbled, and Jiale's thoughts raced. He couldn't keep fighting head-on. He had to find a way to break the stalemate. His gaze swept across the sea, and suddenly he had an idea. He deliberately exposed a flaw, slowing down his movements as if he was exhausted. Tucha's eyes lit up, and he immediately charged forward, his fist swinging again. Hiwashishin, however, frowned, sensing something wrong. Sure enough, just as Tucha's fist was about to hit Jiale, he suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from the spot. The next second he appeared on the deck of the warship, the golden staff in his hand, sweeping across, sending a group of soldiers flying. The soldiers on the warship were caught off guard and fell into chaos. Tucha's face changed drastically, and he turned around to rush back to the ship. Hiwashishin also moved, but Jiale had already planned everything. He used the warship as a shield, forcing the 2 vice admirals to be cautious. In the chaos, Jiale suddenly pointed the golden staff at the sea, and a powerful electric current shot into the water, causing the surrounding sea surface to boil. The warship began to shake violently, and the soldiers on deck struggled to stand. Tucha and Hiwashishin exchanged glances, both realizing that this guy was not easy to deal with. They had to work together to take him down quickly, or else the whole fleet would be in danger. Jiale took a deep breath, the golden staff in his hand crackling with electric light. The fight was far from over, but he had already gained the upper hand in the situation. Next, it was time to truly show his power. Hiwashishin stood behind him, his samurai sword still in the striking pose, the golden glow on the blade yet to fade. He hadn't actually taken the divine punishment head-on, instead, he had evaded the lightning strike, with Shave circled behind Jiale and struck before the latter could react. Your foresight is good, but too slow. Hiwashishin's voice was icy cold. He raised his sword again, wrapping it in armament haki. The black golden gleam dazzled the eyes. Jiale was about to counter when he felt a chill at his back. It was Tucha? Taking advantage of Jiale's momentary turn, Tucha had charged in with Shave. Jiale's heart tightened. He could not transform into lightning now. Both Tucha and Hiwashishin had armament haki, and he was uncertain what would happen if they struck him while he was in that form. He wanted to turn, but it was too late. He could only gather lightning to his back. Tucha was too fast. In an instant, he was behind Jiale, his hands formed into claws, fingertips wrapped in thick armament haki like 10 black daggers. Tucha's bite. Puffed. Tucha's attack tore through the lightning gathered on Jiale's back, puncturing the flesh and leaving 10 bloody holes. Blood gushed out splattering onto the sea surface. Jiale grunted, his teeth clenched, audibly blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The searing pain in his back felt like fire. "Boss!" A Jia's shout came from afar, but Jiale had no time to look back. Tu Cha, having succeeded, aimed another strike, but Jiale suddenly erupted in blinding white light, electric light. The white light was even brighter than the earlier divine punishment. Tu Cha and Huashishin, who was about to strike, were momentarily disoriented by the sudden brilliance. That was the moment. Enduring the excruciating pain in his back, Jiale spun around and drove his knee upward. His knee was wrapped in electric currents, blue sparks dancing on it. With a loud thump, it slammed solidly into Tu Cha's head. Ugh! Tu Cha grunted, his head ringing from the impact. He plummeted into the sea like a kite with a broken string. Jiale ignored him, using the momentum to fly backward, widening the distance from Huashishin. He was now bleeding profusely from his back. Huashishin opened his eyes, watching Tu Cha fall into the sea, and then looking at Jiale retreating. A hint of gravity crept into his gaze. Jiale wiped the blood from his face, glanced at the thunderclouds above, and suddenly smiled. Pointing at the 5 marine warships below, he said, "Huashishin, aren't you the self-proclaimed champion of justice?" Huashishin was taken aback and looked down sharply. The marine warships were still under the thunderclouds. The soldiers were in chaos, some running to their cannon stations, others diving into the cabins, but it was too late. Jiale raised his hand, pointing at the sky once more, his voice laced with coldness. "I didn't intend to strike them. It's you who forced my hand." Divine punishment. Boom. This time the pillar of light was thicker and brighter than before, hurtling straight toward the middle marine warship. Huashishin's face changed drastically. Without a second thought, he charged downward. There were hundreds of soldiers on that ship. If the pillar struck, the consequences would be catastrophic. He used moonwalk to tread the air, employing shave to blink repeatedly, pushing his speed to the limit. Holding his sword horizontally in front of him, he coated the entire blade with armament hockey. "Stop it!" The blade collided with the pillar of light. Zzzt. The golden sword light and the cyan blue electric light intertwined, producing a piercing screech. Huashishin gritted his teeth, his arm muscles taut and veins bulging. His feet were pushed backward through the air under the pressure. "Oh!" He roared, trying to exert more force, but the electric current raced along the blade into his body, instantly numbing him all over. His sword began to tremble, his vision blurred. With a plop, he fell from the air, crashing heavily onto the warship's deck. The sword clattered beside him. Huashishin was electrocuted, his eyes rolling back. Jiale watched the unconscious Huashishin below, then glanced at Tu Cha, who had just emerged from the sea and was still shaking his head. The searing pain in his back made him involuntarily bend over. He looked toward the one eye. Lao Zhou and the others were staring in his direction, Xiao Wu still waving. "You all will be finished here today." Jiale muttered, his palms sparking with arcs again. "Divine." Before he could finish, as the arcs were about to climb into the clouds, a hearty voice suddenly rang out from afar, "Kid, that's enough." Jiale's entire body jolted with electricity. He whipped his head toward the source of the voice. On the deck of the previously quiet marine warship to his right stood an old man wearing a white justice cloak. The old man's white hair was like burst cotton, his face sun-bronzed, and nearly spent cigar dangling from the corner of his mouth. He stood with arms crossed, his muscular frame straining the simple marine vice admiral uniform. Although he released no haki, just standing there, he was like a boulder pressing on the sea surface, even the sea breeze veering around him. Beside him stood a man in khaki clothes and a matching round hat, holding a tachi horizontally, its scabbard a deep blue. "Kapu." Jiale gritted his teeth, uttering the name. Was this Luffy's grandfather, the legendary marine vice admiral Kapu? Kapu took the cigar from his mouth, flicked the ash. It fell into the sea without a ripple. "I was just passing by and saw quite a spectacle." He pointed at the unconscious Huashishin on the deck, then glanced at Tu Cha, who had just climbed back onto the ship and was wiping seawater from his face. Huashishin was a bit hasty, but if your lightning strikes again, those few hundred soldiers below will be wiped out. Jiale clenched his fist. The arcs in his palm crackled, but he did not send them upward. He stared at Kapu, his mind racing. Kapu's reputation in the anime was legendary. The man who had dared to capture the former pirate king. He himself was bleeding from his back, and though Tu Cha and Huashishin were injured, the man with the tachi beside Kapu, though never shown fighting in the series, was clearly no pushover as Kapu's subordinate. If a real fight broke out, winning was impossible, and even escaping was uncertain. He took half a step back, his gaze sweeping over the warships below. The middle one, where Huashishin had intercepted the strike, had a charred deck, and soldiers were frantically carrying the wounded. If he stirred the thunderclouds again, these warships would be ready-made leverage. Kapu seemed to read his mind and let out a sneer. "Don't even think about using those ships." He stepped forward, just an ordinary step, yet it made Jiale feel as if he were engulfed in shadow. "I'm not threatening you. This ends here today." Those last words were spoken softly, yet they struck Jiale's heart like a heavy hammer. He looked up at Kapu. The old man's eyes were emotionless, but the aura of, "If you dare to make a move, I'll tear you apart," was palpable. He gritted his teeth, the searing pain in his back still radiating to his limbs. "Fine." Jiale's Adam's apple bobbed as he uttered the word. The arcs in his palm vanished instantly. Kapu raised an eyebrow and gave a look to the man with the sword. The man understood, loosening his grip on the sword, the chill in his demeanor easing. Kid, what's your name? Kapu picked his ear. Jiale thought for a moment. Jiale Enel. Then he turned and flew toward the one eye without looking back. Blood dripped from the hem of his clothes, trailing a thin line of red in the air. Boss! Jiale had already run to the ship's rail, reaching out to catch him, but Jiale waved him off. Jiale landed on the deck, staggering as he steadied himself. Jiale quickly supported him. When his hand touched Jiale's back, he felt the blood, and his voice turned panicked. Boss, you're this badly hurt. I'm fine. Jiale pushed him away and called out to Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou, set sail. As fast as you can. Lao Zhou had been waiting by the helm. He had watched the sky battle from the stern, his face pale. Now hearing Jiale's call, he quickly replied, on it. Full speed ahead. He shoved the helm forward and shouted below, raise the sails. Hoist the spare sails too. The crew sprang into action swiftly. The canvas unfurled with a loud rustle, the sea wind filling them. The one eye lunged forward, sending spray crashing onto the deck. Jiale leaned against the ship's rail and looked back. The marine warships remained still, visible only as tiny black specks in the distance. Huashishin had recovered and was sitting on the deck, while Tu Cha leaned against the railing. Kapu burst into hearty laughter, munching on a sunbae he had pulled from somewhere. Boss, they're not chasing us. Jiale shouted, staring aft. Jiale nodded, pointing upward. The thunderclouds that had blotted out the sky still hung there. He had maintained them to threaten Kapu. Now that he confirmed they were safe, he slowly closed his eyes and stopped sustaining the clouds. The thunderclouds in the sky seemed to lose their strength, gradually dissipating. First the edges of the black clouds thinned, then the lightning in the center vanished, and finally the rumbling ceased. Only a faint gray cloud remained, quickly blown away by the sea breeze until nothing was left. Sunlight fell again, spilling onto the sea, dazzlingly bright. Jiale and the others looked at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. The black clouds had dispersed, meaning they were truly safe. The earlier battle in the sky had been terrifying. Huashishin's blade, Tu Cha's fists, and the sight of their boss's back gushing blood had made them clench their fists, barely daring to breathe. Now that their boss was back and the thunderclouds had dissipated, the crew dared to gather around, asking questions in a flurry. Boss, how bad is your back wound? Who was that old man? He looked terrifying. Why didn't the Marines chase us? Jiale waved his hand, pale-faced, but still managed a strained smile. Don't crowd around. Go back to your duties. He glanced at Xiao Wu. You keep watch at the stern. If any ship follows, tell me immediately. Then he turned to Lao Zhou. Steady as she goes. Don't panic. Yes, understood, boss. Lao Zhou replied, his hands still trembling. When Kapu had appeared earlier, he had been so frightened his legs went weak, and he hadn't fully recovered. But seeing Jiale leaning there, the blood on his back darkening his clothes, he forced himself to steady his nerves. Boss, go to the captain's cabin first. I'll steady the ship, then bring the medical kit to dress your wounds. Jiale nodded, holding onto the ship's rail as he slowly made his way to the captain's cabin. He walked very slowly, each step aggravating his wounds, but he remained silent, gritting his teeth and moving forward. The crew watched his back and fell silent. Earlier their boss had been attacked by two opponents in the sky, his back punctured with 10 bloody holes, yet he had managed to counterattack and force the Marines to back off. But now his retreating figure exuded an indescribable weariness. A Fu rubbed his own arm. He had wanted to help earlier, but he hadn't even dared to steer the ship closer, only able to watch from here. A Gang clenched his sword. It was an ordinary steel blade, incapable of armament hockey or even basic hockey. If he had charged in, he probably couldn't have even matched a single finger of Tu Cha. They all felt a tightness in their chests. Not from exhaustion, but from the helplessness of wanting to help the boss, but being unable to do anything, a weight that oppressed them. Jiale didn't go to the stern. He walked to an empty corner of the deck, picked up an iron ball. It weighed 20 jin, used for his daily training. Gritting his teeth, he raised the iron ball above his head, veins bulging on his arms, and slammed it down again and again, producing loud thuds on the deck. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the iron ball, but he didn't stop. When the boss was ambushed by Tu Cha, he could only shout boss from afar, unable to do anything. When Kapu stood there, he didn't even have the courage to approach. He had to become strong enough to help the boss, no longer just watching helplessly. By evening, the One Eye had sailed far with no trace of the marine warships behind. Lao Zhou handed the helm to a Gang and walked toward the captain's cabin, carrying the medical kit. The kit was made of wood, containing hemostatic herbs, clean cloth strips, and a bottle of strong liquor for disinfection. He pushed open the door and saw Jiale leaning back in a chair, eyes closed. The clothes on his back were soaked with blood, and even the armrests were stained. Lao Zhou tiptoed over, placed the kit on the table, and whispered, "Boss, I'll change your bandages." Jiale opened his eyes, nodded, and slowly straightened up. Lao Zhou reached out and carefully lifted the clothes on his back. The 10 wounds were still oozing blood, the surrounding skin swollen and purple-black, a ghastly sight. Lao Zhou poured some liquor onto a cloth strip, took a deep breath, and said, "Boss, this might sting a bit. Bear with it." Jiale said nothing, just gripped the chair's armrests tightly. When the liquor touched the wounds, Jiale's body jerked violently. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his teeth clattered audibly. Lao Zhou hurriedly sped up, wiping the wounds clean with the cloth, applying the herbal medicine, and then wrapping them with fresh cloth strips layer by layer. "All done, boss. This herb will stop the bleeding. I'll change it again in a couple of days." Lao Zhou packed up the kit looking at Su Jiale's pale face and couldn't help saying, "Get some rest. We've got the ship covered. Don't worry." Su Jiale nodded, closed his eyes, and leaned back in the chair. Go on out. Let me rest for a while." Lao Zhou acknowledged and tiptoed out, closing the door behind him. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, a Fu and a gang surrounded him. A Fu grabbed his arm and asked quietly, "Lao Zhou, how is the boss? Are the injuries serious?" A gang also leaned in, his eyes full of worry. "Does it hurt a lot? I didn't hear any sound from the cabin just now, and I thought." "Don't think nonsense." Lao Zhou patted their shoulders and sighed. "The wounds are severe, but the bleeding has stopped. He just needs to rest well." He glanced at a Jiale in the corner of the deck. A Jiale was still training with the iron ball. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, and the sound of the iron ball striking the deck was especially clear over the evening sea. Lao Zhou looked into the distance. The sea was a deep orange red, and the sun was slowly sinking. He recalled the image of Ka Pu, the wounds on Su Jiale's back, and the helplessness of the crew. He couldn't help but sigh. This path was probably harder than they had imagined. But then he turned to look at the captain's cabin door, then at a Jiale still training, and at a Fu and a gang beside him, and felt less afraid. At least they were all here, all wanting to follow the boss onward. "All right, don't crowd around anymore." Lao Zhou slung the medical kit over his shoulder. "A Fu, go check if dinner is ready, and save a light portion for the boss. A gang, go to the stern, and help a Jiale keep watch, tell him not to train too hard. I'll put away the kit and check the course again." "All right." A Fu and a gang replied, and went about their tasks. The wind on deck continued to blow, carrying the scent of the sea. In the distance, the sun gradually sank into the ocean, leaving a stretch of orange-red afterglow. The One Eye continued sailing forward across the sea like a small fish in the vast ocean, swimming slowly toward its own direction. The sea breeze carrying a salty and damp scent swept across the deck. Su Jiale leaned back on a woven rattan lounger, his fingertips lightly gripping a glass of iced orange juice. Beads of condensation slid down the glass, tracing wet paths between his fingers and dripping onto the gray shorts draped over the armrest, leaving a small patch of moisture. He tilted his head back and took a sip of the orange juice. The sweet and sour taste mingled with a chill slid down his throat, eliciting a satisfied sigh. Thanks to old Zhou's herbal remedies and ample rest over the past few days, he had nearly recovered. Indeed, the physical constitution of the people in this world was remarkably strong. "A Fu, can you move your fishing rod a bit to the left? You're blocking me." From the other side of the deck came a gang's urgent shout. Su Jiale lifted his eyelids to see a gang crouched by the ship's rail, his fishing rod bent taut, his face twisted in frustration. A Fu's rod was angled awkwardly beside him, their lines tangled together. A Fu fumbled to untangle the lines, nearly dropping his own rod into the sea in his frantic haste, drawing a snicker from Xiao Wu, who was on the lookout platform. You've been fishing all morning and haven't even caught a single sardine. And you still have the nerve to argue." Xiao Wu leaned over the railing of the lookout, twirling a telescope in his hand, his tone dripping with mockery. "A Fu, your fishing rod must have sworn brotherhood with the fish. They all swim away when they see you." A Fu's face flushed red with anger. He turned and shouted up, "If you're so good, come down and fish yourself. Anyone can talk big from up there. I'm busy keeping an eye on the direction. I don't have time to waste with you two." Xiao Wu shook the telescope, sweeping his gaze across the sea. Suddenly, he froze, then raised his voice. "Boss, there's an island to the port side." Old Zhou walked over from the helm, took the telescope Xiao Wu tossed down, and squinted through it for a moment. He chuckled. "It's an uninhabited island thick with vegetation. Judging by those woods, there must be plenty of game. We've just run out of fresh meat. Boss, how about we stock up? Boss, you just rest on the ship. A gang, a Fu, and I will go hunting on the island. We'll bring you back fresh meat." A Jiale emerged from the cabin holding an empty burlap sack, clearly having been waiting for this opportunity. He wanted Su Jiale to recuperate peacefully and didn't want to trouble him with trivial matters. Su Jiale, however, waved his hand. He stood up from the lounger, stretching his arms and legs, his joints emitting soft clicks. "I've been lying around for days. My bones are practically rusted. I'll go for a walk on the island, treat it like an outing." He turned to Xiao Wu on the lookout. "Xiao Wu, you stay on board and help old Zhou keep watch. Use the Den Den Mushi to contact us if anything comes up or fire a flare." Xiao Wu immediately nodded. "Got it, boss. I'll keep an eye out." Soon the One Eye slowly approached the island and came to a halt by a stretch of gentle sandy beach. A Jiale gang and a Fu, each carrying a sack, were about to follow Su Jiale when he raised a hand to stop them. "You all split up and go your own ways. No need to follow me." With that, Su Jiale strode ahead into the jungle, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his shorts, his steps light and brisk. Seeing this, a Jiale and the others could only follow his arrangement and act separately. After all, they had all witnessed Su Jiale's strength and had no concerns about him encountering danger on the island. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the jungle, casting dappled spots of light. The soil was mixed with the fragrance of decaying leaves, and the air was filled with the chirping of birds and insects. Su Jiale walked at the front, occasionally brushing aside obstructing bushes with his fingertips. His eyes swept over the trees and thickets, keeping an eye out for any signs of prey, while also avoiding vines and potholes on the ground. A green-scaled snake coiled around a tree trunk by the path, its forked tongue flicking out mere inches from his wrist. Yet he paid it no heed, casually brushing the snake aside. The snake didn't dare to strike back, it slithered swiftly into the undergrowth. Several unknown insects crawled past his feet, and he remained completely unfazed. He occasionally looked up to check the birds' nests in the trees, searching for edible wild fruits. On a crooked tree, Jiale was lying along a branch, reaching into a tree hollow to retrieve bird eggs. He pulled out 5 or 6 still warm eggs, carefully placed them into his pocket, and muttered to himself, that mother bird sure knows how to hide. If my eyes weren't so sharp, I'd never have found them. Just then a deafening roar of a ferocious beast echoed through the entire forest. Leaves shook and fell, and even the ground seemed to tremble. Jiale's eyes lit up and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh, interesting. In an instant, a faint blue electric current wrapped around his feet, and he shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, branches whipping past him. Within half a minute he reached the source of the sound. Before him lay an open lake, its water crystal clear. Crouching by the shore was a massive, gray-black tiger. The tiger was as large as a house. Its fur stood up like steel needles, its claws bigger than a human hand, and the tips were stained with dark red blood. At its feet lay a strange creature that looked like a horse, but had a pig's snout and tusks. The creature was already lifeless, its belly half devoured. The moment Jiale landed on a nearby branch, the tiger seemed to sense him. It jerked its head up, its eyes as large as bronze bells fixed on him with a deadly glare. A low growl rumbled from its throat, and then it opened its massive jaws and let out another roar. The sound sent ripples across the lake's surface, and spittle flew half a meter away. Quite a temper, Jiale remarked, raising an eyebrow. He jumped down from the branch, landing steadily 3 meters in front of the tiger. Seeing that he did not retreat but advanced, the tiger arched its back and lunged at him with a gust of foul wind. Jiale sidestepped effortlessly, flicking a thin bolt of electricity from his fingertip that struck the tiger squarely on the temple. The tiger's movement faltered for a moment. It shook its head, clearly dazed by the electric shock, but quickly recovered and lunged again. This time Jiale did not dodge. As the tiger pounced, he kicked off the ground, vaulted onto the tiger's head, and grabbed hold of its fur. A surge of electric current erupted from his palms, enveloping the tiger's head in a crackling blue glow. The tiger let out a pained roar, thrashing its limbs wildly in an attempt to shake off the rider on its back. But Jiale clung to it like glue, unmoved despite all its struggles. This is actually kind of fun. Is this what riding a horse feels like, all that bouncing? Jiale treated the giant tiger as mere entertainment. Before long, the tiger's struggles grew weaker, and finally, with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, its tongue lolling out, eyes half closed, completely unconscious. Jiale jumped off the tiger's back, crouched beside it, and touched its fur, then squeezed its claws. He wrinkled his nose in distaste. This fur is way too coarse. My macho is much softer to pet. Boss. Jiale's voice came from afar. He strode over a bulging sack slung over his shoulder. When he saw the giant tiger lying on the ground, his eyes lit up. A tiger this big will make a great feast for everyone. Jiale stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, then pressed his palm against the tiger's forehead. In an instant, the blue arcs of electricity surged violently, and with a sizzling crack, the tiger's body convulsed once before going completely still. Having had his fun, he ended it with a single strike. Drag it back. We'll have tiger stew tonight. Jiale pointed at the tiger and said to Jiale. Jiale acknowledged the order, slung the sack over his shoulder, and grabbed the tiger's tail with one hand. With a slight twist of his wrist, he pulled the massive body into motion. Though the tiger was heavy, dragging it was not overly difficult for him. He adjusted his posture, letting the tiger's body slide along the ground as he followed Jiale back toward the beach. By the time they returned to the One Eye, it was almost dark. A few kerosene lamps had been hung on the deck, casting a dim yellow glow over the area. A gang was crouched beside a wooden board, wielding a large cleaver to process the tiger meat. He cut skillfully along the joints, his knife stained with blood, occasionally wiping sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. A Fu, meanwhile, was mixing seasonings at a small table nearby. He poured soy sauce and sprinkled salt into a jar, adding some wild chili peppers he had picked on the island. He stirred the mixture with a spoon, the sizzling sound filling the air with a rich aroma that spread across the entire ship. Old Joe handed the helm over to Jiale and came to help. Wearing gloves, he placed the cut pieces of tiger meat into an iron basin, mixing them thoroughly with the seasonings to ensure every piece was coated. This tiger meat needs to marinate for about an hour. Then we'll add some wild mushrooms when we stew it. The flavor will be absolutely incredible. Jiale watched them busying themselves for a while, then turned and went back to the captain's cabin. Old Joe had already prepared a bath for him, filled with warm water and scattered with white petals picked from the island. A faint fragrance wafted from the water's surface. He undressed and sat down in the tub. The warm water rose to his chest, and the white petals floating on the surface swayed gently with his movements. A contented sigh escaped his lips, but his thoughts did not stop. He leaned back against the edge of the tub, closed his eyes, and began pondering the subsequent plotline. Shampoo Islands was the key to entering the new world, where the Straw Hat Pirates were scattered by Kuma, then each trained for 2 years. Or was it 3? After that came the Paramount War. Ace was killed by a kind of Whitebeard, died too. Blackbeard was impelled down and fought Luffy, then Blackbeard was defeated by Magellan, and Luffy and his crew were also taken down. Later Blackbeard replaced Whitebeard as a Yonko. But the more he tried to recall, the more details slipped away, and a sharp pain stabbed through his head. He raised a hand and tapped his forehead, frustration growing. He tried to remember his life before the transmigration, his close friend Little Fatty, who always dragged him to eat grilled gluten sticks at the school gate, 2 sticks each time, his sister a high school teacher who would wake up early every morning to make him fried egg noodles, his own former job as an architectural designer staying up late every night to modify plans on the computer. But these memories were shrouded in a fog. Even little Fatty's laughter and his sister's nagging had become indistinct, their smiling faces growing blurrier in his mind. It's only been a little over a month. How can my memory be this bad? Jiale frowned, scratching his head. He couldn't figure it out, and gradually he stopped dwelling on it. He didn't know how long he had soaked in the tub when old Joe's voice came from outside. Boss, dinner is ready. The tiger stew is done, and there are roasted tiger ribs. Come out and eat. Jiale responded, got out of the tub, dried himself with a towel, put on a pair of black shorts, and changed into a loose light blue shirt. When he stepped out of the captain's cabin, he saw that wooden crates on the deck had been arranged into a makeshift table. On it sat a large stew pot. When the lid was lifted, steam billowed out, and the aroma hit him instantly. The tiger meat in the stew was tender and soft with a few wild mushrooms floating on top. Beside it was a plate of roasted tiger ribs, golden and crispy, glistening with oil. A Fu was already sitting on a small stool nearby, his eyes glued to the tiger leg and the stew pot, drool nearly dripping down. His hand reached out toward the tiger leg, but then retreated abruptly. Jiale couldn't help but laugh at his greedy expression. What are you staring at? Eat if you want to. From now on, don't wait for me. Just start eating when it's ready and let me know. No sooner had he said this than a Fu grabbed the tiger leg from the pot and sank his teeth into it, oil dribbling down his chin. Between mouthfuls he mumbled, "Boss, it's delicious. This tiger meat is so fragrant." A gang sitting beside him saw his ravenous state and helplessly raised his fist, tapping him lightly on the back of the head. What's the rush? No one's going to take it from you. Eat slowly, don't choke. Xiaowu had also come down from the lookout. He was holding a wild fruit, took a bite, and laughed. A Fu with that kind of eating style, anyone would think you haven't eaten meat in 100 years. Watch out, you'll die of overeating before you finish the tiger meat. Old Joe also brought a bowl of tiger stew soup and placed it in front of Jiale. Boss, you just recovered. Drink some soup to replenish your strength. I simmered it for an hour, the heat was just right. Jiale picked up the spoon and took a sip. The rich, meaty flavor mingled with the freshness of the wild mushrooms spread across his tongue, warm and soothing as it slid down his throat. He squinted in contentment. He picked up a piece of roasted tiger rib and bit into it. The outside was crispy, the inside tender with a hint of chili's heat. It was truly delicious. A Fu's seasoning is excellent. I'll have you do it again next time. Jiale raised the rib toward a Fu with a smile. A Fu, who was still gnawing on the tiger leg, looked up upon hearing this. His face was smeared with oil and his eyes narrowed into slits as he grinned. Yes, don't worry, boss. I'll make it even better next time. The kerosene lamps on the deck swayed with a warm yellow glow. The sea breeze blew gently, carrying the scent of tiger meat and the sound of laughter. Jiale watched the lively scene before him, and gradually his worries began to dissipate, making him forget what he had been troubled about just moments ago. Late at night, Jiale lay on his bed. Just as he was about to turn off the lamp, he noticed a smiling black kitten drawn on the wall panel at the head of the bed. Jiale sat up in shock. He took out a yellowed piece of paper and wrote down everything he could remember from his life on Earth. But the things he wrote were fragmented. Little Fatty's smiling face gradually overlapped with a Fu's silly grin. His sister's worried face became twisted and confused with the faces of a Jiale, old Joe, and the others. I really can't remember anymore, Jiale said in a low, hoarse voice. Jiale wrote down the subsequent plot points he had thought of while in the bath. His left hand scratched his head while his right hand wrote, and erased, and wrote. Scenes flashed through his mind one after another. Sanji seemed to be getting married. Luffy and Nami were imprisoned. Nami, crying, Luffy's arms twisted almost to breaking. Law and Luffy formed an alliance to fight Doflamingo. Law was killed. Luffy and Hancock went to impel down to save his brother. The morning sea breeze carried a salty, damp chill into the captain's quarters. When Jiale suddenly woke up, his forehead was still stuck to the cold wooden table, and his arm felt as heavy as lead. He moved his fingers. A few crumpled paper balls scattered on the table rolled down with a rustle, mingling with the piles of waste paper on the floor. Some papers had scribbled words scratched out messily, others were blurred into ink blots by tears. His fingertips brushed over the lingering ink stains on the tabletop. The fragmented words, Sanji's marriage, impelled down to rescue Ace, Doflamingo kills, still carried the warmth of last night, yet the details of these plots in his mind were shrouded in thick fog. Jiale pounded his swollen temples fiercely, trying to grasp those fleeting fragments. But the harder he tried, the blurrier the memories became, until only a chaotic void remained. He silently bent down, neatly stacked the scattered papers one by one, and stuffed them together with the crumpled balls on the floor into the oak chest in the corner. The copper lock clicked shut with a snap, as if to permanently seal away those past he was unwilling to face. When he pushed open the door, the deck was already bathed in the faint light of morning. Laozhou was crouching by the helm, adjusting the course. The sea chart in his hands fluttered incessantly in the sea breeze, and he occasionally used a brass paperweight to press down the corners, muttering the coordinates. It's off by 3 degrees, need to adjust a bit more southeast, otherwise we won't catch the noon current. A Jiale on the other side of the deck was drenched in sweat, his black vest already soaked through. He picked up a huge dumbbell and began swinging it around. Boss, you're awake. Laozhou looked up and saw him, immediately straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his smile full of relief. There's seafood porridge simmering in the kitchen still hot. Shall I get you a bowl? Jiale shook his head, rubbed his stiff neck, and walked toward the kitchen. The porridge in the enamel basin was still steaming, the rice cooked soft and tender, the sweetness of fresh shrimp mingling with the rich flavor of scallops. After washing up, he filled a bowl and walked to the ship's railing, sipping slowly. The sea breeze brushed his cheeks, carrying the unique, fresh scent of the ocean. Gazing at the surging waves in the distance, he casually asked, "Lao Zhou, at this speed, how much longer until we reach Chishui capital?" Lao Zhou quickly walked over with the sea chart, his fingertip pointing at the blue area marked Chishui capital. "We'll definitely arrive before sunset today. That place is one of the top shipbuilding sanctuaries in the East Sea. Our Duyan can get a thorough overhaul there, and we can also replace a few worn-out planks." Jiale nodded, handed the empty bowl to a Fu who was passing by, and turned to walk to the center of the deck. A faint blue electric light began to glow in his palm, and currents coiled around his fingertips like a dancing blue serpent. "Last time I fought those two guys, I was still too weak." He recalled the moment when a gorilla's finger had shattered his defense, and the electricity at his fingertips surged violently. The instantaneous voltage of lightning wasn't enough, otherwise that guy. Before he finished, he transformed the current in his palm into dense electric waves like an invisible net covering the entire deck. Relying on his ability to monitor electromagnetic waves and his intuitive prediction, he could clearly capture the frequency of a Jie's breathing and even detect the subtle movements of Lao Zhou's fingertips when flipping through the sea chart. But every time in battle when he tried to react, his body was always half a beat slow, as if looking at the world through a thick pane of glass, seeing but unable to touch. "Since radio waves can monitor the outside world, I can also stimulate my own nerves with electricity." A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Jiale's eyes lit up, but then he frowned. Meddling with his own body could easily damage his nerves, or even leave lasting aftereffects if not careful. But recalling the helplessness of his last battle, he gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. He took a deep breath and concentrated a faint electric current at his temples. At first it was just a mild, tingling numbness like countless tiny ants crawling under his skin. Then the world around him suddenly became extraordinarily clear. Jiale's heartbeat sounded like a drum, each beat distinctly heard. The frequency of distant seagulls' wing beats formed precise numbers in his mind. Even the trajectory of feathers cutting through the air seemed to slow down. The ripples of waves hitting the ship's side magnified layer by layer in his vision, and even the tiny bubbles in the spray were perfectly visible. "It really works." Jiale's heart leaped with joy, and he tried to turn his neck to look at Lao Zhou. But at that moment his body suddenly stiffened, and the electricity at his fingertips ran wild, surging into his nerve pathways like a runaway horse. He felt his vision spin, his sight instantly blurring, and a buzzing ringing filled his ears. The next second, he collapsed heavily onto his knees on the deck, completely losing consciousness. When he woke again, sunlight was streaming through the porthole onto the bed, golden patches dancing on the quilt. Lao Zhou was sitting by the bed peeling an apple. The blade sliced through the peel, curling into a long red ribbon. Seeing him open his eyes, Lao Zhou immediately put down the fruit knife and leaned in, his eyes full of concern. "Captain, you're awake. It's already noon. When you fainted, you scared us all. We thought your old injury had flared up." Jiale moved his fingers. A faint twitching sensation still lingered at his fingertips, as if electricity was crawling under his skin. Looking at Lao Zhou's worried expression, warmth welled up in his heart. He said softly, "I'm fine. I just lost control of the intensity during training and accidentally injured my nerves." "Training can injure nerves?" Lao Zhou paused in his apple peeling, looking at him with utter confusion. "Boss, what exactly are you training? If it's too dangerous, maybe you should." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Jiale interrupted him with a smile, propping himself up to sit. "I'm fine now, aren't I? By the way, is the meal ready?" "I'm starving." Lao Zhou sighed helplessly and handed him the peeled apple. "It's been ready for a while. A Fu specially saved you grilled sea bream and stewed fish soup. I'll go get it for you." The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat awkward. Jiale's hand holding the chopsticks twitched occasionally, and the fish he had just picked up fell back into the plate several times, splashing soup onto his white shirt, leaving spots of grease. A Fu sat opposite, wanting to laugh, but holding it in, his face flushed red. Finally, a gang elbowed him, and he quickly lowered his head, pretending to eat with concentration. Lao Zhou kept adding soup to his bowl, his worry impossible to conceal, muttering, "Drink slowly. If your hand is inconvenient, use a spoon." Jiale gave a self-deprecating laugh, put down his chopsticks, and simply used a spoon to scoop the fish soup. The warm fish soup slid down his throat, carrying the freshness of seafood, but he had little appetite. His mind was full of frustration over failing to improve his neural reaction. He had found a way to enhance his reflexes, but messed it up by not controlling the intensity. It seemed this self-harming training required a gradual approach. The afternoon sun gradually softened. Jiale lay on a rattan lounge chair to rest, covered with a thin blanket handed by Jiale. The sea breeze gently swayed the lounge chair, and drowsiness was slowly creeping in. Suddenly Xiao Wu's panicked shout came from the lookout. "Bad news. Boss, big trouble. That marine with white hair from last time is right ahead of us." Jiale sat up abruptly, the thin blanket slipping off him. He followed Xiao Wu's finger and saw. On the horizon, a huge marine battleship was anchored, its hull pitch black. The Justice emblem on the gunnel gleamed harshly in the sunlight. The familiar tall figure on the deck was none other than the white-haired Marine Vice Admiral Ka Pu from their last encounter. They've stopped. Right ahead, not moving. Xiao Wu's voice trembled noticeably, his hands gripping the lookout railing tightly. Lao Zhou stopped the ship immediately, Su Jiale ordered in a low voice. In an instant his feet were wrapped in pale blue electric current, and he shot into the sky like an arrow from a bow hovering steadily above the marine battleship. He mobilized the electromagnetic waves within his body and shouted to the deck below, "Old man, why are you blocking us? I let those Marines go last time." Ka Pu on the deck raised an eyebrow, straightening his body that had been leaning against the railing. Beside him, Bo Jiada immediately looked up, warily, his hand resting on the sword at his waist, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Behind them, Kubai and Bei Lu Mabel looked around in confusion, clearly unable to locate the source of the voice. After all, Su Jiale was floating high in the sky, without showing himself, so they had no idea where he was. Interesting ability. Ka Pu burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming like a bell, causing ripples in the surrounding sea. "Kid, I'm not here to ambush you. This route is also my necessary path. I can't just go around just because you're ahead, can I? Necessary path." Su Jiale's fingers crackled with a faint electric current, his tone laced with suspicion. "But you clearly stopped here on purpose to wait for me. Don't think I can't see that. Spit it out. What's the real reason? You're quite sharp, kid." Ka Pu walked to the gunwale with his hands on his hips. The sea breeze lifted his justice cloak, revealing the white marine uniform underneath. "I ask you, Chishui capital is in troubled times right now? What business do you have there?" Su Jiale's heart stirred. He immediately understood that Ka Pu was testing him. He deliberately brought up Lu Fei and the others, saying with a smile, "I'm going to meet the Straw Hat Pirates, and while I'm there I'll get a new ship. After all, my Dianhao has been with me for so long that some parts are almost worn out." Ka Pu's eyes narrowed as he stared into the sky. "Straw Hat crew. Do you know what they've done? Those brats just turned Sifa Island upside down and injured many Marines. I'm going to Chishui capital this time to arrest them." "Arrest them?" Su Jiale laughed heartily upon hearing this. "But as I recall, that idiot Lu Fei told me you're his grandfather. Or did I remember wrong?" Su Jiale felt that revealing Ka Pu's identity as Lu Fei's grandfather at this moment would help him build a better relationship with Ka Pu, and that Ka Pu would probably not trouble him because of this connection, also making Ka Pu think of him as a friend of Lu Fei. Sure enough, Ka Pu on the deck stiffened for a moment upon hearing this, then burst into even more hearty laughter, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing. "That brat, he tells everything. Doesn't know how to keep a secret." He waved his hand, his tone becoming warmer. "All right, kid, stop hiding up there. Come down. Do you think I'm going to eat you or something?" Seeing that Ka Pu was open and straightforward with no hostility, Su Jiale withdrew the electric current from his palm, descended from the sky, and landed steadily on the deck. Ka Pu stepped forward, extended his huge fan-like hand, and patted him on the shoulder. The force was so great that Su Jiale stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "Not bad, not bad. You can take a pat from me. Looks like your physical strength is decent too. You really know Mr. Lu Fei." Kubai finally couldn't help but speak, his eyes full of curiosity, his hands clasped tightly together. "How did you meet him? Since Mr. Lu Fei is so strong, you must be very powerful too, right?" "We met on Kong Island." Su Jiale glossed over it, not wanting to reveal too many details. "We had a fight over a misunderstanding back then. That guy's rubber fists were really hard. He almost sent me flying." "Huh, of course." Ka Pu immediately became smug, slapping the table and laughing, causing the teacups to rattle. "My precious grandson, how could he be weak? In the old days I trained him personally. Speaking of which, Lu Fei is indeed quite strong now." Su Jiale seized the opportunity to praise. He managed to stir up such a commotion at Sifa Island and escape from the Marines' encirclement. That level of strength is top-notch among the new generation of pirates. Ka Pu laughed, even harder, almost crying with laughter. Beside him, Bo Jiada shook his head helplessly, clearly long accustomed to Ka Pu's behavior. Seeing this, Su Jiale knew the opportunity had come and quickly asked, "Mr. Ka Pu, I've always had a question. How exactly do you train armament baki? I've encountered opponents who used armament baki in battle before, and I couldn't break their defense at all. I've been really anxious about it." "Oh, you know about baki." Ka Pu raised an eyebrow, his smile gradually fading, his expression turning serious. "Seems like you're not a simple character either. Armament baki is essentially the manifestation of the body's will. It's like an invisible armor that enhances defense and can also hit the physical bodies of Logia-type fruit users." He extended his right hand, and his arm instantly became covered in a jet-black hardening layer like a coating of obsidian. "The first thing to learn is hardening. Concentrate your will on a certain part of the body and let the energy within the body make the skin as hard as iron. Then comes weapon coating, attaching baki to a sword or gun to increase attack power. Further on, you can achieve emission-forming shockwaves. The highest level is to make baki flow, allowing internal destruction, so that even without touching the enemy, you can injure their internal organs." Su Jiale listened intently, his eyes brightening. He eagerly pressed on. "Is there any trick to training, like special training methods or things to watch out for?" "Tricks?" Ka Pu snorted and reached out to tap his head. "There are no tricks. Baki is all about practice. Back in my day, to train armament, I punched rocks every day, kicked trees, wrapped my whole body in willpower, rain or shine, never stopping. When you can shatter steel with one punch, that's when you've just begun." He paused, looking at Su Jiale with a bit more approval. By the way, that perception ability you used earlier, it's actually a deformed version of observation Baki. Deformed? Jiale was taken aback looking at him in confusion. What do you mean? It means your perception ability is essentially observation Baki, but it's different from ordinary observation Baki. Kapu explained, ordinary observation Baki predicts enemy movements by sensing aura and air currents, but you've combined it with electromagnetic waves allowing you to monitor all sounds around you. That's a unique ability with great potential. He walked to the edge of the deck and pointed at the distant seagulls. Observation Baki isn't just about hearing and seeing, it requires a calm mind and harmony with your body. You must learn to let your body react instinctively the moment you sense danger rather than relying on your brain to think. Thinking costs time. In a real fight, even a 0.1 second delay could cost you your life. So you have to temper yourself in actual combat. Fight many strong opponents, and gradually find the balance between perception and reaction. At this moment, Jiale stepped forward and said in a low voice to Kapu, the training methods for Baki are classified marine secrets. They can't be casually disclosed to outsiders. If headquarters finds out, there might be trouble. What kind of secret is this? Kapu directly interrupted him, his voice booming. Besides, there's no one else here. What's wrong with me teaching him a few training methods? He turned to look at the Navy soldiers on the deck, who immediately shouted in unison, we saw nothing. Kid, remember, I only taught you the method. Whether you can master it in the end depends entirely on your own will and effort. Those who lack the aptitude, even if the method is laid before them, will never learn it. Those who have it, even without a teacher, can comprehend it on their own. I tell you this only to speed up the process for you. The rest of the path, you must walk on your own. Jiale quickly nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Kapu. I will train diligently, and will not let your teachings go to waste. Good lad, you have spirit. Kapu patted his shoulder, returning to his hearty laughter. Alright, don't just stand here. I've had someone prepare roasted meat and beer for you. Let's eat and talk, and I'll tell you some amusing stories about my grandson when he was little. Hold on a moment, I need to inform my crew first. Jiale rubbed his numb shoulder from the pat, then took out from his pocket the Dianhuachong that was pale yellow with a spiral pattern on its shell. As soon as he pressed the Dianhuachong to his ear, old Joe's voice came through, trembling noticeably, as if afraid of disturbing something soft and urgent. Boss. Are you okay? Just now I saw you standing with a Navy Admiral. Old Joe only recognized Kapu's imposing rank, not the specific position, and my heart was in my throat. Jiale heard the trembling, anxious tone, and couldn't help but chuckle softly, his voice calming. It's fine, old Joe. Don't worry. Now get the ship moving and follow this Navy vessel. No need to get too close, just keep it within sight. Hey. Alright. As long as you're okay, I'll set sail right away. Upon hearing the word, okay, old Joe's voice instantly relaxed, his tone brightening. With that, he hung up hastily, and Jiale could even hear a clatter through the Dianhuachong as the helm was pulled. After hanging up, Jiale followed Kapu into the cabin. As soon as he pushed open the door, a rich aroma of meat mixed with the mellow scent of malt beer rushed toward him. On the low table in the center of the cabin, covered with a coarse cloth, were 2 large plates of roasted meat, glistening with oil, the skin crispy and amber-colored with droplets of fat still sizzling down. Beside them were 2 cans of cold beer, their openings beaded with fine moisture. Jiale sat down on the cushion opposite Kapu. He picked up a piece of roasted meat and took a bite. The crispy exterior and tender interior melted in his mouth, savory with a hint of charcoal fragrance. It was so delicious that his eyes lit up. Kapu, while gulping down beer, opened up his chatterbox and talked endlessly about Lu Fei's embarrassing childhood stories. That brat, when he was 3, while I wasn't looking, swapped the wine I hid under the bed with juice, then pretended to hand it to me for a drink. I saw through it at a glance and punched him flying onto the mango tree in the yard, where he hung and cried for half an hour before admitting his mistake. Kapu narrated vividly, occasionally slapping the table and laughing. Those mundane little tales brought out the mischievous and stubborn image of young Lu Fei. While listening, Jiale sipped his juice. The sweet and sour liquid slid down his throat, dispelling the previous tension and lightening the worries pressing on his heart. His originally tense shoulders gradually relaxed, and occasionally he would burst into laughter at Kapu's amusing stories. Outside the cabin, the sea breeze gently billowed the sails, making a rustling sound. The 2 ships sailed one after another on the calm sea, steadily heading toward Chishui capital. Jiale took a sip of beer and turned his head to look out the small cabin window. The sea outside shimmered with rippling light. On the distant horizon, the outline of Chishui capital was already clearly visible, rows of blue roofs arranged in a patchwork pattern, countless massive pillars supporting the city, rising from the sea, like a forest planted in the ocean, and several oddly shaped trains moving slowly on tracks, looking like silver threads weaving through the distance. But as he looked at Chishui capital right before his eyes, Jiale's relaxed mood sank again. The roasted meat in his hand no longer seemed as enticing. He put down his cup, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the pattern of the tablecloth. His mind felt like a tangled mess. The more he tried to sort it, the messier it became. In his current state, there was not a trace of the joy of meeting a star in person. His mind was full of the worry of not wanting to die. He was all too clear about what his current identity meant. AI Lu, the absolute big boss of the Kong Dao arc, that cruel and paranoid tyrant in the anime, who considered himself a god. He would not allow any Kong Dao resident to defy his will. Using his Xian Wang, he kept every move on Kong Dao under strict surveillance. Anyone who dared to utter a word of opposition would be punished with electric shocks at best, or killed outright at worst. To board the Fangzhou Jinyan and journey to the so-called Wuxian Dadi, he would even destroy his own homeland without hesitation, not batting an eye. Such a maniacal character, and Lu Fei's crew were mortal enemies, the kind where it's either you die or I die. Now appearing before Lu Fei in this form, it would be a miracle if Su Long didn't immediately draw his 3 swords and slash at him. Once the truth came out and Kapu realized that his previous obedience and compliance were all an act just tricking the Navy hero, given Kapu's temper, he might just pick him up and throw him into the underwater prison. The more Su Jiale thought about it, the more panicked he became. A thin layer of sweat broke out on his back and his fingers drummed unconsciously on the table. Just as he was fretting over being sent to Tujincheng by Kapu, a ding suddenly sounded in his mind, as if a thread had been pulled. Prison. Tujincheng, right? How could he forget that? AIC. Wasn't AIC about to be captured by He Huzi Di Chi and then handed over to the Navy to be locked up in Tujincheng? As soon as this thought emerged, Su Jiale's eyes lit up instantly. The panic in his heart was doused like cold water, and he calmed down considerably. He clenched his fist, and a plan slowly took shape in his mind. At that time he would use, knowing that AIC is in danger, as leverage, first throwing out this information to make Lu Fei understand that now was not the time to settle scores with him. Then he would assure Lu Fei that he had turned over a new leaf and was no longer the indiscriminate killer AI and I Lu of the past. He knew Lu Fei's way of thinking too well. When it came to matters concerning his friends, they were always his top priority, and he was inherently kind-hearted. As long as he saw that someone truly wanted to change, he would likely choose to forgive. Kid, what are you daydreaming about? The meat's getting cold. Kapu's voice pulled Su Jiale back from his thoughts. Kapu pointed at the almost untouched meat in front of him. Okay, I'll eat right away. The meat was just too hot. Su Jiale quickly snapped back to attention, smiled at Kapu, and temporarily suppressed his calculations. Thinking too much now was useless. The real test would come when he disembarked and met Lu Fei. Before long, the Navy ship slowly docked at the pier of Chishui capital. As soon as the anchor was dropped, Kapu, wearing his doghead hat, descended from the ship in a carefree manner, leading the way. Su Jiale took a deep breath and followed Kapu and the middle-aged guide toward where Lu Fei and the others were. The streets of Chishui capital were bustling. On both sides were various shipyards and shops. Workers pushed lumber and carried tools back and forth, and the clanging of hammers and the shouts of shipwrights could be heard from time to time. As they entered the city, the onlookers were murmuring about them. Oh no, they're here to catch the pirates. But they were the ones who saved Mr. Iceberg. The murmurs were soft, but Su Jiale's hearing was much sharper than an ordinary person's, and every word entered his ears. When they finally reached the entrance of the inn, the residents tried to block them, but they were pushed aside. At that moment, Lu Fei was still leaning back in a chair, sleeping with his head tilted back. With a bam, the wall was smashed open by a punch and Kapu's figure appeared before them. Falanki and Shanji were about to strike, when Kapu's figure swiftly passed them, creating a gust of wind. What? Shanji and the others were shocked by Kapu's speed. As they turned around, Kapu's fist had already landed on Lu Fei's head. Lu Fei clutched the bump on his head, crying, ouch, ouch. What are you talking about? That was a punch just now. How could it affect rubber? How can it hurt? Shanji said incredulously. At this time, Su Jiale and Jiale were standing on the side without entering. Soon sounds of fighting came from the entrance outside. Kubai and Bei Lu Meibo, along with Lu Fei, also ran out of the building. Su Jiale was still cowering to the side. Oh, it's almost my turn to appear. I have to quickly run through my lines in my head a few more times, or I'll forget them from nervousness. At this point, Lu Fei and the others had finished their greetings. Strange, where is that brat? Why didn't he come in with us? Kapu asked with a puzzled look. Who? Lu Fei looked at Kapu. Lu Fei looked at Kapu. The instant the word left his mouth, a pale blue bolt of lightning suddenly streaked past his ear, crackling with electricity, startling him into stepping back abruptly. Immediately after, Su Jiale's figure appeared before him. He reached out and grabbed Lu Fei by the collar, lifting him with a slight effort, then turned and flew toward an empty alley beside the inn. The alley was deserted with only a few piles of lumber, perfect for a conversation. You bastard, it's you. After getting up, Lu Fei finally saw Su Jiale's face clearly. His eyes instantly widened, and his previous confusion turned into anger. He violently shook off Su Jiale's hand, rapidly spun his arms, and activated the Xiangjiao no Mi ability. His arms stretched like rubber bands, swinging towards Su Jiale with a whistling wind. Xiangjiao. Su Jiale had expected this. He sighed helplessly and muttered, I'm not here to fight you. As soon as he finished speaking, his body transformed into a pale blue electric current, easily dodging Lu Fei's attack. Seeing his attack miss, Lu Fei showed no intention of stopping. He lifted his other foot, stretching it as well, and kicked at Su Jiale with a sharp gust of wind. Xiangjiao, Inzhong. As Lu Fei's foot was about to land, Su Jiale quickly stepped back and shouted urgently, AIC is in danger. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Lu Fei's anger. His foot froze mid-air, his tense body stiffened, his spinning arms stopped, and his stretched limbs snapped back to normal with a pop. He abruptly looked up at Su Jiale, his eyes filled with anger and anxiety. He rushed over and a few steps grabbed Jiale's collar, and his voice trembled with tension. What did you do to AIC? What happened to AIC? Jiale, his collar tight from being grabbed, couldn't help rolling his eyes. He reached out and pried Lu Fei's hand away. I didn't do anything to AIC. Let go first, you're choking me. He rubbed his wrinkled collar and added, I've reformed, okay? Didn't you see, I came with your grandfather. If I were still the same as before, would your grandfather let me stand here? But Lu Fei didn't listen to the rest. He just stared at Jiale, his anxiety undiminished. Then tell me, what's this about AIC being in danger? Jiale looked at him, practically hopping with anxiety, and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his gamble had paid off. AIC was indeed Lu Fei's weak spot. He cleared his throat and deliberately slowed his speech. Alright, since you're so worried about AIC, I'll tell you the truth. But you have to promise not to hold my past against me. Let's bury the hatchet. All I want now is to enjoy the scenery along the adventure. When Lu Fei heard the words, bury the hatchet, a troubled expression appeared on his face. He frowned, pouted, turned his head away, and muttered softly, but it wasn't that he didn't want to forgive, but remembering the things Jiale had done before, he felt awkward and couldn't bring himself to say the word forgive. Hey, what's wrong with you? Jiale deliberately sighed. Don't you want to know about AIC's situation? This is your only chance. Of course I do. Lu Fei immediately turned back, his voice loud enough to shake ears, and nodded vigorously. Jiale relaxed and pressed on while the iron was hot. Then you have to promise now to forgive what I did on Kong Dao and never fight me again. Fine. I promise to forgive what you did before. Lu Fei agreed without a second thought, then leaned in, his eyes full of urgency. Now hurry up and tell me what's wrong with AIC. AIC went to capture the traitor Di Qi, but he can't beat Di Qi. He'll be in danger soon. Jiale quickly gave the information. But as soon as he finished, Lu Fei's eagerness faded considerably. He even scratched his head, his tone much lighter. So that's what you were talking about. AIC is so strong, how could he lose to Di Qi? Jiale was stunned, then realized. It seemed Lu Fei already knew about AIC chasing Heihuzi. No wonder his reaction was so calm. So he was already in the know. Before Jiale could say more, Lu Fei turned and walked toward the inn. Come on, everyone's waiting. Jiale had no choice but to follow, pondering whether to disrupt the plot. If they ran to help AIC now, then that skeleton wouldn't be able to join the crew. As soon as the two walked back to the entrance of the inn, Sualong, Wusuapu, and the others inside heard the commotion and came out. The moment Sualong saw Jiale, his hand went to the sword at his waist, his eyes as sharp as a drawn blade. Name, Wusuapu, and Xiaoba were startled and stepped back half a step, their faces full of wariness. Clearly they all recognized this old acquaintance. Falanqi stood beside Wusuapu, looking at everyone's tense expressions, then at Jiale, and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wusuapu quickly leaned in and whispered a rapid explanation. He's the one I told you about, the AI, Enel Lu, who made our lives hell on Kong Dao. Falanqi let out an oh, his eyes turning wary, and his hand stealthily moved toward his modified arm. Seeing this, Jiale thought, oh no. He quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on Lu Fei's shoulder. Lu Fei instinctively tried to shake it off, frowning and turning to look at him, muttering, what? Don't forget what you just promised, Jiale whispered in his ear. Lu Fei's mouth moved, but in the end he didn't shake it off, allowing Jiale's hand to rest on his shoulder. He simply waved at Sualong and the others. It's fine. He's a friend now, not here to fight us. Lu Fei, what are you talking about? Although Sualong and the others were still uneasy seeing that Lu Fei had said so, Sualong's hand on the sword hilt loosened a bit, though his eyes never left Jiale. At this moment, Kapu ambled over, patted Jiale on the back, and laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. You know the rules didn't cause me any trouble. As he spoke, he suddenly reached into his pocket, fumbled around, and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He unfolded it, and it was a wanted poster. Jiale leaned in to look, and his eyes instantly widened. The poster had his picture with a bounty of 500 million berries written below. The name column made him twitch his lips. Jiale and I Lu. Damn. Jiale couldn't help cursing under his breath, his mind full of complaints. Why did they put Jiale in there? Jiale and I Lu. That sounds so awkward. Haha, surprised aren't you? You're now a wanted man by the Navy. Garp slapped Jiale's back with such force that he staggered half a step, his hearty laughter filled with mockery. I'm letting you off this time because you're friends with my grandson. I'll turn a blind eye and not arrest you. But if I catch you next time, I won't be so lenient. Jiale rubbed his numb back and chuckled, nodding repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. Garp. Next time you go east, I'll definitely go west. If you go south, I'll hide in the north. I promise not to run into you. Stop playing these tricks with me. Garp glared, then suddenly changed the subject and flicked Jiale's forehead with a crisp pop, making him wince in pain. When you fought Vice Admirals Mamanga and Yamakaji, weren't you quite capable? Why are you pretending to be good now? No, it was all a misunderstanding. Jiale held his head and grinned wryly, thinking to himself, going head-to-head with a monster who can punch Luffy until it hurts. I'm not tired of living. These words caused Sanji, Zoro, and the others to narrow their eyes. Sanji paused with his cigarette, then muttered to Zoro beside him, Hey Mosshead, did you hear that? This old man can not only punch Luffy's rubber body hard enough to hurt, but also knock Enel, a Logia user, right on the head. Zoro's hand on his sword hilt tightened, his gaze darkening, but he said nothing. Frankie crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and let out a whistle. Whoa, so this is the legendary Vice Admiral who chased Pirate King Roger all over the world. His strength is no joke. After a few more casual remarks, Garp was urged by arriving Navy soldiers to handle the dock affairs, so he swaggered off. Jiale, seeing there was nothing else for him, quickly pulled a Jiale and a gang to leave. Jiale followed behind Jiale. After a few steps, he couldn't help leaning in and asking in a low voice, "Boss, didn't you say you're friends with the Straw Hat Pirates? Then why does that green-haired guy and that raccoon dog look at you like you're their enemy?" Jiale paused, touched his nose, and coughed awkwardly. "Well, back in Skypiea, I accidentally got into a fight with them and almost killed them." Jiale and a gang instantly froze, exchanging looks with expressions that screamed, "Boss, are you serious?" Jiale waved his hand about to say something, then suddenly remembered he hadn't followed up with Frankie about the shipbuilding. He stopped quickly. "Alright, you guys wait here. I need to go back and talk to Frankie about something. I'll be right back." Without waiting for their response, he turned and ran toward Luffy's place. Jiale watched his back and sighed helplessly. When Jiale ran back to the entrance of their residence, he bumped into Chopper coming out. Seeing Jiale suddenly return, Chopper let out a startled, "Yah," and almost fell backward. He quickly grabbed the doorframe with his small hooves, staring warily. "Why, you already left, didn't you? Why are you back?" He peeked around the doorframe. The little guy had probably intended to hide behind the door and peek, but he was so nervous that his entire round body was exposed, his long ears standing straight up, his black eyes wide open like a puffed-up little furball. Jiale was amused by his fearful yet fierce act and couldn't help smiling. "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just need to ask Frankie something, and I'll leave after that." He paused, then couldn't resist teasing. "You were trying to hide and watch me, weren't you? Your whole body is showing." Chopper's face flushed, his ears instantly drooping, and he insisted stubbornly, "And no, I wasn't. I was just getting some air at the door." With that, he slammed the door shut before Jiale could say anything, and soon his hurried footsteps sounded inside. Frankie, that Enel is back, saying he wants to see you." After a moment, the door creaked open and Frankie stood at the entrance with his arms crossed, a hint of impatience on his face. He had just been discussing the ship modifications with Luffy and the others, and was quite into it. "We just met, didn't we? What business do you have with me?" "Well," Jiale dropped his smile and turned serious. "I heard you're the best shipwright in Water 7. I'd like to ask you to build a ship for me, or recommend one, about 30 meters long, capable of ocean-going voyages." At these words, the impatience on Frankie's face vanished instantly. He cupped his ear as if he hadn't heard, clearly leaning half a step closer. "What did you just say?" "Say that again." "I said you're the best shipwright in Water 7, so I want you to help me build, or choose a ship." Jiale repeated, laughing inwardly. As expected, praising Frankie's shipwright skills works better than anything with him. Frankie's eyes lit up immediately. He slapped his chest and laughed heartily. "You've got good taste, kid. I don't know who told you, but in Water 7, when it comes to shipbuilding, Frankie claims second place, and no one dares to claim first." He paused and scratched his head. "But I'm busy with a big project right now, so I can't design a new ship, but I can definitely help you pick out a ready-made one. With my eye, I guarantee I'll pick a good one." "Thank you so much." Jiale quickly expressed his gratitude. "When can you take me to see some?" "What time to pick?" Frankie waved his hand grandly, directly wrapping an arm around his shoulder and heading out. "Let's go now. The dock isn't far." As they reached the intersection, they saw Old Joe standing not far away on tiptoes, looking their way. Seeing Jiale come out, Old Joe hurried over, his face full of worry. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just chatting with Frankie about something." Jiale patted Old Joe's shoulder, then turned to Frankie. "Frankie, wait for me 2 minutes. I need to say something to them." He pulled Old Joe aside and instructed, "Jiale, take a Fu and the others back to our old ship and exchange all the treasure for Belly. We're going to the dock to pick a new ship later. After exchanging, come straight to the dock to find me. Don't delay." "Roger, boss." Jiale and the others immediately ran off to the port. Frankie saw clearly and raised an eyebrow. "What's this?" "Carrying quite a bit of treasure. Not much, just enough to buy a ship." Jiale smiled. "Let's go to the dock." The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked to the dock. The Water 7 dock was indeed bustling. Piles of timber and iron plates everywhere, workers pushing carts back and forth, the clanging of hammers on wood, and the buzzing of electric saws mixing together, full of vibrant energy. The shipwright in charge saw Frankie coming and greeted him warmly. "What kind of ship are you looking for? Commercial, or?" Frankie pointed at Jiale beside him. "Pick a ship for my friend here. About 30 meters, suitable for ocean adventures. Solid materials, money is no object." "Sure. Follow me." The shipwright agreed and led them deeper into the dock, introducing as they walked. "Here are the ready-made ships. Look at this one. 28 meters oak hull, good wind and wave resistance, but a bit slow. And this one, 32 meters, made of iron birch, fast, but with smaller cabins." Frankie listened attentively, circling each ship, tapping the hull to hear the sound, and opening the cabins to check the interior structure. Occasionally he asked the shipwright, "How many times was the wood treated, or is the bottom anti-corrosion treated?" Jiale followed behind, barely speaking. He knew nothing about shipbuilding, so he left everything to Frankie. After inspecting 4 or 5 ships, Frankie shook his head each time. "No good. This one's wood moisture content is too high, it'll warp on long voyages, that one's ribs are too thin, can't handle big waves." Until they reached the deepest part of the dock, where an all-black ship was moored. Its hull was long about 30 meters with a carved snake head at the bow, its mouth open, scales clearly defined, looking both cold and majestic. Jiale fell in love with it at first sight. He had always preferred dark colors, and the snakehead design appealed to his taste. This one. Jiale tugged at Frankie's arm and pointed at the black ship. Frankie stopped and circled the black ship, twice knocking on the hull with a dull thud, a satisfied expression on his face. My, this wood is good. High-density deep sound. It's the best blackstone wood after Adam wood. Who built this ship? The shipwright beside them looked hesitant, then said, Mr. Frankie, this ship was built by Blueno and those guys. The shipwrights who betrayed Mr. Iceberg. Hearing this, Jiale was stunned. Lucci and the others. He remembered they were indeed the leading shipwrights here. Frankie's smile faded slightly. He stroked his chin. So it's those guys. No wonder the materials are so solid. Their craftsmanship hasn't been lost. He turned to Jiale. What do you think? Knowing who built it, do you still want it? Because it was built by Lucci and the others, people in Water 7 don't want it. It's been sitting here for a while. Yes, why not? Jiale nodded without hesitation. The ship is a good ship. It doesn't matter who built it. As long as it's sturdy and durable, I'm satisfied. Frankie's eyes lit up and he patted his shoulder. Good kid, you know your stuff? For that attitude, I'll check it again thoroughly to make sure it's perfect. He carefully inspected the anchor mast and cabins again, even jumping under the hull to check the anti-corrosion coating before finally nodding. No problem. Blackstone wood hull with 3 layers of ribs. It can handle wind waves and impacts. The cabins are spacious enough to store plenty of supplies, suitable even for the second half of the Grand Line. Just as he finished, Jiale's voice came from afar. Boss, we're here. Jiale turned around to see Jiale, Fu, and a gang running over with several black suitcases, followed by Xiao Wu carrying one as well. Jiale set the suitcase down and wiped his sweat. Boss, the money's all here. Want to count it? No need to count. Jiale waved his hand and turned to the shipwright. How much is this ship? The shipwright thought for a moment. Normally a ship made of blackstone wood would cost at least 350 million belly, but since it was built by Blueno and the others, nobody wants it. I'll give it to you for 320 million belly. Alright, 320 million belly it is. Jiale nodded to Jiale. Jiale, pay them. Jiale opened a black suitcase, revealing it packed with belly. The shipwright's eyes widened. He quickly called someone over to count the money. Soon the money was counted and the shipwright completed the ship's paperwork. Sir, this ship is now yours. Jiale took the keys overjoyed and turned to pat Frankie's shoulder. Frankie, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I'd never have found such a great ship. Your eye is truly worthy of the best shipwright in Water 7. Flattered, Frankie laughed heartily and slapped his chest. Of course. If there's ever anything wrong with your ship, just come back to Water 7 and find me. I'll fix it for free. Sure. Jiale smiled and agreed, though he thought to himself, but by the time I come back next time, you'll probably be gone. Then he turned to look at the black ship, thinking about a name for it. Snakehead Black Ship. He thought for a moment, then a flash of inspiration came. I'll call it Black Serpent. Black for the ship's color and serpent for the snake. It sounds neat. Black Serpent. Not bad. Frankie nodded in approval. It suits the ship. They all helped move the treasure onto the Black Serpent. Jiale, Fu, and a gang busied themselves with the cabins while old Zhou went to familiarize himself with the ship's equipment. Jiale also went back to the old ship to move his belongings from the captain's cabin. Mostly spare clothes, sea charts, and a few books to read when bored. As he moved things, his hand bumped into a heavy wooden box under the bed. Jiale crouched down, pulled the box out, and dusted it off. The box was made of hardwood, its lock rusty, but the box itself was sturdy. Inside were his previous notes on the story and memories. He lifted the box and walked to the deck, calling out, Old Zhou. Old Zhou hurried over. Boss, what's up? Move this box to the Black Serpent's captain's cabin. Place it carefully, don't bump it. Jiale handed him the box. Got it. Old Zhou took the box, felt its weight, and carefully carried it toward the Black Serpent. Jiale watched him carry the box onto the ship, then checked the old ship one more time to make sure he hadn't left anything behind before jumping onto the Black Serpent. Jiale had already tidied the captain's cabin. Seeing him enter, he quickly said, Boss, the cabins are all set and the equipment has been checked. No problems, ready to set sail anytime. Because of the wooden box, he thought of the anime content again. He turned to Jiale and said, You guys wait on the ship. I'm going to Luffy's place one more time to say goodbye. Jiale was taken aback. Boss, you're going again. That green-haired guy. It's fine, he won't fight. Besides, I'm pretty strong. Jiale smiled, turned, and left the ship, heading toward Luffy's residence. Jiale fingered the 2 den mushi in his hand that looked like watches. Standing outside Luffy's residence, he couldn't let go of Ace's fate. Hey, Luffy, come out for a moment. He shouted toward the half-open wooden door, his voice heavier than he intended. The door creaked open with a loud sound, and Luffy stepped out, his black hair disheveled, a bit of cake crumbs on his face. Seeing Jiale, he frowned instantly, his tone full of impatience. Huh? Why haven't you left yet, you jerk? Behind him followed Zoro and Sanji. Zoro's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, his gaze as cold as ice. Sanji smoked a cigarette, the lighter in his fingers clicking twice, his eyes scanning Jiale. Nami stood at the door, arms crossed, her beautiful eyes full of wariness, still holding a grudge over his actions on Skypiea. Jiale faced the undisguised hostility of the 3, not annoyed, but took out the 2 den mushi from his pocket and handed them over. I know you don't like me, but there's no need for that. Here, take this. Luffy took them, turning the din din mushy over and over, his round eyes full of confusion. What is this? It looks weird. Is it a watch? I don't need it. I don't check the time. He tried to throw them back to Jiale. It's not a watch, it's a din din mushy, Jiale explained. These two are paired, they can only contact each other, can't call others. But the signal range is extremely wide, reportedly connecting across several sea areas. I specially asked Garp for them. Luffy curled his lip, his face full of disdain. Why give them to me? I don't want to contact you. Jiale pretended not to see his scorn. Maybe before long you'll find them useful. He paused, remembering Moria in the Florian Triangle, and added, also your next route will pass through the Florian Triangle, right? I suggest you stock up on salt as much as possible. Salt. Zoro's eyes snapped up, his previous impatience replaced by wariness. He stepped forward and asked, what do you mean? Why salt? Is there something wrong with that place? Jiale didn't answer. Some things were better left unsaid, too much would disrupt the storyline. He waved to them, turned, and walked toward the port, his back decisive, not giving them a chance to ask further. Is that Enel out of his mind? Nami muttered, watching his back. On Skypiea he kept babbling about being a god, and now he suddenly tells us to stock up on salt. I think he's gone crazy. Sanji took a drag of his cigarette, slowly exhaling smoke, his eyes darkening. Don't say that. Since he specifically mentioned it, it's not just a random comment. Didn't Kokoro say that hundreds of ships have disappeared in the Florian Triangle recently? Stocking up on salt is no trouble, just in case. Zoro said nothing, but his hand on the sword hilt relaxed, apparently agreeing with Sanji. Luffy stood still, looking down at the din din mushy in his palm, gripping it tightly, and finally put it on his wrist. Jiale's tone didn't seem like a joke. Boss, you're back. Jiale heard Lao Zhou's voice as soon as he reached the port. Lao Zhou stood on the deck of the Black Rope, waving at him, his face full of joy. We've packed everything and bought all supplies. Rice flour meat, and your favorite candy. Where to next? Jiale jumped onto the deck, his feet landing on the black stone, wood planks feeling solid and steady. He leaned against the railing, gazing at the glistening sea in the distance, thought for a moment, and said, let's go straight to Sabaody Archipelago. There's someone there I want to visit. He meant Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. Meeting Rayleigh was necessary. Got it. Lao Zhou immediately responded, turned, and shouted into the cabin, a gang. A Fu. Set sail. Destination Sabaody Archipelago. A gang and a Fu poked their heads out of the cabin and answered in unison, Roger. The two quickly climbed the mast, untied the sail ropes, and the white sail unfurled with a loud rustle, carrying the black rope slowly out of the port of Water 7 and into the vast sea. For the next 4 days the sea was calm and peaceful, and life was leisurely. Jiale exercised every morning without fail, push-ups, sit-ups, and his own practiced martial arts moves training until drenched in sweat. After exercising, he would join a Fu and a gang on the deck to fish, enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine, feeling quite content. One morning after finishing his routine, Jiale heard a gang's excited shout, got one. Caught a big one. He looked up and saw a gang pulling the fishing rod, his face red, the rod bent into a dramatic curve, the fishing line humming loudly, as if about to snap. A Fu rushed over to help, one holding the rod, the other managing the reel, pulling in the line. Soon an octopus the size of a small boat was pulled out of the water. It was deep red, its tentacles thicker than water barrels, suckers covered in seaweed, clearly a deep-sea beast. Lao Zhou and Xiao Wu stared wide-eyed. This sea beast could easily capsize an ordinary ship, but in Jiale's eyes it was just a large ingredient, at best a toy to pass the time. Dong! A gang and a Fu worked together to haul the octopus onto the deck, then a Jiale knocked it unconscious with a few punches and dumped it into the large water tank on the deck. The tank was spacious and equipped with oxygen facilities so they could temporarily keep the catch alive. But who knew the octopus, as soon as it was thrown into the tank, sprayed a huge cloud of ink, turning the clear water pitch black, hiding the octopus from sight. Jiale looked at the jet black tank, then at the bewildered a Fu and a gang, and pretended to be angry. You two idiots. Don't you know octopuses spray ink? Why didn't you squeeze out the ink sac first when you caught it? Now the tank is full of ink. A Fu and a gang quickly lowered their heads, and a Fu muttered, sorry boss. We didn't think it would spray ink right away, we were just happy. Alright, I scold you, and you hang your heads. Jiale couldn't stay angry seeing them like that. He waved his hand and said, it's dirty, we'll clean the tank later. For lunch today we're having octopus balls. Hurry up and fish out this octopus and process it. Remove the ink sac, don't let the balls get a fishy smell. A Fu's eyes lit up at the mention of octopus balls, and he immediately raised his head with a silly grin. No problem, boss. I'll make sure every ball is stuffed with this stupid octopus's meat. You'll have plenty. He then called to a Jiale who was trying to sneak back into the cabin. A Jiale, come help. A gang and I can't handle this big octopus alone. Let's process it together, otherwise we won't make lunch. A Jiale sighed helplessly but followed a Fu and the others to retrieve the octopus. Jiale watched a Fu's back and couldn't help but smile. That a Fu, whenever food was mentioned, perked up immediately. As he leaned against the railing basking in the sun, he heard Xiao Wu shout from the mast, boss. There's an island ahead. According to the chart it should be Spring Island. Jiale looked up and saw a patch of green on the horizon, with trees faintly visible. He stretched and said, Lao Zhou, let's stop at Spring Island for supplies. I'm in the mood for some dessert. Let's see if there's any good cake there. Got it. Lao Zhou immediately adjusted the course, steering the black rope towards Spring Island and shouted, "Afu! Hurry up and process that octopus." Afu poked his head out of the kitchen and answered loudly, "I know. Be quick." Soon the black rope entered the port of Spring Island. As Jiale stepped onto the deck, he smelled a sweet fragrance. The island was covered in flowers, and the air was filled with not only floral scents, but also the sweetness of cakes and candies lifting his spirits. "Wow, is this an octopus ball?" Jiale looked at the several big balls on the table and couldn't help poking one with his finger. The ball was the size of a basketball, golden brown, sprinkled with seaweed flakes and bonito flakes. It was far from a small ball, more like an octopus ball. Afu scratched his head, awkwardly, a bit embarrassed. "There's no choice, boss. We ran out of flour. Most of the flour was used for griddle cakes." "It's because you were greedy wanting griddle cakes that you used up all the flour." Xiao Wu exposed him mercilessly. "I told you yesterday to make less, but you said, make more, we can have it for breakfast tomorrow. And now today we don't have flour for the balls." Jiale looked at the giant octopus ball and laughed helplessly. "Forget it, octopus ball it is. It looks delicious anyway." Being hungry, he reached out, grabbed a ball, and took a big bite, getting his mouth full. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, the octopus meat chewy. Despite its size, it tasted great. After eating, Jiale was about to lie down when a seagull cawed overhead and dropped a newspaper onto the deck. Jiale picked up the newspaper and scanned the headline. His eyes lit up. There was a photo of Luffy with the caption, "Monkey D. Luffy bounty for 0 berries. 300 million berries." He murmured, relieved. Luffy's bounty had increased, meaning they were about to head to the Florian Triangle. "Boss, we've arrived at the port," Lao Zhou called out as he docked the ship. "Okay." Jiale grabbed his jacket and walked off the ship. "I'll go ashore and look around, buy some desserts. You all check if you need any supplies. If something comes up, contact me with the Den Den Mushi." As he stepped onto the railing ready to jump down, Lao Zhou called out, "Wait, boss." Jiale turned puzzled. "What's up?" Lao Zhou rubbed his hands, a bit sheepish. "Boss, now that we have the new ship, Black Rope, how about we buy some materials and draw a pirate flag ourselves?" Jiale paused, then shook his head. "No need for a pirate flag. I never intended to be a pirate. Hanging a flag or not doesn't matter." Lao Zhou was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "I understand, boss." He had noticed that although Jiale was wanted by the Navy and surrounded by former pirates, his actions were nothing like a pirate. No robbery, no trouble, more like a traveler. "If there's nothing else, I'll be off." Jiale waved, jumped off the ship, landing on the stone path of the port. "Take care of yourselves." Spring Island truly lived up to its name as the city of the Spring Queen. The entire city was covered in flowers, tulips of various colors and roadside flower beds, orchids, and roses hanging at every house. Even the lampposts were entwined with roses. Walking along, the air was filled with floral fragrance, lifting the spirits. Jiale hadn't walked far before he saw a delicately decorated cake shop with a glass window displaying all kinds of cakes. Strawberry cake, chocolate mousse cheesecake. Each one exquisite and tempting. His eyes lit up, and he immediately went inside. The shop owner was an old lady with white hair and a kind smile. Seeing him enter, she warmly greeted him. "Young man, what would you like to buy? All the cakes here are freshly made, very fresh. Try this strawberry roll. The cream is made from our farm's milk, sweet, but not greasy. Young people love it." Jiale was persuaded and bought several items, strawberry roll, chocolate cake, and 2 boxes of cookies, filling a large bag. After paying, he carried the bag of cakes and strolled leisurely along the street, eating the strawberry roll as he walked. The sweetness of the cream and the tartness of the strawberry melted in his mouth, making him squint with satisfaction. The street was lively, full of children laughing and playing and adults strolling leisurely. As he walked, he heard a little girl's soft voice. "Mom, come on, hurry up. I want to ride the giraffe slide. You promised you can't go back on your word." All right, Mom hasn't forgotten." The woman beside her smiled helplessly and patted the girl's head. "Mom was just buying you candy, see? All bought. Now let's go to the slide, okay?" Giraffe slide. Jiale stopped, stroking his chin in thought. "That sounds exciting. Since I'm not busy, I might as well check it out, just for fun." He quickly followed the mother and daughter in the direction they were walking. After a few minutes, he saw a crowd gathered ahead, noisy and bustling. Jiale squeezed in, and as soon as he steadied himself, he was shocked by the scene before him. In the center of the circle, a man in a black suit with hair like a pair of bull horns was commanding a large wolfhound to jump through a hoop of fire. Their appearance was very familiar. CP9. Jiale murmured inwardly. It was Kaku. Next to him stood Fakuro, both in plain clothes, and some children were being lifted by Fakuro onto Kaku's neck, sliding down one by one. Jiale quietly withdrew from the crowd and walked into a nearby alley. He didn't want to clash with CP9 now. After wandering around for a while, feeling he had seen enough, he was about to leave when he noticed a small hand-roll shop in the alley. Remembering he had eaten sweets and needed something savory, he went over and bought 2 tuna hand-rolls. He was holding the hand-rolls about to exit the alley when he suddenly felt a fierce, killing intent from behind, fast and violent. Jiale reacted quickly, almost instinctively stepping to the side. The moment he moved, a sharp-legged sweep brushed past his arm. The hand-rolls in his hand were swept away by the force, falling to the ground and rolling a few times, covered in dust. "Is this him, Caliphate?" A clear, cold voice sounded. The man retracted his leg and turned around. It was Kaku, wearing a gray jacket and a cap, his eyes cold as he stared at Jiale. Jiale turned, and saw Khalifa and Bruno walking in from the alley entrance. Khalifa in a white work uniform pushed up her glasses, her eyes sharp as knives. Yes, I definitely didn't misread his shocked expression. He recognized us. Kid, fess up. Who are you? A rough voice came from above. Jiale looked up and saw Jabra sitting on the roof, legs dangling, looking down at him, with Fakuro beside him. We've never seen you in Water 7 or Eni's lobby. How do you know us? Jiale quickly calculated in his mind. He hadn't seen Khalifa in the crowd earlier, as she must have been keeping watch on the side. That's why he hadn't noticed. Now 5 CP9 members were present. Giraffe slide. Jiale stopped, stroking his chin in thought. That sounds exciting. Since I'm not busy, I might as well check it out, just for fun. He quickly followed the mother and daughter in the direction they were walking. After a few minutes, he saw a crowd gathered ahead, noisy and bustling. Jiale squeezed in, and as soon as he steadied himself, he was shocked by the scene before him. In the center of the circle, a man in a black suit with hair like a pair of bull horns was commanding a large wolfhound to jump through a hoop of fire. Their appearance was very familiar. CP9. Jiale murmured inwardly. It was Kaku. Next to him stood Fakuro, both in plain clothes, and some children were being lifted by Fakuro onto Kaku's neck, sliding down one by one. Jiale quietly withdrew from the crowd and walked into a nearby alley. He didn't want to clash with CP9 now. After wandering around for a while, feeling he had seen enough, he was about to leave when he noticed a small hand-roll shop in the alley. Remembering he had eaten sweets and needed something savory, he went over and bought 2 tuna hand-rolls. He was holding the hand-rolls about to exit the alley when he suddenly felt a fierce, killing intent from behind, fast and violent. Jiale reacted quickly, almost instinctively stepping to the side. The moment he moved, a sharp leg sweep brushed past his arm. The hand-rolls in his hand were swept away by the force, falling to the ground and rolling a few times, covered in dust. Is this him, Khalifa? A clear, cold voice sounded. The man retracted his leg and turned around. It was Kaku, wearing a gray jacket and a cap, his eyes cold as he stared at Jiale. Jiale turned and saw Khalifa and Bruno walking in from the alley entrance. Khalifa in a white work uniform pushed up her glasses, her eyes sharp as knives. Yes, I definitely didn't misread his shocked expression. He recognized us. Kid, fess up. Who are you? A rough voice came from above. Jiale looked up and saw Jabra sitting on the roof, legs dangling, looking down at him, with Fakuro beside him. We've never seen you in Water 7 or Eni's lobby. How do you know us? Jiale quickly calculated in his mind. He hadn't seen Khalifa in the crowd earlier, as she must have been keeping watch on the side. That's why he hadn't noticed. Now 5 CP9 members were present. Jiale quickly calculated in his mind. He hadn't seen Khalifa in the crowd earlier, as she must have been keeping watch on the side. That's why he hadn't noticed. Now 5 CP9 members were present. Let's subdue him first, and then interrogate him, Jabura said, leaping down. Unwilling to cause a commotion, he intended to finish Jiale in an instant. Moonlight 10-finger gun. Jiale narrowed his eyes, elementalizing his body, as Jabura passed through him. What? Kaku and the others were astonished. Jabura landed, and tried to use the momentum to leap away from Jiale. Trying to run, Jiale grabbed Jabura's hand. Jabura's body rapidly swelled, clearly attempting to break free by transforming into his beast form. 50 million volts. Up. Accompanied by Jabura's scream, the beast transformation ceased. Jabura. Damn it, stop right there. Storm leg. Seeing Jabura collapse weakly to his knees, Kaku furiously attacked Jiale. Thunderpalm. Jiale did not dodge, crushing Kaku's attack with his left hand. Soap sheep cloud, great tsunami. A wave of bubbles surged towards Jiale, obscuring his vision. Iron body ball. Fakuro spun his body and charged at Jiale. Jiale had to sidestep to avoid Fakuro's attack. At the same time, Bruno opened an air door and rescued Jabura. 10 million volt discharge. Having just evaded the attack, Jiale found the bubbles annoying and shattered them all. Storm leg chaos. No sooner had the bubbles been destroyed than Kaku's attack followed immediately. Dozens of slashes hurtled towards Jiale. Thunderstream. Lightning erupted from his body, forming a barrier centered on himself that repelled all the attacks. Damn it. Kaku, his twin swords lodged in the wall, saw that he had done no damage. He pushed off the wall behind him, pulled out his blades, and slashed at Jiale. 2-sword style horizontal slash. At the same time, Bruno appeared behind Jiale and reached out his hand. What a troublesome ability. Electric light. Instantly, a brilliant light blazed, illuminating the dark alley. Not good. The sudden burst of light stung their eyes, causing phantom images to appear before them. Seizing the moment, Jiale leaped onto the rooftop and pointed a finger at Kaku. Kaku and the others just regained their senses, only to find Jiale gone. Not good, Kaku. He's up there. Fakuro saw the shadow on the ground and shouted to Kaku. 40 million volt discharge. As Kaku looked up, a bolt of lightning accompanied by Jiale's voice struck his chest. Up. Kaku collapsed, smoke rising from his body, his eyes rolled back. Now can we have a proper talk? Jiale crouched down, looking at them. This guy. If it weren't so cramped here, we couldn't spread out. What now? Khalifa looked at Bruno. Let's hear what he has to say first. If things go wrong, I can still get us out of here with my ability, Fakuro said, hoisting the unconscious Kaku onto his shoulder. Khalifa also helped the now conscious Jabura to his feet. First of all, I'm not a marine or a pirate. I didn't come to this island specifically looking for you. Then how do you know who we are? Khalifa asked calmly. As for why I recognize you, I sailed here from Chishui City. I heard about your exploits from the Straw Hat crew. Given how cautious and bedraggled you look, you must be wanted by the world government now. What did you say? Jabura angrily stepped forward, but was stopped by Bruno. That's none of your business. If it's a misunderstanding, let's part ways here. Khalifa said, supporting Jabura as she turned to leave. You provoke me, and then just walk away. That won't do, Jiale said, landing with a thud in front of Khalifa. What do you want? Bruno stepped forward. If I recall, CP9 should have 7 members. Where are the other 2? Why should we tell you? Kaku, now awake, was set down by Fakuro. It's up to you. I'll let you go if you agree to do one favor for me in the future. Kaku, Jabura, and the others fell silent. They knew the situation. Even if they were fully recovered, they likely couldn't defeat Jiale. From the looks of it, you're short on cash, right? I can give you money. That should be fine, shouldn't it? A once fearsome assassin organization, now working as a circus act. Jabura dug deep scratches into the floor with his fingers in anger, but none of them spoke up to refute. We accept your terms. Kaku, you idiot, what are you saying? Jabura grabbed Kaku's collar angrily, and Khalifa and the others quickly intervened to restrain him. What choice do we have now? Kaku said, clenching his fists tightly. I don't want this either. You've made the right decision. Now take me to see the other 2. We can agree to do one thing for you, but we won't help you strike against the world government. Otherwise, there's no deal. Kaku gripped his twin swords, ready to strike at any moment. Oh, even reduced to this state, you still cling to your sense of justice. That's none of your business. First tell us whether you can accept our terms. Fine. Jiale ultimately chose not to press them further. He had considered eliminating them all on the spot, given Lucci's potential and the trouble they might cause in the future. Jiale followed them through the door Bruno opened. Within Bruno's space, they quickly reached a small hospital. As they knocked, a male doctor with an afro identical to Brooks came out. Khalifa and the others stepped forward one by one, handing him the money they had earned that morning. Jiale watched this scene. This was also why he hesitated to act against them. These were formidable individuals who could easily dominate the lives of ordinary people. Yet despite being hailed as superhumans, they chose not to use their strength to plunder wealth. Instead, they earned money through street performances to treat their comrades' injuries. Don't worry. The one with pink hair is already awake. Only the one with nearly every bone broken is still unconscious. Kaku and the others hurriedly bowed to thank the doctor. We'll rely on you to treat our comrade. We'll gather the money for you. I will definitely heal your friend. The other one should wake up after about 5 more days of rest. Jabura forced a relatively amiable expression onto his fierce face and thanked the doctor again for treating his comrades. All right, where's the money you promised to sponsor us? After Fakuro followed the doctor inside, Khalifa asked Jiale, how much do you need? While they were talking with the doctor, Jiale had called Lao Zhou, telling him to have a Jie bring all the money. Kaku and the others huddled together to discuss. After a brief conference, Kaku stepped forward. 100 million berry. Fine. The money is on its way. Boss, I've brought the money. A Jie ran over panting, carrying 2 bags of cash. Good work. Here's your money. Jiale tossed the larger bag to Kaku. Kaku stared at the bag in his hand. The money they had earned over the past several days didn't even come close to what was in this bag. Kaku then handed the money to Khalifa. Don't worry, that bag contains more than enough. Don't forget what you promised me. Jiale turned and pulled the still questioning Jie away. When you need us, how do we contact you? Kaku asked, looking at this strange man. Like this. Jiale raised his right hand, making the number 7 sign. Also, that black ship you built? I'll buy it. Is that so? What name did you give it? Kaku's expression relaxed noticeably upon hearing that Jiale was using the ship he had built. Black Rope. A Jiale listening nearby immediately understood who they were. Black Rope, huh? Sounds decent. Take good care of that ship. I will. Jiale pulled a Jie out of the alley. As soon as they turned into a quiet street, a Jie couldn't help but speak, his tone tinged with understanding and a hint of surprise. Boss, when you said Black Rope was built by them earlier, and I remembered you mentioning the ship's origin. Could they be the CP9 members? Jiale saw the recognition in a Jie's eyes and didn't beat around the bush. Yes, they are. I gave them money earlier, partly to help them treat their injured comrade, and partly to strike a deal. They'll do one favor for me in the future. A deal, eh? A Jie frowned. They're world government agents. Even though they're wanted now, dealing with them, they might not. Relax. I only spent a bit of money. Jiale interrupted him, recalling the awkward scene of CP9 pooling their money together. His tone softened. You saw it too. They have the power to rob, yet they chose not to. They'd rather busk on the streets to pay for medical bills. They're not that bad. Even if they break their word, I've only lost a little money. But if they keep their promise, I'll have gained immensely. Jie finally relaxed. Thinking of the money bag his boss had casually handed over, he couldn't help but marvel. 100 million berry. It would take them months of street performances to earn that much. Jiale smiled and patted his shoulder. Money is trivial. What matters is that they have principles. By the way, my tuna hand roll got knocked away earlier. Let's go back to that cake shop and buy some more food, and bring some bread back for Lao Zhou and the others as dinner. When they returned to the cake shop, the wind chime at the door jingled. A white-haired old woman was packing cookies at the counter. Seeing Jiale come back, she smiled and stood up. Young man, you bought quite a bit of cake earlier. Did you not have enough? You guessed right, ma, I am, Jiale said with a smile, pointing at the bread in the display case. Give me another 3 strawberry rolls, 2 bags of matcha bread, and a few sandwiches. Freshly made, please. There'll be dinner for my crew. The old woman bustled about efficiently packing the items while muttering, the matcha bread just came out of the oven, still warm. The meat in the sandwiches was bought fresh from the market next door today. You young folks work hard on the sea, eat up to fill your stomachs. After paying, Jiale walked out carrying a heavy paper bag. Jiale followed, recalling the CP9 members' reaction when they heard Black Rope. He couldn't help saying, when Kaku heard you name the ship Black Rope, his expression softened. They really care about the ship they built. After all, they built it with their own hands. Seeing their creation appreciated by someone else must make them happy. Jiale replied, slowing his pace. Gazing at the passers-by on the street, he felt a sudden wave of emotion. In the past, when he watched anime, he always thought of CP9 as the antagonists, blocking Luffy's path. Mere cardboard characters. But today, seeing them humbly scrape together money for their comrade, bowing to thank the doctor, and even softening at the mention of a ship's name. How could he still see them as fictional characters? They were living, breathing people, with comrades they cared about and principles they held dear. Back on the Black Rope, the deck was faintly scented with grilled octopus. A Fu was crouched by the water tank, wiping off the lasting stains. Xiao Wu leaned against the railing, gazing toward Chun Island. Lao Zhou was organizing the freshly replenished freshwater barrels. Boss is back. A Fu spotted them first, dropped his rag, and ran over, his eyes fixed on the paper bag in Jiale's hand. Is that the cake you bought for us? I told Xiao Wu you'd definitely get the strawberry rolls again. Jiale handed him the bag with a smile. There's plenty in there, matcha bread and sandwiches too. Share them with everyone for dinner. A Fu gleefully called for a gang to come and distribute the food, and the deck immediately became lively. Jiale walked to the gunwale, leaned against the railing, and watched the sun sink slowly in the distance. Lao Zhou finished organizing the water barrels, walked over, and handed him a bottle of lemonade. Boss, you seem in good spirits. You sent a Jiale out earlier to handle something. Looks like it went well. Jiale took the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. It went smoothly. Lao Zhou didn't press for details, just nodded. By the way, about the itinerary to the Sabati archipelago, I calculated that since we bypassed the Thriller Bark Triangle and the winds have been favorable, we should arrive in 3 more days. 3 days? Jiale repeated, gazing at the golden-red ripples on the sea. His eyes brightened. 3 days wasn't long. Once he reached the Sabati archipelago, he would meet Rayleigh. The events about to unfold on that bubble-covered island would soon unfold before his eyes. The scene where Zoro and the others were sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma was still etched in his memory. Just then, a Fu came running over, holding half a strawberry roll, and thrust it into his hand. Boss, eat up. Xiao Wu tried to sneak the last one, but I stopped him. Jiale took a bite, the sweetness of the cream and the tang of the strawberry spreading across his tongue. The thoughts about CP9 and the anime characters faded, replaced by this simple, solid sweetness. The anchor of the Black Rope plunged into the shallow waters near Peninsula No. 52 with a resounding thud, sending splashes that clung to the deck's edge, glistening with fine golden specks under the afternoon sun. A Fu had long abandoned his rag for wiping the water tank. He crouched by the ship's rail, gripping the bars, and peering toward the shore, his nose nearly touching the cold metal. The distant crowd on the shore, the colorful bubbles drifting in the air, and the faint music made his eyes sparkle. Xiao Wu squeezed next to a Fu, pointing at a building on the shore with a sign reading Shipyard, and whispered, Do you think the coding masters here really can make ships sail on the seabed like the rumors say? Jiale leaned against the cabin door, watching their excited demeanor, and clapped his hands with a smile. Stop clinging to the rail. Let's disembark. They carried simple bags, stepping off the ship onto the coarse gravel shore. The air was a mix of the salty tang of the sea and the sweet aroma wafting from a distant bakery. Jiale glanced around. Peninsula No. 52 was indeed as the rumors said, with shipbuilding sheds and scaffolding everywhere. A few artisans in oil-stained work clothes hurried past, carrying planks. The wooden walkway beneath their feet was darkened by sea erosion. Several small sea beasts used for hauling materials were tied to the roadside, occasionally swishing their tails and yawning. Who's staying to watch the ship? Jiale turned and asked. A Fu and Xiao Wu's heads drooped instantly. They exchanged glances, both wanting to say, I want to go explore, but too embarrassed to speak first. Someone had to stay on board. Just as Jiale was about to speak, old Zhou wiped his hands of water stains and stepped forward. Boss, I'll stay and watch the ship. I'm old and don't care for such excitement. It's reassuring to guard the vessel. Jiale nodded. All right. Old Zhou, if anything happens, use the telephone bug to contact me. If some reckless fool comes to cause trouble, remember to back down first, or show them my bounty poster. I'll deal with them when I get back. Old Zhou replied with a don't worry, and turned back to the Black Rope. A Fu and Xiao Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiles returning to their faces. Let's go explore then, Jiale said, leading the way deeper into the peninsula. No sooner had they walked a few steps than a man in a tattered pirate coat with a scar on his face leaned against a roadside pillar, smoking a cigarette. His eyes were fixed on them. Clearly he had noticed they just disembarked and was sizing them up. Jiale didn't deter. He walked straight over and asked in a calm tone, Hey, how are these shampoo peninsulas divided exactly? The pirate, who had initially looked provocative, inexplicably shivered when his eyes met Jiale's. This man wore no flashy clothes and carried no weapons, but there was an indescribable aura about him. He quickly put out his cigarette, stood up straighter, and his tone became more restrained. Oh. Sir, you must be new to Shampoo, right? I'll tell you, the division of these islands is very clear. He pointed in different directions and explained, numbers 1 to 29, that's the lawless zone. Very chaotic. Human trafficking, black market deals, casinos, and bars are all there. You can hear fighting even during the day. Don't go there unless you have some skills. Numbers 30 to 39 are the Bubble Amusement Park. The music you heard earlier comes from there. It's all entertainment. Numbers 40 to 49 are the sightseeing and shopping district. They sell everything. Numbers 50 to 59 are where we are now, the shipbuilding and coding hub. All the coding masters on the island have their shops here. Numbers 60 to 69 are the marine branch and the entrance to the world government. Better not go there. Numbers 70 to 79 are the hotel districts specially for travelers and pirates. Jiale listened and nodded, thanks. The pirate quickly waved his hand, and only when they were far away did he breathe a sigh of relief, touching his chest. Cold sweat had broken out on his back. Boss, Jiale walked beside Jiale and asked quietly, aren't we looking for a coding master on Peninsula 52? Why ask about other areas? Jiale smiled, don't rush to find a coding master. I'll handle that. You guys go to the 40 to 49 district to buy supplies, vegetables, fruits, and fresh water for the ship. Also rest a bit at the 30 to 39 district, or take a stroll. Jiale was stunned, and you? I'll first take a look around amusement park now. 32, then go to the 1 to 29 district to find someone. Jiale turned to Fu and Xiao Wu. You three stick close to Jiale, don't wander off. Especially don't go near the 1 to 29 district. It's not safe. A gang who was staring at the colorful bubbles drifting in the distance quickly nodded, got it, boss. Fu cheerfully said, we'll definitely stick with brother, Jiale. We won't wander off. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, already clutching the pocket money in his hand. He wanted to buy a new voyage log in the shopping district. They parted ways at the intersection. Jiale led a Fue gang and Xiao Wu toward District 44. Jiale watched them leave, then turned and headed toward amusement park No. 32. Peninsula No. 32 was indeed bustling. As soon as he entered, cheerful music filled the air, colorful balloons hung at the entrance, and several people in clown costumes were handing out candy, drawing a crowd of children. Jiale walked in. The path was paved with colored bricks flanked by snack stalls. The aroma of grilled squid and sugared chestnuts mixed with drifting bubbles, creating a relaxing atmosphere. He first approached the carousel, watching children ride on wooden horses, laughing and reaching out to catch the bubbles floating by. A little girl with pigtails sat on the front white horse. She turned and saw Jiale waving at him. Big brother, come play with us. Jiale smiled and shook his head, taking a fruit candy from his pocket and handing it to her. Big brother won't play. You have fun, okay? The little girl took the candy, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Farther ahead was a shooting gallery. The vendor, a burly man with a beard, was shouting, 8 out of 10 hits win a whale plush. 10 out of 10 win the biggest bear. Jiale approached, looking at the small plush toys on display. The largest brown bear was about half a person's height, and a few children were staring at it longingly. Boss, 10 shots. Jiale handed over some berries. The vendor took the money and handed him a toy gun. Be careful, don't hurt anyone. Jiale raised the gun and aimed at the target. The distance was far too close for him, even though he didn't usually use guns. With a few bang-bang sounds, all 10 shots hit the bullseye. The surrounding children gasped, and the vendor scratched his head in surprise. Wow, young man, you're skilled. The biggest bear is yours. Jiale took the bear and noticed a little boy staring at it. The boy wore faded clothes and clutched a worn-out doll with a torn corner. Jiale handed the bear to him. Say, big brother, you're so handsome, and big brother will give you this bear to play with, okay? The little boy was taken aback, looked up at him, then at the vendor. When the vendor nodded, he cautiously took the bear and whispered, thank you, big brother. You're so handsome. Jiale smiled and continued walking. After strolling for a while, he arrived at the foot of the Ferris wheel. It was larger than he had imagined. The cabins were transparent because they were made of bubbles. As the wheel turned, they rose slowly into the air, revealing a view of most of the Shampoo archipelago. Young man, want to ride the Ferris wheel? Asked the elderly lady selling tickets with a smile. 1 ticket, please. Jiale bought a ticket and stepped into a cabin. The cabin rose slowly. Jiale leaned by the window, watching the scenery unfold below. The amusement park looked like a colorful mosaic. The bubbles from peninsulas 30 to 39 connected like pearls scattered on the sea. In the distance, the shipbuilding sheds on peninsulas 50 to 59 showed busy artisans. Even farther still, the marine branch on peninsula 60 was faintly visible, and toward peninsulas 1 to 29. Though distant, he could sense it. Denser buildings shrouded in smoke. When the cabin reached its highest point, Jiale closed his eyes and slowly unfolded his heart net. The invisible net spread out like fine branches from his body, covering several nearby peninsulas. The laughter from No. 32, the hammering from No. 46, the footsteps from No. 27. All sounds clearly entered his mind. He didn't focus on the cheerful noises, but concentrated on catching any unusual activity. Sure enough, after a moment, a few hushed conversations reached him. Hey, do you think headquarters is being too nervous this time? Having us lie low in various areas without even specific orders, just saying to be on alert. The speaker was a young marine, his voice coming from Peninsula No. 24. Just do as you're told. Why so much chatter? Another voice, calmer, belonged to an older soldier. I heard that in the next few days over a dozen pirates with bounties over 100 million will land on the Shampoo Archipelago. Over a dozen. The young Marine's voice rose then quickly lowered. So many heavy hitters. Can just a few of us handle that? Relax, headquarters isn't asking us to fight them head on. The older soldier paused, seemed to look around, then continued. I heard. Headquarters is going to deploy a newly developed secret weapon for testing on this island. With those things, even if something happens, they can keep things under control. A new weapon. What is it? The young Marine asked curiously. Don't ask too many questions. Knowing too much isn't good for you. The older soldier's tone turned serious. Stay alert, kid. Keep your eyes open during the watch. Don't be careless. I don't want my granddaughter to lose her father. The young Marine's voice dropped. Got it, Captain. I'll be careful. Jiale opened his eyes, a faint smile curling on his lips. Over a dozen pirates with bounties over 100 million, a new weapon. No doubt among those pirates Luffy and his crew would be there. And the new weapon was most likely the pacifistas, those artificial humanoid weapons resembling bears. They would be a formidable foe for Luffy and his crew at this stage. It seemed Luffy and the others hadn't arrived yet. They should be coming within the next couple of days. When they come, I need to warn them to be careful, especially about the pacifistas, so they don't get caught off guard. The cabin slowly descended. Jiale stepped out of the Ferris wheel, and just as he reached the exit, a sweet fragrance wafted over. He turned to see a cotton candy stall. An old man was spinning a machine, turning out a pink cloud of cotton candy, like a big fluffy cloud. Young man wants some cotton candy. Pink is strawberry flavor, blue is blueberry, very sweet, the old man called out with a smile. I'll take a pink one. Jiale handed over the money and took the cotton candy. It was soft and a strand fell off at the slightest touch, filling the air with sweet fragrance. He took a bite. It melted instantly on his tongue, spreading a sweet taste. Eating the cotton candy, Jiale headed toward peninsulas 1 to 29. The closer he got, the more the atmosphere changed. The lively amusement park sounds faded away, replaced by black market stalls selling weapons and information. Most passers-by wore pirate clothes, their faces bearing scars, eyes vigilant and scanning the surroundings. Occasionally he saw a few drunken pirates leaning against walls, arguing, bottles in hand, looking ready to fight at any moment. Jiale paid no heed. His goal was clear. According to his memory, Rayleigh usually gambled in casinos, sold himself to the auction house when out of money, and occasionally took on coding jobs. Since Rayleigh first appeared in the auction house as a slave being sold, at this point Rayleigh would only be found in casinos or bars. Island No. 10 was more chaotic than he had imagined. The streets were lined with low wooden houses, walls covered in messy graffiti. Some windows were broken, patched with wooden boards. A few men in black suits leaned against corners, talking in low voices, occasionally glancing at passers-by. They looked like black market intermediaries. Jiale still had the unfinished cotton candy in his hand, pink sugary strands clinging to his fingertips, creating a stark contrast with the grim surroundings. Several pirates looked at him in surprise, then quickly averted their gaze. Jiale ignored the stares. As he walked, he scanned the shops along the street with the corner of his eye. Most were signs reading, weapon shop, or information house. There were also a few small taverns with closed doors. He probed each one with his heart net. After walking for about 10 minutes without detecting Rayleigh's presence, Jiale, finding the pace too slow, spread his heart net to cover the entire island. No. 10. Blurry images and sounds vaguely entered his mind. I've searched from island 1 to 11, but he's nowhere to be found. The drop rate can't be this bad. So hard to find. Jiale leaned against a crooked tree by the roadside, digging his fingertips into the rough bark to barely steady his swaying body. Earlier to find Rayleigh, he had spread his mantra like a fine sieve over every inch. From the crisp clatter of dice in the casino, the drunken curses in the tavern, to the hidden intelligence scrolls beneath the black market stalls, and the mice scurrying through the gaps in the wooden huts. All the minute sounds crowded into his mind. Now his mental energy was nearly drained. He could feel his temples throbbing, his vision blurring from time to time, and his breathing heavier than usual. Decayed vegetable leaves and empty wine bottles floated in the roadside drain, emitting a foul stench completely different from the sweet fragrance of the amusement park, the lawless zone of blocks 1 to 29. Where even the wind carried a repulsive odor. No choice. I'll have to look again tomorrow. Jiale took a deep breath, staggering as he straightened up. He rubbed his heavy temples and decided to return to Peninsula No. 52 first. Old Joe was still guarding the ship on the black rope, and Jiale and the others should have finished buying supplies and gone back. As he passed Peninsula No. 14, a clanking sound of dragging chains suddenly came from the alley ahead, drowning out the distant drunken shouts. He instinctively craned his neck to look. A group of men in black short-sleeved shirts walked at the front, holding whips in their hands and short knives at their waists. They looked like the cargo handlers of the black market, those who specialized in escorting slaves or stolen goods. Behind them followed about 20 people, each with iron chains binding their ankles and wrists, the chains linked end to end, scraping against the ground with a harsh sound. Most of those people bowed their heads, hunched their shoulders. Some had injuries on their faces, others were clothes so tattered that patches showed. They were clearly newly captured goods. But Jiale's gaze froze on a man in the middle rear of the crowd. A man in a dark gray coat, hair slightly messy with stray bangs hanging down to shadow his brows. The cuffs of his sleeves were frayed, and the iron chain around his wrist was thicker than the others, yet it did not slow his pace. His back was still fairly straight, unlike the others who were dejected and drooping. Even when passing a puddle, he gently sidestepped to avoid splashing mud on his trousers. The corner of his mouth seemed to carry a faint, elusive smile, as if he were not being escorted to be sold, but strolling through an ordinary market. It was Layli. Jiale's heart tightened. Instantly forgetting his fatigue, he quietly retreated a few steps. He watched the group emerge from the alley and head toward Peninsula No. 4. Peninsula No. 4 was more remote than No. 14, said to be filled with black market warehouses for storing goods. This meant that tomorrow would be the day Lu Fei and his crew would storm the auction house. From a distance of dozens of meters, he used his mantra to track them and also eavesdrop on their conversation. The leading cargo handler seemed to be talking to someone beside him, his voice low. Jiale pricked up his ears and barely caught a few words. Several of this batch are to be auctioned tomorrow. We must guard them carefully. What's there to fear? The chains are locked tight. Once they're in the iron house, they can't escape even if they grow wings. Indeed, Jiale thought upon hearing this, confirming his speculation. He watched as the group turned into the depths of Peninsula No. 4 and stopped in front of a giant stone house. The stone house was built of bluish-black boulders, walls thick enough to stop bullets. The entrance was fitted with a half-man-high iron gate, rusty, but exuding a cold, forbidding hardness. The roof was flat, overgrown with some withered vines. Several soldiers in the same black short-sleeved shirts were leaning by the gate smoking. When they saw the group approaching, they quickly stubbed out their cigarettes and opened the gate. The leading cargo handler shouted as he led the people inside. The clanking sound of dragging chains was especially clear in the silent night. After the last person entered the stone house, the soldier slammed the gate shut with a clang, locked it again, and leaned back against the wall to chat, apparently confident that no one inside could escape. Jiale hid under an old locust tree not far away, watching the soldiers at the stone house entrance, calculating whether to take them all out. He leaned against the tree trunk. The night breeze dispelled some of the energy he had been forcing, and drowsiness surged, his eyelids growing heavy. He rubbed his eyes, listening to the occasional clink of chains and low coughs from the stone house. After waiting about half an hour, he saw the leading cargo handler come out, exchange a few words with the soldiers. Keep an eye on them, send them to the auction house early tomorrow morning, and then turn and leave. Only after the cargo handler's figure disappeared into the night did Jiale quietly move to the side of the stone house. The stone house was tall, the windows locked and nailed with boards. The only entrance was the iron gate, unless... He looked up at the chimney on the side of the stone house. The chimney was very narrow, barely enough for a child, and dark inside with faint traces of soot visible. Jiale took a deep breath, and his body instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning darting into the chimney. The lightning followed the chimney down, and just before reaching the ground it condensed back into a physical form. No sooner had he steadied himself than he was completely enveloped by a huge shadow. A giant sat in the center of the stone house, leaning against the stone wall, legs crossed like a small mountain. His bronze skin was bare, and around his ankles were iron chains as thick as a bull's mouth, their links rusted black, one end fixed to an iron ring in the corner. He had his eyes closed, brows furrowed, as if enduring pain or simply resting. His breathing was heavy, and his massive belly rose and fell with each breath. You followed me all the way from Peninsula No. 14 to here. Surely you didn't come to this prison as a sightseer. A calm but weighty voice came from beside him. Jiale turned and saw Layli sitting against the wall, the iron chains around his wrists looped twice and resting on his knees. He looked up, his eyes clear beneath his long hair, without the slightest panic of being captured. The smile at the corner of his mouth remained, but now held a hint of scrutiny. Clearly Layli had noticed him since Peninsula No. 14. Before Jiale could speak, a hoarse shout suddenly came from the side. Brother, save me. I am the captain of the Haemuk pirates. As long as you rescue me, I'll give you all the treasure I've hidden away. The speaker was a man sitting on the ground wearing a tattered captain's hat, his face stained with blood, his left cheek swollen badly, and his eyes bloodshot. Clearly he had been severely tortured. Seeing that Jiale had broken in, he clung to him like a lifeline, struggling to crawl over the chains, clanking loudly. With him as the first, the stone house instantly became noisy. Save me too. I know where treasure is. I am the best coating mechanic on the island. Rescue me, and I'll coat your ship for free. Stop shouting. You'll attract the guards. Several captives were either crying for mercy or yelling at each other, their chaotic voices echoing in the stone house. Jiale ignored them, just looking at Layli. Their eyes met in the dim stone house. Layli's gaze was deep and appraising. Jiale's was firm, without any extra emotion. Just then the clanking of keys came from the stone house entrance, clearly someone unlocking the gate, followed by a soldier's shout. What's all the noise inside? Looking for death, are you? Footsteps grew closer. Obviously the soldiers had heard the commotion and were coming to check. Jiale stepped forward 2 paces, crouched beside Layli, and said in a low voice, word by word, Luo Jie's son has been captured. These words were like a stone thrown into still water. The smile on Layli's face instantly vanished. His hands, which had been resting on his knees, suddenly clenched, the chains around his wrists pulled taut. The slightly lazy aura he had moments ago changed instantly. A low pressure emanated from him, and the noise in the stone house seemed to be cut off abruptly. Then an invisible presence suddenly expanded. Not a physical impact, but it made everyone in the stone house stiffen. The slaves closest to Lei fell to their knees with a thud, clutching their heads, faces pale, as if crushed by an invisible weight. The Haemuk captain who had been shouting for treasure collapsed onto the ground, trembling like a sieve too weak to lift his head. Even the giant sitting nearby opened his eyes, his murky gaze sweeping over Lei before quickly closing again, only his brow furrowed deeper. Conqueror's Haki. Jiale marveled inwardly. This was the aura of the legendary vice-captain of the Pirate King. Even bound in chains, even without lifting a finger, he could crush ordinary people just with his presence. He also felt a tightness in his chest, but he leaned closer to Lei's ear and said, "I am not your enemy. About Luo Jie's son being captured. When you've thought it through, go to Peninsula No. 52 and look for the black rope, the black ship." The door to the room had already been pushed open a crack, and the soldiers' curses grew closer. "Everyone inside, behave yourselves. Keep making noise." Before the words had even landed, Jiale's body flickered and transformed into a current of electricity darting out through the chimney. "Quick, check what's going on inside." Another soldier pushed him, and the two walked into the stone house with drawn blades, only to see a room full of collapsed slaves, and Lei leaning against the wall, his eyes chillingly cold. Jiale transformed into lightning, flew a great distance before reforming into a human shape on a cliff edge. Below the cliff was the sea. The afterglow of the setting sun had not yet fully faded, dyeing the ocean a brilliant orange-red. Waves crashed against the rocks with a rhythmic splashing sound. He sat on a rock by the cliff, looking toward Peninsula No. 52 in the distance. The lights there were already lit, the lamps of the shipbuilding sheds, and the ships twinkling like stars, radiating a sense of calm warmth. Jiale felt his pocket. There was still one fruit candy left from the afternoon he had given to the little girl, its wrapper crumpled. He peeled off the wrapper, put the candy in his mouth, and the sweetness slowly spread across his tongue. Lei should go to rescue AIC, right? He murmured to himself. Why didn't he go to rescue in the anime? Was it because he learned the news too late? Judging from Lei's expression just now, he should go to rescue AIC. After all, AIC is the child of his brother. He shouldn't stand by and do nothing. Yeah, that's right. With someone comparable to a Marine Admiral helping, Jiale couldn't help but slap his thigh, a grin spreading across his face. It's in the bag. When he had sorted out these thoughts, he stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and turned to walk toward Peninsula No. 52. The night grew deeper. Most of the roadside vendors had packed up, leaving only a few late-night snack stalls still lit, with the aroma of grilled squid wafting through the air. Jiale didn't linger, his pace quickened. The people on the black rope must be getting anxious. As soon as he stepped onto the deck of the black rope, he heard a gang's loud voice, "Boss is back." 2 kerosene lamps hung on the deck, the light, not bright, but warm. A gang sat on a wooden crate holding a clay bowl of wine with a plate of peanuts beside him. A Fu crouched nearby holding an unfinished bread, his mouth stuffed full. When he saw Jiale return, he mumbled a vague "boss." Old Joe, holding a rag, was wiping the ship's railing. Seeing him, he quickly put down the rag and walked over. Xiao Wu sat in a corner reading a newly purchased navigation log by the lamplight, a bit of breadcrumb stuck to the cover. "Boss, are you done with your business?" A gang asked, raising his wine bowl in a casual tone. Jiale nodded, walked to the table in the middle of the ship, and sat down. Old Joe handed him a glass of water. He took a sip of warm water, easing the dryness in his throat. "You're pretty much done. I've also found a coating mechanic. Barring any accidents." "Boss, what do you mean by barring any accidents?" A Fu still had bread in his mouth, crumbs falling onto the table as he spoke. He didn't notice, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Jiale glanced at him, but didn't explain much. Some things weren't necessary for them to know too much. "Swallow what's in your mouth before you speak." He tapped the table, then turned to Old Joe. "Old Joe, you all stay on the ship for the next couple of days. Don't go ashore. This island is about to get lively, and it's not safe." Old Joe frowned, concern in his eyes. "Boss, what's going on? Is it dangerous? Should we move the ship farther out away from the island?" "It's fine for me," Jiale said frankly. "But if I take you along, it will be too dangerous." He knew how chaotic the Xiangbidi archipelago was about to become. Dozens of pirates with bounties over 100 million would gradually land on the island. The Pacifista would be deployed, and the commotion Lu Fei and his crew were about to cause. None of this was something A Fu Xiao Wu and the others could handle, let alone the 7 warlords and the Marine admirals. Even he himself wasn't very confident about the latter two. "Boss." A GS suddenly spoke up. He had been standing silently nearby, his eyes full of eagerness. "Can I follow you? I won't cause you any trouble. Please let me come with you," he said, puffing out his chest to prove his capability. Jiale looked at him, paused for a few seconds, then nodded. "All right. When you follow me, remember to stay close and do everything I say." "Okay. Thank you, boss." A Jie's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. A Fu, seeing that a Jie could go, wanted to speak as well, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Jiale silenced him with a glare. Xiao Wu tactfully said nothing, just tucked the navigation log deeper into his arms. Being able to peacefully read the log on the ship was fine too. Jiale touched the candy wrapper in his pocket, the one from the fruit candy he had just eaten, and thought to himself, "Lately, don't really stand by and do nothing. Let's go, Jie." Jiale stood up, gazing toward the distant direction of numbers 1 to 29. "I can sense that some guests have already arrived on the island ahead of us." Peninsula 41. Hey Sua Long, where are you going alone?" Wu Suapu and Shanji shouted to Sua Long, who had already disembarked. "Just taking a walk." What's wrong? Sua Long turned around looking at them with a puzzled expression. Don't go. Forget it, you damn direction-blind idiot. This is an archipelago. It'll be a hassle to find you. Shan Ji and Wu Suapu upon hearing Sua Long cursed him with angry faces. Who would get lost? Aren't numbers written on every tree? I can just ask someone for directions if needed. Sua Long retorted with embarrassment and annoyance. You actually have that kind of intelligence. We underestimated you. Sorry. Take care on the road. Be sure to humbly ask for directions and never trust yourself. Shanji and Wu Suipu finally waved goodbye with relief. How disheartening. Just remember the number on this tree. It's number 1, right? Those bastards actually look down on me like this. Who would get lost in a place like this? They make me sound like a direction-blind idiot. What Sua Long didn't know was that when he looked at the number, the 4 was exactly blocked by a bubble. Peninsula 24. Why can such a slender body eat so much food? Hurry up and serve her, or you'll anger her. She's a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Keep bringing me food. This is nowhere near fast enough. A beautiful woman with pink long hair wearing a light green Polish hat, a white vest, orange-black suspenders, and brown knee-high boots sat with her legs spread wide on the dining table, shoveling food into her mouth with both hands. Jiale Bony, born in the South Sea, captain of the Bony Pirates, nickname Glutton, bounty 140 million berries. Possesses the paramecia type age fruit ability, allowing her to freely change her own and others' ages. Behind her crew members were trying to calm her down, asking her to be patient. At another table, a short man in a pinstripe suit and napkin put down his knife and fork with a displeased expression, wiped his mouth, and ordered his underling to shut Boney's mouth. You can't do that, Godfather. We're right at Navy headquarters. With a pft sound, the short man stabbed the disobedient underling with a fork. Ka Peng Beiji, born in the West Sea, captain of the fire tank pirates, nickname Gangster, bounty 138 million berries. Possesses the paramecia type castle fruit ability, allowing all his crew members to enter his body. Behind him were all suited men holding rifles. Hey, what's wrong with you? You spilled soup on me. A pirate with a 3-tailed long braid and a skull necklace angrily drew his sword ready to kill the waiter, who in his eyes was asking for death. Hold on. A hand stopped the 3-tailed braid pirate, making him dare not continue. Why, Captain? He's just an ordinary person. The fate of your clothes was destined to be this way. This man had flowing golden hair, a slender build, 6 distinctive vertical lines on his forehead, armor on his left arm, and a black cross tattoo on his Adam's apple. He wore black pants paired with an open white ruffled shirt. Coldly looking at the waiter trembling on the floor, he said, Sorry I startled you. Killing today would affect our luck. Bossy I Erhuajin Sea, born in the North Sea, nickname Magician, bounty 249 million berries. Possesses the paramecia type straw fruit ability, allowing him to transform into a scarecrow and bind others' lives to himself as substitute scarecrows. And his crew members behind him were all draped in black robes. Boss, where are we going? Isn't this where we're supposed to be? I'll take you to the auction later. You haven't seen a giant yet, have you? Jiale was about to answer Jiale when a loud crash sounded. A long-armed tribe member wearing a Chinese-style robe with the character "een" embroidered on the chest, headphones, black glasses, and teeth shaped like piano keys leapt out of the explosion smoke with a somersault, landing on the ground with his hands in a fighting stance. If you want to fight, come out and fight. I'm ready anytime. I'll show you how tough I am. Siku Lachi Manapu, born in the long-armed tribe, on the Grand Line, nickname Sea Roar DJ, bounty 198 million berries. Possesses the paramecia type instrument fruit ability, allowing him to attack enemies with the music he plays. Then stop staring at me. A man emerged from the smoke with hedgehog-like red hair, wearing an open black jacket, a dagger and pistol at his waist, and a dark red overcoat. Boss, you can't fight here, a yellow-haired pirate shouted to the man in front. You're a guy that makes people want to puke just by looking at you. This man, whose face was written with arrogance and ferocity, clearly didn't care about what his crew said. I can kill you right here. With that, he used his left hand to draw the dagger at his waist. Usita Sijita, born in the South Sea, captain of the Jida Pirates, nickname Captain, bounty 315 million berries. Possesses the paramecia type magnet fruit ability, allowing him to manipulate metal with magnetism. Boss, those two look really strong. Of course they all have bounties over 100 million. Meanwhile, on another street, a masked person wielding spinning dual sickles charged from the sky toward a burly Sky Island man. A figure burst into the fight between the two, holding an axe in one hand and a long sword in the other, blocking both attacks and forcibly separating them. Enough. If you want to cause trouble, go to the New World. This was a man in a dark blue leather jacket with an X tattoo on his chest and a matching scar on his chin, holding a 4-bladed axe in his right hand and a sword in his left, wearing a knight's hat and a black eye mask. XD Lei Ku, born in the North Sea, captain of the Lei Ku Pirates, nickname Red Flag, bounty 222 million berries. A Zoan-type dragon fruit, ancient model Allosaurus form user. I see. So you're the infamous fallen Marine Rear Admiral Lei Ku. A tall, muscular figure with a pair of tiny wings on his back, wearing a monk's robe, a scar on his left forehead, a prayer bead necklace, gold earrings, and wielding a giant pencil as a weapon. You've saved your life, masked man. Wu Erji, born in Sky Island, captain of the Rogue Monk Pirates, nickname Strange Monk, bounty 108 million berries. Possesses the paramecia-type cause-effect fruit ability, allowing him to amplify the damage caused by enemies onto himself in a short time. The other man, holding dual sickles wearing a blue-striped white mask with golden hair exposed, made no response to Wu Er-ji's provocative words. Jiale, born in the South Sea, combatant of the Jita Pirates, nickname Killing Warrior, bounty 162 million berries. As the fight between the two was interrupted by Deleku, a man who had been watching everything from the side, said to Deleku, who was about to leave, "I was just getting interested." A man in a black and yellow long-sleeve shirt, a white furry hat with black leopard spots, and a black beard sat cross-legged on a wooden crate watching Deleku turn around. "Deleku, how many have you taken care of?" Takeout Jiale, born in the North Sea, captain of the Heart Pirates, nickname Death Surgeon, bounty 200 million berries. Possesses the paramecia-type Operation fruit ability with a bounty of 5 billion berries on the fruit itself. Boss, why aren't they fighting anymore? Of course they won't fight. They know the other is no ordinary opponent, especially on Navy turf. They don't want to attract the Navy and hinder their path to the new world. Captain, aren't you looking for Lu Fei and the others? No need for me to find him. He'll show up on his own later. Now the show's over, let's go. Boss, where are we going? Jiale watched Su Jiale leave, then stood up, patted his butt, and followed Su Jiale's steps. Didn't I just say? We're going to the auction, of course. There's still a big show there, and we can see giants too. When we get there, I have to bid a couple of times, just for the thrill. At Xiaqi's bar on Peninsula 13. Number 12, Su Jiale and I Lu, origin unknown, identity unknown, suspected of killing a Marine Vice Admiral named Ghost Spider and simultaneously defeating 2 Marine Vice Admirals, Fire Mountain and Earth T, bounty 500 million. Possesses the Logia-type Thunder fruit ability, allowing him to control lightning. Xiaqi exhaled a puff of smoke. Countless pirates entered the Grand Line back then, but now there aren't many left. She flicked off the ash. And as for Captain Jita's bounty being higher than yours, it's said to be because he killed many civilians. So I support you little monkeys more than him, but that AI and I Lu is definitely your biggest competitor. It's okay. Lu Fei has already defeated AI and I Lu once on Sky Island, Chow Ba said, taking a sip of water handed to him by Xiaqi. Oh, in the Sky Island. So he's a Sky Islander, huh? Yes, Shaki. How surprising. I never imagined he'd already be defeated by Little Monkey. Peninsula 24. Oh, that fool. Come, I'll take you to the rooftop. He grabbed Agia and leaped onto the roof. Boss, who is that man with the fishbowl on his head? Why does everyone kneel when they see him? Agia asked Su Jiale, utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of the Celestial Dragons. Do you know about the Celestial Dragons? Every nation under the world government's protection must pay the so-called heavenly tribute to them. Bang. How dare you stand in front of me again? The nurse saw her fiancé fall before her and screamed in despair. You murder in broad daylight. What is this? Someone save him. Is there anyone who can save him? But everyone who witnessed this could only look away, too afraid to help. Boss, why do even those pirates with bounties over 100 million just hide in the corner and watch that scumbag with the fishbowl? And many of those kneeling have bounties in the tens of millions. Couldn't they kill him easily? Killing that scumbag would be easy, but I just told you. He's a celestial dragon. We're on marine territory right now. If we kill him here, it'll summon an admiral. An admiral? Stronger than that old man Garp. Agia hadn't expected killing a mere trash to bring an admiral. I'm not sure, but as far as I'm concerned, it's best to avoid trouble for now. Su Jiale said, thinking of Luffy. Just as everyone knelt waiting for the celestial dragon to leave. That guy is Captain Apu, that's the Straw Hat's swordsman Zoro. Zoro seemed completely unaware of the situation, walking toward the celestial dragon with a bottle of liquor in hand. Oh, if Zoro cut him down now, that would be even more interesting. Boss, are you serious? Aren't you afraid of the admiral? Zoro swaggered up to the celestial dragon. Just as he was about to drink, he noticed the celestial dragon staring at him and raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at me for? You lost. Bang. The celestial dragon tried to deal with Zoro the same way he had dealt with the commoner, but he picked the wrong target. Zoro dodged the bullet with a slight movement, then flashed in front of the celestial dragon, a mocking grin on his face as he drew his sword, just as he was about to strike. Hey, what does that guy think he's doing? At that shocking moment, a pink-haired little girl lunged at Zoro, tackling him to the ground. Brother, why did you have to die? Brother. The celestial dragon stood there bewildered, having felt a moment of terror. Brother, you offended a celestial dragon, so dying was inevitable. What? Zoro, pinned by the little girl, had no idea what was happening. She had even splattered ketchup on his face. He started to get up. Big brother, just lie still for now. The little girl soothed him, then resumed her theatrical crying. The celestial dragon tilted his head. Did I actually hit him? I felt like he dodged. Oh well, since he's dead, it's fine. He mounted his slave and left. As the celestial dragon departed, everyone on the street breathed a sigh of relief. Interesting. With Zoro's speed, could that idiot actually perceive it? Boss, did that fishbowl guy see Zoro's movement? Not exactly. Can you see Zoro's movements, Agia? Somewhat. Why did you stop me? Who stopped you? You idiot. What exactly are you trying to do? Bonnie scolded Zoro, and her body had unconsciously returned to its normal size. Do you want to lure an admiral to this island? Even pirates have to follow some rules, don't they? But Zoro didn't listen to her at all. He only noticed that Bonnie's body had become adult-sized and scratched his head. Wasn't she a kid? Thanks to Bonnie, the worst-case scenario was avoided. If the Admiral had been summoned, we'd be in trouble. Capone Beej's subordinate said beside him. Capone Beej took a puff of his cigar. I've heard they're a reckless bunch, but I never thought they'd dare to cut down a celestial dragon. What a bunch of lunatics. He was bound to be saved. I didn't see the face of death on him. Hawkins observed calmly. That guy suddenly released an astonishing killing intent. Apu's eyes narrowed as he looked at Zorro, like a wild beast. As the Straw Hat's first mate with a bounty of 120 million, he doesn't seem like someone who follows orders. That shows how formidable their captain is. Urich the monk mused. Meanwhile on the water at Peninsula 41. Hey, double speed it up. Haha, young Master Motabaro is already at full speed. Alright then, full throttle. Sanji was about to take a drag when he exclaimed, what? I said, is this the best you've got? Hey, can't you make your bull go faster? I should have taken a flying fish. What? Did you just call me handsome? Sanji flew into a rage. No, I didn't. Aren't you the captain? Why aren't you the fastest in your crew? Double looked confused. What are you talking about? Obviously I'm the most handsome in the crew. Sanji kicked him on the head. Enough. Just drive, you idiot. Okay, coming. Peninsula 2. Captain. That's Enel up ahead. Beepo said nervously. Enel, he might be able to help me. Let's go. Captain, shouldn't we wait until they're gone? That guy looks too dangerous. It's fine. I intend to go to him. Hey, Enel, you want to join us? Moi. Who are you? Jiale drew the twin axes from his back. No need to be tense. I assume you're heading to the auction too. Let's travel together and exchange information. Of course, no problem. Oh, by the way, can I touch this bear? Jiale recognized Law, but his eyes were glued to Beepo the moment they appeared. Huh. Law was taken aback, unable to follow Jiale's train of thought. Beepo quickly hid behind Law, Penguin, and Shachi, while Penguin and Shachi also looked tense, afraid Jiale might have ill intentions. Warehouse of Auction House 1. Hey old man, how did you get in? I ran out of money, so I'm paying my debts with myself and making a little extra on the side. Huh. What do you mean, old man? Let go. It hurts. Annoying. I said let go. A green-haired mermaid was carried in by 2 guards passing by Rayleigh and the giant. Don't move, or I'll lose track of the next size. 2 guards held the mermaid down, while another guard approached with a collar. A collar. The mermaid remembered a former celestial dragon slave who had tried to escape and was blown to pieces. The mermaid struggled even more violently, but couldn't break free. No, Hachi. This mermaid with green hair and a peach-colored tail was Cammy, who had been captured after getting separated from Luffy and the others. Hachi. Rayleigh opened his eyes from inside the cell, reacting as if he had heard a familiar name. What's that look, you bastard? He tried to kick Cammy, but the guard stopped him. How dare a mere fish act up? Wait, Mr. Disco. This is valuable merchandise. If it gets injured, it'll affect the auction price. Cammy collapsed on the ground, crying. You people. When Hachi gets here, he'll make you pay. You're still talking back. Hey, give me the collar. Hold her still. Cammy watched the collar getting closer and struggled in panic. No. A wave of force struck. Disco, who was about to put the collar on Cammy, suddenly froze, rolled his eyes, and collapsed. The giant leaned toward Rayleigh, who sat on his right, and asked in a low voice. Hey old man, don't pretend you don't know. That was you just now, and last night, wasn't it? That hockey. Who the hell are you? Rayleigh chuckled. I'm just an old man who does coding business. Then he took out a flask from his belt, took a sip, and said with a smile, I just happen to like young girls the most. We're finally here. What? Enelia, is there something you want to bid on? Not really. I'm just a bit excited since it's my first auction. TCH, unlucky. Law, let's wait until those 2 idiots at the entrance go in before we move closer. No problem, Enelia. Celestial dragons, slaves, and human trafficking shops. That guy is Captain Kid from the South Blue. Kid leaned against the door, watching 2 celestial dragons enter the venue. The world is controlled by scum, so it breeds scum after scum. Don't you understand that simple truth? Kid crossed his arms and said to Killer beside him. Our villainy is almost adorable compared to them, don't you think, Killer? Killer. I agree. Jiale clapped, picking up where Kid left off. My. Kid looked at the door, puzzled. Jiale and Law's group walked in together, looking at Kid. Boss, that's Enel. Heat whispered in Kid's ear. Kid cast a sidelong glance at Jiale and Law before ignoring Jiale's words and leading his crew to a secluded corner in the back. From there they could both see the commotion on the stage and keep an eye on the surrounding crowd. Killer followed behind him, his gaze beneath the mask sweeping over Jiale's group, pausing briefly on Enel before quickly shifting away. He's quite aloof. Jiale chuckled at Kid's retreating figure, his eyes unconsciously drifting back to Beepo behind Law. The white bear had his neck tucked in, ears drooping, stealing furtive glances at him, as if afraid he might suddenly lunge over to pet him. Jiale couldn't help but tilt his chin. Law, your bear companion is far too timid. A little touch won't make its fur fall out. Law adjusted his hat brim, his tone resigned. Enel-san, let's focus on the auction first. He turned sideways, lowering his voice. And there's a large number of Marines gathered here. As his words faded, the lights on the stage suddenly brightened. Disco, holding the auction hammer with an oily grin, paced around the edge of the platform. Thank you all distinguished guests for gracing us with your presence. Arno, one auction house's monthly human treasures auction never disappoints. Last time the nobleman who bought the fishman even sent someone to praise our goods for being genuine and fairly priced. Laughter erupted from the audience. Someone banged the table and shouted, Enough with the chatter, Disco. Get to the main course. The human slave I bought last time collapsed in just 10 days, so this time I want a young, strong male fishman. The speaker was a portly, middle-aged woman with a thick gold chain around her neck and gemstone rings on her fingers that dazzled the eyes. Judging by her attire, she seemed to be a wealthy merchant from some kingdom. Disco hurried to the edge of the stage, bowing and laughing obsequiously. Don't rush. Fine goods are sure to come. First, a few appetizers to warm everyone up. He snapped his fingers and 2 guards wheeled in an iron cage containing a boy in coarse clothes. His arms were covered in old scars and his eyes were full of vigilance. The first item comes from West Sea Taloya, a proud pirate from the music world, proficient in all instruments and skilled in housework. His name is Byron. Starting bid 48000 berry. Immediately someone in the audience raised a paddle. 5000. 520000. My estate Laxa. 53000. The price climbed higher and higher. Byron clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, yet he dared not resist. The slaves who had tried to resist before had all met the same fate, death. Jiale watched the scene with a grim expression. Law remained silent, but his eyes turned colder. Beepo hid behind him, secretly clutching his arm and whispering, Captain, they're so pitiful. Law patted his hand without a word, his gaze sweeping across the stage as if searching for something. Kid yawned, feeling his eyelids droop. Deadly boring. None of these so-called goods even interest me. Next, 2 more items were sold. An old woman who could weave silk bought by a flamboyant female noble for 1.2 million berry on the grounds that her fabric is finer than machines, and a girl with cat ear hair clips whose pleasing appearance led Boss Wong to snatch her for 2 million berry. The girl trembled in terror, but the guards held her firmly, not even allowing her to cry out loud. Enel-san, what's wrong? Jiale tilted his head toward the entrance. The Straw Hat Crew. Seems their captain isn't here. At that moment, newspapers fluttered outside like falling snowflakes drifting to the ground. Peninsula 24, this is not good. Is the world government still sane? So that's what's going on. What's wrong with Captain Drake? Now I finally understand why an island so close to Marine headquarters has such weak defenses. Did something major happen? The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist, Ace, is to be publicly executed. Auction House Peninsula 1 finally made it. Thank goodness it's not over yet. It's all this useless bastard's fault. Bastard. Even as the celestial dragon kicked and stomped him repeatedly, the slave uttered not a single sound, as if long numb to such treatment. Here they come again. Everyone in the hall turned to look at Charlos Saint behind them. Is it because of resisting these people that we attract an admiral? Sanji also glanced over, watching Charlos Saint beating the slave. Damn it. Chopper clenched his fists tightly, thinking of Cammy facing the same fate, and his hatred for the celestial dragons deepened. Just then Disco suddenly raised his voice, his smile becoming even more exaggerated. Ladies and gentlemen, the appetizers are over. Next comes the main event of this auction. He waved his hand and 4 guards carried in a massive fish tank still covered with a white cloth. I'm sure many of you here have been longing for her. First, take a look at her silhouette. Disco gestured and several beams of light shone onto the tank. Could that silhouette be? Disco walked over and yanked off the black cloth, revealing Cammy with her green hair and peach-colored tail. A collar was around her neck, tears still on her face. Seeing the dense crowd below, she trembled even more violently. A mermaid. It's a mermaid. The audience exploded. A mermaid. And a female. That's a rare catch. At that moment, Cammy spotted Nami and the others in the audience. It's Hachi and the others. They came to save me. Seeing them, Cammy calmed down a little. Hachi, upon seeing Cammy, looked at Nami excitedly. Cammy, it's Cammy. Don't worry, I'll get her back. We have 200 million. He was about to raise bitter paddle. No. 73. Disco spread his arms proudly. So where shall we start the bidding? Let's begin. First, 500 million. Charlos Saint couldn't wait and stood up before the host could finish. The hall fell silent. Even the host was stunned by Charlos's bid. I bid 500 million berry. Nami's pupils dilated and she muttered in disbelief. How can this be? Hachi squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them with a fierce glare as if he had made up his mind. 500 million. No, the opponent is too strong. A king wearing a crown, upon hearing the price, also gave up competing for the item. Many nobles backed out. Although fishmen and mermaids were expensive, even a mermaid normally sold for around 90 million. But today a celestial dragon had come starting at 500 million. Nami cried out, what's happening all of a sudden? This is nowhere near enough. Cammy closed her eyes, trying hard to hear the outside world. Hachi, save me. Cammy wanted to escape, but the glass of the tank was specially reinforced, and no matter how hard she beat against it, it was useless. Cammy, if we don't do something, Cammy will be bought by the celestial dragon. Papag pounded the ground in despair. Silence is it. I'll ask once more, is there any bid higher than 500 million? Is there no way, Sanji, Nami? But Sanji and Nami could only stay silent, not knowing how to answer Chopper. How can this be? I won't let a friend be bought with money, damn it. This is bad. This is completely unexpected. I thought we could solve this with money. Sanji said grimly. Cammy looked at the people below who regarded her as a mere commodity, and tears streamed down again. She murmured, Hachi, Luffy, save me. She remembered the slave she had seen earlier who had been blown to pieces by the collar when trying to escape. Her heart clenched. She didn't want to become like that, to be used as a tool or to be separated from her friends. If there are no more bids, we'll be closing early. At this point I have to make Cammy escape into the sea as soon as possible. Hachi, don't be foolish. What about the collar? Cammy will explode. Then, time's up. The auction is over. It's over. Luffy and Zoro haven't come yet. What's wrong, Enel-san? Are you looking for someone? Bang. A huge hole suddenly blasted open in the hall. What the hell? I shouldn't have sat on that thing. No need to rush back to the sunny this badly. Zoro emerged from the smoke, rubbing his head. Hey, where's this? The person I was waiting for has arrived. Sit back and enjoy the show. Oh, isn't that Straw Hat Luffy? Kid, who had been about to leave with his crew, stopped in his tracks at the sight of Luffy and his friends. Cammy. Where's Cammy? Luffy stood up and looked around. Cammy. Luffy ran toward the stage. Luffy. Cammy spotted him too, but her voice couldn't penetrate the special glass. Cammy, I finally found you. Great. Hachi tried to stop Luffy's reckless charge, but in his haste his clothes tore, revealing his other 4 arms. Arms. He's a fishman. Oh no. Hachi quickly let go of Luffy, realizing he had been exposed. How disgusting. What a turn-off. Such filthy creatures. Why is a mermaid here? Guards. Arrest this monster. I'm coming for you, Cammy. Luffy, oblivious to the commotion behind him, forged ahead. Hachi, subjected to the crowd's insults and thrown objects, stood frozen, not knowing what to do. Luffy was still struggling with the guards in front. Amid the chaos, a gunshot rang out. Hachi fell onto the steps, tumbling against a chair, losing consciousness as blood flowed from beneath him. Hachi. Hapag numbly walked toward Hachi, never imagining that a simple outing would lead to this. First Cammy, then Hachi. Luffy, who had been charging ahead without thought, stopped and turned to look at Hachi's fallen figure. I hit him. I took down the fishman. Charlos Saint walked down the steps, hopping with glee after seeing he had shot Hachi. That wretched mermaid being taken down is wonderful. Yeah, I was afraid he'd come near and pass on some disease. Exactly. He must have some evil scheme. Even though he walks like us, his head is still just a fish. Father, look. I caught an octopus myself for free. I caught an octopus, no money needed. Free octopus. What a bargain. Luffy walked toward Charlos Saint with fury in his eyes, but Charlos was still lost in the joy of his capture. Octopus slave, no charge. As Luffy passed Hachi reached out and grabbed him. Wait. Hachi spoke painfully with great difficulty. Don't be angry, Straw Hat. It's all my fault. I messed up. Didn't you promise me that no matter who gets killed before your eyes you won't strike? After all, I'm a pirate too. This is just the retribution I deserve. Hachi wept bitterly. I'm sorry. I never expected things to turn out this way. I only wanted to atone for what happened to Nami. But as always, I mess everything up. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Damn fishman. After being shot by me, you still have so much to say. How annoying. Charlos Saint aimed his gun at Hachi again. Don't, Straw Hat. Luffy clenched his fists and walked toward Charlos. Is he serious? The king, who had tried to bid on the mermaid, watched Luffy advance on the celestial dragon with fury. Can't you see me? Charlos Saint pointed his gun at Luffy. Here it comes. Age, remember to follow me and be ready to run at any moment. Jiale rested his hand on Law's shoulder, turning to watch Luffy approach step by step. Got it, boss. Straw Hat. Law recalled Jiale's earlier words. So this was the good show Enel had mentioned. How did he know Straw Hat would do something like this? Is he serious? Kid also stared at Luffy in disbelief. You're pissing me off too. Bang. But Luffy didn't even slow his pace, easily dodging Charlos' shots. He took a step forward, and before Charlos could react, a fist appeared in front of his eyes, rapidly growing larger in his pupils. The fist slammed into Charlos' face, leaving a punch mark on his skin. Ripples of flesh spread across his fat, instantly distorting his face into a grotesque shape. With a thunderous crash, the immense force sent Charlos flying, crashing into the hall beside the stage. Debris and dust scattered toward the audience. Law and Kid both curled their lips slightly. That guy. Still alive. Boss, aren't we leaving yet? The Marines will be here soon. It's fine. Look at Law still sitting here calmly. Sorry everyone. I heard that hitting these guys brings an admiral. It's because you punched him away that I missed my swing. Zoro said, sheathing his already drawn sword. Frankie, hurry to the backstage and find the key to the collar. Don't worry, leave it to me. Purification flame. A pirate actually attacked a celestial dragon. We need to get out of here or the Marine Admiral will be here soon. In the auction hall, all the wealthy attendees were thrown into chaos, scrambling toward the exit. Kid watched their ridiculous antics and sneered, a bunch of trash. Bang! A loud crash came from the ceiling as 2 flying fish burst in. Flying fish again. Thanks. Phantom wings. Yo-ho-ho. Sorry to keep you waiting. The guards who only bullied the weak were no match for Luffy and the others, especially with Robin and Brook joining the fray. Sanji lit a cigarette, his gaze solemn. Find the key quickly, free Cammy, and get out of here. They had encountered Akiji before and knew well that an admiral was far beyond their current capabilities. Damn it. I'll capture all of you. Turn the women into specimens and lock the men in cages. Starve them to death. Bang. Father. Ow ow ow. Hey, it doesn't hurt that much. Usopp was pushed down by the flying fish riders and landed right on top of Roswald. This is... Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Usopp quickly stood up and bowed in apology when he saw the celestial dragon beneath him. How could this be? Even Roswald. Your crimes have doubled pirates. Surrender immediately. Luffy. Where's Cammy? Up there. We need to hurry and remove the explosive collar around her neck, then escape immediately. Nami added, if we don't hurry the marine warships and the admiral will be here soon. As for the marines, they've been here for a while, Luffy. You're Enel. Jiale waved at Luffy. Long time no see. I don't want to see you. Come on, didn't we make up? Luffy's face twisted into a grimace again. Jiale said helplessly, anyway the marines had already surrounded this auction hall before it even started. Not just this island, but the others too. Outside the auction hall on Island 1, the marines were systematically evacuating the guests who had fled and verifying their identities. Please evacuate immediately. It's dangerous inside. Don't worry, we're here. What's the situation inside now? All the guests have been evacuated, but there are still 3 celestial dragons inside. What? We need to get them out as soon as possible. Not a single pirate should be allowed to escape. Think of the harm it would cause to civilians. Understood, Captain. Indeed, I don't know who they're trying to capture, but they probably didn't expect the celestial dragons to be punched away. This is quite a show, Enelia. Who are you? And what's with that bear next to you? Beepo shyly leaned closer to Law when Luffy pointed at him. You must be Trafalgar Law, right? Luffy, he's a pirate. Robin is that bear one too. Besides Enel, that one over there is Eustace, Captain Kidd. Kidd grinned ferociously at Luffy when he heard that. Unforgivable. Since you want this fish so badly, I'll kill it. The auctioneer heard Charlos and quickly tried to stop him. Wait, that's 500 million berry. Shut up. How dare a lowly commoner order me around? Bang. All right, dead fish. Now it's your turn. Luffy and Zoro noticed Charles's action, but it was too late to stop it. Oh no, we're too late. Damn it. Just die. Thud. An invisible wave swept through the entire auction hall, barely perceptible to ordinary people, but it made the experts present tense up and instinctively assume combat stances. Thump, 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 thump. The guards, including Charles, collapsed one by one. In an instant, only Jiale and his group remained in the hall. Law's eyes narrowed. Could it be? Jiale knew it was Silver's Rayleigh. He murmured, he's here. I've seen him before, but I can still feel the immense power of this aura. Ha, quite a lively scene here. The wall behind the stage was torn apart by a pair of huge hands. Rayleigh, wearing a pair of sandals, stepped out from the torn gap. Look, giant sir. The auction hall is in chaos. It seems. The auction is over. Now that I've got the money, I can head back to the casino. The giant's massive figure emerged from the crack. You're a really old man with a bad character. Boss, is that a devil fruit ability? No. That's Conqueror's Haki. I see. Law overheard Jiale's words. Rayleigh heard Hachi's voice and grinned. Oh, Hachi. Long time no see. What are you doing here? Rayleigh stopped mid-sentence when he saw Hachi's injuries. His expression turned serious. Hachi, what happened to your wounds? After glancing around, Rayleigh said, I see. I understand now. Stay still. Let me remove that collar. Wait. Frankie went to find the key. Won't it explode if you force it off? Luffy, stop him. Ting ting. The collar emitted increasingly urgent sounds as Rayleigh touched it. They could only wait in tense anticipation for the explosion. Boom. Under everyone's anxious gaze, Cammy emerged from the explosion unscathed. Rayleigh had effortlessly removed the dangerous collar. I have to learn Haki. That was so cool. What, boss? Ajay was too stunned to catch what Jiale said. Wait, what happened? I found the key. Frankie, hearing the explosion, rushed out from the backstage in panic, only to find Cammy safe and sound. He sighed in relief. Well, the collar and cuffs are gone. How did you do it? Seeing Cammy was fine and the key was no longer needed, he tossed it to the slaves who had been put up for auction. Hey, you guys who almost became slaves. Your buyers have run off. You should leave too. Thank you. After saving Cammy, Rayleigh stepped off the stage and approached Luffy's group. Facing Rayleigh's approach, they felt no joy at their friend's rescue. Only the immense pressure of his displayed strength like a mountain weighing down on them. Zoro gripped his sword. Yuki. This old man is definitely not ordinary. Oh, are you pirates here to visit? To have withstood my attack unharmed, you're clearly no ordinary people. And you? I'll come find you later. Rayleigh paused when he saw Jiale, then turned to Luffy. That straw hat suits you well, Straw Hat Luffy. The Admiral is almost here. I advise you to surrender obediently. What a racket outside. Ajia, grab the stuff. We're leaving. Got it, boss. What? Captain AI Nilu, are you leaving now? Indeed. After all, I'd rather not face the Admiral. Why stand so far away? Come closer. As Jiale spoke, he grabbed Ajia by the shoulder and flew out through the hole, smashed by the flying fish. Farewell. Straw Hat, you're just as reckless as the rumors say. Not that I dislike you, but I'm not ready to clash with the Admiral yet. Since even that Enel guy is gone, I'll take my leave too. The longer we delay, the more Marine forces assemble. I'll do you a favor and clean up the Marines outside. See. Hearing this, Luffy and Luo furrowed their brows. Then with a look of annoyance, they followed Kid, who had already walked off alone. Hey, shoot those two down. Boss, dodge better. A few bullets grazed past Ajia, who nonchalantly lifted his left foot, then his right, evading the incoming shots. Sorry. It's all because you're so light, Ajia. I almost forgot I was carrying someone. Hee. Alright, enough fun. 40 million volts. A massive dark cloud gathered in the sky, shrouding the Marines below. See, this is Thunderbolt. As the words fell, dozens of bolts of lightning shot out from the cloud, striking the Marine soldiers below like giant pythons. Oh, oh, oh. Moshi Moshi, this is Kizaru. Moshi Moshi. How strange. Could this be broken? A tall, lean man with curly black hair, sunglasses, and a stubbly beard, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, casually spoke into the black den mushy used for wiretapping. Oh. At that moment, Kizaru, far away on Peninsula 27, sensed the disturbance caused by Jiale's lightning. Why would there be dark clouds in such clear weather? Can't find Sentomaru. I'll go check that area first. That commotion must have been left by Enel before he left, right? TCH. A superfluous move. I could have handled these Marines without you. I told you not to interfere. How did they all get taken out at once? When Zoro and the others ran out, the scene was already a wreck. The Marines' formations were completely shattered. Then we'll meet again in the new world. Straw Hat Luffy. Peninsula 27. What a reckless bunch. Is that the Marine Admiral? Mr. Apu. If we don't leave now, we'll be in danger too. From the rooftop, Apu saw Kizaru's display of power without a shred of fear. Instead, he pulled his subordinate close with a cocky grin. You idiot, what are you saying? Since we happen to run into him, it's only fun to piss him off before we go. What are you planning? Ha ha ha. Peninsula 3. Captain. Isn't that Captain Kidd? Oh, that's Bartholomew Kuma. Peninsula 18. We've captured quite a few pirates this time. Of course, we mobilized early to surround them. Bururu. What is it? The port requests backup. For some reason, all the soldiers here have turned into old people and children. Ha ha ha, this is a masterpiece. Peninsula 26. Captain, let's hurry, or we'll be too late. See. In an instant, the lecherous-looking Kizaru appeared before them. Admiral Kizaru. Captain Hawkins. Leave this to us, run. No need to panic. I've calculated it. Today is not my day to die. Unlike his panicked subordinates, Hawkins sat leisurely by the fountain reading the fortune from his tarot cards. What is this? Luffy. This is the one I told you about. The other warlord of the sea tyrant, Kuma, who appeared on Thriller Bark after you passed out. Peninsula 24. Boss. Who are these two? They're just robots. Imitations of one of the 7 warlords of the sea tyrant, Kuma. 7 warlords. Relax. With my ability, dealing with them should be easy. Jiale extended both hands toward the 2 pacifistas. 30 million volts. Target detected. Jiale Enel bounty 5000. Danger. Danger. The pacifista charged a laser in its mouth. Discharge. ZZZ. 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 Before the pacifista could fire its laser, lightning from Jiale's palm pierced its body, causing it to convulse violently. Then the light in the pacifista's eyes faded, and it collapsed motionless. Just as I thought, easy. They're robots after all. Elsewhere. Karmic retribution. Huh. This is getting more exciting. Mister. I'll pull it slip away while they're fighting. What are you talking about? The atmosphere is just getting heated. Mad Monk Urich. That guy was nearly beaten to death, but now after suddenly growing huge, he's unleashing such tremendous power. What the hell is going on? As the words fell, a laser shot from the smoke and struck Mad Monk Urich's shoulder. Off. It hurts. The hit sent Urich collapsing in pain. Then the pacifista emerged from the smoke and scathed the hole in its palm, still steaming. That's Kizaru's laser. Drake, standing nearby, thought darkly, not only does it have the body of the warlord tyrant Kuma, but it also replicates Kizaru's laser. Vegapunk. Commander Drake. Former commander, you must recognize him already. Care to spar with him? Knowing the truth, you should be even more despairing. That explosion just now. Has Kizaru already arrived? Kizaru. The boss is the Marine Admiral. I still have some matters to attend to. AJ, go back to the Black Rope first. Otherwise old Joe and the others won't let me go. Alright, boss. You be careful too. Enough chatter. You know my strength. I'm off. Today was a real jackpot. Not only did I learn about Admiral Kizaru's abilities, but I also got to see an extremely rare Zoan ancient model. But now, it's my turn. As he spoke, various parts of Apu's body transformed into musical instruments. His belly became a drum, his teeth piano keys. First, just as Kizaru was about to finish, Hawkins with a flash kick, music drifted into their ears from an unknown source. The melody came from Apu's ability, the Apu no Mi. Kizaru retracted his foot and looked toward the sound, spotting Apu on the rooftop swaying and playing with all his might. Kizaru looked puzzled. That guy. Who is he? Yo. Did you hear that wonderful music? If you did, don't change the channel, Admiral Kizaru. Drake and Hawkins also looked up at the rooftop. That guy is. See, roar. Drake recognized Apu. Please continue listening to my battle tune. Slash. With that, C-Roar slapped his own head like a handpan, sending an invisible slashing attack that cut off Kizaru's right arm. Oh, what's this? Kizaru calmly watched his severed right hand fly away, showing no panic. Here we go. As Apu struck his belly, a burst of flame erupted on Kizaru's body. Boom, boom, boom. Check it out. Apu struck a cocky pose, admiring his handiwork. Hawkins and Drake stood by, stunned by Apu's displayed ability. Did he take him down? No, not yet. See, you're Enel. Apu's face turned grim as he looked at Jiale. I didn't even notice when he got close to me. You don't need to remind me. I know the Marine Admiral wouldn't be taken down so easily. That's why I'm leaving now. With that, Apu hopped and skipped across the rooftops. Too late. You really gave me a scare. Kizaru had already regenerated his body and looked toward the fleeing Apu. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru formed a beam of light between his hands, refracting it toward Apu. See? What? The next moment Kizaru's foot was already above Apu's head. Bam! Kizaru kicked Apu into a building, sending up a cloud of dust and reducing the structure to rubble. Drake had just seen Kizaru kick Apu, but before he could react, Kizaru's foot was rapidly filling his vision. Bam! See? Before Hawkins could react, he saw Kizaru pointing a finger at him, glowing with light. Bam! Ah! The laser pierced Hawkins' waist, causing an explosion behind him. With his straw doll used up, Hawkins could no longer evade Kizaru's attacks and collapsed helplessly. Now, it's your turn. Have you not noticed the sky? By now the thunderclouds had completely covered the area, plunging the entire town into darkness. The sky. What the dark clouds? 100 million volts. Thunder prison. The thunder roared like a furious beast, as if the hidden giant within the clouds was bellowing in rage, its sound deafening. As expected of a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. Truly terrifying. A sharp laser sound entered Su Jiale's ears. Swoosh. Thunder serpent. Boom. The thunder and laser collided in midair, causing a massive explosion. Captain Hawkins, pull yourself together, let's take advantage while Enel and Kizaru are fighting. Hawkins ignored his worried subordinate, his gaze fixed solemnly on Su Jiale, who was counterattacking while dodging Kizaru's lasers. Yada no Kagami. Swoosh, swoosh, hundreds of lasers shot towards Su Jiale like dense raindrops. Divine punishment. Su Jiale waved his right hand toward the incoming lasers, and countless bolts of lightning fell from the thunderclouds, densely interweaving to block all the lasers and piercing through the unguarded Kizaru. Did it work? Kizaru's body passed through the lightning. That was close. Almost got taken out. What happened? Could he have dodged such a dense attack using elementalization in advance? Seeing this, Su Jiale quickly distanced himself from Kizaru. 80 million volts. Thunder Beast. A vivid blue thunder beast leaped from Su Jiale's hands and charged toward Kizaru. Being hit by this wouldn't be good. Truly dangerous. Ama no Murakumo. Kizaru condensed a light sword formed by the high-speed vibration of lasers between his hands and cleaved the oncoming thunder beast in two. See? Dozens more lightning bolts fell from the sky, each as massive as a giant python. Kizaru elementalized his body, dodging the lightning while closing in on Su Jiale. Suddenly Kizaru's speed multiplied several-fold, appearing instantly before Su Jiale. Just as Kizaru's light sword was about to strike Su Jiale, facing the imminent blade, Su Jiale showed no panic. Instead, a triumphant smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck precisely towards Su Jiale at the same moment. See, this lightning bolt was aimed at Su Jiale, its power capable of destroying a small island. Unable to evade, Kizaru could only brace against the thunder pillar. Where did that guy go? Kizaru rose from the smoke, seemingly unharmed by the attack. He leaped to the rooftop and scanned the surroundings, trying to find Su Jiale's trail. After a long while, he found no sign of him. Even that Hawkins escaped in the chaos, just as Kizaru was about to move elsewhere to continue the search for Su Jiale. BRR. The den mushy on his waist suddenly rang urgently. Kizaru frowned, and an irritable roar exploded from the receiver, causing him to instinctively rub his ear. Old man, what are you dawdling about? Why haven't you arrived yet? Era, it's Sentomaru. Kizaru leaned leisurely against the wall, gazing at the dissipating thunderclouds in the sky. Just had a little fun with an interesting kid. Who cares about your fun? Sentomaru's roar mixed with harsh explosions. If you don't come now, I'll unleash all the pacifistas. Kizaru looked up toward the direction Su Jiale had disappeared, a playful smile curling at his lips. Looks like the game has to pause. The moment the call ended, Kizaru's form turned into a golden stream of light, racing along the edge of the clouds toward the 13th peninsula of the Sabati archipelago. In the jungle of the 14th peninsula of the Sabati archipelago, the Straw Hat Pirates were hurriedly weaving through the massive bubble trees. These guys are like stubborn lice. Frankie, carrying a modified rifle, fired back, the bullets sparking against the pursuers' shields. Zoro, holding Wado Ikamanji, cut through the obstructing vines, the blade leaving deep marks on the tree trunks. Nami unfurled the map, her fingers suddenly pausing in midair. Three massive silver figures loomed in the distant sky, their metallic shells gleaming coldly under the sunset. The leading giant, bare-chested, bore the word justice tattooed across his chest, casually twirling an axe larger than a man. The faces of the two humanoid weapons behind him made Robin's pupils contract. That's... Robin's voice trembled with disbelief. How did two more appear? The leading giant suddenly grinned, fiercely leaping down from the branch of a bubble tree. The impact upon landing shook the surrounding vines. Finally found you, Straw Hat Pirates. He raised his axe, pointing at the group. The two humanoid weapons behind him simultaneously raised their palms, the devices in their palms glowing with an eerie red light. Wait. Luffy stepped forward, his rubber arm tensing slightly. Before he could finish, two scorching laser beams tore through the air, instantly piercing three bubble trees ahead. Watch out. Zoro tackled Robin to the ground just as the laser grazed her hair, leaving a fist-sized charred crater on the ground with debris and steam scattering around. The group scattered immediately. Frankie swung a chain toward the left bear. Check out my Frankie fire. Flames erupted, but the enemy blocked it with a raised hand. Useless, useless. The giant approached slowly, spinning the axe in his palm. You pirates have no idea what you're up against. Suddenly he blurred and appeared behind Chopper, his axe descending with a fierce wind. Let's take out this blue-nosed kid first. Chopper. Luffy's roar exploded from deep within the jungle. His rubber arms stretched 10 meters in an instant, barely blocking the axe's attack. The immense force numbed Luffy's arm, and he retreated several meters with the recoil. Luffy dodged. Sanji's warning came just as his fist landed squarely on the target. A sharp clang rang out, but PX-1 remained unmoved. Luffy. Zoro drew his sword, 3 slashes simultaneously striking the joints of PX-3. The blade clashed against the metallic shell, sending sparks flying, but only leaving shallow scratches. His pupils contracted. This hardness far exceeded any enemy they had faced before. Nami manipulated the weather staff to create a small thunderstorm, purple lightning striking PX-1. Chopper transformed into arm point and charged, but PX-3 sidestepped. He then switched to leg point and delivered a sweeping kick, only to be met with such hardness that tears nearly sprang to his eyes. Damn! How is it this hard? What kind of monsters are these? Brook gasped, gripping his cane sword. The laser had just grazed his ghostly body, and even his bones felt the searing heat. The giant stood by leisurely, occasionally tossing his axe to disrupt the group. Give up. He saw Luffy charging again. Roquogan. He thrust both hands toward Luffy, and a shockwave sent Luffy flying. Damn. What kind of ability is this? I'll tell you anyway. I'm not a devil fruit user. What? PX-1's eyes turned red, its head rotating slightly to scan the area, a golden laser beam coalescing in its mouth. Usopp was about to warn them, but the laser shot toward the unsuspecting Sanji. Fortunately, he leaped in time, the laser grazing his ankle and blasting a half-meter deep crater in the ground. Damn, what the hell are these things? Sanji stumbled upon landing the leg of his pants, scorched with a hole. Having barely managed to defeat one together earlier, they were now exhausted and had no strength left to deal with 2 more robots, let alone an even stronger freak. Just then the giant suddenly cocked his ear, then showed an impatient expression. So slow. What is the old man doing? Era, who's badmouthing me? A lazy voice came from midair, and a golden stream of light pierced the clouds, materializing into Kizaru as he landed. He brushed the dust off his clothes, scanning the battlefield with a smirk. Sentomaru dealing with a few brats, no need to be so hot-headed. Kizaru's gaze slowly swept over the group, finally resting on Luffy. A golden light flickered at his fingertips. Straw Hat Luffy, a bounty of 300 million berries. Truly a frightening number. He tilted his head, a nonchalant, killing intent in his voice. Troublesome, but assaulting a celestial dragon is a serious crime. Luffy was about to retort, but then noticed the light at Kizaru's fingertips, and his pupils contracted sharply. This light was strikingly similar to the lasers fired by those bears. This guy is with those monsters. Luffy instinctively stepped back, his rubber fist tightening again. Kizaru ignored his wariness, the golden light in his hands coalescing into spheres. Since you won't listen, then I'll have to. Yada no Kagami. Hundreds of lasers rained down on the group like a torrential storm. Zoro immediately swung his sword to form 3 slashes, but only managed to block a few scattered ones. Sanji leaped to the treetops with Nami and Chopper, while Frankie shielded the injured Brook with his body. The explosions of lasers hitting tree trunks rang out in succession, turning the entire jungle into a sea of fire. At this rate, we'll be riddled with holes. Usopp shouted from inside a tree hollow, watching the debris flying around him, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Just as the laser was about to hit Luffy, a blue thunder serpent suddenly shot out from an oblique angle, colliding with the laser and causing a violent explosion. Through the smoke, Jiale's figure slowly emerged. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy as he stared at Kizaru. Your fight isn't over yet, and you're already looking for trouble elsewhere. Kizaru paused, then a playful smile appeared. Arrow, what a persistent little one. Didn't you run away just now? Didn't you have enough fun with the lightning game? Game? Jiale pointed at the battered straw hats behind him, thunderclouds gathering again above his head. I'm not here to play with you. He swung his right hand down sharply, and dozens of lightning arcs coiled toward Kizaru like pythons. 100 million volts. Thunderbind. Kizaru's form flickered, turning into light particles, easily evading the lightning arcs, and reappearing beside Sentomaru, so irritable. But no matter. First take care of you two, then clean up those brats later. He looked at Sentomaru. Keep an eye on these pirates. Don't let them escape. Sentomaru straightened up, immediately pointing his axe at PX-1 and PX-3. Understood. Pacifista, activate maximum alert mode. Both humanoid weapons emitted a mechanical roar, the red light in their palms growing more intense, clearly preparing for a stronger attack. The Straw Hats' faces turned pale. Having already exhausted themselves fighting one, they now faced an admiral and 2 monsters with no chance of victory. Everyone scatter and run. Luffy suddenly shouted. Meet at the Thousand Sunny in 3 days. He lunged toward Kizaru, his rubber arms slamming toward him. Zoro, Sanji, the 3 of us will split up and cover the retreat. Luffy. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, then charged in opposite directions, blocking the attacks of PX-1 and PX-3 respectively. blade light and flames intertwined, yet they still struggled to shake the metallic bodies. Kizaru easily dodged Luffy's attack, a laser forming at his fingertips, trying to run. Not so easy. As the laser shot toward Luffy, a thunder pillar suddenly descended from the sky, dispersing the laser in midair. Jiale stood in the center of the thunder pillar, his hair dyed blue by the electric current. Your opponent is me. He glanced at the Straw Hats, who were breaking through a faint, barely perceptible smile, curving at his lips. Golden particles and blue lightning arcs intertwined in the sky, forming a dazzling screen of light. The Straw Hats seized the opportunity to burst through the jungle and sprint toward the port of the 41st Peninsula. The explosions and clashes behind them hammered against their hearts like death knells. Unbeknownst to them, this encounter with the unknown weapons and the Marine Admiral was only the beginning of the nightmare on the Sabaody archipelago. Straw Hat, give up. Don't think you can escape just because you have an extra ally. His opponent is a Marine Admiral. Enough chatter. Gum Gum Rocket. I told you. Your attacks are useless against me, Roquogan. Lu Fei was directly blasted, vomiting blood, and bounced off the bubble tree. Too bad your voyage ends here. Sua Long. Help. Damn. Wusop dodge. Sua Long, whose wounds had not yet healed, was nearing his limit. His bodily functions were beginning to decline. Revolutionary Dance Assault. Buluku parried the laser-armed right hand of Pacifista PX-3. Don't worry, I'm still here. Yo-ho-ho. Na Mei-chan, I'll hold him off. You run. Thanks, Shanji. 90 million volt Thunder Dragon. A blue dragon formed of lightning lunged at Huang Yuan with incredible speed, but Huang Yuan still dodged it. Damn. I anticipated his movements with observation hockey, but still. Kid, your lightning will never be faster than light. Before Su Jiale could react, Huang Yuan appeared behind him. See. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Boom. Ugh. I barely mitigated some damage by using my Logia intangibility. Just as he stood up, a blinding light enveloped him. A giant ape-shaped light wave was hurtling towards Su Jiale from the sky. Tian Yenhu. This technique, a massive light orb condensed from Huang Yuan's calf, transformed into a roaring giant ape as it shot towards Su Jiale. See. What do I do? No time. Water. That should have finished him. Thunder Serpent. Whoosh. Close call. You've got to be kidding me. He's created even more thunderclouds. Huang Yuan looked up. The thunderclouds were rapidly spreading across the sky, which had turned gloomy again with occasional roars of thunder. Divine punishment. You can't escape. Su Jiale used the lightning released from the thunderclouds to cover his retreat from Huang Yuan. Looks like they're over there. The kid using electricity is with them. I'm not going with you. I need to run my bar. Xiaoqi took a drag of her cigarette and walked back toward her small tavern. Got it. Be careful on your way back. Who do you think you're talking to? The most dangerous one is with Little Monkey and his crew. Who else could threaten me? Huh. You're right. Alright, hurry up. I actually quite like Little Monkey and the others. Layli watched Xiaoqi's retreating figure, his genial smile fading as he took a sip of sake. A Marine Admiral, huh? Special move, Firebird Star. A flaming bird blazing with intense fire flew toward Pacifista PX-1. But this war weapon, the latest creation of Bei Jiapeng, who possessed extremely high defense and was impervious to ordinary flames. Sua Long, get up. No. I've reached my limit. During the escape, Sua Long's vigorous movements had aggravated his old wounds, causing such pain that he couldn't stand and had to kneel. Buluku. On it. Liquor Dance, continuous strikes. Buluku leaped into the air from the side, unleashing a barrage of thrusts from his cane sword at PX-1's neck and head. PX-1 reacted and punched Buluku to the ground. Buluku, are you okay? I'm fine. Just a few broken bones. Buluku immediately stood up from the smoke, knowing that Sua Long had endured immense damage on Thriller Bark and was now incapable of fighting. So the burden fell on him. Found you at last, Name. Who? Name, hiding behind Fu Lanqi, suddenly sensed a familiar voice in her mind. What's wrong, Name? Fu Lanqi, who was fighting PX-3 alongside Shanji, heard the panic in Name's voice behind him. Don't be nervous. You can make it rain, right? Quickly make the thunderclouds above you rain. As much as possible. Why should I do that? Can't you see I'm here to help? I can take out these robots in a snap. If you don't make it rain soon, I won't be able to hold off the Admiral behind me. Fine. After a moment of inner deliberation, Name decided to pin her hopes on this former enemy, having witnessed Su Jiale's power before. Then Name took out her climate baton, alternately generating cold and hot bubbles to send them into the thunderclouds. Now all I need to do is stall for time. Once it rains, my speed will at least quintuple. Not running anymore. No need. Haven't you noticed your own condition yet? What condition? Huang Yuan glanced at his body and hands, entirely unconcerned that Su Jiale might seize the opportunity to strike. Let me show you. Heavenly Thunder's call. Su Jiale waved his hand toward the sky and countless lightning bolts crashed down on Huang Yuan. Nothing's changed. Huang Yuan and his intangibility form effortlessly dodged each bolt. No. Light wave oscillation. The lightning that should have been easy to evade now veered toward him, as if his body had become a lightning rod. 100 million volt Thunder Dragon. The blue dragon instantly engulfed Huang Yuan. What's happening? Shanji and the others closest to the battle felt the powerful shockwave from the explosion. Name explained to the bewildered Fu Lanqi and Shanji. It's AI and I Lu and Huang Yuan fighting over there. That guy who asked me to help buy a ship is that strong. He can actually go toe-to-toe with an admiral. Shanji lit his cigarette again. I hate him, but right now I really hope he can beat that marine admiral. No way. By the way, Name, why are you constantly creating those blue and red clouds? AI and I Lu asked me to make it rain, as much as possible. He said it's to deal with Huang Yuan, though I have no idea how he knew I could make it rain. Judging by the humidity, it's about to rain. What are you muttering about? Don't tell me you think that attack could finish me. Of course not. I've already set up your battlefield. As Su Jiale spoke, he spread his arms, and at that moment rain began to fall. Rain, is it? The piercing sound of laser fire rang out again as Huang Yuan aimed his fingertip at Su Jiale, who stood with his arms wide open. Umph! Lightning flash. Whoosh whoosh. What a sly kid. See, heavenly cloud sword. Huang Yuan slashed behind him, blocking Su Jiale's fist, which was crackling with a sharp bird-like cry. Hey, your speed is nothing special. Lightning fist. You're quite arrogant. Despite Su Jiale's speed being several times faster than before, Huang Yuan maintained a composed expression as if he posed no threat. Each raindrop carried a faint trace of lightning, allowing me to detect his every move as long as he remained in this area I created. Moreover, by using the lightning in the raindrops, I can continuously generate high potential points on his body, so the lightning will automatically strike him without needing my aim. Huang Yuan now had to not only watch out for the curving lightning, but also dodge Su Jiale's electrified fists. Can't handle it anymore. Bang! Huang Yuan was punched to the ground by Su Jiale, creating a deep crater. Yasukani no Magatama. Whoosh whoosh. Countless lasers shot towards Su Jiale. This can no longer threaten me. Electricity emanated from Su Jiale's body. The moment the lasers touched him, he turned into lightning flowing through the surrounding raindrops to evade them, darting swiftly between the droplets. You're done, Huang Yuan. Divine punishment. A flash of lightning and Su Jiale appeared before Huang Yuan, wielding a spear of condensed lightning, while several bolts of lightning simultaneously struck Huang Yuan. Light wave oscillation. Huang Yuan turned into light, forming rhythmic fluctuations around his body with the light, thereby blocking Su Jiale's attack. Thunder Emperor. A bolt of lightning was drawn from the thundercloud unleashed by Su Jiale, guided by Nami, and crashed onto Pacifista PX-1 at a breathtaking speed. ZZT. Pacifista PX-1's mechanical systems short-circuited, and it collapsed onto the ground. We did it. Miss Nami, you're incredible. This makes things much easier. I can harness Enel's lightning to take care of that robot over at Zoro's position in a moment. Whoa, boom, what just happened? Looks like something's going on with Enel over there. I mean, that guy is truly super. He's been trading blows with a marine admiral for so long. Sanji took a drag of his cigarette. So should we go lend him a hand? Don't be ridiculous. That's an admiral. We'd just be a burden if we went. Frankie had already witnessed the strength of a marine admiral firsthand, fully aware that they couldn't help much even if they did intervene. How can you say that? Even though Enel was a scumbag before, he's here helping us now. Calm down, Miss Nami. Let's go check on the situation first. If he's truly in danger, we'll decide whether to step in based on what we see. That gave me quite a scare. What an incredible attack. Yellow Monkey's severed body reassembled itself. So normal attacks are useless. If only I could unleash 200 million volts. Yada no Kagami. Whoosh sizzle. What a... The beam released from Yada no Kagami grazed past Su Jiale's head, and the elementalized yellow monkey was swept upward into the sky along with the blast. Speed is power. Oh no. I can't dodge it. I have to. Su Jiale felt that the moment the beam had barely left, the light appeared before his eyes again, and a kick was aimed straight at his head. 60 million volts. Whoosh, bang. As the dust cleared, Su Jiale dropped low. A sharp tearing sound erupted from deep within his throat, followed by a wet squelch as blood splattered across the ground. Whoosh. Yellow Monkey's laser aimed directly at Su Jiale. It's over. Thunder Emperor. Did it hit? The laser shot toward Nami. Miss Nami. I'm fine. It's just my weather tip that broke. Now's our chance. Taking advantage of Yellow Monkey's attack on Nami, Su Jiale quickly activated his elementization and used raindrops to flee at high speed. Su Jiale had barely moved when Yellow Monkey was right on his heels. Damn it. 80 million volts. Lightning whip. Realizing he was about to be caught, Su Jiale spun around and lashed out with a lightning whip. It's useless. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless beams of light shot towards Su Jiale, converging mid-flight into multiple figures of Yellow Monkey, dodging the lightning whip as they pressed their assault. What the hell? Shadow clones too. I can't dodge it. Flash kick. A kick infused with armament hockey sent Su Jiale flying out of the lightning raindrops, slamming him into the ground. Boom. The impact of this strike proved too much, and Su Jiale could no longer maintain his thundercloud. Sunlight pierced through the gradually dissipating clouds, illuminating Su Jiale as he lay sprawled on the ground. Damn. Why does this feel different from before? Really, if you don't hurry up, I'm done for. Yellow Monkey's laser locked onto Su Jiale once more, but just as it was about to fire, Rayleigh arrived at blinding speed and grabbed Yellow Monkey's wrist, yanking it aside. Whoosh, boom. You're finally here. Is it your turn now, Plunder King Rayleigh? Their era has only just begun. Don't you think he's a promising lad? I had intelligence that you were on this archipelago, but I didn't expect you to actually step in for these people. So even grown old like this, you're still a pirate, Rayleigh. Rayleigh, if you could cancel my bounty, I could live out my retirement in peace here. The crimes of a pirate cannot be erased, especially one from the Roger Pirates. I'll be going ahead. Trying to run. Without the rain to aid his elementization, Yellow Monkey instantly appeared right in front of Su Jiale's face. Shouldn't I remind you? You're supposed to be fighting me, right? Rayleigh's foot met Yellow Monkey's flash kick with a tremendous collision. The shockwave in the air knocked Nami off balance, but Sanji quickly grabbed her to steady her. Perceiving from the corner of his eye that Yellow Monkey had been forced back a half step by Rayleigh, the laser that had been locking onto him veered completely off course. Biting down on his pain, Su Jiale turned on the spot. His chest wound still pulled at him with every movement, each breath sending sharp needles through his throat, and the area where he'd been kicked by armament hockey still felt numb. But now was not the time to linger. Yellow Monkey's flash kick had been blocked by Rayleigh, but the laser embedded in his foot fired off in a different direction, striking a distant bubble tree. With a tremendous explosion, a segment of the tree snapped off and crashed to the ground. The resulting shockwave drew the attention of Luffy and the others. "Old man, I'm leaving this to you." Su Jiale didn't look back, only calling out in a voice thick with uncontrolled breath. Stumbling forward, Su Jiale steadied himself against a bubble tree that had been broken in half. The tree's sap clung sticky to his palm, mixing with the rain and blood on his face, cold and uncomfortably greasy. From somewhere in the distance came Zoro's muffled grunt, faintly accompanied by the metallic clang of steel clashing and the rumble of explosions. There was no need to guess, as Zoro and the others were still locked in combat with that unresolved pacifista. Enduring the pain, he activated his elementization once more and flew towards Zoro's position. The streets along the way had been completely torn apart by the battle, littered with collapsed buildings and craters of all sizes. "Hey, why haven't you taken out that robot yet?" Su Jiale called out from over 10 meters away. Zoro was on one knee, still holding his three-sword stance, but his left arm was visibly trembling. His left shoulder had been struck by PX-1's laser, and crimson blood soaked through his clothing, darkening the green sleeve. PX-1 stood opposite him, its mechanical eye glowing red. Its right arm and neck were severely deformed, yet it continued charging, preparing to unleash another round of lasers. Hearing Su Jiale's voice, Usopp whirled around in shock and frantically scanned the area. "Enel, why are you here? Didn't you start fighting Yellow Monkey? Where did he go?" "Rayleigh's handling Yellow Monkey." Su Jiale ran while raising his hand, fine sparks of electricity crackling at his fingertips as a lightning whip condensed into a long arc. "I'll take care of this thing." Before he had even finished speaking, PX-1's laser had already fired, its target being the injured Zoro. Brook, ever quick-witted, swiftly swung his blade and delivered a cutting strike. Though he couldn't fully block the laser, he managed to deflect its trajectory, scorching a black mark across the ground. Su Jiale swung his lightning whip, gathered the surrounding lightning, and lashed out with all his might. 60 million volts. Lightning whip. Though weaker than the strike he had used against Yellow Monkey earlier, this blow was more than sufficient to handle the pacifista. Electricity instantly wrapped around PX-1's right arm, and the crackling current spread along its mechanical limb. PX-1 froze completely, its mechanical eye flickering twice before letting out a metallic clang as it toppled to the ground, smoke billowing from its damaged chassis. It was utterly destroyed. Zoro caught his breath, sheathed his swords, and walked over to Su Jiale. He gave him a once-over and noticed his injuries. "Thanks." Su Jiale leaned against the wall, covering his chest as he coughed twice, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "Save the pleasantries." He paused, then glanced toward the direction where Luffy and the others were fighting. He could hear Luffy shouting, "Goma Goma no rocket." "I'm heading out now. You'd better make a move too." Zoro huffed in acknowledgement. He knew Su Jiale couldn't hold out much longer and didn't press the matter. Su Jiale nodded, saying nothing further. He was already struggling to speak, and staying any longer meant risking an encounter with Tycoon Barbarian King. From Zoro's position to the black rope ship at Peninsula 52 was quite a distance, but Su Jiale did not stop for a single moment, flying back at full speed. Su Jiale nodded, saying nothing further. He was already struggling to speak, and staying any longer meant risking an encounter with Tycoon Bear. The journey from Zoro's location to the black rope anchored at Peninsula 52 was quite long, but Su Jiale did not pause even for an instant, making his way back at top speed. When the silhouette of the black rope finally came into view, Su Jiale breathed a sigh of relief. A Jiale spotted Su Jiale drenched in blood and staggering, and immediately dropped the rag he was holding. He rushed down from the deck and steadied him. "Boss, what happened to you? How did you get so badly injured?" Leaning on a Jiale, Su Jiale panted, "You're shouting loud enough to deafen me." "Where's Lao Zhou?" "He's in the cabin taking inventory." "Boss, you should rest first." "I'll go get him." A Jiale helped Su Jiale move toward the ship, shouting toward the cabin as they went, "Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou, the boss is back. He's badly hurt." Su Jiale settled into the rattan chair in his quarters. "A gang, go pour me a glass of water." "On it." A gang replied, and dashed off toward the cabin, his footsteps a whirlwind. Lao Zhou opened the door, medical kit in hand, and walked over to Su Jiale, who was covered in wounds. "Boss, bear with it." Lao Zhou's movements were gentle as he cleaned and examined the wounds. A gang quickly returned with lukewarm water, handed the cup to Su Jiale, then crouched beside him, handing Lao Zhou supplies. Lao Zhou opened the medical kit, taking out saline solution and sterile gauze. First we need to wash off the blood and dirt from the wounds to prevent infection. Boss, have a sip of water and ease yourself. Jiale took a couple of sips. The warm water slid down his throat, soothing the raw sensation slightly. He leaned back in the chair watching Lao Zhou and Jiale bustle about. When Lao Zhou's gauze reached the deep wound on his chest, Jiale's body shuddered visibly. Lao Zhou lightened his touch again. Bear with it, almost done. This wound needs proper care or infection will be trouble. Alright, now I'm applying the antiseptic powder. Lao Zhou took out a small bottle of powder and sprinkled it over the wound. It might sting a bit. Just endure it. Jiale grunted in acknowledgement and closed his eyes. The sting of the powder on the wound was even sharper than the earlier disinfection, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. A gang watching from the side handed him a tissue. Boss, wipe your sweat. Jiale took the tissue and dabbed at the cold sweat on his forehead. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lao Zhou already holding gauze and bandages preparing to wrap the wound. Lao Zhou, don't wrap it too thick or it'll be uncomfortable. No, Lao Zhou said sternly. This wound is deep. A thin wrap will easily rub off. It needs to be thick to protect it properly. He carefully placed the gauze over the wound, then wound the bandage around it. Not too tight, but firm enough. There, the chest is done for now. We'll treat your back and arms next. A gang took away the empty cup and handed him a piece of bread. Boss, you must be hungry. I'll head to the kitchen now and cook with a foo. Jiale was indeed hungry. From the auction to the fight with Kizaru, then rescuing Luffy and the others, helping Zoro deal with the PX-1A, and finally running back to the ship. He hadn't eaten for half a day. Good, Jiale said with a smile. Sorry for the trouble. Lao Zhou had packed up his things and picked up a fresh piece of gauze to treat the wounds on Jiale's back. Turn around a bit, boss. The wounds on your back also need care. They're not as deep as the chest wound, but they're burns. If left untreated, they could fester. Jiale obediently turned, leaning his back against the chair. The moment the wounds touched the chair, he sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Lao Zhou sighed again when he saw the charred burn marks on his back. All right, your back is wrapped too. Lao Zhou put away the gauze, checked the wounds once more to ensure everything was fine, then stood up and packed the medical kit. The scrapes on your arms are minor, already disinfected. Jiale turned around and leaned back in the chair, feeling much lighter. Though the wounds still ached, the tight discomfort had vanished after the treatment. He watched Lao Zhou pack the medical kit. Lao Zhou, thanks. What's there to thank? You treat us like family, boss. It's only right that we do this. Lao Zhou waved his hand, closed the kit, and said, get some rest. Don't move around too much. They'll bring you food once it's ready. Jiale nodded. After Lao Zhou left, Jiale sat alone in the chair, muttering to himself. Family. Shortly after Lao Zhou left with the medical kit, a gang arrived with a bowl of freshly cooked seafood congee. He carefully handed it to Jiale. Boss, here's the congee. It's warm, not hot. Take it slow. Jiale took the bowl. Its rim still held a gentle warmth, heating his palms. He scooped a spoonful and sipped it slowly. The warm congee slid down his throat, soothing the pain and warming his stomach, making him feel much more comfortable. Delicious, Jiale said with a smile, taking another spoonful. A gang just sat quietly beside him, watching him eat. After finishing the congee, Jiale leaned back in the chair, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. After fighting for so long and running all the way, now that he was relaxed, drowsiness swept over him. Boss, if you're sleepy, just take a nap, a gang said softly, noticing his drooping eyelids. I'll clean up here. Jiale nodded, placed the empty bowl on the small table beside him, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. Don't disturb me when I wake up. The moment he finished speaking, he fell asleep. Boss, what's the matter? Didn't I say not to disturb me? Jiale opened the door irritably. I just fell asleep and you're already calling me. Seeing how grumpy Jiale was upon waking, GM meekly said, Boss, you've already slept until the afternoon of the next day. What? I slept that long? Kid, Rayleigh, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you forgot. You were the one who asked me to come meet you at Peninsula 52. No, of course not. Alright, I didn't come here to chat. Tell me everything from the beginning. Then come aboard first, and I'll fill you in properly. Afu, bring some wine and juice to my room. Sure, boss. Rayleigh stepped onto the deck, running his hand over the wood of the ship. You've got a pretty nice ship here. I think so too. I bought it from Tom's apprentice. Tom, huh? Boss, the wine and juice are here. Just put them on the table and close the door when you leave. Okay. Creak, thud. Rayleigh took a sip of the wine. The wine's not bad. Now you can start talking. Have you been following the recent news? No. Does it have something to do with the news? Of course it does. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist, Ace, is about to be publicly executed. Public execution, and wait, are you saying that Fire Fist, Ace, is Roger's child? Rayleigh stared at Jiale in disbelief, forgetting to put down the empty glass. That's right. And how do you know that? I learned it from Luffy. If you don't believe me, go ask him. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. Damn it, Luffy had already been rescued by Tyrant Kuma. Jiale stood up, excitedly slamming the table. What's wrong, Rayleigh? Did Kizaru capture Luffy? Luffy is fine. He's already escaped. I'll ask him about it later. Jiale breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought my efforts were in vain. Kid, you're in all right. Your strength isn't bad. Jiale scratched his head modestly. Not at all, not at all. With your current strength, you're probably the strongest among the newcomers of this era. You have a low gear ability and have mastered observation haki. Do you know the training method for armament haki? Rayleigh swirled his cup looking at Jiale with an expression that said, "Don't you want to learn? Beg me, and I'll teach you. Old man Garp has already told me the training method." "What? Garp told you?" When Rayleigh heard that Garp had taught him, the image of Garp's carefree demeanor flashed through his mind, and he accepted the fact that Garp had taught Jiale armament hockey. "That's right. By the way, Rayleigh, can you coat my ship with resin?" "Of course, but I have something to deal with today. I'll do it for you tomorrow." "All right. After yesterday's commotion, the island's security should be much lighter now. It should be fine for us to stay here." "Fine, I'll be off now. Make sure to prepare plenty of booze for me tomorrow." "Okay, take care. Lao Zhou, call me when dinner's ready." "Got it, boss. Just keep resting." Jiale closed the door and lay on the bed grinning. From Rayleigh's expression, he knew it. The plot was still the same as in the anime. Luffy and the others had been sent flying by Tyrant Kuma. Blaming everything on Luffy was just too convenient. Rayleigh wouldn't be able to confirm with Luffy until the execution in about half a month, and Luffy was still on his way to Amazon Lily. So now Rayleigh doesn't know where Luffy is. In the end, he'll have no choice but to go to Marineford. "Every time I dump the problem on Luffy, it feels so good. And I'll have you prepared my booze. I'm waiting for you to pick it up. But remember to finish coating the ship before you drink. Don't mess it up, or I'll drown before I even reach Fishman Island." Jiale mimicked, choking himself, rolling his eyes, and sticking out his tongue to play dead. "Huh, you little rascal." Rayleigh burst into laughter at Jiale's goofy expression. "Don't worry. I've been living on this archipelago for a long time thanks to this skill. Drinking only makes me perform better. I'll coat your ship perfectly. Rayleigh, take this." "What?" "A den mushy. I'm going ashore with my crew to explore the island. I won't bother you while you work. Use this to contact me when you're done. Go ahead. I'm about to start working. Then I'll leave the ship in your hands. I'll take a break and relax for a bit. Lao Zhou, tell Jiale and the others to bring out all the booze I asked you to prepare and put it below." "Got it, boss. After that we'll explore the island together. The ship needs coating anyway." As Jiale and his crew entered Grove 51, they were immediately drawn to the items on display at a nearby shop. Dozens of bicycles painted in bright colors stood in neat rows, their wheels wrapped in translucent red tree resin bubbles, with small copper bells hanging from the handlebars. "Rent a few bubble bikes. It takes an hour to walk from here to Park 33. Lao Zhou pointed at the rental shop sign, and the owner had already enthusiastically greeted them. "Can these bubbles support us?" A Fu circled the bike twice, reached out, and poked the bubble behind it. His fingertip met a soft, springy resistance. "Don't worry. The bubbles are made from urukumin tree resin. They can hold a lot of weight." The owner patted the seat. "Thanks to our unique bubbles, these bikes can float in the air. You pedal to spin the fan blades behind, and off you go flying. They're light, and you can avoid tree roots, dirt, and puddles." Jiale picked a deep blue one first, swung his leg over, and gave it a try. The pedals were light, and the bike wobbled slightly when he first sat down. Once he got used to it, he started zipping around in the air. "Come on, try it. It's fun." He squeezed the bell, and the crisp ding had barely faded before he was off pedaling forward. Jiale thought to himself, "Last time I passed through here, I was too busy looking for Rayleigh to enjoy these fun things. If only I could ride this bike off the island." A Fu chose a yellow bike with cartoon stickers. The moment he got on, he panicked. The bubble bike was lighter than a regular one, and with a sudden jerk he nearly fell off. Luckily, a gang caught the handlebars in time. "Pedal slowly, don't panic." A gang picked a steady dark green bike and rode beside a Fu, guarding him like a bodyguard. A Fu gritted his teeth and gradually found a rhythm. Later he even dared to reach out and grab a small bubble floating by the roadside, making a gang shake his head helplessly. Xiao Wu chose a light blue bike with a basket that could hold the books he had just bought. While riding, he occasionally stopped to examine the bubble bike structure. "This bubble suspension mechanism is ingenious. Maybe I can install a similar part on our little boat back home." Jiale heard him and shouted back, "Stop studying it. These bubbles are useless once you leave the island." "What?" A Fu and Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at their bubble bikes. "Such a fun thing, and we can't take it with us." They passed a wide tree root plaza where several kids were chasing each other on mini bubble bikes. One of them nearly crashed into a Fu. A Fu quickly braked, but the bike wobbled and the bubble by the wheel brushed against a red trunk. It didn't pop, it just bounced back gently. Amazing. A Fu's eyes lit up, and he deliberately rubbed the bubble against the trunk, watching it bounce back. Lao Zhou rode the slowest, bringing up the rear and reminding everyone not to ride too fast or bump into others. After about 20 minutes of riding, the arch of Bubbly Park came into view. Everyone parked their bubble bikes in the designated rental area. Inside the park, Jiale stuffed the food he had just bought at the entrance into a bubble and tied it with a special string. He mused that the Sabaody archipelago's unique bubbles were indeed fascinating. Whether for shopping or travel, they were both convenient and full of local flavor. When they left the park in the evening and rode the bubble bikes back, the setting sun dyed the bubbles beside the wheels a fiery orange. A Fu hummed a tuneless song with a gang steadily beside him. Jiale and Jiale rode side by side at the front, while Xiao Wu kept pace with Lao Zhou, the two of them leisurely trailing behind the group. When Jiale and his companions reached the shore, they saw a layer of colorful film on the surface of the black rope, which stood resolute against the evening sea horizon, coated in that sheen. Xiao Wu had read about ship coatings in the logbook, and when he saw the description of their vessel relying on a bubble to submerge to Fishman Island, he sneered with disdain. He thought it impossible for a bubble to envelop a ship, let alone descend into the deep sea. Ignoring the Sea Kings, even a bubble could never withstand the abyssal pressure. Thus, witnessing this sight, he was utterly astonished. Boss, is that layer on the black rope, which looks like a bubble film, the coating Mr. Rayleigh helped us apply? I believe so. Jiale saw Rayleigh sitting on a hanging rope, brush in hand, applying the coating to the black rope with an iron bucket beside him. He waved both hands toward Rayleigh, holding a bottle of wine and a box of roasted chicken. Rayleigh, I brought you roasted chicken and specially brewed wine. Huh, you brought me wine too. The amount you gave this morning was already plenty. Rayleigh, are you not done yet? How about we continue tomorrow? Tonight, let's go feast together. No need, I've just finished now. Rayleigh put down his tools, then turned and jumped down directly. How is it? Though I haven't done this work for years, my craftsmanship remains flawless. Of course, that's why I came to you. You rascal. When do you plan to set sail? Rayleigh said as he took the roasted chicken and wine from Jiale. Since the coating is done, we'll probably set off tonight. So soon. Have you chosen your first stop after entering the new world? We'll take it step by step. Ooh, I haven't decided yet. You're so carefree. Well, wish you a pleasant voyage. Wait, you're leaving just like that? Don't you want your things? Rayleigh didn't turn back, only waved his hand and replied, no need, I won't have any use for these anymore. By the time Jiale and Rayleigh were talking, Jiale and the others had already run to the underside of the black rope, examining it closely, occasionally touching the film on the hull with their fingers. It doesn't look sturdy at all. Can we really reach Fishman Island with this? Afu imagined in worry the scenario of the bubble bursting while they were in the sea, costing them all their lives, and couldn't help but tremble. Seeing Afu staring blankly at the ship's film and suddenly shivering, Gang knew he was picturing something dreadful. You idiot, can't you wish for something good for us? How amazing. Jiale found it amusing that none of them had boarded the ship. Instead, they were all below, cautiously touching the hull. You guys, if you're so curious, why don't you get on board and experience it? Got it, boss. Hey boss, there's a manual on the table. Jiale looked in the direction Lao Zhou pointed, and indeed saw a brown-covered manual on the table that had been empty before. Lao Zhou, open it, and see what's written inside. Lao Zhou picked up the manual from the table and flipped through it. Boss, this must have been left by Mr. Rayleigh. It explains how to submerge the ship and expand the oil film to form a bubble, along with other details about the bubble film. Lao Zhou, do you know how to operate it now? I've understood it clearly, boss. Then let's set off now. Destination, Fishman Island. As Jiale finished speaking, Roger. Helm down, target, Fishman Island. The ballast tanks at the bottom of the black rope began to slowly fill with water, and the ship descended steadily beneath the sea surface. The seemingly fragile bubble film glowed faintly the moment it was enveloped by seawater, as if coating the hull with a layer of flowing moonlight. The original multicolored luster gradually faded in the dimness of the deep sea, transforming into a translucent protective membrane that firmly kept the seawater at bay. The portholes in the cabin were gradually swallowed by deep blue. The traces of sunlight penetrating the seawater grew fainter until only sporadic points of light flickered in the distance, the faint glow left by deep-sea creatures swimming by. Jiale pressed his face against the porthole, eyes wide, pointing at a group of translucent creatures with long tentacles outside the window, his voice full of wonder. Look. What are those star-like things? A gang leaned in, about to speak, when he suddenly felt a slight tremor in the hull, not the steady sway of ocean currents, but as if something enormous had gently bumped into it. What's going on? Jiale instantly straightened up his hand, instinctively resting on the sword at his waist. Lao Zhou's voice came from the control room with a hint of urgency. Boss, there's something under the ship. It's following us. Before the words faded, the entire black rope suddenly shuddered violently. From the darkness outside the porthole, a pair of enormous eyes emerged, each as large as the cabin window, their pupils glinting with a cold gleam. The surrounding water churned into whirlpools from the creature's movements. It's a Sea King. Xiao Wu's voice trembled. The creature's body loomed faintly in the darkness, covered in thick, dark cyan scales. A thick tentacle lashed out like a giant python, smashing fiercely against the black rope's bubble film. Boom. A dull impact echoed through the cabin. The spot where the tentacle struck the bubble film caved in instantly, like pressed jelly. Everyone held their breath. Afu even closed his eyes, gripping the railing tightly. But in the next second, the indented film rebounded forcefully, flinging the tentacle away. The membrane remained intact without even a single crack. Don't be afraid, Mr. Rayleigh's coating is sturdy. Jiale's voice was steady and reassuring, instantly calming the crew. Lao Zhou, adjust our course to avoid its attacks. Jiale, don't open fire. Lao Zhou immediately turned the helm. The black rope nimbly sidestepped in the deep sea, dodging another tentacle strike from the Sea King. Jiale quickly ran to the deck, aiming the defense cannon at the colossal creature, a faint energy glow flickering from the muzzle. The Sea King seemed enraged by the cannon's glow, letting out a deafening low roar that penetrated the water and vibrated painfully in the crew's eardrums. It thrashed its long body, generating even larger currents, attempting to pull the black rope into a whirlpool. Jiale walked to the control room, watching the still persistent Sea King outside the porthole, his brow slightly furrowed. He knew they couldn't waste too much time here. The deep sea held more unknown dangers. Lao Zhou increased the dive speed and head toward the deep sea warm current. The current there is swift. It can shake it off. Lao Zhou immediately pressed the acceleration button. The black rope's engine roared powerfully, the seawater around the bubble film rapidly pushed aside, and the ship plunged downward like an arrow released from a bow. The Sea King tried to follow but was thrown off balance by the sudden surge of current. Its massive body wobbled in the darkness, and in the end it could only watch helplessly as the black rope's silhouette grew smaller and smaller, eventually vanishing into the deeper abyss. The tremors in the cabin gradually subsided, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Matthew slumped to the floor, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. That scared me to death. I thought the bubble was going to burst. A gang patted his shoulder, his voice carrying a hint of lingering fear, but also excitement. I told you, Mr. Rayleigh's craftsmanship is solid, but that Sea King was truly terrifying. Jiale walked to the porthole, gazing at the ever-darkening seawater outside. Only occasional bioluminescent flashes from distant creatures dotted the silent deep sea. He knew this was only the first trial on the journey to Fishman Island. The road ahead in the deep sea held more unknowns waiting for them. But at this moment there was no fear in his eyes, only anticipation for the voyage ahead. Continue diving, we're getting closer to Fishman Island, he said to Lao Zhou, his voice resolute. Boss, come quick, take a look. What is it now? Stop shouting all the. What greeted Jiale's eyes was a breathtaking underwater forest, where coral branches intertwined, covered everywhere with vibrant lifelike flowers. Small fish and shrimp darted through the coral, attracting even more fish to the scene. Unlike the monotonous sea surface, the underwater world was a kaleidoscope of colors. Countless creatures thrived in this dazzling forest, and schools of brilliantly hued long-tailed fish swam gracefully before the Haitian how dancing in the surging waves. This scenery is truly beautiful. A shadow suddenly loomed over the Haitian how. All the surrounding fish fled in panic into the coral forest. Boss, this Sea King is even bigger than the last one. The Sea King resembled a lion-headed moray eel, its body a deep yellow covered in countless black spots. It fixed its gaze on the Haitian how with eyes like lighthouse beacons. Lao Zhou run. The 30-meter-long Haitian how seemed pitifully small before this lion-headed moray eel, barely the size of its eyeball. Jiale stared at the scene, a thought flashing through his mind. He quickly called out to Lao Zhou, is there a way for me to go out and deal with this Sea King? Lao Zhou's hands fumbled frantically with the steering wheel, his face as pale as paper. His voice came in broken fragments, as if an invisible rope were strangling his throat. Boss, there is. We can use the coating device to wrap a layer of membrane around you, then you can go out. As he spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably, causing the steering wheel to shake as well. Jiale, take over the helm for Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou, help me with the coating now. All right, boss. Come over here. Lao Zhou aimed the device at Jiale, and a layer of bubble membrane gradually enveloped him. Is this enough? Yes, boss. I've also tied the rope to you. After you finish off, the Sea King will pull you back. Boss, we can't dodge it. The lion-headed moray eel opened its abyss-like maw, lunging to bite the Haitian how. 80 million volts. Jiale gripped his thunder spear and swam toward the lion-headed moray eel. But the creature paid him no heed, for Jiale was but a grain of sand in its eyes. Just as the moray eel was about to swallow the Haitian how. Divine punishment. The moment the thunder spear pierced the lion-headed moray eel's body, its massive form convulsed violently. A shrill, hair-raising scream followed, filled with extreme agony and shock. The eel's body twisted violently, thrashing in torment, tearing at the surrounding water and stirring up turbulent currents that shook the deep sea. Its muscles spasmed wildly under the high-voltage electric shock, as if the colossal body were being torn apart. The agonized scream echoed through the deep sea, as if making the very water tremble. Boss! What? The lion-headed moray eel thrashed madly in the deep, whipping up ferocious currents that instantly swept the Haitian how into a raging vortex. At the same time, the voltage generated when the thunder spear struck the moray eel ruptured Jiale's bubble membrane, and seawater engulfed him instantly. The moment he touched the seawater, Jiale's strength drained away, his power completely sapped. Fortunately, the rope still tied to him allowed him to be swept along with the Haitian how as the wild current carried them away. Pull the boss back quickly. The Haitian how rocked violently in the surging deep-sea currents, its hull like a leaf struggling in a storm. On deck, a gang and a Fu were straining to pull the winch, while Xiao Wu helped drag the rope, trying to haul back the unconscious Jiale. The entire ship lurched and tossed into chaos. Jiale and Lao Zhou gripped the steering wheel tightly together, trying to prevent the Haitian how from being drawn into even more dangerous currents. No. If this continues, the boss will be in danger. Since Lao Zhou was just an ordinary person, it was mostly Jiale who was putting in the effort to control the steering wheel. Now veins bulged on Jiale's forehead, and his face was flushed with exertion. Lao Zhou, what do we do now? See that current ahead? That's an upward current. Let's escape this turbulent flow first. All right. Riding the upward current, the Haitian how finally escaped the perilous situation. The water in the upward current had a deep blue hue, and a pod of blue whales swam alongside the current heading upward. One blue whale seemed to notice their predicament. It swam into the upward current and helped the gang and the others by nudging Jiale forward. Xiao Wu shouted excitedly, "We've rescued the boss." A Fu wiped the sweat from his forehead. That scared me to death. I thought that whale was going to swallow us too. Hearing this, a gang punched a Fu on the head. You idiot. Then he bowed to the blue whale in gratitude. The blue whale seemed to understand a gang's meaning. It left the upward current and rejoined its pod. Goodbye. Jiale and the others raised their arms high and waved gently, expressing their gratitude to the departing blue whale. Lao Zhou pressed his hands on Su Jiale's abdomen, causing him to cough violently. Water gushed from his mouth with a gurgling sound. Moi. Lao Zhou's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Boss, you're awake. Oh, I almost caused a disaster. Thanks to you all, or I would have lost my life. Lao Zhou quickly waved his hands. Don't say that, boss. If it weren't for you, we would have been swallowed by the sea beast long ago. Seeing Su Jiale awake, Jiale's expression lightened, and he headed into the kitchen. The boss is awake. Hurry up and get the meal ready. A gang and a Fu who had been distracted now set to work with renewed vigor. A gang's knife sliced through ingredients so fast it left after images, while a Fu turned up the flame and began to stir-fry vigorously. Great. Here, boss, cover yourself with this blanket to warm up. Now that you mention it, I am a bit cold. Give it here. Saying this, he took the blanket from Lao Zhou and draped it over himself. By the way, Lao Zhou, are we still on our way to Fishman Island? Lao Zhou pondered for a moment. Boss, the turbulent currents caused by that sea beast diverted us from our original course. Then to escape the currents, we rode an upward current of unknown direction. We are no longer within the Sabaody archipelago area. I see. Then do you know our current position, Lao Zhou? No. There seems to be a strange magnetic field in this sea area. The log pose has completely malfunctioned, and we can't tell directions anymore. So you're saying our only option now is to return to the surface? Yes, boss. Boss, I can see a ship. We've had terrible luck. We'll have to prepare and set out again. Old Joe, let's go up and ask those people where we are. All right, boss. Dylan, something's wrong. A pirate in a small hood standing on the lookout platform shouted down to the men below in panic. A blue-haired man in a black trench coat with a sword at his waist said gloomily, what now? Could things get any worse than this? A sea king seems to be about to attack us. Hearing this, Dylan's rushed to the ship's railing. On the sea, a massive shadow was growing larger, as if it would burst through the waves at any moment. Dylan's pupils contracted sharply. He turned abruptly to the black, long-haired woman at the helm. Joe, backed the ship away. Get out of this area. Damn it, too late. Joe's words had barely faded when a colossal column of water shot into the sky, collapsing like a wall of water in an instant. The Haixinghao burst through the water, its bubble film shattering. Splashes landed on the deck of the Delenhao, soaking the clothes of Delens and his crew. That's a ship. The lookout in the hood rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. The shadow wasn't a sea king, but a pitch-black pirate ship. On the deck of the Haixinghao, a Fu was cheering with a spatula. We're finally back on the surface. Su Jiale, wrapped in a dry blanket handed by old Joe, leaned against the railing and studied the nearby Delenhao. The sail bore a cross of blue swords and a skull. The mast tilted crookedly on the deck. The hull was covered in scratches of varying depths and holes left by impacts, as if it had been repeatedly torn by something sharp. Old Joe, throw the rope over. Su Jiale tugged at his blanket, his voice still hoarse from the seawater. Judging by the state of their ship, they've been stuck here a long time. Perfect for asking directions. Old Joe nodded and called Jiale for help. Jiale's arm muscles bulged as he hurled the thick rope like a whip, wrapping it perfectly around the mast of the Delenhao. Delens hesitated for 2 seconds, then grabbed the rope and swung over. He stumbled as he landed on the deck of the Haixinghao and looked up to meet Su Jiale's amused gaze along with the wary faces of Jiale and a gang. Don't be nervous. We're not enemies. Delens quickly raised his hands, his eyes gleaming beneath his blue hair. I'm Delens, captain of the Delen pirates. This is our navigator, Gio, and the rest. Su Jiale glanced at the pirates who had swung over besides Delens and Gio. There were the hooded lookout, Siyu, twin muscular men along, and a Tai carrying repair tools, the map holding Shui Mu, and 2 young men, Mi Jia and Mi Gao, gripping broken oars. 8 people crowded the deck of the Haixinghao, making it feel cramped. Just call me Su Jiale. I'm the captain of the Haixinghao. Su Jiale gestured to his crew, and they introduced themselves one by one. Then Su Jiale's gaze fell on the broken mast of the Delenhao. How did your ship end up like this? Attacked by a sea beast. At this, Delen's shoulders slumped. Jiu took over, her voice as cold as frozen seawater. It's the hairless monster birds in this area. They have no feathers, wings like bats, claws sharp enough to cut through planks, and beaks that can pierce prey. Any ship approaching the center of the mist gets swarmed by them. Hairless monster birds. A Fu scratched his head. There are birds like that. Su Jiale's heart stirred. No feathers, bat-like wings. That description sounded suspiciously like pterosaurs. He raised an eyebrow. What are you doing in these waters? The magnetic field here is a mess. A log pose is useless. Delen's eyes suddenly lit up. He stepped closer, his voice trembling. We're looking for the dragon's treasure. According to records, a yellow earth dragon has been plundering treasure in these waters. It hides all its loot on an island. A dragon. Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Isn't that just a legend? No legend. It's real. Delens clenched his fists, knuckles white. When we were kids, we snuck out on a fishing boat to the edge of the lost sea. We saw it with our own eyes. Its wings were bigger than our pirate ship, its scales rough as dirt, and it flew into the mist with a mouthful of treasure. Gio and the other pirates nodded. Xiao Yu pushed back his hood, revealing a youthful face. I remember clearly. Its eyes were red like lava. When it flew past, the waves were churned up by its wings. Amu quickly unfolded the navigation chart. On it was a crude drawing of a yellow earth dragon surrounded by dense cross marks. We've visited every island around here, gathered clues for 5 years. We're certain Lost Island is inside this mist. Jiale stroked his chin, intrigued. Not only were there possible prehistoric creatures, but also the treasure of a western dragon. This adventure was getting more interesting. It was becoming more and more fascinating. Delans thought Jiale was unwilling to face unknown dangers with them. He closed his eyes tightly as if making a decision, then suddenly knelt on one knee, head bowed low. Mr. Jiale, please take us to Lost Island. Our ship is beyond repair. Those monster birds are still circling nearby. Without your help, we'll never reach the island. Jiale and the other pirates knelt as well. The two young men's eyes were red. We know this is presumptuous, but we really don't want to give up. Jiale looked at them and suddenly smiled. Get up. I can't stand people kneeling to me. My crew and I have lost our course anyway, and we don't know where to go. We'll come with you to Lost Island and witness this legendary dragon. But let me be clear, if there's treasure, we'll take a share. Delans looked up sharply, his eyes shining like stars. No problem. We set sail just to fulfill a childhood dream. Even if we give you all the treasure, it's fine. No need. Half is enough. Jiale turned to a gang and the others. Help them move over whatever supplies they can use. Jiale shouldered his double axes and followed Delans to the Delanhao. Jiale stayed on the Haishing, pointing at the navigation chart as she explained to old Joe. The mist in this area has 3 layers. The outer layer has chaotic magnetic fields. The closer you get to the middle, the more monster birds there are. We suspect the inner layer is where Lost Island lies. Half an hour later, the supplies were moved. The Haishing slowly sailed into the mist. The seawater grew murky, visibility dropping rapidly. A Fu clutched the railing, his voice tight with tension. Are those monster birds really coming? Are they as big as the lion-headed moray eels we saw last time? As soon as he spoke, a flapping sound echoed. Xiaoyu suddenly screamed. It's them. Take cover. Jiale looked up to see a flock of dark shapes flying out of the mist, their wings sounding like broken bellows. Delans's face went pale as he drew his sword. Get ready to fight. Their claws are sharp, don't get caught. And watch out for their beaks. The dark shadows drew closer, and Jiale finally made out their forms. Measuring nearly 6 meters in length, featherless with membranous wings, long sharp claws, and hissing sounds emerging from their mouths. Aren't these just pteranodons, albeit slightly larger? So the strange birds you mentioned are these creatures? Jiale said with a sneer. He tightened his grip on the thunder spear. These aren't birds, they're pteranodons, a prehistoric species that should have long gone extinct. Pteranodons? Laozhou was taken aback. What are those? Big lizards that look like birds, Jiale replied, too lazy to elaborate. He leaped onto the mast. Jiale, protect the ship. Leave these little creatures to me. As he spoke, a pteranodon dove down, its claws aiming straight at Xiao Wu on the deck. Xiao Wu fired several shots in panic, but the hit pteranodon showed no sign of slowing. Just as Jiale was about to act, Jiale swung his thunder spear, and a bolt of lightning instantly struck the creature. With a sizzling crack, the pteranodon was electrocuted into charcoal, crashing heavily onto the deck. The others, enraged, swarmed the black rope, their wings stirring wind strong enough to topple the crates on deck. 80 million volt thundernet. Jiale's voice rang out in the mist as countless bolts of lightning erupted, weaving a massive electric web across the sky. The pteranodon slammed into the net, instantly turning to charcoal and raining down into the sea, splashing water everywhere. Darrens and his companions watched in stunned awe. Jiale murmured, he's a superhuman. That's incredible. Just then Jiale frowned and looked down at the sea. Something's wrong. There's something in the water following us. Laozhou hurriedly leaned over the side and peered through his telescope. Boss, it's a sea king. Its dorsal fin is taller than the mast. The group looked down to see a massive dark shadow slowly approaching the black rope. The shadow was at least 60 meters long, with a fin rising like a small hill and fangs gleaming coldly. Darrens' legs gave way. What is that? Jiale, steady the ship. Jiale leaped directly above the shadow, electricity crackling from his thunder spear. 80 million volt divine punishment. The spear plunged deep into the sea beast's back, and a violent current surged through its body. The beast let out a deafening cry, thrashing wildly, and the massive waves nearly capsized the black rope. Jiale clung tightly to the creature's dorsal fin, enduring its rolling in the sea until its movements slowed, and finally, it floated stiffly on the surface. Done. That must be a mosasaur, right? Jiale jumped back onto the black rope, shaking off the seawater. Silence fell over the deck. Xiaoyu swallowed hard and whispered, Mr. Jiale, who exactly are you? Just a passing traveler, Jiale said with a smile, then turned to Laozhou. Keep moving. Don't waste time. The black rope sailed on through the mist. The closer they got to the center, the more pteranodons appeared, but with Jiale there, they posed no threat. Gradually the mist grew thinner, and a sulfurous odor filled the air. Xiaoyu suddenly pointed ahead and shouted excitedly, Look! Sunlight! We're almost out of the fog. Everyone looked up to see the mist parting, golden sunlight streaming through the gaps. As the black rope burst out of the mist, everyone gasped. Before them lay a massive island with an active volcano at its center, belching thick smoke. Lava slowly flowed down its slopes, solidifying into black rock at the shore. Around the island, the sea was littered with enormous bones resembling the remains of ancient creatures. Is that the Lost Island? A Fu's eyes widened, and the spatula clattered to the deck. Darren's trembled with excitement, caressing the ship's rail. We've finally made it. We really found the Lost Island. Jiale's eyes reddened as she gazed at the volcano. The dragon I saw as a child flew into this place. The treasure must be inside the volcano. Jiale leaned against the bow, watching the smoking volcano, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Prehistoric creatures, dragon treasure. This detour had certainly not disappointed him. Lao Zhou, drop anchor. Jiale picked up the thunder spear and turned to Darren's. Lead the way. Let's see what treasures are hidden in this lost island. Darren's nodded firmly, took a deep breath, and was the first to step onto the island shore. Jiale and the others followed, carrying torches and weapons. Jiale walked beside Jiale, twin axes on his shoulders, scanning their surroundings warily. Boss, the atmosphere here is eerie. It's too quiet, spooky. Jiale grunted in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the island's forest. The trees were black, their leaves as sharp as blades, and the ground was thick with fallen leaves that muffled every footstep. The air carried a faint, bloody scent beneath the sulfur. Stay alert, Jiale said softly. There are more than just pteranodons and mosasaurs here. We might encounter other prehistoric creatures. As if on cue, a low roar echoed from the forest, shaking the ground slightly. Xiao Yu hid behind Darren's while Amu clutched his navigation chart, curling up. Is it a dragon? Darren's gripped his sword, staring intently into the trees. Whatever it is, we can't back down. A dark figure slowly emerged from the forest. When they saw its form, everyone gasped. It was a gigantic lizard, nearly 10 meters long, covered in earth-yellow scales with eyes like molten lava. In its mouth it held a gleaming golden scepter. This isn't a dragon. Darren's voice dropped, his face filled with disappointment. Jiale, however, raised an eyebrow. He recognized this creature. A close relative of the mosasaur, though smaller, it was still formidable. Jiale, it's yours. Jiale stepped back. Don't kill it. Leave it alive so we can ask some questions. Jiale grinned, hefted his axes, and charged forward. The giant lizard swung its tail violently at Jiale. He dodged nimbly and drove his axes deep into the creature's back, the sound of cracking scales clear in the air. The lizard let out a pained cry and tried to flee, but Jiale kicked it in the belly, sending it crashing to the ground. Jiale raised his axe to strike, but Jiale called out, wait. That scepter in its mouth looks like it's made of gold. The group gathered around to see the scepter embedded with several red gems glittering in the sunlight. Darren's eyes lit up. That scepter must be part of the dragon's treasure. It means we're in the right place. Jiale crouched down, looking at the trembling lizard. He recalled that after eating the thunder fruit, he could communicate with electric creatures. He wondered if it would work on prehistoric beasts. He released a faint electrical current. Sure enough, the lizard's eyes gradually softened. Is the treasure in the volcano? Jiale asked softly. The lizard nodded, whimpering. Is there a dragon inside? The lizard nodded again, trembling even more, as if terrified. Jiale stood up and addressed the group. It seems the treasure is indeed in the volcano, and there's a dragon inside. Do you want to go in? The danger there might be 10 times worse than out here. Darren's answered without hesitation. We're going. For the treasure, and to prove that our dreams aren't a joke. Jiale and the others nodded in agreement. Xiao Yu clutched her telescope. We've come this far. We can't give up now. Jiale smiled, turned, and headed toward the volcano. Then let's go. Let's see just how astonishing this dragon treasure really is. Are you sure Delancey and his crew entered this place? Boss, I'm sure. That bunch of idiots has been searching for the dragon treasure in this sea for years. Bang. Before the little pirate could finish his report, he was kicked flying and fell into a pile of barrels. The pirate called Boss Dai, wearing a red coat and a black eye patch with long wavy black hair, walked displeasedly toward the little pirate, who was about to climb out of the barrel. The man took a deep drag of his cigar, then pressed the smoldering stub firmly onto the back of the little pirate's hand that was exposed outside the barrel. Idiot, I didn't ask you to spew such useless nonsense. Sorry boss, spare me. I promise it won't happen again. Hearing this, Boss Dai ignored the little pirate, just continuing to twist the cigar stub a few more times, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as if he enjoyed the little pirate's agony-filled moans. Having had his fun, Boss Dai casually tossed the cigar into the sea and sat back down on his black leather sofa. Thump! The little pirate, drenched in sweat, pushed away the barrel, pressing down on him. His left hand tightly clutched his burned right hand, one side of his mouth twitching upward from the pain, revealing 2 canine teeth, as he tried to flatter Boss Dai with a smile. Report what you just said again. As you command. Delancey left Tingyun Island 3 days ago and entered this mist yesterday. Normally he should have come out by now, so it's very likely he hit a reef or encountered some other trouble. Boss Dai stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. That's even better. By now they might not even have the will to resist us, and they'll have to beg us to take them out of there. The group followed behind Jiale, heading toward the volcano at the center of Lost Island. Xiao Wu, looking flustered, said, Boss, a herd of giant beasts like oxen is charging toward us. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Each rumble caused tiny grains of sand to resonate, pebbles dancing on the ground. With such a commotion, I'd know even without you telling me. All right. 100 million volts. Jiale slowly raised his right hand, which was gathering electrical energy. With a boom, turbulent thunderclouds formed out of thin air in the sky, bolts of lightning converging together, instantly condensing and twisting into a terrifying, awe-inspiring divine radiance of doom. The Triceratops that had been galloping also sensed the dangerous aura instinctively, each one halting in their tracks, panicked and restless. Divine judgment. Amid a sky-shattering thunderclap, a blazing pillar of light twisted and writhed with a violent form, instantly descending and crashing down upon the terrified Triceratops herd. Boom. Did I just hear thunder? Boss Die looked up at the sky with confusion, but due to the mist, he couldn't see anything, nor did he feel any rain falling. Boss Die, I think it's a rainstorm from elsewhere that's about to approach our sea area. Hurry and use the oars. Let's catch Delancey quickly. After this job, I'll take you all for a good time. Great. As Jiale and his team approached the crater, the temperature rose higher, and the smell of magma grew stronger. Realizing that old Joe and the others were a bit exhausted, Jiale decided to take a break, and also try the taste of Triceratops meat. Afu, make it a bit charred. Got it. Got it, boss. I guarantee it'll be crispy and tender. Afu was turning a huge piece of Triceratops meat on the grill. Nearby, a gang took the opportunity when the meat flipped to smear it with Afu's secret seasoning. How is it, boss? Jiale took the grilled meat wrapped in leaves. Not bad, you haven't lost an ounce of that fat. Old Joe duck. A giant python with reticulated patterns lunged from the forest toward Old Joe's back. Hearing this, Old Joe quickly crouched down. A Jiale threw an axe which lodged in the python's mouth. Old Joe took the opportunity to roll aside. In agony, the python thrashed wildly, its long tail lashing everything around. A Jiale chopped off a section of the python's tail with one axe, then easily severed its head with another blow. All right, let's continue now. When they reached the edge of the crater, everyone was stunned. Inside the crater were piles of gleaming gold coins, gems, and various precious artifacts. Diamonds were as big as fists, and gold statues were everywhere, shining brightly under the reflection of the magma. In the center of the treasure pile, a massive ancient earth-yellow dragon was lying asleep. Its wings spread like dark clouds over the treasure, and the flames from its breath turned the surrounding gold red hot. A dragon, it's really a dragon. Delancey was so excited that tears flowed, his voice choked. We did it. We really found the dragon's treasure. AI Geo and the other companions were also too thrilled to speak, taking out cameras to capture the moment. Jiale looked at the dragon and suddenly felt it looked familiar. On second thought, wasn't this the Earth Dragon Terra from Shovel Shovel? Except it had two horns on its head and a slightly elongated body. Just then the dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Its red pupils like two fireballs glared fixedly at the people on the crater's edge. It let out a deafening roar, flapped its wings violently, sending countless gold coins and gems flying everywhere. Stay back. Jiale shouted, pulling Delancey beside him backward. The dragon leaped into the air, lunging at the group, flames spewing from its mouth, instantly melting the surrounding rocks. Jiale gripped his lightning spear tightly, standing in front of everyone, his gaze sharpening. After finally finding such a huge treasure, I've got to stuff it into my pocket, right? He leaped into the air, flying toward the dragon. The lightning on his spear grew brighter. 80 million volts divine punishment. Countless bolts of lightning burst from the spear, hurtling toward the dragon. The dragon let out a shriek as the lightning spear pierced its body, causing it to convulse violently. Jiale took the opportunity to land on the dragon's back, his hands crackling with lightning as he continuously electrocuted the dragon. Behave yourself, or I'll turn you into charcoal. The dragon seemed to sense Jiale's power and gradually stopped struggling, its wings drooping as if admitting defeat. Jiale breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the people on the crater's edge, and said, easy peasy, come and move the treasure. Delancey and the others were stunned for a moment, then cheered and began carrying the riches. Afu hugged a golden pot, grinning from ear to ear. Boss, this pot is much bigger than the one I usually cook with. From now on we can cook a huge pot of meat. Where did that creature run off to? We've been searching for so long and still can't find any trace of it. Boss Die, there's an island ahead. An island? Pass me the telescope, let me take a look. Boss Die, who had taken the telescope, gazed toward the distant island. Something was off. How could there be an island here? He had assumed they had already sailed out of the fog bank. Head over there. Drellins might also be on the island. Boss, we haven't spotted Drellins' pirate ship. All of you follow me ashore. Let's see if Delmarnis is anywhere in sight. After landing on the island, they made their way to the place where Jiale had once unleashed lightning upon the Triceratops herd. BB boss. What's with all the panic? Look over there. On a clearing behind the trees, the corpses of numerous Triceratops lay strewn across the plain, while a swarm of small creatures and dinosaurs resembling velociraptors devoured their flesh. They were stunned by the scene before them. Massive creatures, each over 10 meters in length, were being devoured alive by a pack of smaller beasts. The putrid stench filling the air made even these merciless pirates who had committed unspeakable atrocities at sea feel a wave of disgust. A velociraptor mid-meal caught sight of them and emitted a low, rapid call, a sharp, piercing tone that alerted the other feeding raptors to the presence of Boss Die and his crew nearby. With a series of shrieking cries, dozens of velociraptors charged toward them. Damn it! Fall in and fight. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of velociraptors, Boss Die's crew was decimated. Many dead, many wounded. Only 4 remained capable of standing. Boss Dai sat atop a velociraptor encased in hardened mud, casually smoking a cigar sourced from somewhere unknown. Suddenly a deep and powerful roar pierced their ears, resonating like a massive engine thundering to life. Moved? Very well, you may leave now. Hearing this, the giant lizard's eyes lit up. It stared at Jiale in utter disbelief, as if trying to confirm what it had just heard. I'm serious. If you don't go now, I might change my mind. Jiale looked at the seemingly simple-minded giant lizard with visible exasperation, eager for it to hurry away. After all, the treasure was already in his possession. After confirming Jiale's words once more, the giant lizard happily wagged its tail, stuck out its blue tongue, and scampered off cheerfully. Just as Jiale was stepping out of the jungle, the ground beneath his feet erupted in a devastating explosion. The sound resembled pealing thunder, shaking the earth itself. The immense shockwave scattered the surrounding air, impossible to ignore. Boss Dai emerged disdainfully from behind the boulder. That's it. I expected more trouble. Boss, do you think that kid is dead? Oi. That fellow probably won't die, but as for the others, it's hard to say. Boss is so already popping champagne. Who exactly did you claim to have dealt with? Since entering these waters, Jiale's heart net had never ceased its vigil. Whether it was the azure dragon or the colossal python earlier, everything remained within his perception. As long as it was a living entity, nothing could escape his senses. Thus he had sensed their presence the moment he exited the jungle, which is why he had instructed Ajay and Drellins to take a different route. Jiale leaned against the slanting branch of an ancient tree, fruit juice still clinging to his fingertips. Watching Dai Peng frozen in place, a carefree smirk curled his lips. The soil beneath his feet still bore the charred marks left by the explosive blast, and fragments of stone had been driven into the bark by the shockwave. Yet the 100 kilograms of dynamite, enough to level the entire forest, hadn't even singed the hem of his clothes. His heart net had already discerned every move they made. He had merely ridden the lightning upward half a second before the explosion, then returned to the same spot as the smoke cleared. Impossible. Cold sweat seeped from beneath Boss Dai's eye patch as he glared fixedly at Jiale. Bang! An iron axe and a bullet flew out from within the dust cloud. Boss Dai twisted his head and dodged the iron axe, but his crewman was struck by the bullet. He spun sharply toward the fallen pirate, who clutched a bleeding hole in his chest, blood bubbles bubbling through his fingers. Meanwhile, a gleaming iron axe was embedded in the earth at his feet. Who did this? Boss Dai's roar caused the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. The remaining 3 pirates were so terrified their legs quaked, unable to even grip their firearms steadily. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the dust cloud. Drellins and Ajay, gripping another iron axe, emerged from the haze. Seeing his first strike had failed, Ajay swiftly turned and swung his remaining axe at Boss Dai. Drellins hesitated for a moment upon seeing Boss Dai, then drew his longsword and charged forward. Danger! Ajay shouted, raising his twin axes above his head. Delancey, combine your strength with mine. Delancey understood immediately. His long sword pointed diagonally toward the sky, its tip shimmering with a faint glow. This was the sword technique, Flowing Wind, which he had learned on Tingyun Island. It allowed him to infuse his power into the blade, delivering razor-sharp strikes. Wind-shattering slash. Ajay swung his twin axes downward. 2 cyan wind blades swept through the air and merged into a swirling vortex of wind. Delancey's long sword followed closely behind. Flowing Wind slash. A silver wind blade shot upward along the vortex, fusing with it to form a single devastating attack that hurtled toward the enormous mud fist. Boom! The moment the wind pillar collided with the mud fist, the fist was cleaved apart. Rocks and mud flew in all directions, some smashing into trees and snapping trunks clean in half, others striking the ground and carving out deep craters. Boss Dai was thrown off the pillar by the shockwave, crashing heavily into the mud. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Boss! The remaining 3 pirates raised their guns and opened fire on Delancey and Ajay. Ajay reacted swiftly, hurling one of his axes. The iron blade spun through the air, splitting the lead pirate's gun barrel in 2 before embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. Delancey seized the opportunity and charged forward. His sword flashed from its scabbard, grazing the second pirate's throat. The man collapsed in terror, so frightened that he wet himself. The third pirate, seeing his companions either paralyzed with fear or subdued, turned to flee. But before he could take 2 steps, the earth beneath his feet surged upward like vines, wrapping around his ankles and hoisting him upside down. Trying to run, Dai Lauda climbed out of the mud, his face twisted in viciousness. These are my people, you don't get to touch them. He clenched his hand, and the mud binding the pirate tightened mercilessly. A sickening crack echoed through the air as bones shattered. The pirate screamed once before falling unconscious. Diping, you even kill your own men. Delancey frowned. Though he was also a pirate, he had never encountered anyone so cruel. As long as I get the treasure, what difference do a few deaths make? Diping's body was gradually enveloped by mud, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. Now let me show you the true power of the earth sand fruit. The mud crawled upward along his body, gradually taking shape into a 5-meter-tall mud golem. Its hands were enormous earth claws, and its feet resembled stone pillars rooted firmly into the ground, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Ajay gripped his twin axes, his expression grave. This thing looks tough. Earlier his axes had only managed to leave a scratch on Diping's hardened mud. Against such a massive golem, breaking through its defense would be nearly impossible. Look at its joints. Delancey suddenly shouted. There are no embedded shards at the golem's joints. They must be its weak points. He pointed to the golem's knees where the mud was a pale yellow color, softer than the rest of its body. Hearing this, Jiale roared in fury. So what if you know? The golem suddenly stomped its foot, aiming to crush Jiale. Jiale leaped backward just in time. The golem's foot slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending mud flying. I'll draw its attention. You find an opening to strike the joints. With that, Delancey charged at the golem, sword in hand. He circled the creature repeatedly, thrusting his blade toward its legs. Though each strike could only pierce an inch into the mud, it managed to slow the golem's movements. Annoyed by Delancey's persistence, Taiping swung the golem's arm in a wide arc, attempting to flatten him. Delancey ducked beneath the blow and slashed his sword along the golem's arm, leaving a deep gash. Jiale was ready. He dug his feet into the ground and launched himself into the air, raising both axes overhead. Twin blades, rock-splitting slash. The axe blades screamed through the wind as they struck the golem's knee. Crack! A fissure split the hardened mud, and slurry oozed from the wound. The golem's knee buckled, and it nearly fell to the ground. Damn it! Taiping bellowed, controlling the golem's other leg to kick at Jiale. Jiale landed and rolled aside just in time. The golem's foot grazed his back and slammed into the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. Delancey seized the chance and darted to the other side of the golem, driving his sword into its remaining knee. Flowing wind, piercing strike. This time the blade sank 3 inches deeper, mud streaming down the steel. Both of the golem's legs were wounded, its movements growing increasingly sluggish. Clumps of mud began peeling away from its body. You really think this is enough to defeat me? Taiping's voice emerged from within the golem, laced with madness. The power of the earth sand fruit extends far beyond this. He suddenly slapped both palms against the ground. The earth beneath them erupted, forming several earthen pillars that shot toward Delancey and Jiale like constricting snakes. Jiale reacted quickly, slicing through the pillar, wrapping around him with his twin axes. But Delancey was not so fortunate. A column of earth coiled around his waist and hoisted him into the air. Delancey! Jiale shouted, desperate to rush to his aid, but more earthen pillars blocked his path. Taiping manipulated the pillar, binding Delancey, dragging him toward the golem's massive palm. Once I have him, your friend will hesitate to attack. The golem's hand opened, revealing a cavern of pitch-black mud within, as though ready to swallow Delancey whole. Jiale watched in horror as Delancey struggled desperately within the mud. He slashed wildly at the earthen pillar with his sword, but it only grew tighter, squeezing the breath from his lungs. As the golem's hand drew closer, Jiale suddenly remembered a conversation he had once had with Jiale on the sea. Boss, why do you always announce the names of your techniques when you fight? Jiale had awkwardly explained. When you name a technique, you infuse it with your power. Twin blades, vortex, annihilation, slash. Jiale shouted at the top of his lungs, channeling every ounce of strength into his axes. The iron axes erupted with a brilliant silver glow. A massive slash of energy shot upward along the blade, severing the earthen pillar cleanly in two. What a... Taiping froze in shock. He had never expected Jiale to unleash such a devastating attack. Delancey dropped to the ground. Though red marks marred his waist, he ignored the pain and slashed through the earthen, hand blocking Jiale's path. Seizing the moment, Jiale cleaved through the remaining pillars and raised his axes once more. Twin blades, splitting strike. Both axes smashed into the golem's body, shattering the outer layer of mud. No! Taiping's agonized scream echoed from within. The golem's form began to disintegrate, mud cascading to the ground and revealing Taiping underneath. His face was pale, blood continuously welling from the corners of his mouth. The strain of his ability had pushed him to his limits. Seeing that the battle was lost, Taiping turned to flee. He conjured a river of mud beneath his feet, but before he could step onto it, a bolt of golden lightning struck from nearby, scattering the mud flow. Trying to run, Jiale leaped down from a tree, brushing fruit residue from his hands. I've been fighting alongside my people for this long. Surely you can leave something behind, can't you? Taiping stared at the lightning crackling between Jiale's fingertips, his legs turning to jelly. He knew Jiale was far stronger than Jiale and the others. The thunder he had heard earlier was likely created by this man. Defeated, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Delancey and Jiale approached, both battered but resolute. Delancey looked at Taiping coldly. Those men on Tinyun Island earlier, were they your people as well? Taiping gritted his teeth, but remained silent. Jiale crouched beside him, letting the lightning dance between his fingers. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. I have plenty of ways to make you talk. For instance, electrocuting you, and seeing if I can cook you alive. At those words, Taiping shuddered and finally broke. I'll talk. Someone from Shangsong Island offered 200 million to bring him back. 2 billion. Jiale hadn't even swallowed the fruit in his mouth when he heard that, and he choked and coughed. He patted his chest and pointed at Taiping, who was slumped on the ground, his eyes full of surprise. Wait, say that again. 2 billion berry bounty, on whom? Taiping shrank, his neck trembling from the lightning dancing on Jiale's fingertips, and quickly explained, It's Mr. Delens. The people on Shangsong Island said that if they can bring Prince Delens of the Mile Kingdom back alive, they'll give 2 billion berry. Delens. Jiale's axe handle clattered to the ground. He spun around sharply to look at the guy beside him, who didn't seem like a prince at all, his eyes wide as bells. Didn't I tell you? I'm the prince of the Mile Kingdom. Delens struck a pose, making what he thought was a handsome gesture with a smug look on his face. This guy is actually a prince. Then we should discuss how to exchange him for 2 billion berry. No, I was just joking, brother Jiale. Then Jiale crouched down and nudged Dai Peng's arm with the toe of his boot. Explain clearly, why is there a bounty on Delens? What does it have to do with his stepmother, the queen? Dai Peng looked at the blue lightning so close to him, his voice trembling like a sieve. It's the Prime Minister's orders. She said Delens is a traitor of the Mile Kingdom, and capturing him would eliminate the threat and root out all potential spies. That's why she offered a high price of 2 billion berry for the bounty hunters of the Lost Sea to catch him. Threat. Aiju stepped forward. Mr. Su, I think the mastermind should be Delens' stepmother, the queen. She wants to use Delens to consolidate all power in the country. Jiale raised an eyebrow and turned to Delens. Hey, your highness, your stepmother is quite ruthless, wanting to exterminate even her own stepson. Delens' face instantly darkened. He dropped his earlier tsundere attitude and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Because my father mysteriously disappeared when I was 12. The old ministers in the country all recognized me as the sole heir, insisting that I return to take charge after coming of age. But my stepmother was unwilling. She not only bribed the prime minister with the treasury's treasures, but also colluded with pirates last year to intimidate those who opposed her in the Mile Kingdom. She also transferred the generals who defied her to the frigid borderlands. Now the entire Mile Kingdom has become her absolute domain. Jiale listened with a confused look, scratched his head, and interjected. Then why doesn't she just kill you? Why spend 2 billion berry to capture you alive? Because the old ministers still hold military power. Aiju suddenly stepped forward, her skirt still stained with mud, but her eyes were resolute. The queen needs Delens to return alive, force him to sign an edict, so she can legitimately secure the throne. If Delens dies, the old ministers will surely raise an army on the grounds of murdering the prince. Even with the pirates' help, after losing so many troops, her position won't last long. After all, those pirates can cooperate with anyone. I see. Jiale stroked his chin, looking at Delens with a more playful gaze. So you, the prince, abandoned your people and went to sea to become a pirate, chasing your own dream. Delens' face grew even redder. He suddenly drew his long sword, pointing the tip at the ground. I didn't abandon them. I just wanted to become stronger first. Once I gain enough power, I will definitely return to save those old ministers and the people of the Mile Kingdom. Jiale remained unmoved. He stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and turned to walk toward the pirate ship. All right, we've got the treasure. As a bounty hunter, Dai Peng's ship must have plenty of treasure too. With his ship's loot, we'll have enough to live it up for a while. Hey, Jiale. Delens hurried after him, grabbing his arm. Are you just going to ignore this? You clearly have the ability to help. Why should I help you? Jiale pulled his arm back, his eyes utterly cold. Don't think I'm heartless. You yourself decided to abandon those loyal ministers who stood by you for the sake of your dream. Delens clenched his fists, his expression complex and pained. That's not how it is. Then why? Jiale's voice carried a hint of doubt. Delens tried to explain, but his voice trembled. He wanted to speak, but couldn't form words. Since you've already given up, wouldn't it be better to leave the country to the queen? Jiale pressed on. But the people under her rule. Before Delens could finish, Jiale turned and walked away, leaving a resentful Delens behind. I haven't given up. Delens roared firmly at Jiale, his eyes instantly reddening. I just have no way. She is backing. I can't fight her at all. Backing? Jiale raised an eyebrow, stopping in his tracks. What kind of backing could make a prince lose even the courage to resist? Delens opened his mouth about to speak, but saw Jiale and Lao Zhou crowding around, their eyes full of curiosity. His words suddenly stuck in his throat, and he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his flesh. Seeing this, Aiju quickly ran to Jiale's side and said softly, Mr. Su, don't blame Delens. It's not that he doesn't want to resist, but the person behind the queen is an existence we simply cannot defeat. The reason Delens escaped was not only for his childhood dream, but also to find a way to oppose them. Jiale looked at Aiju, his eyes now more probing. Speak clearly, who is it? Aiju bit her lower lip, glanced at Delens, and then whispered, It's the 4 emperors. The beast pirates. The Mile Kingdom is rich in iron ore. To secure her position, the queen long ago offered 70 of the kingdom's iron ore to the beast pirates. Now the entire Mile Kingdom is under the protection of the beast pirates. The beast pirates. Jiale stepped back in fright, nearly dropping his axe handle. You mean that beast Kaido, who claims to be the strongest creature on land, sea, and air? Lao Zhou also drew a sharp breath. He had heard legends of the 4 emperors in the West Sea. They were beings at the pinnacle of piracy. Not to mention their small pirate crew, even the navy wouldn't dare to offend the 4 emperors lightly. Jiale's gaze also darkened. He turned to Delens, his tone now more serious. So you went to sea not just to find treasure, but to find a way to oppose the beast pirates. Delens looked up, his eyes full of determination. That's right. I know I'm weak, but I can't watch my country become a vassal of the beast pirates, nor can I watch the people be oppressed by the queen and the pirates. I went to sea not only for my dream, but also to train myself until I can defeat the people sent by the beast pirates. Jiale fell silent. He looked at Delens' reddened eyes and realized he had misunderstood Delens before. Earlier seeing Delens and his crew chasing their dreams, he thought they had abandoned the people of the Mile Kingdom. Lao Zhou watched Su Jiale's hesitant expression. The enemy was a subordinate of the four emperors. He wanted to caution Su Jiale, but thinking of the people living in misery in that country, he hesitated and held back his words. Delens looked at Jiale and Lao Zhou, then at Su Jiale, his eyes full of hope. Su Jiale sighed and rolled his eyes. Let me make this clear first, I won't help you restore the kingdom. Also tell me who the enemy is when the time comes. If they're too strong, I'll bail. He paused, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. And if we're really going to fight the beast pirates, you'd better at least get your swordsmanship down pat. Don't end up not even being able to beat their grunts. Delens was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile. The most relaxed smile he'd had since going to sea. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. Jiale and Jiale also smiled happily. Lao Zhou sighed at first, then laughed as well. After all, this was their boss. Su Jiale waved his hand and turned to continue walking toward the pirate ship. All right, stop grinning like fools. Hurry up and deal with Daipeng. Oh, and Jiale, move all the treasure from Daipeng's ship 2 hours. Don't miss any. Got it. Jiale responded, excitedly shouldered his axe handle and ran toward Daipeng's pirate ship. Delens watched the backs of Su Jiale and Jiale, then looked at Jiale beside him and tightened his grip on his longsword. Boss, are we just going to leave Daipeng on that island? What, Xiao Wu, do you pity him? Xiao Wu quickly explained, no boss, that's not what I meant. I just wondered why you let him go like that. I haven't let him go. In that isolated place without a boat, he'll never be able to leave that island for the rest of his life. It's effectively become his prison. I see. Boss, dinner is ready. Coming. At the dinner table, Su Jiale fed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth with a knife and fork. Delinci, now can you tell me who the beast pirates sent to guard your Mile Kingdom? Upon hearing this, Delinci's eyes turned grave, and he said in a low voice, it's Wu Erdi and Pei Jivun of the Flying Six. 2 of them. Jiale had thought that even if this place was good, they wouldn't send someone too powerful to guard it. After all, this wasn't the New World, not within the territory of the 4 emperors. 2. That's manageable. If the 3 calamities had come, I would have had to retreat. So boring, so boring, so boring. Xiao Pei, is there anything fun to do? This place doesn't have the kind of thing you're talking about. No. There's nothing fun to do, even though I'm alive. How pathetic you are, Xiao Pei. Let me comfort you, Xiao Pei. A woman with long blue-pink hair was leaning on another person's shoulder. She had a pair of horns resembling ox horns on her head, her face covered by an embroidered mask revealing only her large round eyes. Wu Erdi, identity unknown, is Pei Jivun's biological sister. It is suspected that her father was a former warlord and she was later defeated by Fire Fist, AIC. She is a subordinate of Beast Kai Duo, second only to the 3 calamities, known as one of the Flying Six, with a bounty of 400 million berries. She possesses the Zoan type, ancient Zoan form of the Pachycephalosaurus. The man sitting on the sofa helplessly being hugged by Wu Erdi had purple hair combed to the right to cover one side, while the other side was shaved, giving him a cool look. He had Sampiku eyes, wore a white and green horn hat, and had a pair of horns resembling ox horns. He wore a half-black, half-white mask, a white shirt, a gray tie, a white cloak, and had a tattoo that read Page 1 on his body. Pei Jivun, identity unknown, is Wu Erdi's younger brother. He is also a subordinate of Beast Kai Duo, second only to the 3 calamities, known as one of the Flying Six, with a bounty of 290 million berries. He possesses the Zoan type, ancient Zoan form of the Allosaurus. You're heavy, stop it, sis. You dare say I'm heavy? And tell me to stop. Wu Erdi widened her eyes in disbelief, then pressed down on Pei Jivun's head and shook it violently. Which mouth of yours said that? How dare you call me heavy, scary, and troublesome, you bastard? I didn't say any of that. We're here. By the way, are we really going to enter the city from here? The black rope was anchored among the reefs. Under Delinci's guidance, Su Jiale and his group climbed to the foot of the towering wall. There's no other way. Delinci moved aside a huge rock, revealing a path leading to the city. Now all the ports and coasts are guarded by soldiers and pirates. This place is the most remote because there's no iron ore here, so the inspection is relatively lax. Su Jiale and his group walked out of the passage and found themselves in a pool in a garden. The rock they had moved turned out to be a rockery. After Delinci moved the rockery back into place, he explained to Su Jiale, didn't I tell you before? There's a general on my side who was transferred to a remote post by the queen. This is the place I was talking about. I escaped from here. The garden and the pool were also built by the general to conceal the secret passage to the outside. Delinci led them into the mansion. Along the way, he moved the wings of a small bird stone carving on the handrail twice. We'll just wait here for the general to come. Did you move that little bird just now to tell the general you're back? Yes, Mr. Su. This is a signal between the general and me. After the time it took to eat a meal, Su Jiale and his group were still passing the time in boredom. Hey, Delinci, why hasn't the general you mentioned come yet? He should. Just then the door of the next room let out a harsh creak. Just as Delinci was about to push open the secret door in surprise. Kai Meng still hasn't accepted our proposal. Tonight the vice captain. This afternoon. Please make a decision as soon as possible. The footsteps of the Revolutionary Army member gradually faded away in the corridor. The heavy wooden door was gently closed, making a soft click sound. The tense atmosphere in the room eased slightly. Delancey pressed his ear against the wall for a moment, confirming that the footsteps had completely disappeared deep into the mansion. Then he turned around and made a safe gesture to Jiale and his group. He walked to the wall, and with his fingertips gently tapped on the cold stone wall. Dong 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 dong. The rhythm was short and regular like raindrops falling on a bluestone slab. It was exactly the signal he had agreed upon with General Kai Meng. In the next room, General Kai Meng was sitting behind a mahogany desk, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the military insignia on the table. The words of the Revolutionary Army just now were still lingering in his mind. Tonight, Vice Captain, decide as soon as possible. Each word weighed on his heart like a stone. He was in his 50s with gray at his temples. His dark brown military uniform was somewhat washed out, but the star on his shoulder still shone brightly. As one of the few generals in the Mile Kingdom who still cared about the people, he had been transferred to a remote post after the Queen took power. Because he opposed the Queen's authority, he was effectively placed under house arrest. These days, watching the city's people suffer under the dual oppression of pirates and soldiers, he had long been simmering with anger. But with the few troops he had, he could not make any waves. Just as he was deep in thought, the familiar tapping sound came from the wall. General Kai Meng suddenly looked up, a flash of vigilance in his eyes, which was quickly replaced by ecstasy. He stood up and quickly walked to the door. First, he peered through the crack to observe the corridor, empty with only the glow of the hallway lights casting long shadows on the floor. He gently pushed open the door and walked quickly along the corridor toward the back garden. His pace was faster than usual, and his military boots made a slight squeak on the wooden floor, but it did not affect his urgency at all. As soon as he turned into the fork leading to the back garden, General Kai Meng's gaze fell on the two small bird stone carvings on the handrail. The two stone carvings were originally in a posture of spreading wings with wings close to the body, but now they were slightly open, revealing the inconspicuous lines underneath. This was another signal agreed upon between him and Delancey. Only the two of them knew the correct posture of the stone carvings. Delancey. He really came back. General Kai Meng's voice trembled slightly. He strode quickly to the rockery, pressed his hands against the cold stone, and gently pushed according to the mechanism he remembered. With a soft rumble, the rockery slowly slid aside, revealing a pitch-black passage inside, and a damp breath rushed toward them. General. Delancey's voice came from the passage, followed by several figures stepping out. Leading them was Delancey's face, bearing the relief of a narrow escape. Seeing General Kai Meng, he immediately stepped forward, gripping the general's arm tightly with both hands. General, I'm back. I didn't let you down. Glad you're back, glad you're back. General Kai Meng patted Delancey on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the group behind him, including Jiale with a hint of scrutiny. Delancey quickly turned to introduce. General, this is Mr. Jiale. He saved me and is willing to help us fight against the beast pirates and the Queen. Jiale stepped forward, extended his hand, and wore a calm smile. General Kai Meng, I've long admired your reputation. I am Jiale, captain of the Black Rope. My purpose in coming to Mire Country is twofold. First, to eliminate the influence of the beast pirates, and second, to help the people of Mire Country escape their plight. His eyes were resolute, his tone sincere with no trace of insincerity. General Kai Meng shook Jiale's hand, feeling its broad and powerful grip, and his doubts diminished somewhat. Then Delancey pointed to Ajay and Xiao Wu and introduced, this is Ajay, the main combatant on Mr. Su's ship, very strong. This is Old Joe, responsible for the ships. Ajay nodded to General Kai Meng, while Xiao Wu and the others appeared a bit nervous, bowing slightly. Hello, General Kai Meng. We will do our best to help. General Kai Meng looked at the people before him. They didn't seem like the type to boast idly. He let out a sigh of relief and made a gesture of invitation. Let's talk inside. It's not safe here. The group followed General Kai Meng into a side hall nearby. The hall was simply furnished with only a round table and a few chairs and an unfinished cup of tea on the table. General Kai Meng closed the door, carefully checked the windows to ensure no eavesdroppers, then sat down on a chair, took a sip of tea, and calmed his agitated emotions. Delancey sat opposite General Kai Meng, his smile gradually fading as he spoke seriously. General, we overheard some conversation in the next room. It seemed to mention Revolutionary Army, Deputy Captain tonight. Can you tell us what's going on? Hearing the words, Revolutionary Army, General Kai Meng's body stiffened. He set down his teacup, traced a circle on the rim with his fingertip, and after a moment of silence spoke slowly. Since you've heard it, I won't hide it from you. The truth is the Revolutionary Army has long been aware of Mire Country's situation. He raised his head, a heavy look in his eyes. After the king disappeared, the queen took power. She not only colluded with the beast pirates, but also stationed Ultai and Page, one of the Toby Rappo here. She increased taxes, and those who couldn't pay were taken as forced laborers. The beast pirates ran rampant in the city, even beating people to death. The city has long been simmering with resentment. The Revolutionary Army approached me because they knew all this. Jiale frowned and pressed. Did they ask you to lead an uprising? That's right. General Kai Meng nodded, his tone growing more hopeful. They said they knew I had always protected the people and that I still had some loyal troops. So they wanted to cooperate with me to overthrow the Queen's tyranny and drive the beast pirates out of Mire Country. Moreover, they have sent reinforcements to support us. What rank? Ajay couldn't help asking. What concerned him most was the strength of the reinforcements. After all, the enemy included the Toby Rappo. If the Revolutionary Army sent someone too weak, the uprising would have no chance of success. General Kaiming took a deep breath and gave an answer that surprised everyone, deputy captain level. A deputy captain of the Revolutionary Army is far stronger than an ordinary pirate. It said they have even fought against a Marine vice admiral, and an average vice admiral would be no match for them. Dellen's eyes lit up. Deputy captain. That's great. With their help our chances of victory are much higher. He had been worried that relying solely on Jiale's group to fight Ultai and Page 1 would be tough, but now with the Revolutionary Army's deputy captain their confidence was significantly bolstered. Jiale, however, did not immediately rejoice. He pondered and asked, General, did the Revolutionary Army say when the deputy captain will arrive? And have they formulated a specific plan? For example, when to strike and how to coordinate with your troops? General Kaiming shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. They only said the deputy captain will arrive tonight and told me to prepare. We'll discuss the details after the deputy captain gets here. The two men just now were the Revolutionary Army's liaison officers, urging me to make a decision quickly. Actually, I had already decided to rise up long ago, but I was waiting for the right moment and for you, Prince, to return. Now that you're back with their help and the Revolutionary Army's support, we can finally give the people what they deserve. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the group, filled with determination. The Queen and the Beast's pirates have turned Meyer country into a mess. I've been unable to tolerate it any longer. Tonight, as soon as the deputy captain arrives, we'll formulate a plan immediately and strive to take the palace in one go, driving out all those pirates and corrupt officials. Dellen's nodded vigorously. General, I'm with you. This time I won't let you down again. Jiale watched the scene before him, and a smile crept onto his lips. General Kaiming, Dellen's, since we share the same goal, let's cooperate from now on. Whether it's Ultai Page 1 or the Queen's men, if they dare to stand in our way, we'll deal with them together. Ajay chimed in, that's right. Let those pirates see that they're not the only ones who can use force. We can also fight for the people. Igo quietly noted down key points. I'll organize the current intelligence, such as the palace's defenses and the pirates' positions, so that when the deputy captain arrives, we can more easily formulate a plan. General Kaiming looked at the united group, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. He stood up, walked to the window, pulled the curtain aside a crack, and gazed at the dark night sky outside. He murmured softly, tonight will be a turning point for Meyer country. Once the Revolutionary Army arrives, I'll inform them about Mr. Su. This time we will surely succeed. The people in the hall remained silent, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. A gentle breeze blew through the window, carrying the fragrance of flowers from the garden, and it seemed to bring the scent of hope as well. Everyone knew that after tonight a great battle was about to erupt, and they would be the key to changing the fate of Meyer country. General Kaiming tapped his fingers lightly twice on the edge of the table. Since the general direction of the plan is set, I need to attend to some matters first, and also investigate any suspicious individuals. The Queen has planted many informants these past few months, and I must ensure they remain trustworthy. As he rose, the sword at his hip swayed gently, the brass buckle on the scabbard clinking with a crisp sound. Rest here for now. I've already ordered my personal guards to prepare food and hot water. After all that travel, we can't discuss important matters on empty stomachs. Delancey quickly stood to see him off. Do you need me to handle anything, General? No need. General Kaiming waved his hand, then paused at the door to offer a final warning. The windows in the side hall are all locked, and the door is bolted from the inside. Don't open it for strangers. In this manner, even the moss on the walls might have ears. With that, he strode swiftly down the corridor, the sound of his military boots on the flagstones fading into the distance. The group in the hall fell into a momentary silence. Jiale walked to the window, his fingers lightly tracing the carved patterns on the window frame. Through the gap, he gazed at the courtyard outside. Moonlight spilled over the rockery, elongating the shadows, and patrolling guards passed by with lanterns, their flames flickering, casting indistinct expressions on their faces. General Kaiming is right. This place is indeed unsafe. Jiale withdrew his hand, the chill of the wooden window frame still lingering on his fingertips. When we came out of the secret passage just now, I noticed 2 guards at the side gate on the west side of the manor stood oddly. They didn't seem to be on routine patrol, more like they were watching us. Upon hearing this, Jiale immediately gripped the curved knife at his waist. Why should I go check it out? It's a good chance to scout the manor's defenses. Not yet. Jiale shook his head. We don't know how many of the Queen's people are in the manor right now. Acting rashly would only alert the enemy. Once the food arrives, let's replenish our strength first. Then when the Revolutionary Army's people come, we can discuss the plan together. Igo pulled out paper and pen from her bag and began organizing intelligence by the candlelight on the table. I noted earlier that the defenses of the Meyer Kingdom's royal palace are concentrated at the south and east gates. The west gate, being near the cold palace, is relatively weakly guarded. If we need to infiltrate, entering from the west gate would be safer. Additionally, the Prime Minister's residence is in the noble district east of the palace, with about 50 beast pirates stationed there armed with spears and a few cannons. As she spoke, she quickly sketched a simple map on the paper, the scratch of the pen tip echoing distinctly in the silent hall. Xiao Wu meanwhile seemed restless, his hands clasped on his knees, his gaze darting toward the door every so often. I wonder when General Kaiming will return, and whether the Revolutionary Army's vice-captain is reliable. After all, our enemy is the beast pirates. Don't worry. Delancey patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, his tone confident. The Revolutionary Army wouldn't send a weak vice-captain. And with Mr. Su here, even if the vice captain is unreliable, dealing with Wuerdi and Paijuang would be more than enough. Su Jiale merely smiled faintly at this. Since I promised to help you, I'll see it through to the end. Though Wuerdi and Paijuang are members of the Beast Pirates, they're not the three calamities. The mere 6 flying warriors are nothing to worry about in my eyes. Just then a soft knock came from the door, accompanied by the respectful voice of a guard. My lords, the food and hot water have arrived. Jiale immediately stood and walked to the door, peering through the crack. 2 guards stood outside, carrying trays, their faces wearing gentle smiles, seemingly unremarkable. He slowly unlatched the door and let the guards in. The 2 guards, heads lowered, placed the trays on the table. Steaming bread, roasted meat, and vegetable soup filled the room with an inviting aroma. Please enjoy, my lords. If you need anything else, just call for us, the taller guard said, and then they both turned and left. Jiale watched their retreating figures until the door was shut, then he closed it again. He didn't notice that just as the door was about to close completely, a strange smile flickered across the tall guard's lips, a fleeting expression of smug triumph hidden behind the heavy wooden door. Inside the hall, everyone was either busy distributing food or discussing the next steps, oblivious to the brief anomaly. This tall guard was a subordinate of Prime Minister Qin. 3 days ago, Qin had placed him in General Kaiming's personal guard through the Queen's informants, with the mission to monitor Kaiming's movements and gather information on Delancey and the others. While delivering the food, he had deliberately slowed his steps, eavesdropping on the group's conversation. With these key details, his mind was already plotting how to relay the intelligence. After leaving the side hall, the tall guard pretended to fetch water from the backyard, taking a detour to a secluded corner on the west side of the manor. There stood an old locust tree with an inconspicuous hollow in its trunk, the designated drop point for intelligence between him and Qin. He pulled a folded note from his pocket on which he had written in cipher the battle plan he had overheard. He stuffed the note into the hollow and placed a withered leaf over it as a marker. Having done this, he picked up the water bucket and strolled back to the guard quarters, his face once again wearing a submissive expression. Meanwhile, in the side hall, the group was dining around the table. Su Jiale picked up a piece of bread and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside, soft inside, with a hint of wheat fragrance. He sipped some vegetable soup, the warmth sliding down his throat, dispelling the evening chill. The general's kitchen is quite good, Su Jiale remarked with a smile. It seems General Kaiming treats his men well. Delancey nodded as he ate the roasted meat. The general has always been considerate. The guards in his personal unit deeply respect him. If it weren't for the Queen threatening their families, many would have rebelled long ago. Jiale set down her spoon and wiped her mouth. From the intelligence I gathered, the Queen has not only raised taxes in recent months, but also arrested civilians who opposed her and sent them to the mines outside the city as forced labor. Those mines are guarded by the Beast Pirates, and many have already died from exhaustion. Those bastards. A gang clenched his fist, the knife and fork in his hand creaking under the pressure. Once we overthrow the Queen, we'll arrest every pirate and corrupt official and avenge the people. Su Jiale looked at a gang's furious expression and gently patted his shoulder. That day will come. But for now we must stay calm. Anger solves nothing. Only through careful planning can we crush those scoundrels in one fell swoop. Just then a soft sound of footsteps came from outside the door, followed by a deep voice. Is General Kaiming in? A liaison officer of the Revolutionary Army sent to keep the appointment. Delancey immediately rose to his feet and exchanged glances with Jiale. The revolutionaries had arrived. He approached the door and lowered his voice. The password. Spark starts a prairie fire, light illuminates the lost path. The person outside replied. Only then did Delancey slide open the bolt. Standing outside were 2 figures in plain cloth garments, one tall and broad-shouldered, the other comparatively slight. Both bore the marks of exhaustion, yet their eyes shone with determination. You must be Mr. Delancey and Mr. Su Jiale, correct? The tall liaison asked. I am the liaison for the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, codenamed J, and this is my companion Night Owl. We are here to retrieve the acting captain. He was delayed because he had to evade patrolling Navy forces. Please come in quickly. Delancey hurriedly stepped aside to let them enter. We have been waiting for you. Jay and Night Owl entered the side hall and spotted the food on the table. Jay couldn't help but smile. Looks like we've arrived just in time, right in the middle of dinner. Jiale hurriedly handed them serving plates. Sit and eat quickly. When will the acting captain arrive? Soon. He asked us to come ahead and scout the situation while he remains outside to observe, ensuring there are no ambushes. Jay said, accepting the plate. We noticed outside the general's residence that the Empress has deployed many patrols in the area along with several Navy personnel, likely from the Marines' main fleet, claiming to assist the Empress in maintaining order. In truth, they're looking to profit from the situation. Su Jiale furrowed his brows. The Navy has also gotten involved. Is there a vice admiral present? If so, it complicates matters considerably. If they join forces with the Empress and the Beast Pirates, our pressure will only grow. Rest assured, only a handful of captains. Jay took a sip of vegetable soup, confidence evident in his tone. Moreover, our acting captain has faced far greater challenges. Do not mention mere captains. Even if a vice admiral appeared, he would not flinch. As they spoke, a gentle knock came from outside the door, followed by a warm, yet commanding voice. Apologies for the delay. Those pesky Marines held me up. Though not loud, the voice carried an inexplicable penetrating quality that caused everyone in the hall to fall silent of their own accord. Delancey strode quickly to the door and gently pushed it open. The door creaked slowly inward, and a towering figure appeared in the doorway. Moonlight streamed from behind him, outlining his upright and imposing silhouette. He had striking golden curly hair, carelessly cascading over his shoulders, the strands catching a soft luster in the lamplight. His eyes were bright as though filled with starlight, shimmering with intelligence and unwavering resolve. A perfectly measured smile graced his lips, making him appear both approachable and dependable. He wore a loose dark blue tunic, the collar slightly open to reveal the crisp white shirt beneath, lending him a touch of rebellious flair. The sleeves of his dark blue tunic were rolled up, exposing corded forearms marked by faint pale scars, the telltale signs of battles fought. In his hand, he carried a length of water pipe. His lower body was clad in dark trousers, the hems casually rolled to reveal sturdy ankles, and on his feet were black leather boots dusted with traces of soil, clearly worn from a long journey. His steps were steady and purposeful, each stride striking the heart with an unhurried, unshakable confidence. When he stepped into the light, a prominent scar below his left eye became clearly visible, slanting diagonally across his cheekbone. Far from marred his appearance. His arrival seemed to bring a refreshing sea breeze into the humble side hall, dispersing the prior oppression and tension, causing everyone's hearts to involuntarily relax. He bowed his head slightly, offering a polite nod to all present. His voice was warm and resonant, carrying just the right measure of friendliness. "Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Sabo." "Sabo?" Delancey exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. Though he had never met Sabo in person, he had seen his portrait in Revolutionary Army intelligence. That signature golden curl and the scar beneath his left eye were utterly unforgettable. Jiale was equally startled. He set down his bread and rose to scrutinize Sabo. The acting captain they had been told about was none other than him. Indeed, he felt just as warm and approachable as in the stories. Noticing their surprised expression, Sabo could not help but chuckle. "It seems my name is known to all." His gaze swept over Jiale, curiosity in his eyes. "Oh, and you must be Eniruo. May I ask if you know me?" Hearing this, Jiale smiled. "I prefer to be called Jiale rather than Eniruo. However, I do indeed know you. You are a key figure in the Revolutionary Army. It would be impossible not to." He extended his hand. "Captain of the Black Rope, Jiale. It is a pleasure to meet you." Sabo paused for a moment, then reached out and grasped Jiale's hand. Broad and powerful, the grip firm and solid. "In that case, Mr. Jiale, the pleasure is mine." Sabo smiled. "I have heard of your exploits before." "Really? You know of me?" Jiale withdrew his hand, his tone laced with modesty. "Naturally. You are after all one of the most sought-after supernovas of the era with the highest bounty." Sabo's words carried a hint of admiration. "I have seen your file in Revolutionary Army intelligence. A user of the Rumble fruit bounty of 500 million belly, who has defeated multiple Navy vice admirals and once confronted Fleet Admiral Kazura head-on at Sabaody Archipelago. Your strength is formidable. Era of great evil. 500 million belly." General Kai Meng, having just returned from outside, halted mid-step upon hearing this, an expression of utter astonishment crossing his face. "Mr. Su, you are actually one of the 12 supernovas of the new generation, with such an astronomically high bounty." Delancey and the others were equally stunned. They had known Jiale to be powerful, but never imagined his identity to be so extraordinary. A supernova of the new generation with a bounty of 500 million belly far exceeded their wildest expectations. Jay smiled and explained to General Kai Meng. "General, Mr. Su is currently one of the most prominent supernovas in the entire era. His devil fruit abilities have been developed to a remarkable level. Not only can he unleash devastating electrical attacks, but he can also manipulate the battlefield itself through his powers. His combat capability is truly exceptional. Moreover, the combined bounties of Ultai and Page 1 are only comparable to Mr. Su's. Ultai's bounty is 400 million berries, Page 1's is 290 million berries, totaling over 600 million berries, while Mr. Su alone has 500 million berries, a testament to his formidable strength. Mr. Su has a bounty of 500 million berries. General Kai Meng was stunned by the figure. He opened his mouth, but words failed him for a long time. In the Mile Kingdom, an ordinary citizen could not earn 10 million berries in a lifetime. 500 million berries was an astronomical sum to him. He looked at Jiale, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. "Mr. Su, I never imagined your strength was so immense. With your help, our chances of overthrowing the queen have greatly increased." Jiale smiled. "You flatter me, General. I am merely doing what I must, and bounties do not determine one's true strength." Sabo, observing the scene, revealed a hint of a relieved smile. "All right, let's not get too excited just yet. We should still devise a concrete battle plan. According to intelligence, the queen already knows we are about to act, though she is not aware of our specific strategy. Therefore, we must move swiftly, aiming to seize the palace before she can react." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent and gathered around the round table to discuss the battle plan. Sabo spoke first. "Based on the intelligence gathered by Song Ya and Yang, the queen should be in her palace chamber tonight, guarded by Ultai and Page 1 along with 200 guards and 50 officers of the Beast's pirates. Although the palace defenses are tight, the western gate is relatively weakly guarded. I can infiltrate from there, evade the patrolling guards, and head straight for the bedchamber to find the queen. My goal is to subdue her, compel her to order a ceasefire, and prevent her from summoning further reinforcements from the beast pirates. General Kaiming nodded. I have approximately 3,000 soldiers loyal to me plus the 50 private soldiers of the nobles I have already contacted. I will lead my personal guards at midnight to rendezvous with those noble private soldiers, then march together to the southern gate of the palace, the main gate with the heaviest defenses. We can create a disturbance there, drawing the queen's attention and creating an opportunity for Mr. Sabo to infiltrate. Additionally, I will send people to the mines outside the city to incite an uprising among the commoners, forcing the queen to divide her forces. Jiale pondered for a moment, then spoke. I suggest I draw attention outside the castle. With my abilities, I can not only create a massive commotion, but also intimidate the enemy, and they cannot harm me in the slightest. I will operate on the square west of the palace where the terrain is open and easy to attract the guards' attention. Once most of the guards are drawn to me, Mr. Sabo's infiltration will be safer, and General Kaiming can smoothly enter the palace from the southern gate. That's an excellent idea. Ajay immediately chimed in. I can go with Delancey to the Chancellor's residence. The Chancellor is the Queen's confidant and wields considerable power. He is not only a Toby Rappo, but also 50 members of the Beast Pirates guarding him. If we deal with the Chancellor and those pirates, we can cut off one of the Queen's arms and prevent him from dispatching troops to support the palace. Delancey also nodded. Exactly. I am very familiar with the terrain of the Chancellor's residence. When I was still in the palace, I often accompanied my father there. We can infiltrate through the backyard of the residence and take out the guards by surprise. Ijo added. I will go with Sonya Yang and a gang leading some of the personal guards to the civilian districts in the city to organize an uprising among the people. The commoners have long been dissatisfied with the Queen. As soon as we raise our voices, many will surely respond. We can lead the people to the eastern gate of the palace, further dispersing the Queen's forces. Sabo looked at everyone, his eyes full of approval. Very well, this plan is thorough. Now let's confirm the timing. At midnight sharp, I will begin infiltrating from the western gate. Mr. Jiale will act at midnight on the western square of the palace to draw the guards' attention. General Kaiming will lead his personal guards and noble private soldiers to attack the southern gate at midnight. Delancey and Ajay will infiltrate the Chancellor's residence at 1:45. Ijo, Sonya, and Yang will lead the commoners to attack the eastern gate at 1 o'clock sharp. Remember, everyone must be careful during the operation, avoiding unnecessary casualties. Our goal is to overthrow the Queen and save the people of the Mile Kingdom, not to kill indiscriminately. Understood. The group replied in unison, their eyes filled with determination. After the battle plan was finalized, everyone began their preparations. Sabo checked his equipment, tucking his pipe into his belt and hiding a few smoke bombs on his person, tools he often used for infiltration. General Kaiming went to the guard battalion to select loyal personal guards preparing for the midnight operation. Jiale sat by the window, closing his eyes to rest. He needed to ensure tonight's action was flawless. The electric current he released had to be strong enough to attract the guards' attention without inadvertently harming innocent civilians. Delancey and Ajay with Ijo's help familiarized themselves with the terrain of the Chancellor's residence. Based on gathered intelligence, Ijo had drawn a detailed map of the residence, marking the positions of guards and possible infiltration routes. There is a dog hole in the backyard of the Chancellor's residence. It is very small, only allowing one person to crawl through, but there are only 2 guards there. Ijo pointed to a red dot on the map. You can infiltrate from there. Once inside, you'll be in the garden of the residence. Cross the garden and you'll reach the Chancellor's study. He is likely to be there tonight handling official documents. Ajay nodded, folded the map, and tucked it into his chest. Don't worry, we'll be careful. As everyone was busily preparing, the tall guard had already passed the intelligence to Kenan. Upon receiving the intelligence, Kenan immediately used the copper whistle to release a miniature carrier pigeon. Tied to the pigeon's leg was a roll of oiled paper containing the detailed battle plans of the Revolutionary Army and Delancey's group, including the timing and locations of each unit's actions. The pigeon flapped its wings and flew toward the palace, quickly disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, in the palace bedchamber, the Queen sat before her dressing table while a maid combed her long hair. Altai, lounging in a chair with legs crossed, wore an expression of utter impatience. Your Majesty, it's almost midnight. Why haven't those Revolutionary Army people arrived yet? I'm getting bored waiting. Page 1 stood behind Altai, his face expressionless, eyes alertly watching the window, remaining silent. Lord Altai, please remain patient. The Queen set down the jewelry box in her hands and spoke with outward respect, though her tone carried an undercurrent of disdain. Lord Khan's men have already reported that the acting captain of the Revolutionary Army will indeed arrive tonight. Moreover, they have secured the aid of a supernova from the worst generation. That individual, who possesses a natural-type devil fruit ability, is quite the troublesome opponent. No sooner had the words left her lips than a faint fluttering sound came from outside the window. Pecoms immediately stepped to the windowsill, retrieved a miniature carrier pigeon, removed the oil paper scroll from its leg, and handed it to the Queen. The Queen unfolded the oil paper, read its contents, and a cold smile played upon her lips. Excellent. Their plan unfolds precisely as we anticipated. Then I shall trouble Lord Altai and Lord Pecoms to make your preparations. Sabo will soon infiltrate through the west gate, targeting my sleeping quarters. You may take positions in the adjacent side hall, near the sleeping quarters. Once he pushes open the door, eliminate him immediately. After dealing with him, you will then handle Jiale and General Kaiming's forces. Upon hearing this, Ultai immediately rose from his chair, an expression of eagerness spreading across his face. Wonderful. At last I shall have a proper fight. That Sabo, they say he is a formidable fighter. It will be most satisfying to test his abilities. Pecoms nodded silently, following Ultai out of the sleeping quarters and toward the side hall. At the hour of the rat, Sabo set out from the general's mansion according to plan, making his way toward the west gate of the imperial palace. Cloaked in black night attire with his face concealed beneath a mask, only his sharp, piercing eyes were visible. The darkness served as his finest disguise. He moved like a shadow, slipping silently through the streets and avoiding the patrolling guards and navy soldiers. The guards at the palace's west gate were indeed relatively sparse. Merely 10 guards and 5 executives from the beast pirates stood watch. Sabo concealed himself within the shadows of a street corner, carefully observing the guards' routines. The guards rotated posts every 10 minutes, and during the handover interval, there was a gap of approximately 30 seconds. He took a deep breath, and in the instant between guard rotations sprinted through the west gate and slipped into the palace. Inside, the imperial grounds were eerily quiet, broken only by the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling guards carrying lanterns, their flickering light casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Sabo traced along the palace wall, moving swiftly toward the queen's sleeping quarters. His movements were light and fluid, silent as a night cat, making not the slightest sound. 15 minutes past midnight, Jiale arrived at the western plaza of the imperial palace as planned. The square stood empty and desolate, illuminated only by a few dim street lamps. Gripping his golden staff, Jiale drew a deep breath, and a faint blue current began to coil around his body. The electricity intensified, emitting a crackling hum, the blue arcs standing out starkly against the night. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a thick bolt of lightning toward the statue at the center of the plaza. A thunderous boom echoed through the night as the statue was struck, shattering into countless fragments that rained down in all directions. The enormous commotion immediately drew the attention of nearby guards. "Who goes there?" the guards shouted, coming running toward the plaza. Jiale stood motionless at the center of the plaza, the blue current around him growing ever stronger, engulfing his entire figure in crackling electricity like a radiating god of thunder. "You think you can stop me?" Jiale sneered, and with another flick of his wrist sent another bolt of lightning arcing toward a nearby street lamp. It exploded instantly in a fountain of fire and sparks. Awed by Jiale's overwhelming presence, the guards hesitated and halted their advance, daring not to approach further. Seeing this, a faint smile touched Jiale's lips. His objective had been achieved. He had successfully drawn the majority of the guards to the plaza. Once they had gathered in sufficient numbers, he would eliminate them all at once. 30 minutes past midnight, General Kaiming led 3,000 soldiers and 2,000 private troops, comprising 50 nobles, to the south gate of the imperial palace. The south gate was defended by 2,000 guards and 30 executives of the beast pirates. Upon sighting General Kaiming's forces, the defenders immediately raised their spears and cried out, "General Kaiming, what do you think you are doing? Her Majesty the Queen has decreed that no one is to approach the palace. What do you think I am doing?" General Kaiming drew the sword at his waist, pointing its tip toward the guards, his voice thick with fury. "The Queen has colluded with the beast pirates, oppressed the common people, and thrown the nation of Mile into chaos. Today I have come to overthrow her. If you know what is good for you, step aside, or do not blame me for showing no mercy." The guards exchanged uneasy glances. Some soldiers clearly wavered. They had all been personally raised and trained by General Kaiming and held him in deep reverence. But at that very moment, the executives of the beast pirates shouted loudly, "Do not listen to him. Whoever dares to let him pass, not a single one of your family shall be spared by Her Majesty the Queen." That word struck directly at the guards' greatest vulnerability. They tightened their grips on their spears and once again barred General Kaiming's path. Seeing this, Kaiming sighed helplessly. "Since you refuse to awaken from your folly, then forgive me for having no choice. Soldiers, advance." The soldiers immediately raised their weapons and charged toward the defenders. The two sides soon became locked in fierce combat, though General Kaiming had expressly instructed his men to avoid inflicting serious harm upon the guards, resulting in a protracted struggle without heavy casualties on either side. At 45 minutes past midnight, Delens and Age arrived at the rear courtyard of Chancellor Khan's mansion as planned. The dog hole in the courtyard wall was indeed tiny, barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through. Age crawled in first, and after confirming no guards were present, signaled for Delens to follow. The two slipped into the Chancellor's garden, which lay silent and still broken only by the chirping of insects. Following the map drawn by AI Geo, they made their way toward the Chancellor's study. A lamp burned within, and through the window they could discern the silhouette of a portly figure pacing back and forth. It was Khan himself. Delens and Age exchanged a glance before gently pushing open the study door. At that moment, a pungent stench of blood struck their nostrils. Age immediately raised his curved blade and entered the room cautiously, while Delens followed close behind, an ominous premonition weighing heavily upon his heart. Upon stepping inside, the scene before them froze them in absolute shock. More than a dozen corpses lay scattered across the study floor in grotesque contortions. They were ministers who had previously leaned in favor of the crown prince, each bearing a hideous wound upon the chest. Blood had soaked through the carpet beneath them, congealing into dark crimson clots. The Chancellor's own corpse lay behind his desk, eyes wide open in an expression of utter disbelief, his hand tightly clenched around an official document. What has happened here? Delens's voice trembled. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. These ministers had kept hidden, refraining from openly defying the rebellion, like General Kai Meng. How could they have been assassinated so suddenly? Abe's face turned ashen. He immediately grasped the grim reality. This is disastrous. The intelligence has been compromised. Someone leaked our plan to the Queen's people, and they struck first, murdering these ministers. Just then the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from beyond the study. Immediately afterward, countless torchlights flooded through the doorway, illuminating the entire chamber. Executives of the Beast Pirates, blades drawn, surrounded the study in a tight circle. At their head, Chancellor Khan sneered, "The Crown Prince. Oh, forgive me. It is you, Delens. You actually came. I have known of your plans all along, which is precisely why I waited here for you. I anticipated your arrival from the very beginning." Delancey and Jiale stood back to back, gripping their weapons tightly. Delancey's eyes were filled with rage and unwillingness. He had never expected to fall into a trap, once again dragging so many ministers into this mess. Jiale, on the other hand, calmly surveyed the surroundings, searching for an opportunity to break out. They were completely surrounded. A direct confrontation was out of the question, so they had to find a way to escape. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Palace's bedchamber, Sabo had quietly arrived at the door. He gently pushed the door and found it unlocked, merely left ajar. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The Queen's bedchamber should have been heavily guarded. How could the door be so easily pushed open? But there was no time for further thought. He took a deep breath and gently opened the door. A creak echoed as the door hinges turned, the sound piercingly clear in the silent night. Sabo slipped inside, about to search for the Queen, when he heard a voice that was both coquettish and impatient behind him. "Hey, you're Sabo, right? Looking for the Queen? Quite a hassle, isn't it?" Sabo spun around abruptly, only to see the side chamber door next to the bedchamber swing open, revealing Werdy and Jiale walking out. Werdy stood with her arms crossed, a provocative smile on her face, her blue-pink hair strikingly vivid under the candlelight. She wore her signature fluffy coat, her eyes brimming with excitement. Finally, she could stir up some fun in this boring place. Jiale followed behind Werdy, his eyes warily fixed on Sabo, ready for battle at any moment. He subtly shifted his stance, blocking the escape route behind Sabo. Sabo's pupils slightly contracted. He had never expected that instead of the Queen, Werdy and Jiale would be waiting for him. He instantly realized that his movements had been exposed, and this was a trap. "So it's you." Sabo tightened his grip on his pipe, leaning forward slightly, ready for battle. Werdy let out a snicker, stepping forward and tapping her spiked club against her palm. "I didn't disappoint you, did I? Though I hate that hypocritical Queen too. This country is one that Lord Kaido values. So now, little pay, and I will keep you company, and make sure you have a blast." As she spoke, a glint of excitement flashed in her eyes, clearly eager to fight Sabo. Jiale stood beside Werdy, silent, but a trace of helplessness flickered in his gaze as he gently shook his head. Werdy continued to stare at Sabo with a provocative look. "What? Afraid to fight? Or scared of me?" Sabo ignored her provocation, merely watching the two, warily searching for an opening to escape. He knew that caught between the two, a direct fight was impossible. He had to find a way to leave and notify the others. Meanwhile, at the western square of the palace, Jiale was confronting the guards. The electric currents around him grew stronger, the blue lightning strikingly visible in the night, deterring the guards from advancing. Jiale frowned. Most of the guards had been drawn to him, but there was still no word from Sabo and Delancey. He had no idea how they were faring. He had a vague sense that something was off, as if something had gone wrong. It seemed he would have to finish this quickly. At the southern gate of the palace, General Kai Meng was still entangled with the guards. Though the personal guards were brave, their reluctance to harm the palace guards made for slow progress. General Kai Meng watched the scene, growing more anxious by the moment. He had no news of Jiale and Delancey, nor did he know if Sabo had subdued the Queen. The bluestone pavement of the palace's western square was already stained with blood and fire. The underlings of the Beast's pirates brandished their curved blades and roared, while the soldiers of the Mile Kingdom stepped back under the threat of swords. Their wives and children were held hostage by rebel ministers at the stronghold, so every swing of their blades was hesitant, always holding back when striking at the revolutionary army. Jiale hovered in midair, blue electric currents dancing at the tips of his hair and fingers, casting a cold glint in his eyes. He saw the struggle in the soldiers' eyes, understanding that these people would eventually become Delancey's subjects. If he showed no mercy today, rebuilding the Mile Kingdom later would only be harder. "Since you're unwilling to harm, let me put you to sleep for a while," he murmured softly, raising his hand slowly. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly churned, the scattered clouds rapidly gathering into a black thunderstorm cloud dozens of meters in diameter. Lightning snakes writhed within the clouds, and the muffled thunder rumbled like the growl of a giant beast, silencing the entire square. The pirates looked up at the clouds, their faces showing fear. The soldiers stopped moving, staring blankly at Jiale in the air. Thunderfall. As Jiale's shout fell, dozens of pale blue lightning bolts suddenly struck down from the thunderstorm cloud, each bolt precisely controlled to be paralyzing rather than lethal, falling like a dense rain of light upon the square. "Ah, my hand." A soldier was struck by the lightning. His spear clattered to the ground, and his body convulsed violently before collapsing, showing no wounds, but completely stiff and immobile. Then as more and more lightning bolts descended, more soldiers and pirates were struck. Soon the square was littered with bodies, leaving only a few elite members in Beast Pirates uniforms still standing, gripping their weapons and eyeing Su Jiale warily. Troublesome scum, time to clean up. Su Jiale's eyes sharpened, and his body instantly transformed into a bolt of blue lightning traveling along the thunderstorm's current trajectory. The moment he elementalized, he could clearly sense every trace of energy flow within the current, the only sound being the sizzle of electricity, while the world before him blurred into streaks of light. Bang! A bolt of lightning landed behind a pirate, and Su Jiale's golden staff, crackling with electricity, struck down. The pirate, not even seeing his opponent's move, was pierced through the chest by lightning and fell to the ground lifeless. Then flashes of lightning continuously flickered across the square, each accompanied by a scream. The elite of the Beast's pirates fell like wheat before a scythe, blood staining the bluestone pavement. Just as Su Jiale was about to finish off the last pirate, a black arrow suddenly shot from an oblique angle behind him, its tip gleaming with a faint black luster. The mark of armament hockey. Su Jiale's pupils contracted, and his body instantly dispersed into electric currents, the arrow grazing his afterimage and thudding into a nearby stone lion, the arrow's shaft still quivering. "Kid, it's not too late to surrender. We're from the Beast's pirates," a rough voice sounded. Su Jiale followed the sound and saw two strange figures standing on a high platform at the eastern side of the square. The one on the left was burly, with a pair of curved black horns on his head, round-rimmed glasses, a small white beard on his chin, and legs covered in gray fur resembling goat hoofs. He held a spear whose tip, resembling a horn, gleamed with cold metal. The one on the right had bat wings, his body covered in short dark purple fur. He carried a wooden barrel full of arrows on his back, and his longbow was aimed at Su Jiale, a mocking sneer on his lips. A Zoan-type devil fruit user. Su Jiale furrowed his brow, carefully sensing with his observation hockey. Both of their auras carried the distinct wildness of Zoan users, though the scent was thinner than that of ordinary Zoans. But even the small forward is a devil fruit user. Just how strong are the all-stars of the Beast Pirates? That's right, I'm a goat man who ate the smile fruit. The goat man tapped his palm with his spear, his tone laced with superiority. "We are gifters under Lord Kaido's command. If you know what's good for you, surrender now. Maybe Lord Kaido will see your strength and let you join the Beast Pirates. Forget about what a smile fruit is for now." Su Jiale let out a scornful laugh, the lightning around him surging violently as the serpents of electricity in the storm clouds grew even more ferocious. "Do you two scum really think you're worthy of making me surrender? You're asking for death," the Batman roared, pulling his bow taut. 5 black arrows were knocked simultaneously, faint purple soundwave patterns clinging to the fletching. Soundwave arrows. The arrows shot towards Su Jiale like black meteors. He was about to turn into lightning to dodge, but noticed the soundwave patterns vibrating in the air. These arrows could be manipulated by sound waves. He immediately abandoned his elemental form, wrapping lightning around his golden staff and swinging it fiercely. 30 million volts. The golden staff shadow, crackling with blue electric currents, collided with the arrows. The clang of metal rang out in succession. The 5 arrows were knocked away, but suddenly curved in midair and shot towards Su Jiale again. The Batman's sound waves could not only control their direction, but also make the arrows hover and adjust their trajectory. "If I expected as much." Su Jiale lightly tapped the ground, drifting backward like a willow catkin, while tracing an arc with his golden staff in front of him. The lightning condensed at the tip into a blue light shield. Lightning shield. The arrows struck the light shield, repelled by the lightning's impact, and instead flew towards Sheephorn and Nightcry. Sheephorn's expression changed. He swung his spear in front of him, coating it with armament hockey to knock the arrows away. At the same time, he pushed off the ground, leaping towards Su Jiale like a cannonball, his spear thrusting straight at Su Jiale's chest. Horn thrust, heart piercer. Su Jiale flipped backward, landing on a stone pillar. He watched as Sheephorn landed on the spot where he had just stood, the spear piercing the stone slab with a dull thud. Cracks like a spiderweb spread across the slab, revealing the immense force of the strike. "You're too slow," Su Jiale taunted, pointing his golden staff at Sheephorn. "And it seems you've forgotten that I can control the storm clouds." Sheephorn looked up and saw the lightning serpents in the storm clouds converging toward him. Panic set in, and he was about to retreat when he heard Su Jiale's voice. "Foolish fool, the high ground is my domain." "What a..." Sheephorn jerked his head up, only to see Su Jiale transform into a bolt of lightning flying beneath the storm clouds. His hands radiated immense electric currents, channeling them into the clouds. 60 million volts. Dozens of thick lightning bolts descended from the clouds like blue pillars of light, densely enveloping Sheephorn. His pupils contracted, and he quickly coated his back with armament hockey. Zzz. The lightning struck the armament hockey, emitting a piercing crackle. Sheephorn felt a violent surge of electricity race through his back and into his body, numbing his very bones. The armament hockey defense shattered like paper, his fur instantly scorched, giving off a burnt smell. "No!" Sheephorn screamed in agony, his body collapsing limply to the ground, black smoke rising from him. The spear was also snapped in two by the lightning. Terrified by Sheephorn's fate, the Batman flapped his wings in a desperate attempt to flee, flying toward the palace. "Lord Ultai! Lord Page 1! Save me!" Still trying to run. Su Jiale's eyes turned cold. Divine judgment. A lightning pillar several meters in diameter slammed down from the storm clouds, striking the Batman with pinpoint accuracy. The Batman's scream was drowned by the thunder. His body convulsed a few times in the lightning pillar before going limp. His wings smoking, he fell like a broken kite to the ground. Su Jiale landed on the ground as the storm clouds gradually dissipated, the night sky returning. He looked at the densely packed figures lying on the plaza. The soldiers were still twitching, while most of the pirates had lost their lives. I deliberately slowed the lightning's descent to make you let your guard down, but you're still so fragile. Su Jiale then stood atop the highest point of the palace using his observation hockey to probe the entire palace. Soon he sensed a familiar aura. It was Sabo, accompanied by the fluctuations of battle. The aura was coming from the direction of the bedchamber. Sabo must be fighting Ultai and the others. Su Jiale's heart tightened. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, again flying toward the bedchamber. After he left, the soldiers on the plaza gradually regained consciousness. They looked at the pirate corpses scattered around, then at the direction where Su Jiale had vanished. The hesitation in their eyes slowly turned to resolve. Perhaps following Prince Darren's, following this lightning-wielding powerhouse, was the only way to save their families. In the palace corridor, candlelight flickered and the golden embroidered tapestries fluttered in the wind like ghostly shadows. Sabo gripped his metal pipe, sprinting swiftly. Behind him came the footsteps of Ultai. In her beast form, her steps were heavy and urgent, each one making the ground tremble slightly, like a predator chasing its prey. Bastard, don't run. Ultai's roar came from behind. Her blue-pink hair scattered as she ran, the hem of her fluffy coat flapping in the wind. Weren't you so tough? Why are you running like a dog now? Sabo didn't look back. He knew his main target wasn't Ultai or Page One. He had already fought both in the bedchamber, exchanging blows with Ultai using Dragon Claw Fist, and his hand still throbbed. Moreover, he discovered that the ancient Zoan's recovery ability far surpassed ordinary Zoans. Ultai, after being kicked in the head, recovered quickly, filling him with confusion. Suddenly Sabo heard a cracking sound from the left wall. Alerted, he was about to dodge when the wall exploded with a thunderous crash. A massive gray tail shot out from the fissure, like lightning whistling through the air, heading straight for Sabo's shoulder. Not good. Sabo couldn't react in time. An excruciating pain shot through his shoulder, as if his bones had been shattered. His body was sent flying by the immense force, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing into a distant pillar. The stone column snapped with a cracked, stone fragments flying everywhere. Sabo slid down the pillar and collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Do you really think you can escape? This entire imperial palace is under our control. From the smoke shrouding the walls, a massive figure emerged. It was Pecoms in his horned dragon form. His body was sheathed in gray scales, the spines along his back protruding like razor blades, his tail swaying gently, and his eyes radiating absolute confidence. Sabo struggled to his knees, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and retrieved the metal pipe lying on the ground. He looked at Wu Erdi and Paijuan, fully aware that unless he dealt with these two, he would have no chance of reaching the Empress or notifying Su Jiale and Yixiao. You're persistent, I'll give you that. Looks like I can't leave until I take both of you down. What are you talking about? Wu Erdi launched herself skyward, her forehead instantly cloaked in pitch-black armament hockey. Wu Erdi headlance. Her body hurtled towards Sabo like a cannonball, the air itself screaming as she closed the distance. Sabo sidestepped just in time, but Wu Erdi's head smashed into the spot where he had been sitting, cratering the bluestone floor and sending fragments flying in every direction. Before Sabo could regain his footing, Paijuan opened his jaws wide and lunged at him. His teeth gleamed with the dark sheen of armament hockey. Oomph. Sabo pressed the metal pipe against Paijuan's head, using it as a springboard to launch himself upward, landing squarely on the beast's back. Positioned beside Paijuan's dorsal spine, Sabo coated his right hand in armament hockey, curling his 5 fingers into a 3-claw formation until his fingertips sharpened into lethal talons. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon's Hooking Claw. The claws raked deep into Paijuan's neck, the vulnerable point of his horned dragon form. Paijuan let out a blood-curdling cry. Ah! His massive body twisted violently, attempting to throw Sabo off. How dare you lay a hand on little Pei? Wu Erdi's eyes blazed red with fury. She leaped into the air and delivered a devastating kick straight at Sabo. Sabo hastily raised the metal pipe to block. The resounding clang echoed through the corridor, the pipe bending slightly under the impact. The force sent Sabo flying off Paijuan's back, and he tumbled across the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Wu Erdi rushed to Paijuan's side, cradling his massive head with visible distress. Little Pei, are you alright? Does it hurt? Paijuan shook his head, his tone tinged with exasperation. I'm fine, sis. You're blocking my line of sight. We're still in the middle of a fight. You ungrateful brat. Is that how you speak to your caring older sister? Wu Erdi glared at Paijuan, then turned her wrath back to Sabo. You dare wound little Pei. I'll tear you apart piece by piece. Sabo rose to his feet and stretched his shoulders. The earlier impacts had aggravated his shoulder wound. Watching the bickering siblings before him, he couldn't help but feel utterly exasperated. Are you two even going to keep fighting, or what? Paijuan took a deep breath and his body began to shift. The towering dragon form receded, replaced by a beastman physique, cloaked in gray scales. His hands transformed into razor-sharp claws, and his gaze sharpened to a predatory gleam. Against a nimble opponent like you, the full dragon form is too cumbersome, Paijuan said. Round 2 begins now. The moment the words left his lips, armament hockey darkened Wuerdi's forehead once more, while Paijuan's claws shimmered with black energy. They exchanged a single glance and charged at Sabo in unison. Wuerdi's skull shatter. Wuerdi's head rocketed towards Sabo's skull at even greater speed than before. Sabo raised the metal pipe to block, but the overwhelming force drove him backward step by step, his wrists growing numb from the impact. Meanwhile, Paijuan circled behind Sabo, his dual claws slicing through the air toward his back. Tail sweep strike. Though he had reverted to beastman form, his tail remained dangerously agile, sweeping low towards Sabo's legs wreathed in armament hockey. Sabo leaped urgently to evade Paijuan's attack, and in the same motion delivered a powerful kick to Wuerdi's head. She staggered backward several steps, but quickly recovered and surged forward again. What's going on? Sabo frowned inwardly. That kick should have struck her temple directly. Even with the enhanced durability of a Zoan fruit user, she should have shown at least some reaction, yet she seems completely unfazed. Are ancient Zoans truly this much more resilient than regular ones? Just then Sabo suddenly sensed a familiar aura, a faint trace of electricity. It was subtle, but he was certain it was Jiale's presence. Mr. Xiu. Sabo instinctively scanned his surroundings, searching for Jiale's figure. You fool! How dare you lose focus while fighting us? Paijuan roared in fury, his dual claws wreathed in armament hockey, as he slashed straight for Sabo's chest. Dragon Shadow Claw. Sabo dodged the strike just in time, then brought the metal pipe crashing down onto Paijuan's head with a loud clang. Paijuan was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar. The pillar splintered and collapsed, pinning Paijuan just as he tried to rise. Wuerdi head ram. Wuerdi seized the opportunity and charged at Sabo once more, her forehead's armament hockey now even thicker and darker. Sabo's eyes narrowed. Coating both hands in armament hockey, he charged straight into her strike. Dragon Claw Fist. Their fists collided with devastating force, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The brocade drapes surrounding them were swept away by the blast, the candle flames were extinguished, and the corridor was plunged into sudden darkness. Using the recoil from the impact, Sabo kicked Wuerdi squarely in the head, sending her flying backward once again. Tail sweep strike. Paijuan broke free from the rubble of the pillar and swept his tail at Sabo again. Sabo rolled to evade, but the tail grazed a nearby stone pillar, shattering it. The massive column crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Sabo crouched low to the ground, ignoring the duo charging at him once more. Instead, he began striking the floor with his fist. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic echoes reverberated through the corridor as he mapped the structure beneath his feet, searching for the weakest point. Little Pei. This is the finishing move. Wuerdi shouted. She and Paijuan launched their attack in unison. Wuerdi's head lance aimed at Sabo's chest, while Paijuan's Dragon Shadow Claw targeted his throat. Just as they were about to land their strikes, Sabo's lips curled into a faint smile. Found it. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon's Breath. Sabo's Dragon Claw Fist slammed into the ground with cataclysmic force. A violent surge erupted from beneath the earth. Massive fissures split the floor open, black cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. From the depths, a tremendous cyan energy wave exploded upward, blasting Wuerdi and Paijuan backward. They crashed into the corridor walls, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. The entire Imperial bedchamber, destabilized by Sabo's devastating strike, began to cave in. The cluster of buildings shuddered violently. Gilded roof tiles rained down from the eaves, corridor pillars snapped like twigs, and the complex crumbled like scattered building blocks. A massive plume of dust and debris billowed skyward, blotting out the world in a suffocating haze. In the courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, the battle was equally fierce. Jiale gripped his axe, his body covered in wounds, sweat and blood mingling as they trickled down his cheeks. The flesh between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and every swing of the axe sent excruciating pain through him, but he dared not stop. The Huaerdamo before him was the greatest obstacle for him and Delinci. Huaerdamo stood in the center of the courtyard, his physique imposing, with a lion's head parasitic beneath his abdomen, the creature that had appeared after he swallowed a smile, named Nya Erlang. At this moment, Nya Erlang's head bore a wound deep enough to reveal bone, blood constantly gushing out, turning its originally golden fur a dark crimson. It glared fiercely at Jiale, emitting a low, guttural growl from its throat. You damn brat. How dare you injure my adorable Nya Erlang? Huaerdamo's gaze was icy cold, and he held a mechanical chain blade, a weapon composed of dozens of metal chain links, each link bearing sharp blades with a flame jet port at the hilt. Nya Erlang flame. Nya Erlang opened its mouth and spewed a ball of orange flame. The flame landed on the mechanical chain blade. The blade was instantly ignited, and the fire spread along the chain links like a blazing python. Huaerdamo swung the chain blade and slashed at Jiale, fire chain blade. Jiale, I've taken care of my side. Delinci's voice came from the side. He held a long sword, having just taken down the last grunt, his face also bearing wounds. But I can't find Kin in anywhere. Let's take care of this big trouble first, then we'll go find that Kin in. Jiale shouted, raising his axe and gathering his strength. Wind destruction slash. Two azure wind blades shot out from the axe, flying like crescent moons toward the fire chain blade. The wind blades collided with the fire chain blade, and with a sizzle, the flames were cut open and the chain blade was knocked back a few inches. Not bad, you actually managed to block my fire chain blade. Huertamo sneered, flicking his wrist. The mechanical chain blade suddenly split into dozens of segments like venomous snakes slithering toward Delancey. He had noticed that Delancey was weaker than Jiale and wanted to take him out first. Delancey, watch out. Jiale shouted, swinging out another wind blade to block the chain blade. Delancey, however, did not dodge. He gripped his longsword, gathering all his strength, the tip of the sword glowing with a faint azure light, flowing wind thrust. The longsword shot toward Huertamo's chest like a meteor. He intended to attack by trading wounds, betting that Huertamo would retract the chain blade. Huertamo hadn't expected Delancey to be so bold. He snorted coldly, retracted the chain blade, and recombined it into a longsword, the flames on the blade flaring even brighter, flame sword. The longsword slashed toward Delancey's sword. With a clang, Delancey's hands gripping the sword were split open at the webbing, and he was pushed back repeatedly by the immense force, his wrists trembling violently, blood once again flowing from his hands. Double blade rock splitter. Jiale took the opportunity to flank his axe, riding the wind as it slashed toward Huertamo's left arm. He had noticed that Huertamo's left arm was not covered in armament hockey, making it a weak point. What? Jiale's axe struck Huertamo's left arm fiercely, but it produced a metallic clang. Huertamo's left arm instantly covered in black armament hockey. The axe was deflected, and Huertamo didn't even take a step back. You haven't even mastered hockey, so you are no match for me. Huertamo taunted, raising the flame sword and slashing at Jiale. Prepare to die. Jiale hastily retreated. The flame sword struck the ground, igniting it and unleashing raging flames. Delancey took the chance to circle behind Huertamo, his long sword slashing toward his back, flowing wind slash. Huertamo turned around and blocked the long sword with his arm. With a clang, the sword was stopped by the armament hockey, and Delancey was knocked back several steps. Huertamo seized the opportunity to kick Delancey in the chest. Delancey cried out in pain, was sent flying, and crashed into a charred tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Delancey. Jiale roared, his eyes red as he charged at Huertamo, swinging his axe faster and faster, wind blades raining down on Huertamo like a torrent. Huertamo, however, was completely unflustered. He covered his whole body with armament hockey, and the flame sword traced a barrier of flames in front of him, blocking all the wind blades. It's useless. Your attacks are like mere tickles to me, Huertamo said, walking step by step toward Jiale, the flames on his sword growing fiercer. Now it's time to end this. Just then a violent tremor came from afar, shaking the entire Prime Minister's residence, with roof tiles falling continuously. Huertamo's expression changed and he stopped his movement. What's going on? I heard thunder rumbling earlier. Could something have happened at the palace? Impossible, impossible. Lord Wuerdi and Lord Pei-Jivan are there, so it must be my overthinking. Jiale seized the chance to run to Delancey's side and helped him up. Delancey, are you all right? Delancey shook his head and said weakly, I'm fine. That tremor earlier seemed to come from the palace. Could it be Mr. Sabo and the others? Jiale frowned. Maybe it's Mr. Sabo and the boss. They should have gathered at the palace. Jiale said, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. We need to finish this guy quickly and join them. Huertamo's face darkened. Although he felt that Wuerdi and Pei-Jivan couldn't possibly lose, something must have gone wrong at the palace. Damn it. I'll let you off for today, Huertamo said, turning to leave. I don't have extra time to waste on the two of you. Want to leave? Not so easy. Jiale shouted, raising his axe and gathering all his strength. Wind destruction / double. Two thicker wind blades shot toward Huertamo's back. Huertamo turned around and blocked the wind blades with the flame sword. With a sizzle, the flames were cut open and he was knocked back several steps. Bastard. Huertamo shouted angrily, swinging the flame sword at Jiale and Delancey. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant it. At the battlefield outside the palace, the Revolutionary Army and the soldiers of Mile Kingdom were still at a stalemate. Jiale gripped her longsword, her body covered in wounds. She looked at the soldiers' numb faces, knowing clearly that these people were not fighting voluntarily. Their families were held hostage by the rebel ministers at outposts, and every swing of their blades was filled with despair. What do we do now? Jiale gripped his longsword, panting heavily, his arm slashed, blood flowing down to the hilt of the blade. We've been fighting for half an hour, and the soldiers still won't retreat. If this continues, our people won't be able to hold on. Xiao Wu also wiped the sweat from his brow. His short blade was stained with blood, mostly from the pirates. When facing the soldiers, she could never bring herself to strike a fatal blow. Are these soldiers really not afraid of death? They're still helping the rebels. It's not like that. Jiale shook her head, her tone laced with helplessness. Their families are being held hostage by those despicable rebels. The rebels said that if they fight against the Revolutionary Army, their loved ones won't be harmed. They have no choice but to grit their teeth and fight. Then what do we do now? We've been holding back, but if this continues, our allies will be overwhelmed. Jiale asked again, watching a Revolutionary Army soldier being surrounded by the enemy troops, his heart burning with anxiety. Jiale was silent for a few seconds, then her eyes suddenly lit up. She pulled a folded piece of parchment from her pocket and unfolded it to reveal a map, marked with the route through the sewer system outside the palace. Alright, Jiale, you few come with me. Huh. A Fu gripping his mace sent a soldier flying with a single blow, his strength controlled just enough to knock the soldier unconscious. He asked in confusion, "If we leave now, what about our comrades on the battlefield? They'll be in even greater danger." "Don't worry, I've already sent Yi Xiao with a squad to reinforce them," Jiale said, pointing to a red dot on the map. "Enter through this sewer entrance, follow the route, and you'll reach the rebel stronghold where they're holding the hostages. It's their rear area, lightly defended, and all the rebel leaders are gathered there. Go there, kill those rebel leaders, then bring their heads back to the battlefield. When the soldiers see the leaders dead and know their families are safe, they'll stop resisting." "Why did you only reveal this information now?" Xiao Wu frowned, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have had to fight so hard, and the revolutionary army wouldn't have lost so many people. Jiale's eyes reddened. She clenched the map, her knuckles turning white. "I'm sorry. I was too careless before. I didn't take those scum seriously. I thought I could quickly subdue the Queen and Qin and end the battle, but our plan failed. The Queen and Qin were prepared. Somehow they knew our strategy beforehand, and now Prince Delens and the others are out of contact. I have no choice but to use this method." "Jiale, don't blame yourself." A gang patted her shoulder, his voice gentle. "What's done is done. What we need to do now is make amends, not stand here frozen. Our comrades on the battlefield still need your command. You're better suited to lead them than we are." "That's right." A Fu added, scratching his head, his tone a bit awkward. "Leave those rebel leaders to us. We'll chop off their heads and give the soldiers an answer." Xiao Wu nodded too, sheathing his short blade with a resolute gaze. "Jiale, rest assured we'll protect the hostages and return as soon as possible to support you." Jiale wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and steeled herself. "Thank you. I'm counting on you to deal with those despicable scum. The sewer entrance is in that ruined temple over there, guarded at the entrance. Be careful." A gang, Xiao Wu and a Fu, nodded and ran toward the ruined temple. Jiale watched their retreating figures, tighten her grip on her longsword, and turn toward the battlefield. She would lead the revolutionary army and hold on until a gang and the others returned. In a corner of the ruined temple, a sewer entrance lay hidden beneath overgrown weeds. A gang carefully pushed aside the grass and saw 6 uniformed guards lounging against the wall, dozing off. "Leave it to me," Xiao Wu whispered, clutching his short blade. He crept over lightly, the blade gliding across the guards' throats. The guards didn't even have time to make a sound before collapsing to the ground. A gang lifted the sewer cover, and a pungent stench of decay hit them. "So foul." A Fu wrinkled his nose, covering it with his sleeve. "What's in this sewer? Stop complaining and get in." Xiao Wu, carrying a pre-prepared oil lamp, jumped down first. The sewer walls were coated with slippery moss, and the filthy water reached above her ankles, icy cold. She couldn't help but shiver. A gang and a Fu followed. The sewer was dim, lit only by the oil lamp, with unknown debris floating in the sewage, emitting a nauseating odor. "According to the map, we need to walk about 2/4 of an hour to reach the stronghold," a gang said, walking in front, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Though Jiale said the defenses were weak, they dared not let their guard down. In the sewer, a gang, Xiao Wu and a Fu, trudged forward, stepping unevenly. The air was thick with a foul stench, the walls covered in thick moss, and the sewage reached above their ankles, bitingly cold. "This sewer is too rank," a Fu complained, covering his nose with his sleeve. "How did Jiale know about this place?" Xiao Wu held the oil lamp, lighting the path ahead, and said, "Jiale is originally from the Mile Kingdom. Since they're overthrowing the Queen's tyranny, they must be familiar with the palace's layout. Besides, the rebels locked the soldiers' families here because they thought it was hidden and no one would discover it." A gang walking at the front with a long sword in hand watched the surroundings cautiously. "Everyone be careful. There must be guards here. If the rebels dared to imprison people here, they wouldn't leave them unguarded." As the words fell, footsteps suddenly echoed from ahead, followed by several beams of flashlight light. A gruff voice rang out, "Who's there?" A gang quickly signaled Xiao Wu and a Fu to hide behind a nearby stone pillar, then gripped his longsword and said in a low voice, "We're the revolutionary army, here to rescue the hostages you're holding. If you know what's good for you, hand them over, or we won't go easy on you." "Revolutionary army," the man on the other side sneered. "Just you few. Do you know where you are? Men, get them. Kill them." With that, several figures charged at a gang and his companions, wielding swords and clubs. A gang showed no fear. He charged forward first, his blade swinging in a series of fierce arcs, aiming straight for the guard in the lead. Clang! A gang sword clashed with the guard's long blade. The guard felt a tremendous force, his wrist went numb, and his weapon fell to the ground. Taking the opportunity, a gang kicked the guard in the chest. The guard screamed, flew backward, slammed into the wall, and lost consciousness. Xiao Wu and a Fu also immediately joined the fight. Xiao Wu held a short blade in his hand, and had a musket tucked at his waist, moving with agility as he targeted the guard's vulnerabilities. A Fu gripped a spiked mace, his immense strength capable of felling a guard with a single strike. Although there were numerous guards, they were mostly a ragtag bunch, no match for a gang, Xiao Wu and a Fu. Before long, all the guards lay defeated on the ground, either unconscious or groaning in pain. "Let's go find the hostages," a gang said, leading the way deeper into the sewer. After about 15 minutes, faint light and voices drifted ahead. "We should be close," Xiao Wu whispered, extinguishing the oil lamp. In the dim light, she spotted an iron door ahead with muffled sobs emanating from behind it. "This is it," a gang exclaimed excitedly, approaching the iron door to find a massive padlock securing it. A Fu, your turn. A Fu nodded, gripping his spiked mace and letting out a fierce battle cry as he brought it down on the lock, break open. With a thunderous clang, the iron padlock crumpled under the force. Who are you? A group of guards and several officials emerged, suddenly blocking all exits. A Fu, leave this to us. Go find the hostages, a gang said, assuming a combat stance with his broadsword raised against the guards. Yes. Upon hearing this, A Fu delivered one final blow, shattering the lock completely. The iron door groaned open, and A Fu sprinted inside alone to locate the captives. Pressing deeper into the chamber, A Fu was hit by a foul stench. At the source of the odor stood a stone doorway, which he smashed open with his mace, revealing what lay beyond. It was a vast stone chamber packed with people of all ages, men, women, and children alike. They were mostly clad in tattered garments, their faces smeared with dust and tear tracks, some bearing visible wounds. Denied even basic sanitation, every aspect of their daily lives had been reduced to the confines of this stone room. Seeing a gang enter, everyone recoiled in terror. A gaunt woman clutched her child, tightly trembling as she stammered, "Who are you? Have you come to arrest us? Everyone, please don't be afraid. We've come with the Revolutionary Army to rescue you." A Fu hastened to say, keeping his tone as gentle as possible. He produced the token AI Jiale had given him, embossed with the Revolutionary Army's insignia. "I serve Prince Dalinsi. He has led the Revolutionary Army back to the palace and will soon defeat the traitorous ministers. You are safe now." Hearing Prince Dalinsi, the people in the chamber paused, then an elderly man emerged unsteadily. Gazing at the token in a gang's hand, tears suddenly welled in his eyes. "Prince Dalinsi, has he truly sent you? Can we see our families again?" "Yes, you can." A Fu approached and helped the old man to his feet. He withdrew several steamed buns from his pouch and offered them to the elder and the child. "The traitors have been defeated. Come with me now, and you will be reunited with your family shortly." The elder accepted the buns, overcome with emotion and speechless. Those in the stone chamber began to cheer, and hope finally broke through the despair on their faces. Witnessing the scene before him, A Fu's resolve only strengthened. He would get these people out safely. "How is it, A Fu?" A gang carried a blood-soaked sack in one hand, and his gore-stained broadsword slung over his shoulder, while Xiao Wu followed close behind into the stone chamber. The sight of their bloodied appearances left the imprisoned commoners trembling and speechless with terror. "Everyone, don't be afraid. They are on our side. The traitors have been dealt with. We must leave here as quickly as possible and inform our families who have been bravely resisting on our behalf. The Revolutionary Army awaits us outside." After explaining the situation to Xiao Wu and a gang, A Fu directed them to lead the hostages out together. Just as they prepared to depart, a violent tremor echoed from somewhere in the distance, and rubble began cascading from the sewer walls. "What's happening?" Xiao Wu asked anxiously. "Has something gone wrong at the palace?" A gang frowned. "We need to hurry upstairs and spare those guards from further pointless battles. We have to move quickly. AI Jiao and the others are waiting for us," a gang said. Meanwhile, at the Revolutionary Army's temporary base, old Zhou stood by the window, his brows drawn tight in worry. The night sky beyond the window was stained crimson by firelight, and the relentless roll of thunder and explosions grew ever closer. Each rumble tightened the knot in his chest. He knew Su Jiale was fighting, and he understood his power. Yet the safety of Jiale and the others remained an agonizing unknown. "Mr. Lao Zhou," a Revolutionary Army soldier approached, carrying a bowl of hot porridge. "Mr. Su and the others are incredibly strong. They will be fine. Please drink this to warm yourself." Old Zhou took the bowl, but did not drink. Gazing out the window, he murmured, "I am truly imposing on you all. If only I were younger and healthier, you could be fighting at the front lines instead of being stuck here, keeping me company." "Mr. Lao Zhou, please don't say that," another soldier hurriedly replied. "Before departing, Mr. Su specifically instructed us to protect you at all costs. Moreover, you have willingly come forward to help us save this nation, and we are deeply grateful. It is only right that we protect you in return." "Exactly," the first soldier chimed in. "With Mr. Su on the front lines along with Mr. Sabo and Prince Dalin, see the Empress's forces stand no chance. Didn't you hear that thunder from the West Plaza? That must have been Mr. Su defeating the pirates. We will win soon. I only hope. I hope the boss and the others will be safe." Lao Zhou whispered softly. He set the bowl down on the table and looked out the window once more. The tremors were growing ever more intense, even causing the buildings at the temporary base to shudder. "What's going on? This shaking. It seems to be coming from the direction of the sleeping quarters," the second soldier said nervously. "Could something have happened to Mr. Sabo?" Lao Zhou's heart lurched into his throat. He clenched the hem of his garment, his fingers whitening from the force. "It cannot be. Mr. Sabo is too powerful, and Su Jiale is there as well. They will be fine." Yet despite his words, his voice trembled. The first soldier dashed out and returned moments later panting heavily. "Mr. Lao Zhou, the soldiers report that the sleeping quarters have collapsed. Mr. Su and Mr. Sabo appear to have converged there. Alt and Pekong may have been defeated." "Excellent." Lao Zhou exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face. "I knew they could do it. I knew they could pull this off." Just then cheers erupted from outside. The Revolutionary Army soldiers were celebrating. Old Zhou walked to the window and saw that on the distant battlefield the soldiers were setting down their weapons and walking toward the Revolutionary Army. They held the head of the rebel leader in their hands, clearly indicating that a gang and the others had succeeded. The Revolutionary Army soldiers cheered with excitement. Seeing their loved ones safe and sound, the soldiers felt hope in their hearts. Mao Kingdom was finally saved. Such a commotion. Jiale murmured. He used his mind net to sense the aura within the ruins. Sabo's aura was still present, though somewhat weak, but stable. There were also the auras of Altai and Page 1 carrying heavy injuries. It seemed that Sabo's move had severely wounded them. Jiale swooped down and landed on the ruins. The moment his boot soles touched the white marble balustrade surrounding the palace, the floor tiles beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently, as if a giant beast was awakening deep underground. He looked up and saw the palace with its gold-glazed roof collapsing at a visible speed. The carved window lattices, hanging silk curtains, and the heavy stone walls, like a giant beast stripped of its skeleton, crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The dust raised blotted out the sky, and the sun, even the stars and moon in the night sky, were stained a muddy yellow. He waved his hand to disperse the surrounding dust, and soon saw Sabo. Sabo was leaning against a broken stone pillar, his face pale, blood seeping from his arms and chest, still holding the slightly bent metal pipe in his hand. Just then a furious roar came from the ruins. "Bastard! What the hell did you do?" Next, a figure wrapped in rubble suddenly burst out of the dust cloud. It was Altai. Her blue-pink hair was now covered in dust, her original fluffy coat was long gone, and several tears had opened on her body, revealing the tough animal hide underneath. Her forehead was stained with blood, clearly that dragon's breath from Sabo had put her at a disadvantage. Her eyes stared fixedly at Jiale, who had just appeared. Another one coming to die. Altai sized up Jiale. When she saw the electric light swirling around him, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, then quickly replaced by excitement. Interesting, a Logia-type devil fruit user. Page 1 in his beast form also crawled out from the ruins shortly after. After pushing aside a boulder, he released his Spinosaurus form and reverted to his humanoid beast form, but the wound on his chest from the dragon claw was still bleeding, and his breathing was somewhat rapid. His injuries were more severe than Altai's. When he saw Jiale, his pupils contracted slightly. Instinctively, he stepped in front of Altai and whispered, "Sister, this person is very strong. Should we retreat? After taking that blow from Sabo, I can barely hold on." "I know, little Pei, it's fine. Hide behind me." Altai shoved Page 1 aside and charged at Jiale. Altai headgun. Her forehead instantly covered with a layer of pitch-black armament hockey, her whole body like a cannonball fired from a barrel, charging straight at him with a whistling wind. Jiale stood still until the moment Altai's head was about to crash into him. His body suddenly turned into a blue electric light and disappeared into thin air. Altai couldn't stop her momentum and slammed heavily into a nearby stone pillar. With a boom, the bolthic pillar was directly snapped, sending rubble flying. "What a..." Altai rubbed her numb forehead and looked around in astonishment. "Where's the person? Where did he go?" "Behind you." A cold voice came from behind Altai. Altai spun around sharply, only to see Jiale standing 3 steps behind her, holding a golden staff wrapped in electric light that had appeared in his hand at some point. Before she could react, Jiale's figure turned into electric light again and appeared instantly before her. The golden staff, crackling with electricity, slashed straight down. Altai hastily covered her arms with armament hockey and crossed them above her head. Clang! The golden staff collided with Altai's arms. The violent impact cracked the floor tiles beneath her feet into a spiderweb pattern. She felt a surge of wild electricity shoot through her arm into her body, numbing her entire being, and even the hand holding her mace began to tremble. "Little Pei, attack!" Altai gritted her teeth and shouted. Page 1 was already prepared. His claws covered in armament hockey, he pounced like a leopard towards Jiale's flank, his sharp claws carrying a fierce wind, aiming straight for Jiale's back. Having learned from his previous mistake, he held nothing back this time. The armament hockey on his claws was thicker than before, clearly exerting all his strength. Aerial claw. Jiale sensed the attack from behind, but did not turn around. He lightly stomped his left foot, and a ring of lightning spread from under him, forming a barrier that rushed straight at Page 1. 50 million volt discharge. Page 1's pupils contracted sharply. He quickly adjusted his posture in midair, forcibly twisting his body to dodge the lightning, but in doing so his attack missed. Just as Page 1 was off balance, Jiale suddenly turned around. The current on the golden staff surged. Charge 60 million volt. He flicked his wrist, and the golden staff, like a snake striking, shot straight for the wound on Page 1's chest. Up! Page 1 screamed in pain, sent flying by the electric current on the golden staff, crashing heavily into a broken wall in the ruins, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The wound on his chest was burned by the electric current, emitting wisps of white smoke. The already bleeding wound now looked even more gruesome. Little Pei. Seeing this, Altai's eyes instantly turned red. Ignoring the numbness in her arms, she swung her claws. "Little Pei, I'll kill you." Her claws were wrapped in savage power. Each strike created a large crater in the ground, with rubble and dust flying everywhere under her assault. The entire battlefield became chaotic. Jiale's expression remained calm. He flexibly wove through the gaps in Altai's attacks, the electric light around him acting like a shield, blocking the flying debris. While dodging, he observed Altai's movements. Her attacks were fierce, but there were many openings. Especially in her angry state, her movements became more reckless and gaps appeared in her defense. Now, Jiale's eyes sharpened. He elementalized again, turning into a bolt of lightning that circled behind Ultai. The electric current on the golden staff condensed into a sharp lightning spear. Charge Pierce. The lightning spear with a piercing electrical sound thrust straight at Ultai's back. Ultai sensed the danger behind her and tried to turn to defend, but it was too late. Just as the lightning spear was about to hit her, a figure suddenly leaped from the side and blocked behind Ultai. Little Pei. Ultai's eyes were wide with fury. It was Page One who stood behind Ultai, enduring the searing pain as he unflinchingly took the blow with his back, which was covered in armament hockey. The thunder spear struck Page One's back, and the violent currents instantly surged through his entire body. His frame convulsed violently, blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth. Even after reverting from his ability state, he stubbornly remained in front of Ultai, hoarsely shouting, "Sister, run." "I'm not running. How could I ever abandon little Page?" Ultai clutched Page One tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, dripping onto his blood-soaked clothes. "Nobody is going to hurt you." She looked up at Jiale, her eyes blazing with hatred. "Just you wait. The beast's pirates won't let you get away with this." Jiale gazed at the embracing siblings, the electrical currents on his golden staff gradually subsiding. He was not a bloodthirsty man. Though these two were enemies, the depth of their sibling bond evoked in his mind the figures of Luffy and Ace. Just as he hesitated whether to strike, Sabo's voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the ruins, "Mr. Su, don't kill them." Jiale turned his gaze to see Sabo climbing out of the rubble. His clothes were covered in dust and blood, and traces of blood stained the corners of his mouth, but his eyes remained resolute. He walked over to Jiale, fixed his eyes on Ultai and Page One, and said in a deep voice, "They are merely pawns. Our real targets are the Queen and Kern." Ultai, holding Page One, glared warily at Sabo, and Jiale screaming, "Spare me your hypocritical words. Do what you will, kill me or torture me." Sabo shook his head, saying, "We won't kill you, but you must no longer interfere in the affairs of Mile Kingdom. Leave now while you still can." In Ultai's arms, Page One weakly tugged at her sleeve and murmured, "Sister, let's go. We can't beat them." Ultai glanced at Page One's pale face, then at Sabo and Jiale. Finally, gritting her teeth, she hoisted Page One onto her back and staggered away. Jiale followed Sabo's gaze and saw Ultai carrying Page One running toward the palace gates. Page One's face was ashen, blood still at the corners of his mouth, clearly severely wounded. Though her steps faltered, she held him tightly, refusing to let him slip from her back. Sabo wiped the blood from his lips and said with a bitter smile, "Killing them would only invite more retaliation from the beast's pirates. Mile Kingdom is already in chaos. We cannot afford to make more enemies. If the beast's pirates come after we leave the kingdom, we'll truly be doomed. Besides, they are not inherently evil. They have simply followed the wrong people." Jiale nodded, asking no further questions. He looked at Sabo's wounds and frowned. "You're badly hurt. Shouldn't you tend to your injuries first?" "No, this is not the time." Sabo waved his hand, his expression turning grave. "The Queen and Kern are still missing, and I have a feeling there's more to this. The beast's pirates sending Ultai and Page One here cannot be solely to help the Queen seize power. They must have another agenda." Just then Jiale said with concern, "Even outside the palace there are powerful beast's pirates guarding. The Prime Minister's mansion likely has them too. I wonder how Jiale and Jiale are faring there. Let's go. We need to help them now." Sabo immediately declared, sprinting toward the Prime Minister's mansion. Jiale followed closely, and their figures soon vanished into the night. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's mansion was in shambles. The artificial mountain in the courtyard had been split in two, the ground scarred with sword marks and scorched by flames, the air thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood. Jiale and Jiale stood back to back, covered in wounds, their weapons chipped and battered. Opposite them, Hold'em, wielding his flame-infused chainblade, grinned savagely. The lion-head gazelle man at Hold'em's waist was now barely alive, its once golden fur stained dark red with blood, its breathing shallow. Yet its eyes still glared fiercely at Jiale, clearly harboring a grudge for the axe strike Jiale had delivered earlier. "You two brats are quite something." Hold'em licked his lips, dragging his chainblade across the ground in a long shower of sparks. "But your luck has run out. You dare to harm my gazelle man. I'll tear you apart." "Enough talk." Jiale gritted his teeth, raising his axe. "Come and try. Don't just bluster." Jiale, watch out for his chainblade." Jiale warned in a low voice, the hand gripping his sword trembling slightly. Hold'em's earlier flame strike had burned his arm, and it still throbbed with pain. Hold'em sneered, scared now. "Too late. Gazelleman, fire." Gazelleman struggled to open its mouth and spewed a burst of flame onto the chainblade. The already blazing chainblade erupted into an even fiercer inferno, sweeping toward Jiale and Jiale like a fiery dragon. Destroying wind slash. Jiale struck first, his axe carving two azure wind blades that slashed toward the flaming chain. Flowing wind slash. Jiale attacked simultaneously, his sword carrying a fierce wind momentum aimed straight at Hold'em's chest. "Useless." Hold'em snorted contemptuously, flicking his wrist. The chainblade split into several thin strands like venomous snakes, evading Jiale's wind blades and coiling toward Jiale. At the same time, his left hand, coated with armament hockey, reached directly for Jiale's sword. Clang. Jiale's sword was caught by Hold'em, the blade vibrating violently. A tremendous force traveled up the sword, numbing Delancey's wrist, and the weapon nearly slipped from his grasp. Die. Hold'em's right-hand chain blade had already wound around Delancey's body, the flames instantly scorching his clothes, filling the air with the smell of burnt fabric. Delancey. Jiale's pupils contracted at the sight. Without hesitation, he abandoned his attack on Hold'em and swung his axe at the chain blade wrapped around Delancey. Clang. The axe struck the chain blade, sparks flying, but the blade only shifted slightly, still tightly binding Delancey. Hold'em seized the opportunity and kicked Delancey in the chest. Delancey cried out in pain, sent flying, and crashed heavily into a nearby pillar, coughing up blood. Delancey. Jiale roared, his eyes bloodshot as he charged at Hold'em, swinging his axe faster and faster, unleashing a barrage of wind blades toward him. Hold'em dodged while sneering. Without that kid's help, you're nothing but trash. He flipped his wrist, and the mechanical chain blade recombined into a long sword, slashing toward Jiale with flames. Jiale hastily raised his axe to block. With a clang, the axe was dented by the flaming blade, and Jiale staggered back repeatedly, his tiger's mouth split open, blood streaming down the axe handle. Just as Hold'em was about to press the advantage and deliver a fatal blow to Jiale, two figures suddenly leaped in from outside the wall. A bolt of lightning and a dragon claw simultaneously struck toward Hold'em. Hold'em's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately abandoned his attack on Jiale and turned to block with his mechanical chain blade. Clang. The golden staff and dragon claw simultaneously struck the mechanical chain blade. Hold'em felt an immense force transmitted, and he stumbled back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. When he recognized the newcomers, his face instantly turned ugly. You are Sabo. Jiale. Sabo and Jiale landed beside Delans and Jiale. Jiale helped Delans up and asked, how are you? Delans shook his head and said weakly, I'm fine, just my arm is burned. Jiale, are you okay? Jiale panted heavily and said, I'm fine. Good thing you guys came, boss. Sabo looked at Hold'em with icy eyes and said, Hold'em, where is Ken? Hold'em gripped his mechanical chain blade, warily watching Sabo and Jiale and sneered, looking for Ken. You'll have to get through me first. He knew he was no match for Sabo and Jiale, but he had no choice. The mission assigned by Lord Kaido was not yet complete, and he could not back down. Stubborn fool. Jiale's eyes turned cold, and the electric current around him surged once more. The golden staff crackled with electricity. Since you won't talk, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Mister. No need to waste time with him, Sabo said. His hands were coated in armament hockey, and the aura of dragon claw fists spread around him. Let's end this quickly. We still need to find the queen and Ken. Jiale nodded. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before Hold'em. The golden staff descended with violent electric current, striking straight down. Hold'em hurriedly blocked with his mechanical chain blade. Clang. This time he could no longer hold on. The mechanical chain blade was bent and deformed by the golden staff. The violent electric current surged into his body through the blade, causing him to convulse violently, his hair standing on end. Seizing the opportunity, Sabo flashed behind Hold'em. His dragon claw, carrying a fierce wind, struck straight at Hold'em's back. Dragon claw fist. Hold'em screamed in agony. 5 deep wounds were torn into his back by the dragon claw, and blood gushed out instantly. He staggered forward and fell, the mechanical chain blade clattering to the ground. The creature Ojiro at his waist sensed its master's weakening aura, let out a faint whimper, and then fell completely still. Hold'em lay on the ground, gasping heavily, blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth. He looked up at Sabo and Jiale, his eyes filled with fear. Worried about Ojiro's condition, he could only speak haltingly, the queen and Ken. In the palace's secret chamber. The entrance. Behind the bookshelf in the bedchamber. Sabo and Jiale exchanged a glance, their expressions turning serious. Jiale looked into Hold'em's eyes and knew he was not lying, so he stopped pressing. He turned to Sabo and said, I'll go to the palace secret chamber. You stay here and look after Delans and Jiale. No need, I'll go with you. Delans struggled to stand up. That's my country. I must go. Jiale, you stay here and rest. Wait for us to come back. Jiale shook his head and said, no, I want to go with you. Sabo looked at their determined eyes and nodded. All right, then we'll go together. But you must be careful. The 4 of them ran toward the palace, leaving Hold'em lying on the ground, his breath growing weaker and weaker. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the palace, the queen and Ken were pacing anxiously. The secret chamber was dim, lit only by a single oil lamp illuminating the small space. Portraits of successive kings of Mill Kingdom hung on the walls, appearing somewhat eerie at the moment. What's going on? Why haven't Altai and Page 1 returned yet? Not even a word from Hold'em. Ken's face was pale, his voice full of unease. Could something have happened? The queen's eyes were dark. It shouldn't be. Altai and Page 1 are ancient Zoan users, very strong. Hold'em is at least one of the beast pirates, 12 true fighters, no weakling. How could they lose to Sabo and that brat Jiale? Even as she said this, her tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Just then a creaking sound came from the entrance of the secret chamber, followed by several figures walking in. The queen and Ken whirled around. When they saw Sabo, Jiale, Delans, and Jiale, their faces instantly turned deathly pale. How did you find this place? Ken exclaimed in shock. Delans looked at the queen and Ken with icy eyes. Queen Ken, your good days are over. You colluded with the beast pirates, usurped the throne, and murdered loyal subjects. Today I will avenge those who died by your hands. The queen forced herself to stay calm. Delans, don't talk nonsense. I am the queen of Mill Kingdom. You cannot lay a hand on me. Ken quickly called the guards. Ken gave a bitter smile. Your Majesty, it's useless. The guards outside must have been dealt with already. We can't escape. No, I haven't lost. You can't kill me. The queen, beginning to lose her sanity, looked at Ken beside her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Ken, I'm sorry. I've wronged you. No, your Majesty, serving you was my own choice. Ken said. The queen wiped away her tears with one hand, ran to Delans, and tightly grasped his hand, looking at him. Delans, I know I was wrong. I am sorry to Mill Kingdom, and to your father. Can you spare our lives? We have realized our mistakes. Delans looked at the queen, then at Ken, his eyes complicated. No matter what your reasons, you colluded with the beast pirates and harmed the people. You no longer deserve to live. These words struck like a needle dipped in ice, piercing straight into the queen and Ken's hearts. Ken's face instantly shifted. He shrank back, pulling his shoulders inward, then painfully forced himself forward half a step. Delans' gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping over Ken's trembling fingertips. When I entered just now, your first instinct was to shield him. And when you wept that you were sorry to him, the compassion in his eyes was not feigned. That look, I have seen it before when my father gazed upon the portrait of your mother. It could not be hidden. He paused, his voice as heavy as the flagstones deep within this secret chamber. My father, the King of Mile, vanished under inexplicable circumstances when I was 12 years old. Did you do this? No. The queen shrieked without a moment's thought, her voice slicing through the silence of the chamber, causing the oil lamp to flicker once more. Her eyes darted away frantically from Delans' gaze, her hand unconsciously gripping the hem of her skirt until the deep blue silk was crumpled into a tight ball, exposing the loose threads of the lining beneath. His Majesty went missing. He was abducted by pirates. The entire city was searched back then. Have you forgotten? I have not forgotten. Delans stepped forward one pace, and the long sword at his back clanged against the stone wall, the sound especially harsh in the silent chamber, as though striking each heart. But I remember that the soldiers in charge of the search said there was no trace of any pirate breaking into the palace the night before my father disappeared. What I remember even more clearly is that within the hidden compartment in my father's chamber, only a single pearl hairpin was left behind, the kind you always wore. That hairpin was crafted from South Sea pearls, and throughout all of Mile, only you possessed such a thing. How do you explain this? The queen's lips quivered like fallen leaves in the wind, unable to utter a word. Her nails dug deep into her palms until traces of blood seeped forth, yet she did not even notice. Delans looked at the queen's face, pale as paper, and his heart felt as though it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, the pain so intense he could barely breathe. During these years since his father's disappearance, he had countless times seen his father's gentle smile in his dreams, and countless times imagined that his father had merely gone to a distant land and would one day return. But now, with the shadow of truth right before him, he took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling, and spoke word by word. If you do not speak, I will kill Ken. I know how much you care for him. Don't. The queen suddenly raised her head, tears surging forth and sliding down her cheeks, splashing onto the ground and staining a small wet patch. It was me. I killed him. These words exploded through the chamber like a bolt of thunder. Delans staggered backward a step, his back colliding heavily with the portrait hanging behind him. The frame fell to the ground with a crack, the glass shattering into pieces, sharp fragments scattering against his ankles, yet he felt no pain. In the portrait, the king wore bright yellow ceremonial robes, his smile, gentle, holding a young Delans in his arms. That portrait had been painted when he turned 10 years old. At this moment, the king's gaze in the painting seemed to come alive, falling upon him with a weighty accusation, as though pressing down upon his shoulders like a great mountain. Why? Delans' voice was as hoarse as though it had been rubbed by sandpaper, every word carrying the taste of blood. He was your husband, the King of Mile. Why did you kill him? You were married for 10 years. Even if there was no love, there should have been some measure of affection between you. Husband. The queen suddenly burst into manic laughter, her sharp cry, like fingernails scraping across the stone wall, while her tears flowed even more fiercely. He never treated me as a wife. That old man paid me no attention all day long. The study was filled with portraits of Spring, and even while sleeping he held the pocket watch she had given him. When I served him soup, he said my hands were clumsy. When I knitted him a scarf, he said it was unnecessary, and even when I fell gravely ill, he only visited once. Delans was stunned. His mother's name had only ever appeared in his father's old diary. In the diary, his father wrote that his mother was the woman he loved most in his life, a gentle weaver. Alas, she had passed away from illness when he was still too young to remember her. You speak of Spring, is she? Yes, she is your mother. The queen's eyes turned venomous, sharp as a poisoned dagger. Shortly after Spring gave birth to you, she died. His Majesty, fearing you would be left without care, took me as his wife, and had me serve as your foster mother. Once that woman was gone, he placed all his longing upon you, yet never once did he give me a kind countenance. I stood by him for 10 years, and in his eyes I was never there. She pointed at Ken, her voice cracking with sobs, her fingers trembling from agitation. Only Ken. Only he has treated me with true sincerity. He knows my grievances, knows what I desire. He brings me pearls from the South Sea, listens to my words, and tells me, you are wonderful, it is not your fault. As long as that old man does not die, I will forever remain a queen in title only, and Kin will forever be nothing more than an inconspicuous prime minister. Why can't we have our own lives? Why? Dylan stood frozen in place, his entire body going cold, as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. So his father's disappearance was not an accident, but had been deliberately orchestrated by this woman before him, all for her so-called love and power. He looked at the shattered portrait on the ground, at his father's gentle face within it, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. General. Dellens turned sharply toward the entrance of the chamber and called out, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. The commander of the royal guard stationed outside immediately entered, his armor clanking with each step. He knelt on one knee, head bowed low. Your Highness. Take these two out and execute them. Dellens' voice carried no emotion, like a frozen lake's surface, yet the crimson anger in his eyes betrayed his suffering like magma churning beneath the ice. According to the laws of Mile 1, who commits regicide shall suffer death by 1,000 cuts, the accomplice shall be beheaded. The queen collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Dellens with utter despair, her disheveled hair clinging to her face like a madwoman. You cannot kill me. I am the queen. I am the queen of Mile. You promised me you would spare Kin. Kin tightly embraced the queen, shielding her within his arms. Looking at Dellens, his gaze was as resolute as forged steel. If you must kill me instead. I was the one who urged the queen to act. I orchestrated everything. She is not guilty. Spare her, and I shall submit to any punishment you see fit. Don't worry, you two shall not escape. Your lives were forfeit long ago. Dellens closed his eyes. Drag them away. The general rose and signaled 2 soldiers forward. The soldiers seized the queen and Kin, their cries and wails echoing through the entire chamber. Dellens, you will regret this. Kin, I'm sorry. It was I who brought this upon you. Their voices gradually faded at the entrance, leaving only the soft crackling sound of the oil lamp burning in the secret chamber. Dellens slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the shattered frame upon the ground. He bent down and reached out to retrieve the broken portrait. The edge of the painting paper had been torn by the glass, and his finger was accidentally cut. A bead of blood fell upon the clothing of his father in the portrait, resembling a dark red flower. His fingers traced over the king's face in the portrait, and finally his tears could no longer be held back, falling onto the painting paper and blooming into small dark stains. It's all over, Delancey. Sabo walked over and patted his shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through the fabric, carrying a hint of comfort. Mile Kingdom needs a new king. You cannot fall. The people who have been harmed by the queen and Kin are still waiting for you to give them an answer. Delancey sniffled, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and carefully cradled the portrait in his arms, as if holding onto the last shred of hope. He nodded, his voice still hoarse. I understand. Mister. Sabo, I'll have to trouble you with what comes next. The pirates on the coastline and the soldiers who were deceived. They all need to be dealt with. Jiale watched his straightened back like a tree that had weathered the storm, but remained standing, and nodded. We'll split up. Sabo, you go to the coastline and help the Night Owls deal with the remnants of the Beast's pirates. Those pirates have machine cannons, so be careful not to be ambushed by their ship artillery. He paused, then added, I'll go get the heads of the rebel officials from Igio, then head to General Kaimeng to persuade the soldiers who are still resisting. All right. Sabo replied, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his gloves. Delancey, you stay here and handle the aftermath. There might still be remnants of the queen in the palace. Have the royal guard search thoroughly and stay safe. Ajay looked at Delancey, then at Sabo, feeling hesitant. He wanted to follow Sabo into battle, but Delancey's current state worried him. I'll stay and help Delancey deal with the remnants. Once we finish here, we'll come to assist you. Delancey nodded, slightly, a trace of gratitude flickering in his deep eyes. He gently patted Ajay's shoulder, a hint of a relieved smile tugging at his lips. Sabo smiled, then turned and walked out of the secret chamber, with Jiale following close behind. The two parted at the palace gate. Sabo ran toward the coastline, his steps light, his cloak billowing behind him like a blazing flame. Jiale headed toward the temporary stronghold where Igio was. At that moment, the stronghold was bustling. In the courtyard, Igio was dressed in a sharp outfit, her hair tied in a ponytail, holding a ledger as she checked the names of the rebel officials against the list. Renhuai, and Suyen. After finishing the verification, she was about to say something when she saw Jiale walking in through the entrance. Igio immediately greeted him with a smile. Mister. So you're here. Jiale nodded, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers and revolutionaries in the yard. He noticed the fatigue on their faces, but no trace of slackness, and felt a surge of emotion. You've all worked hard. None of you have rested much these days. Once this is over, get a good night's sleep. No hardship, they replied in unison. We're happy to work for Mile Kingdom to help Prince Delancey reclaim the throne. A gang carried 2 heavy sacks over their surfaces, still dusted with a bit of lime powder. He handed the sacks to Jiale, his voice booming. Mister. These contain the heads of the main rebel officials. We've checked them 3 times and no mistakes. Jiale took the sacks and headed toward the gate. I'm off. With that, he transformed his body into an elemental form and flew toward General Kaimeng's battlefield. Along the way, Jiale saw many rebel soldiers hiding in alleyways and on rooftops, their eyes vigilantly fixed on the passing revolutionaries and Kaimeng's loyal troops. Most of them wore coarse, faded clothes, clutching rusty blades and spears. Some even held hoes and sickles, their faces filled with anxiety and fear. Clearly they were not trained soldiers, but ordinary people forced to take up arms. A few young rebels saw Jiale passing by with the sacks, their bodies tense, eyes wary, gripping their flintlocks, but too afraid to attack. You have no way out. The queen and kin have been captured. The beast's pirates have been driven off. If you keep resisting, it's treason. Your families are waiting for you to come home. Don't let them down. We don't believe you, a young soldier shouted, his voice choked with tears. You must be lying. Her Majesty the Queen said she has the support of the 4 emperors. You can't defeat her. Other soldiers echoed, that's right. We won't surrender. Our families are still in their hands. Voices rose and fell, and the situation descended into chaos. A few emotionally charged soldiers even raised their blades on the verge of attacking. Just then Jiale walked over carrying the sacks. His footsteps on the stone slabs made a thumping sound, drawing everyone's attention. He stopped, standing between the 2 lines of soldiers, his voice not loud, but carrying a penetrating force that silenced everyone. Your queen and Prime Minister Ken are dead. Not only that, but the rebel officials who threatened you have also been killed by us. The soldiers were stunned, staring at Jiale with confusion and suspicion. An older soldier stepped forward, gripping his blade tightly, and asked, Who are you? Why should we believe you? You say they're dead. Do you have proof? Who I am doesn't matter. Jiale set the sack on the ground and nudged it with his foot. The sack made a thud, its contents shifting. What matters is what's inside. See for yourselves. General Kaiming, please lend a hand. General Kaiming nodded, stepped forward, crouched down, and carefully opened the sack's opening. A strong smell of blood mixed with lime immediately filled the air, making many soldiers cover their noses. General Kaiming reached in and pulled out a head, holding it up. The face still bore a terrified expression with a sword wound on the forehead. It was indeed the head of a rebel official. The soldiers froze. Staring at the heads in the sack, their expressions shifted from shock to joy, a profound sense of relief surging through them. A soldier slapped his chest and shouted with a trembling voice, This is Lord Run. The rebels are dead. They're really dead. The others followed, their faces lighting up with excitement and ease, as if a heavy weight had finally been lifted from their hearts. The rebels are dead. We don't have to be threatened by them anymore. Wonderful, wonderful. We're finally free. Jiale continued. We've already rescued your families. They're now in temporary shelters with food and drink, safe and sound. He paused, his voice softening. You followed the rebels only because they used your families to coerce you. Now that the rebels are dead, will you continue to resist? The result of resistance will be to die here, just like them. The soldiers fell silent. Staring at the heads in the sacks, they thought of their own loved ones. Aging mothers waiting for their sons to return, wives longing for their husbands, children yearning for their father's embraces. A young soldier wiped his eyes and said with gratitude, Teach, thank you for saving my mother and child. One after another, more soldiers laid down their weapons, crouched on the ground, clasped their hands together, and whispered their thanks. Their faces were filled with relief and comfort. General Kaiming, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief as his tense shoulders slumped. He walked over to Jiale, clasped his fists, and said with deep gratitude, Mr. Su, thank you very much. Jiale shook his head. Looking at the weeping soldiers crouching on the ground, he felt a pang of sympathy. These soldiers have done wrong, but they were merely being used. Gather them up and have them help clean the battlefield, clear the rubble and bloodstains from the streets. That will serve as their redemption. When this is over, give them some food and let them return home to their families. They only wanted to protect their loved ones and survive. There's nothing wrong with that. General Kaiming nodded, his eyes full of agreement. I know what to do, Mr. Su. Rest assured, I understand their hardships. Leave them to me. I will treat them well. Jiale said no more. He turned and left General Kaiming's camp, heading toward the coastline. He walked unhurriedly, noticing along the way that soldiers and Revolutionary Army members were helping the townspeople clear the streets. At this moment, the battle along the coastline was raging fiercely. On the sea near the coastline, 3 ships of the 100 Beasts pirates were anchored. Their sails bore black skull emblems, and several autocannons were mounted on the gunnels, their muzzles aimed at the shore. Every now and then a boom resounded, blasting fragments of rock from the beach. Night Owl led about 50 members of the Revolutionary Army, hiding behind the rocks along the shore, confronting the pirates. Night Owl wore a black trench coat, his face covered by a mask with only a pair of sharp eyes visible. He held a crossbow aiming at the pirates on the ship and whispered to the Revolutionary Army members beside him, Stay hidden. Don't get hit by the autocannons. When I count down from 3, everyone fire together. Take out the autocannon operators first. Understood. The Revolutionary Army members responded, their rifles trained on the pirates aboard. The pirates stood on the deck, shouting arrogantly, You revolutionary scum! How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid of the 100 Beasts pirates' retaliation? A pirate captain stood at the bow, holding a claw hook, a scar running across his face. If something happens to us, Lord Kaido will never forgive you. Night Owl let out a cold laugh. Just as he was about to order the attack, he saw a blue figure running from afar, as fast as a bolt of lightning. It was Sabo. Sabo ran behind the rocks, caught his breath, and said to Night Owl, Sorry I'm late. How many pirates are on the ships? About 100 or so on 3 ships. Each ship has 2 autocannons. Night Owl said in a low voice. Their autocannons are powerful, even stronger than ordinary cannons. We've tried several times, but couldn't get close. Sabo nodded, scanning the pirates on the ships. He saw them holding swords and guns, their faces full of arrogance. He clenched his fists, which were coated with armament hockey, gleaming with a black luster, and then burst into flames. The flames danced in the sea breeze, but did not go out. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." With that, he leaped out from behind the rocks and dashed toward the nearest pirate ship. "It's Mr. Sabo." The Revolutionary Army members grew excited at the sight of Sabo. "Go, Mr. Sabo." Seeing Sabo, the pirates panicked. "Quick! Fire! Blow him to pieces." The autocannon operators immediately swiveled their weapons, aiming at Sabo, and prepared to fire. Sabo's eyes turned cold. He quickened his pace, leaped into the air, and swung his fists at the autocannon on the ship. Dragon Claw Fist. His fist slammed into the autocannon with tremendous force. With a boom, the cannon was shattered into pieces, fragments flying everywhere. The operator was flung back by the blast, screaming as he fell into the sea. "What a—" The pirate captain was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. That was a specially made autocannon of the 100 Beasts pirates, and it had been smashed to pieces with a single punch. Sabo landed on the deck, steadying himself, and swept his cold gaze across the pirates. Anyone else want to resist? The pirates retreated in fear, not daring to step forward. Seeing this, Sabo hesitated no longer. His figure flashed as he charged into the crowd of pirates, launching Dragon Claw Fist strikes repeatedly. Every punch was imbued with armament hockey, and the pirates were utterly unable to defend themselves, collapsing one after another as cries of agony filled the air. Pirates on another ship, seeing their comrades being beaten, immediately swiveled their autocannon towards Sabo and prepared to fire. Night Owl, seeing this, immediately ordered, "Fire! Cover Mr. Sabo." The Revolutionary Army members unleashed a hail of bullets toward the autocannon operators on the ship. The autocannon operators were too busy dodging the bullets to fire in time. Those who failed to dodge could only let out a scream before collapsing onto the deck. Seizing the opportunity, Sabo leaped onto the second ship and smashed another autocannon with a punch. Just then, the pirate captain on the first ship snapped out of his shock, swung his claw hook at Sabo's back, and roared, "You bastard! Die!" The claw hook whistled through the air as fast as lightning. Sabo heard the sound, instantly turned around, caught the hook with his left hand, and swung his right fist at the pirate captain's chest. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon's Claw Hook. The pirate captain's entire chest caved in. He spat out blood, broke through the ship's railing, and plunged into the sea, never to resurface. "Almost forgot about you lot." The Marine soldiers hiding in the alley, observing the situation, fumbled to take off the rifles slung over their shoulders, their faces full of panic as they searched for the source of the voice. "Don't bother looking. Up there." Bang, bang, bang. A Logia-type user. The bullets passed through Jiale's body. Without Seastone or hockey, ordinary attacks could no longer harm him. "You're Enel, aren't you? We're here to help the Mile Kingdom." A chubby-faced major with freckles all over his face stepped out of the crowd. "You don't happen to believe in Buddha too, do you?" "What are you talking about? I've never heard of that." "I don't care if you believe in Buddha or not. I've never heard of helping others while sneaking around." By the time Jiale finished dealing with the Marines and arrived, the battle here was already nearing its end. Sabo was standing on the third ship, sending the last pirate flying with a punch into the sea. The pirates were either defeated, fallen into the sea, or had raised their hands in surrender with no strength left to resist. Night Owl led the Revolutionary Army members as they rowed out to take custody of the surrendered pirates. Seeing Jiale, he smiled and came over. "Mr. So you've arrived just in time. The remaining pirates have all surrendered. We're counting them now, and we'll lock them up pending Lord Dellen's judgment." Jiale nodded and turned his gaze to Sabo. Sabo stood on the bow, gazing at the sea. The wind lifted his cloak, revealing the scars beneath. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if lost in thought, his eyes tinged with a hint of confusion. Jiale walked over and patted his shoulder. "Sabo, let's find a place to talk." Sabo turned around, saw it was Jiale, and his brow relaxed a little. He nodded. "All right." The two of them boarded a small boat and made their way to a tall building nearby. The building was an old watchtower with a platform at the top. From there one could take in the entire coastline. On the sea, the Revolutionary Army ships were towing pirate vessels toward shore. On the beach, civilians were helping soldiers clear the battlefield, and in the distant sky, a few seagulls flew past, their crisp calls echoing. Jiale looked at Sabo, hesitated for a moment, and then asked Sabo, "Do you know two people named Luffy and Ace?" Upon hearing those two names, Sabo's body faltered almost imperceptibly, as though stung by something. His eyes instantly grew hazy, his brows knitted together again, and after a long while he slowly nodded. "Of course I know them. Isn't Ace the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? His bounty is 550 million berries. He's a Logia-type user of the Mera Mera no Mi and quite powerful. Luffy, like you, is one of the 12 supernovas of the worst generation. His bounty is 300 million berries, and he's a Paramecia-type user of the Gomu Gomu no Mi. It's said he's someone who acts recklessly." But right after finishing those words, Sabo suddenly clutched his head, his brows tightly furrowed, his face turning pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and dripped onto his clothes. His body trembled slightly, as if enduring immense pain, and his voice grew hoarse. "It hurts. My head hurts so much." Ace's furious voice exploded in his mind. "Sabo, that guy Luffy's up to something reckless again." Then Luffy's signature hearty laughter echoed through his mind. "Are you alright?" Jiale quickly steadied him, asking with concern. He could feel Sabo's body running hot, as though he had a fever. "Did your old wounds reopen? Let me take you back to find a doctor." Sabo composed himself, let go, and shook his head. His face was still pale, but somewhat better than before. Leaning against the railing, he took several deep breaths before managing a faint smile. I'm fine. It's probably just a flare-up from the injuries I sustained during the fight earlier. A bit of rest should sort me out. Are you sure? Jiale didn't believe it. He could see the struggle deep within Sabo's eyes. That wasn't something a simple injury relapse could explain. It was memories playing tricks on him, the agony of forgetting tearing at his nerves. Yes, I'm fine. Sabo avoided Jiale's gaze and looked out at the sea, his voice as soft as a sigh. As for those Navy scoundrels you mentioned on the ship, leave them to Yi Xiao and the others. They'll handle it. I'll head back to the base to rest first. If you need anything, find me there. With that, Sabo turned and descended the tower, his steps unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. Jiale stood where he was, watching his retreating figure, his heart a tangled mess of emotions. How could he possibly be fine? He murmured to himself, his voice carried away by the sea breeze. He can't even remember his dearest brothers. The pain of forgetting must be far worse than any physical wound. Jiale's gaze went distant, as if he could see himself lounging on a sofa before his transmigration, hugging a corgi while binging One Piece. He shook his head, shaking off those thoughts. Never mind. Let's head back to the base and check on old Joe. I wonder what delicious food he's made today. Returning to the Revolutionary Army's base, Jiale had barely stepped through the door when he was surrounded by a group of revolutionary soldiers. The base was an inn from before, with a hall on the first floor and rooms upstairs. Several tables were placed in the hall laden with weapons and spoils of war. A map of Marere country hung on the wall, marked with red ink indicating the areas already pacified. Mr. Su, you're amazing. You actually defeated Hordem. He's a true fleet commander of the Beast's pirates, a young revolutionary said excitedly, his eyes brimming with admiration. And those traitors. Thanks to you and your companions, we were able to quell the rebellion so quickly, another revolutionary added, his tone full of reverence. Big brother, is the staff you're holding made of gold? A little boy emerged from the crowd, craning his neck to ask, his eyes wide with curiosity. Jiale smiled and waved his hand, patting the child on the head. Yes, it's made of gold. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, that's incredible. Could you buy tons and tons of lollipops with that staff? He waved his tiny arms in the air, gesturing enthusiastically. That won't do. This staff is used by big brothers to beat up bad guys. Saying that, he took a lollipop out of his pocket and handed it to the boy. Everyone was amused by the child's cuteness, and the atmosphere in the hall grew lively and warm. At that moment, old Joe emerged from the kitchen, holding a freshly baked loaf of bread sprinkled with sesame seeds, its tempting aroma wafting through the air. Dressed in gray, a smile on his face, old Joe hurried over upon seeing Jiale. Mr. So you're finally back. I've got everything ready. Meat soup, stewing roasted meat, and a vegetable salad. We're just waiting for Jiale and the others to return so we can eat together. Old Joe, thank you for your hard work. Jiale took the bread and took a bite. The crust was crispy while the inside was soft, infused with the fragrant scent of sesame. It was delicious. It's no trouble at all. I'm happy to do something for everyone. Old Joe said with a smile, the wrinkles on his face spreading out. You've been fighting all day. You must be starving. Let me check on the meat soup in the kitchen. Once Jiale and the others are back, we'll have our meal. With that, he turned and walked back into the kitchen, his footsteps light and cheerful. Jiale sat at the table, watching everyone bustle about. Some revolutionaries were cleaning their weapons, others organizing the spoils, and a few telling stories to the children. Before long, Afu came running in, dressed in blue and holding an apple. His eyes lit up at the sight of the roasted meat, bread, and vegetable salad on the table, as though he'd discovered treasure. He stuffed the apple into his pocket, rushed to the table, and opened his mouth wide with delight, drool nearly streaming down his chin as he stared straight at Jiale. If you want to eat, go ahead. Why are you staring at me? Jiale laughed, picking up a piece of roasted meat and handing it to Afu. Eat up. Old Joe's cooking is excellent. I've already tried it. Since the boss has given the word, dig in. Afu took the meat and immediately began devouring it in large bites, his mouth full as he mumbled, delicious. So delicious. He ate quickly, meat sauce smearing around his mouth. Old Joe emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot of meat soup. Seeing Afu wolfing down the food, he shook his head helplessly, pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, and handed it to him. Afu, eat more slowly. Don't choke. There's plenty more. Take another helping if you need it. No one's competing with you for it. His tone was full of affection, as if speaking to his own grandchild. It's fine, Lao Zhou, I've got a big mouth, won't choke. Afu said, stuffing another piece of bread into his mouth, while clutching a piece of roasted meat, looking utterly comical. Everyone was amused by Afu's antics, and the hall filled with laughter and joy. Just then Sabo descended the stairs from the second floor. He had changed into clean clothes, looking a bit more spirited than before, though his face still bore a hint of pallor. Jiale asked him, how do you feel? Better. Sabo nodded, walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. I'm fine now. I slept for a while earlier, and feel much better. His voice was still a bit hoarse, but stronger than before. Come join us for a meal then. Jiale pointed to the empty seat beside him, picked up a bowl, and ladled some meat soup for Sabo. Lao Zhou made this meat soup with potatoes and carrots. It's very nourishing. Drink up. All right. Sabo took the soup, murmured a thank you, and began to drink slowly. The soup was hot, so he sipped it in small mouthfuls, a gentle warmth gradually returning to his eyes. Lao Zhou emerged from the kitchen with several more dishes. Seeing Sabo, he smiled and said, "Master Sabo, you're awake. Please try my cooking and see if it suits your taste. If it's not enough, I'll make more." "Thank you, Lao Zhou. It's delicious." Sabo looked up, offering a faint smile, like winter sunlight, comforting to behold. While eating, they chatted about the day's battle. Some spoke of Sabo smashing the machine gun turret with his dragon claw fist, others recounted Jiale defeating the Batman and Goatman with his golden staff, and still others described the charge led by the Night Owl with the Revolutionary Army. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Fu, eating all the while, occasionally interjected, boasting that he had rendered great service by slaying those despicable rebels. The next morning, Jiale was awakened by the clamor outside. He stayed in a room on the second floor, simply furnished with a bed, a table, and a chair. Rubbing his eyes, he walked to the window and pushed it open. On the street outside, citizens and soldiers were busy sweeping the city with brooms and buckets. Some were clearing rubble and bloodstains from the streets, others wiping grime off walls, watering flowers and plants by the roadside, or helping the elderly and children move back home. Many had taken refuge in basements during the war, and now that peace had returned, they were returning to their homes. Throughout the capital of the Mile Kingdom, except for the ruined palace that Sabo had destroyed, every corner was being meticulously cleaned. Sunlight gilded the streets, casting a warm and hopeful glow over everything. A little girl in a red dress spotted Jiale, waved with a smile, and shouted, "Big brother, you're awake. I'm helping sweep the street. Mom says we must make everything spotless to welcome a new day." Jiale nodded, smiled, and waved back, "Keep it up. You're doing great." The girl, delighted by his response, skipped away happily to continue helping her mother. Jiale gazed at the scene, his heart filled with solace. The wounds of war were being slowly healed by the people's efforts, and the Mile Kingdom was being restored to its former beauty. He changed into clean clothes and went downstairs. In the hall, Lao Zhou had already prepared breakfast: bread, milk, and fried eggs. Fu was sitting at the table wolfing down bread. Seeing Jiale, he quickly said, "Boss, come eat breakfast. Lao Zhou's fried eggs are amazing." Jiale walked over, sat down, picked up a fried egg, and took a bite. The outside was crispy, the inside tender with a subtle fragrance. As he ate, he listened to Lao Zhou. "Boss, this morning Delancey sent word that there will be a party at noon in the square to celebrate the quelling of the rebellion. He wants us all to attend. He also said we must thank you and Master Sabo properly for helping the Mile Kingdom through its crisis." "Too troublesome," Jiale said with a smile. "We just did what we had to. Last night some citizens brought us fruits and pastries, saying they wanted you to taste them. The square is already being decorated with ribbons and lanterns. It's quite lively." Lao Zhou cut him off. Jiale nodded and didn't decline further. He knew this party was not just a celebration, but a tribute to peace and the people's hope for the future. At noon, Jiale, along with Sabo, Lao Zhou, Jiale, and Xiao Wu, arrived at the square. It was packed with people, perhaps thousands. In the center of the square stood a stage bearing a banner that read, "Celebrating the quelling of the Mile Kingdom's rebellion," flanked by ribbons and lanterns. Around the stage were tables laden with a dazzling array of food: roasted meat, fruits, bread, juice, cakes, all emitting tempting aromas. Citizens and soldiers sat around the tables, eating, chatting, singing, and dancing. The entire square had become a sea of joy. A little boy in white, holding a balloon with the Mile Kingdom's flag printed on it, ran happily, the balloon fluttering in the sunlight. An old man sat on a chair holding a little girl, telling her stories of the recent battle. The girl listened with rapt attention, her eyes filled with curiosity. The party begins. Delancey, dressed in a brand new royal robe, stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, and called out with a smile. His voice spread across the square through the loudspeaker, met with applause and cheers that rose and fell. Once the cheers subsided, Delancey continued, "Today we hold this party to celebrate the quelling of the rebellion in the Mile Kingdom and our regained peace. First, I want to thank Master Sabo and Mr. Jiale for helping us defeat the 100 Beasts pirate crew and the rebels, bringing us back to a life of tranquility. I also want to thank the Revolutionary Army, General Kaiming, the soldiers who believed in our victory, and every citizen who supported us. Without you, there would be no Mile Kingdom today." With that, Delancey bowed towards Jiale and Sabo. The citizens applauded and turned their gazes to Jiale and Sabo, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiale pulled Sabo into the crowd to avoid the attention. Sabo walked beside Jiale, watching the lively scene with a smile on his face, and asked, "When are you leaving?" Jiale took a sip of freshly squeezed juice, sweet and refreshing, and replied, "Today." "So soon?" Sabo was surprised, thinking they would stay longer, since he had heard from Lao Zhou that they hadn't rested since their failed journey to Fishman Island. "Really?" Sabo was taken aback, having assumed Jiale and his group would linger for a few more days, especially since he'd learned from Lao Zhou that they hadn't rested since their abortive trip to Fishman Island. "Yes." Jiale sighed, his gaze sweeping across the commoners in the square. Seeing the smiles on their faces, a hint of reluctance stirred within him. "I originally planned to explore the new world for a while, and then return to handle some matters, but now there are only a few days left before that incident." Sabo was taken aback for a moment, then quickly caught on. Recalling Jiale's inquiries about Luffy and Ace the previous day, he ventured cautiously, "What incident?" "Not many days left." "You mean Ace's public execution?" "The Navy headquarters has already announced it. Ace will be publicly executed at Marineford in 6 days. Jiale nodded, the glass of juice in his hand trembling slightly, nearly spilling its contents. "Yes, you've guessed it. You want to rescue Ace? Sabo's voice was filled with astonishment as he stared at Jiale, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. The Navy headquarters is no joke. 3 admirals are stationed there along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Hero Garp. Just a couple of days ago they also summoned the 7 warlords of the sea to assist. With your current strength you might end up losing your life. Is my intention that obvious? Jiale chuckled, not dodging the question. He picked up a piece of chocolate cake and took a bite. The cake was soft, rich with chocolate flavor. I don't recall telling you about this. Is he that important to you? Sabo pressed on his eyes, carrying a note of confusion. Why would you ask that? Jiale countered his gaze on Sabo, tinged with complexity. Don't you think there are some things that even if they're dangerous and have nothing to do with you, you should still do? That's not what I meant, Sabo frowned, his tone turning serious. I just think you shouldn't risk your life. The strength of the Navy headquarters is far beyond your imagination. True. Jiale didn't argue. He knew Sabo was right. The Navy headquarters was indeed formidable. But Ace isn't that important to me. In fact, he doesn't even know I exist. Then why? Sabo was cut off before he could finish. Because I don't want to leave any regrets. Jiale looked at the commoners dancing in the square, a trace of longing in his eyes. I heard that Yonko Whitebeard has decided to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Whitebeard is a great man. He treats his crew like family and always protects them. I want to go and witness it. See for myself how strong the man known as the world's strongest truly is and how much power he can unleash to protect his family. As he spoke, a smile curved at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with yearning like a child about to embark on an adventure. Sabo watched Jiale, knowing that this explanation was a casual fabrication. Though Jiale spoke lightly, Sabo could sense his deep concern for Ace. A concern that was neither the curiosity of a stranger nor the worry for a friend. Though he didn't fully understand, Sabo chose not to refute. He knew that Jiale, like himself, was someone who, once determined, would never easily give up. He only said softly, there are still 5 days left until Ace's public execution. The Navy headquarters is at Marineford. It takes 3 days to get there from here. You need to hurry. I know. Jiale waved his hand and patted Sabo on the shoulder. I'm leaving today, so don't keep that gloomy face. Come on, let's go see what they're gathered around. He noticed that after Sabo spoke he had sunk back into thought, his brows furrowed, as if troubled by something. Jiale pulled Sabo into the crowd. Delens was wearing a brand new royal robe, holding Aigio's hand. A gang along with Jiale and the other 3 were dancing to the music. A radiant smile spread across Delens's face, a joy that came from the depths of his heart, infecting everyone around like sunlight. Aigio wore a pink dress, its hem swirling with her steps like a blooming flower. Old Joe stood beside them, not dancing, but wearing a smile, as well occasionally clapping for them. I never knew Delens could dance. I knew that guy and Aigio had eyes for each other. Jiale laughed. Sabo also smiled, his eyes full of gratification. He's the king of the Mile Kingdom, now no longer the little pirate who had to hide at sea to avoid enemies and grow stronger. He has his own responsibilities, and now he has his own love. The 2 stood outside the crowd, savoring the joyful scene before them. The laughter and songs of the commoners reached their ears, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and the fragrance of flowers. As the sun set, the party in the square gradually drew to a close. The commoners began to clear the table where soldiers helped the elderly and children home, and members of the Revolutionary Army started cleaning up the litter in the square. Delens walked over to Jiale and Sabo, smiling. Did you have a good time today? Very much, Jiale nodded. Thank you, Delens. The Mile Kingdom will surely thrive under your rule. Delens nodded firmly. I will. I'll make the Mile Kingdom better and live up to your expectations. Jiale glanced at the sky. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky a brilliant orange. He took a deep breath and said, we should go. Sabo nodded, offering no words of detainment. He knew that Jiale had his own path to walk, his own adventure to complete. He patted Jiale on the shoulder, his voice full of sincerity. Take care. If you run into danger, just don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. Besides, I'm really strong. Jiale laughed. You take care too. Sabo was stunned for a moment, then smiled. All right. At the dock, the Black Rope lay quietly. The Black Rope was Jiale's ship. Its hull was black, and on the sail Xiao Wu had printed a blue lightning bolt pattern, though Fu often complained that the color scheme clashed horribly with the black ship. Old Joe held a notebook, carefully checking the cargo list. For every item confirmed, he made a tick with his pencil. Boss, all supplies are stocked. Enough to last us a while. Good, then let's set off. Jiale set, his gaze sweeping over the dock. A few fishermen were mending their nets, and several children were playing by the shore. Everything was calm. He looked at the country he had saved, a sense of reluctance welling up inside him. Reluctance to leave the land that had just regained peace, reluctance to leave the commoners who never tired of stuffing them with food. Boss, aren't you going to say goodbye to them? Jiale asked softly, standing beside him. He felt that the bond forged through shared battles with Delancey and Sabo was too precious to leave without a word. No, Jiale shook his head. What's the point of farewells? If we're leaving, let's do it lightly. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Despite his words, his eyes instinctively glanced toward the shore, hoping to catch a familiar silhouette. But the beach was empty save for a few fishermen mending their nets and children chasing each other by the water's edge. He withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath to suppress the reluctance in his heart, and said, Old Joe, head for the Shampoo Islands. Mr. Su. Before Su Jiale could finish, a familiar voice came from behind, urgent, breathless, as if its owner had run a great distance. He turned around and saw Delancey running toward the dock in formal attire with Jiale following behind her, skirt billowing in the wind and a bundle clutched in her hands. Delancey reached the black rope, panting heavily, his hands braced on his knees. It took him a moment to catch his breath. He looked up at Su Jiale, his eyes brimming with gratitude and reluctance. "Mr. Su, how could you leave without telling me? I only found out from Sabo that you were departing." He paused, took the bundle from Jiale, and handed it to Su Jiale. "This is a specialty of our Mile Kingdom. Powder made from pearls of the South Sea. It can stop bleeding, reduce inflammation, and greatly aid in wound recovery." Su Jiale accepted the bundle, his heart warmed by Delancey's gesture. He smiled and said, "No need to thank me. This is the result of your own efforts. Becoming a good king and protecting the people of Mile Kingdom is more important than anything. From now on, the kingdom rests on your shoulders." "I will," Delancey declared with unwavering determination. "I will make Mile Kingdom better and better, ensuring the people live prosperous lives. I won't fail your expectations or those of everyone else. When you return from your journey, you must come back to Mile Kingdom. I'll prepare the finest wine and the best food for you." Jiale stood beside Su Jiale, looking at Delancey, wanting to say something, but finding no words. He had fought alongside Delancey, defeated bounty hunters together, and faced the true fighter Hold'em. This bond was beyond words. In the end, he only managed to utter 2 words: "Take care. You too." Delancey looked at Jiale, his eyes reddening. Su Jiale patted Jiale on the shoulder, then glanced at Delancey and Jiale. He took a deep breath and said to Old Joe, "Let's set sail." "Aight," Old Joe replied, and immediately set the ship in motion. A gang A Fu and the others sprang into action, hoisting the sails and raising the anchor. The black rope slowly left the dock, heading toward the vast ocean. Delancey stood on the dock, watching the black rope grow smaller and smaller until it became a speck, then slowly turned around. Jiale came over, took his hand, and said softly, "Don't be sad. We'll meet again." Delancey nodded, gazing at the sea with eyes full of anticipation. When they come back to Mile Kingdom, I want to show them how much better it has become." Aboard the black rope, Su Jiale stood at the bow, watching the receding coastline of Mile Kingdom grow blurry and eventually vanish beneath the horizon. He clutched the bundle. Delancey had given him a mix of emotions stirring within. He knew this was merely a brief interlude in his journey through the world of pirates. During the days of sailing, the sea appeared vast and boundless, with nothing but the wind and waves to break the silence. An ideal environment for cultivation. Su Jiale did not waste this time. Every dawn, when the first streaks of light painted the sky, he would stand at the bow and begin his training. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, hands forming a seal. A faint electric glow surrounded his body, with fine sparks dancing and crawling across his skin, emitting a crisp, distinctive crackling, like the chirping of countless tiny insects. His breathing grew deep and steady. With each inhalation, he seemed to draw in the mist from the surrounding sea. With each exhalation, a faint electric light dissipated into the air. Mind net spread without reservation, like an invisible web, instantly covering the sea for thousands of meters around the black rope. The currents flow, the rhythm of fish schools swishing their tails, even the subtle vibrations of seabirds' wings cutting through the air in the distance. All were vividly perceived, leaving nothing unnoticed. Boss still training. As the morning sunlight spilled onto the deck, Jiale approached with a cup of lukewarm water. His steps were light, afraid to disturb Su Jiale. Watching the ever-changing, sometimes dense, sometimes faint electric glow around Su Jiale, Jiale's eyes were filled with admiration. Su Jiale slowly opened his eyes. The electric light around him instantly retracted, merging into his body. His skin returned to calm, as if the astonishing spectacle had never occurred. He took the cup and drank the cool water, soothing his throat and dispelling the fatigue from training. He nodded. The sea is truly a perfect place for cultivation. He paused, his gaze falling on Jiale. After a careful appraisal, he said, "Let's spar a few moves today, Jiale. Let me see your progress." "All right." Jiale's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly placed the cup on the railing and assumed a fighting stance. He took a deep breath, his chest expanding slightly. His feet were shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, center of gravity lowered. His arms were straight, fists clenched with knuckles aligned forward. Every muscle tensed, ready to strike at any moment. With a low shout, Jiale lunged forward, his feet thudding against the deck. His fist whistled through the air, the attack fierce and powerful. Su Jiale stood still, a calm smile on his face, but his eyes were intensely focused on Jiale's movements. Just as the fist was about to hit his chest, he sidestepped with lightning speed, extending his right hand to precisely grab Jiale's wrist. His fingers were like iron clamps, and Jiale felt his wrist tighten, as if locked in a vice, unable to move. Then, with a slight twist of his wrist, Su Jiale sent a tremendous force through Jiale's arm, throwing him off balance. Jiale stumbled forward a few steps, nearly falling. "You're too eager with your punches. In your haste to land a hit, you didn't fully unleash your power, and your defense is full of gaps." Su Jiale released his grip and patiently instructed. Rubbed his slightly numb wrist, carefully noting Su Jiale's words, and nodded. "I understand, boss. Let me try again." He readjusted his stance, took a deep breath, and this time did not rush to attack. Instead, he first sensed the flow of chi within his body, and only after his breath steadied did he launch another attack. This time his movements were much more composed. Although his fist swung a bit slower than before, each step was planted exceptionally firmly, his strength greater, and his defensive posture became tighter with his arms always guarding his chest to prevent exposing any openings. The two exchanged blows on the deck, fists whipping through the air, the crisp sounds of their collisions drawing the attention of others on the ship. Old Joe, while steering, would occasionally glance at the pair on the deck, a gratified smile spreading across his face. A gang and Afu, having set down their work, stood by cheering and shouting, "Go Age," and "Boss, go easy on him." Xiao Wu had even climbed to the crow's nest looking down from above, and from time to time would yell, "Age, watch your left. Right." Such sparring sessions took place daily, sometimes focusing on fist techniques, other times on practical combat skills. And Age was exceptionally diligent, always staying on the deck after each session to practice repeatedly. Through continuous cultivation and sparring, Jiale's control over lightning grew increasingly proficient. From initially releasing only 40 million volts to stabilizing at 80 million volts, and then breaking through to 150 million volts, the lightning power within him kept surging. Each breakthrough made his aura more condensed and his control over the power more precise. That noon of the sea was exceptionally calm, without a ripple of wind or wave. Sunlight spilled over the water, shimmering like scattered gold. The sea breeze brushed across the deck, bringing a refreshing coolness, a weather that lifted everyone's spirits. Instead of his usual sparring, Jiale went to the bow again, ready to push for a higher voltage. This time he did not sit cross-legged but stood upright on the deck, feet shoulder-width apart, body slightly leaning forward, hands slowly raised with palms facing forward, aimed at the distant sea. He took a deep breath, his chest expanding sharply, as if the energy in the surrounding air was drawn toward him, converging on his body. He mobilized all the lightning power within him. It surged like a waking dragon, madly churning and racing through his body. The electric glow around him grew denser, the originally pale blue current deepening into a rich blue. The air became oppressive, as if the temperature around him had risen. "Everyone be careful. Stay away from the bow." Old Joe was the first to sense the terrifying aura emanating from Jiale. That power sent a chill through his heart. He quickly shouted a warning, while instinctively gripping the helm tighter, reducing the ship's speed to minimum. Age, Gang, Afu, and Xiao Wu all quickly gathered at the stern, staring nervously at Jiale's figure. They could clearly feel that the power Jiale was summoning this time was far greater than any before. The air around seemed ionized, emitting a crackling sound, and their hair involuntarily stood on end. Jiale's gaze became intensely focused, his pupils reflecting the distant sea, as if the entire world had narrowed to just him and the surging lightning power within. He could distinctly feel that the lightning power inside him had reached a critical point, madly battering against an invisible barrier, as if trying to break free from the body's constraints and unleash the most primal violent force. Now, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, a look of pain, yet determination on his face, channeling all his power into his hands. The moment the words fell, two massive purple thunderbolts shot from his hands, wreathed in black electrical arcs, carrying a world-destroying might like two furious dragons blasting toward the distant sea. Where the thunderbolts passed, the air was instantly ionized, emitting a deafening roar, as if the sky itself had been torn apart. The sea surface was instantly ripped open, creating a massive water scar. The seawater several kilometers away boiled under the lightning's impact, spewing white steam. Huge waves tens of meters high surged like a tsunami, spreading outward, and even affecting several passing fishing boats in the distance. The fishermen cried out in terror, frantically maneuvering their boats to evade. The black rope also felt the impact of the waves, the ship rocking violently, tables and chairs on the deck tumbling about. Everyone clung tightly to the rails to steady themselves. What kind of power is that? Age stared dumbfounded at the scene, his lips trembling slightly, his face filled with shock. He could clearly sense that the power contained in those thunderbolts was enough to easily destroy a large warship. The boss's current strength might rival that of a marine admiral. Jiale slowly lowered his hands, the electric glow around him fading. His face was pale, covered in cold sweat, his chest heaving violently. Clearly that attack had consumed a great deal of his stamina. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement, and a tired but satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He could clearly feel that his lightning power had successfully broken through to 200 million volts, and his control was much better than before. "Boss, your strength has increased again." Age, snapping out of his shock, quickly ran to Jiale's side, his voice full of excitement, handing him a bottle of water. Jiale took the water and drank a few sips, easing the heat and fatigue inside. He smiled and patted Age on the shoulder. Age's eyes were filled with determination. Seeing Jiale's formidable power, his passion for cultivation burned even brighter, and he silently resolved to train even harder. Just then, from the other side of the deck, came Afu's complaining voice, thick with irritation. "What's going on? I've been fishing all morning and haven't caught a single fish. Is there no fish in this sea, or have they all become spirits?" Everyone turned to look and saw a Gang and Afu sitting at the edge of the deck with 3 empty fish buckets in front of them, not even a single fry inside. Afu held his fishing rod, which was perfectly still. He frowned, constantly shaking the rod, his face full of impatience. Afu gripped the fishing rod, which remained motionless. He frowned, constantly shaking the rod, his face full of impatience. A Gang sat beside him, also holding a fishing rod with the same empty result. He let out a helpless sigh and comforted, Wait a bit longer, maybe we'll catch something. Let's try a different bait that might work better. The two had eagerly taken out their rods at dawn, rummaged through the cabin for the best bait, hoping to catch a few big fish to supplement their meals and improve their diet. But to their surprise, after a whole morning of fishing, the rod hadn't even twitched. Not a single big fish, nor even a small one. This dealt a heavy blow to their once confident spirits. Ha ha ha, Fu, gang, are you guys even capable? Xiao Wu, standing on the lookout tower, saw the two looking disheveled and helpless and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He placed his hands on his hips, swaying his body, and said smugly, with skills like that you dare to go fishing. If I were fishing, I'd have filled a bucket by now, maybe even caught a big one. Xiao Wu's voice was loud, and everyone on the deck heard it clearly. A gang just smiled and paid no mind, but a Fu, already frustrated from catching nothing, flew into a rage upon hearing Xiao Wu's mockery, his temper flaring up instantly. He abruptly stood up, threw his fishing rod onto the deck, and the rod slammed heavily against the wooden planks with a loud smack. He pointed at Xiao Wu on the lookout tower and yelled angrily, "What's so funny? So what if I can't catch a fish? What's there to be proud of? If the fish won't bite, I'll just go down and catch them. I refuse to believe I can't get a single fish." A Fu, don't be impulsive. A gang quickly stood up and grabbed his arm, urging, "The sea is so vast, and the fish schools keep moving. Where would you even start? What if you encounter a large sea beast? You'd be in trouble. Let's just wait patiently. What's there to fear? I'm an excellent swimmer." A Fu shook off a gang's hand forcefully, his face full of defiance. "Back in my hometown, I could hold my breath for 10 minutes in the river and catch a 100-pound fish with my bare hands. What's a little wave to me?" With that, he unhesitatingly took off his jacket and shoes, revealing his round belly, and then leaped, splash, into the sea. The icy seawater instantly enveloped his body, making him shiver, but he didn't care. He shook his hair, swung his arms, and swam into the sea, even turning back to make a funny face at Xiao Wu on the deck. A gang shook his head helplessly. He knew a Fu's temper all too well. Once he made up his mind, even 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. Watching a Fu swim farther and farther away, a gang had no choice but to take off his own jacket and shoes and shout to the crowd on the deck, "I'll go after him, make sure he doesn't get into trouble." With that, he too jumped into the sea. Jiale immediately activated his heart net, keeping a close watch on the two in the water, ready to lend a hand at the first sign of danger. Lao Zhou quickly reduced the ship's speed to a minimum, letting the black rope drift slowly in place, ready to pick them up at any moment. A Fu in the sea was like a wild horse freed from its reins, weaving freely through the water. His large frame did not hinder his swimming speed, his movements were remarkably agile. Before long, he had dived to a depth of over 10 meters where the light was already dim. But his eyesight was sharp, and he soon spotted a school of silvery fish, about several dozen, leisurely swimming and nibbling on plankton at the seabed. Joy surged in a Fu's heart. He kicked his limbs vigorously, speeding toward the fish like an arrow. Holding his breath, he approached cautiously, afraid of startling the school. When he was close enough, he lunged forward with both hands, trying to grab one of the fish. But the fish were incredibly nimble. Sensing danger, they scattered in all directions with astonishing speed. A Fu's hands closed on empty water, clutching only a handful of seawater. Damn it! A Fu cursed, inwardly unwilling to give up. He continued chasing the fish school in the sea. His movements grew faster, constantly changing direction to try to trap the fish, but the school was too agile. He could never catch them. Just then, a gang swam over. Seeing a Fu chasing the fish, he immediately understood the plan. The two worked in tacit coordination, one flanking from the left, the other from the right, trying to encircle the school. But the fish were too fast. After a long struggle, they still hadn't caught a single one, exhausting themselves and sending up huge splashes. Xiao Wu, standing on the lookout tower, saw everything clearly. Watching the two look so disheveled and comical in the water, he laughed even harder and shouted, "Keep it up. Don't come back until you catch a fish. I'm waiting to eat your catch." Hearing Xiao Wu's taunt, a Fu grew even more defiant, his anger burning hotter. He clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and dove into deeper waters. This time, he didn't chase the nimble little fish, but swam toward even greater depths, searching for larger, slower-moving fish. This time, luck was on his side. When he reached a depth of over 30 meters, he spotted a massive ribbonfish about 5 meters long, swimming alone, seemingly hunting for food. This tuna had a streamlined body, vibrant colors, and looked incredibly fat and delicious. A Fu's heart raced with excitement. He approached cautiously, trying not to make a sound. He knew that such a huge ribbonfish would be immensely strong, but once it noticed him, it would be hard to catch. When he was only a few meters away, a Fu suddenly burst forward like a cannonball. Before the ribbonfish could react, he lunged with both arms, wrapping them tightly around its body. Startled, the ribbonfish thrashed violently, its massive tail slapping the water forcefully, dragging a Fu around chaotically, nearly throwing him off. A Fu held on for dear life, wrapping his legs around the fish's torso, refusing to let go no matter how it struggled. The veins on his arms bulged from the strain. A Fu, running out of breath, shouted upward. His voice traveled muffled through the water. A gang immediately swam toward a Fu. Seeing him clinging desperately to a huge ribbonfish, he quickly swam over, grabbed the fish's head with both hands, and punched it wildly. The ribbonfish's strength ebbed, its struggles weakening. Exhausted, the two worked together to hold the fish and slowly dragged it toward the surface. Due to the fish's enormous size and weight, they strained every muscle to finally haul it out of the water. Wow! What a huge ribbon fish. Xiao Wu on the lookout tower saw the two dragging a fish taller than both of them combined, and shouted in amazement, his mouth wide enough to fit a fist. All traces of his earlier mockery vanished. Jiale quickly lowered the rescue ladder and a rope ran to the side of the ship and reached out to help drag the ribbon fish onto the deck. Once on board, the fish stopped struggling. It had apparently been knocked unconscious by a gang. A Fu and a gang drenched collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath. Their hair was plastered messily to their faces, and their bodies were covered in seawater and fish scales, but their faces beamed with smug satisfaction, as if all their fatigue had vanished. So, a Fu wiped the seawater from his face, tilted his chin toward Xiao Wu on the lookout tower, his tone dripping with bravado. Xiao Wu scratched his head, smiled sheepishly, and said, "I was wrong, okay? From now on, even if you catch nothing, I won't laugh at you. You bastard. You're still mocking me." A Fu who had been so proud grew angry again after hearing Xiao Wu's words. "I'm not okay. Didn't you hear my sincere apology? All right, let's figure out how to cook this big fatty." Lao Zhou, seeing they were about to argue again, quickly interrupted. Everyone gathered around looking at the huge ribbon fish with happy smiles. Lao Zhou said with a grin, "Tonight we'll have a feast. Grilled ribbon fish, sushi ribbon fish porridge, and pan-fried ribbon fish, all on the menu. I guarantee you'll all have your fill." Jiale stood nearby watching this lively scene, a warm smile spreading across his lips. It was precisely because of these eccentric yet genuine companions that the otherwise monotonous journey had become so rich and engaging. Perhaps this was one of the most captivating aspects of the pirate world. After resting for a while, a Fu and a gang changed into dry clothes, and everyone worked together to clean the ribbon fish. A gang was in charge of cutting the fish. The sharp knife moved like a toy in his hands, effortlessly slicing the meat into pieces. A Fu handled cleaning the scales and innards. A Jiale helped prepare the seasonings. Lao Zhou busied himself in the kitchen, getting ready to cook. By noon, a rich aroma drifted across the deck. The smoky scent of grilled tuna, the fragrance of rice from the sushi, all mingling together, making mouths water. Xiao Wu couldn't contain himself any longer. He paced around the kitchen, poking his head in every now and then, causing everyone to burst into laughter. After lunch, the Black Rope continued its journey toward the Sabaody archipelago. Over the next few days, Jiale and Jiale persisted in their training. Jiale began attempting to control the lightning power of 200 million volts, practicing how to precisely regulate the voltage output in battle, as well as transforming its shape and achieving effortless control. Under Jiale's guidance, Jiale started trying to master the basics of armament hockey. Although he hadn't succeeded, yet his physical strength and attack power had markedly improved. One afternoon, Jiale stood at the bow, gazing at the gradually clearer outline of an island in the distance, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. This archipelago, composed of 79 giant red trees, looked from afar like a forest floating on the sea. Each red tree seemed like an independent world. Thick trunks, lush foliage adorned with all sorts of peculiar buildings and facilities arranged in a scattered yet harmonious manner. Boss ahead is Island No. 13 of the Sabaody archipelago. Xiao Wu, who had been on lookout, climbed down from the mast and shouted excitedly to Jiale. Jiale nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crew on the deck. "All right, we'll be docking soon. Jiale, take Lao Zhou, a gang, and a Fu ashore to replenish supplies. Also see if there are any suitable ship parts. Our Black Rope could use some maintenance." "Got it, boss." Jiale replied immediately. Lao Zhou also nodded. "Don't worry, boss. This is our second time here. I still remember where to buy these supplies." Jiale then turned to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, you stay and watch the ship. Keep an eye on the surroundings. If there's any danger, notify me immediately." Xiao Wu puffed out his chest, nodded firmly, and said earnestly, "Boss, you can count on me to take good care of the Black Rope." With everything arranged, the Black Rope slowly docked at the shore of Island No. 13. Jiale stretched, loosened his joints, clasped his hands behind his head, and hummed a pop song from his original world, stepping lightly as he walked toward the interior of the island. Jiale was in a good mood. After all, the Sabaody archipelago was a fascinating place. Returning here brought him a sense of ease. Besides, he had an important task: to find Xiaqi's tavern and through her locate Lei Li. Island No. 13 of the Sabaody archipelago truly lived up to its reputation, bustling and chaotic. The moment he set foot on the island, he felt the thick atmosphere of everyday life mixed with disorder. The streets were lined with all kinds of shops, densely packed and stretching as far as the eye could see. There were blacksmiths selling weapons with sharp swords and cannons displayed at the entrance, jewelry shops showcasing glittering gems and pearls, of food stalls where the air was thick with the aroma of grilled meat, fried fish, and fruit, and some black market stores catering to pirates, their doors hung with black curtains, exuding an air of mystery and danger. The streets were thronged with people jostling shoulder to shoulder. Various races intermingled in an endless stream. There were pirates in ragged clothes with rough faces holding bottles of alcohol and shouting loudly, well-dressed businessmen carrying briefcases hurrying with shrewd smiles, tall dark-skinned fishmen bearing enormous weapons, their eyes scanning warily, and some strange-looking extraterrestrials, some with 3 eyes, others with long tentacles, drawing plenty of attention. Everyone moved with purpose, their faces showing different expressions, some excited, some wary, some greedy, creating a vivid yet chaotic tableau. Jiale hummed a tune as he strolled leisurely along the street, observing his surroundings with keen interest, soaking in the island's unique atmosphere. He saw a few provocatively dressed women soliciting customers on the street corners, throwing flirtatious glances at passing men, who saw several burly pirates brawling over a trivial matter outside a tavern with broken tables and chairs scattered everywhere as people scrambled to avoid them, and saw a few marine soldiers patrolling the streets dressed in neat uniforms, swords at their waist, their sharp eyes scanning the passers-by, occasionally stopping to question someone. An atmosphere both tense and unusually lively. He activated his heart net, and an intangible perception spread like a tide, covering an area of several kilometers around. As his strength grew, his heart net not only expanded in range, but also became more precise, allowing him to clearly distinguish the sources and emotions of different sounds. Soon several distinct voices entered his mind, exceptionally clear. First came voices tinged with fear and pleading, trembling with despair. "Big sister, we were wrong, we won't dare again, please spare us. We truly know we were wrong. Big sister, we really don't have much money, this is all we have. Please be merciful and let us off this time." These voices were choked with tears, clearly having encountered great trouble and been severely punished. Then a woman's voice tinged with a hint of laziness rang out, carrying an unyielding authority. "Spare you. You ate my food and tried to welsh on the bill. Do you think it's that easy? If you don't hand over the money today, don't expect to leave here alive." The woman's voice exuded an overwhelming aura, making it hard to defy. Just by hearing it, one could imagine her languid, yet intimidating demeanor. Jiale's heart stirred. He immediately recalled that in the original pirate storyline, Xia was exactly such a formidable woman. She ran a wooden tavern hidden in the forest of Xiangbidi Islands, rumored to be a former member of the Rocks Pirates. Later she chose to retire here, often extorting those reckless little pirates who dared to cause trouble on her turf. Moreover, Xia had a close relationship with Lei Li, so these voices were likely Xia teaching some foolish little pirates a lesson. With that thought, Jiale hesitated no longer and strode quickly in the direction his heart net had sensed. He passed through several narrow streets lined with debris, exuding a faint stench, with few pedestrians. After weaving through a few crowded areas and dodging an impending brawl, he soon spotted a wooden tavern hidden in a dense grove on a high slope. The tavern's exterior was simple, its wooden walls covered in scratches and the marks of time adorned with old fishing nets and shell ornaments, clearly improvised decorations from the sea. A wooden sign hung at the entrance, carved with the words Xia Tavern, the strokes bold and vigorous. The sign swayed gently in the wind, creaking softly. From the outside, tall trees surrounded the tavern, shielding it completely. If not for a deliberate search, it would be hard to find this secluded place hiding a tavern. Inside, the light was dim, and the air carried a faint scent of alcohol and tobacco mingled with a trace of dust. Xia sat on a high stool behind the bar, her left hand propping up her chin, elbow resting on the counter, while her right hand held a cigarette with a glowing red tip. Smoke swirled around her, blurring her features. She wore a loose black jacket over a red inner garment, her hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her gaze was cold as she looked down at the two little pirates kneeling on the floor. The two little pirates were dressed in tattered pirate clothes, stained with filth and footprints. Their faces were bruised and swollen, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. They had clearly been beaten badly, their bodies trembling incessantly, their eyes filled with terror. "What? Still not paying?" Xia flicked her ash lightly, the ashes falling onto the bar. Her tone was icy, devoid of any emotion, as if handling a trivial matter. "Big sister, we really have no money left. Our luck at sea was terrible. We didn't plunder much at all. Please spare us." One of the shorter little pirates wailed, his voice choked with sobs. "Spare you." Xia stood up, stepping lightly to stand before the two little pirates, looking down at them from a height. She was not particularly tall, but standing before the two little pirates, she exuded an overwhelming pressure. Before the little pirates could say another word, Xia raised her foot and kicked the shorter one squarely in the chest. With a thud, the little pirate flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the wall before falling to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He curled up in pain, unable to rise again. "If you have no money, don't go out to sea as a pirate." Xiaqi's tone betrayed no emotion. The other taller little pirate trembled in fear, his face pale. He no longer dared to harbor any hope, quickly pulling out a worn money pouch from his bosom and handing it to Xiaqi with trembling hands. "Big sister, this is all our money. Not a single coin left. Please let us go." Xiaqi took the pouch and casually opened it. Inside were only a few dozen Bailey, all small denomination coins, not even enough for a single drink. She frowned in displeasure, an impatient expression crossing her face. She then kicked the taller little pirate, sending him tumbling to the ground. As she raised her foot to kick again, Xia suddenly felt a moment of being watched by someone else. It was a strange sensation, as if someone was watching her with invisible eyes, observing every move she made, even sensing her inner emotional fluctuations. She quickly glanced around, scanning every corner of the tavern, but found nothing amiss. "Am I being too sensitive?" Xia muttered to herself, shaking her head. Perhaps it was just an illusion. She dismissed the thought and turned her gaze back to the two little pirates continuing to beat them. Her fists and feet landed on them with dull thuds accompanied by their screams. Just as Jiale reached the tavern's entrance, the wooden door was flung open and two little pirates, their faces bruised and swollen, scrambled out. Their clothes were torn to shreds, their hair matted against their faces, and their wounds still bleeding. Their eyes were filled with terror like frightened birds looking back over their shoulders as they ran, fearing Xia might chase after them. She's a demon. That woman is a demon. One of the little pirates shouted loudly as he ran, his voice trembling with fear. I'm never coming here again. A drink costs 500 Bailey. What a joke. That's outright robbery. The other little pirate nodded repeatedly, panting, Stop cursing, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll die. Jiale watched the two little pirates' fleeing figures with a smile, then pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. The light inside the tavern was dimmer than outside, and the scent of alcohol and tobacco was even stronger. Behind the bar, the wall was lined with bottles of various liquors, some fine imported spirits, some ordinary beer, and a few aged treasures that looked like rare vintages. In front of the bar stood several wooden tables and chairs with remnants of glasses and food scraps still on the tables, indicating that someone had been drinking here recently. Xia had already returned to her spot behind the bar, sitting back on the high stool, cigarette still in hand, staring intently at Jiale at the entrance, as if trying to see through him. Little brother, it was you spying on me just now, wasn't it? Xia propped her chin with her left hand, took a drag from her cigarette with her right, and slowly exhaled smoke that shrouded her. Jiale was startled, realizing that his heart net had been detected by Xia, and called out on the spot. He didn't deny it, walking calmly to the bar, finding an empty stool, and sitting down with a smile. Busted. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone. Xia raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. She turned around, picked up a bottle of liquor and a few glasses from the shelf, and began skillfully mixing. Her movements were graceful and fluid, clearly a seasoned bartender. Looking for Lei. Jiale was surprised. He hadn't expected Xia to guess his target so easily. He nodded and asked curiously, how did you know? Xia placed a mixed drink on the bar and pushed it towards Jiale. The liquid was a deep red, exuding a rich aroma with a hint of fruity sweetness. She poured herself a glass, took a light sip, and smiled. After all, besides Lei, I can't think of anyone else you'd come here for. She paused, looking Jiale up and down, and asked, Want something to drink? This is my newly mixed blood romance. It's not bad. Jiale glanced at the drink before him. The liquid was crystal clear and tempting, but he shook his head. I'll have a glass of juice, please. Thank you. You come to a tavern and don't drink. Xia looked at him with surprise, as if hearing something unbelievable. She raised an eyebrow. You're quite an interesting fellow. This is a tavern, not a juice bar. Just a personal preference. I don't really like alcohol. I find its taste too strong, not as refreshing as juice. Jiale smiled, speaking calmly. What a pity. Xia shook her head, a look of regret on her face, as if not drinking was a great loss. Nevertheless, she turned and took out some fresh fruit from the fridge. Though the tavern mainly sold alcohol, they kept some fresh fruit on hand for non-drinking customers. Occasionally someone would ask for juice, and Xia was quite skilled at making it. Soon Xia brought over a glass of orange juice and placed it in front of Jiale. The juice was brightly colored, exuding a rich, fruity aroma with a hint of mint, making it look very appetizing. This is made with kiwi, pineapple, and mint leaves. Though I'm a bartender, I'm also pretty good at making juice. Give it a try. Jiale picked up the glass and took a sip. A burst of fresh fruit and mint instantly spread in his mouth, sweet and sour, smooth and delicious. It was indeed excellent. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, really good. Better than any juice I've ever had. Xia smiled, a pleased expression on her face. She took a sip of her own drink, then turned her gaze back to Jiale. If you're here to ask whether Lei will save AI, see, you can leave now. Lei won't be back for a few days. Jiale nearly choked on his juice. He stared at Xia in surprise, not expecting her to have already guessed his purpose. He set down the glass and asked urgently, what? Then? When will Lei return? Xia looked at his anxious expression, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She took a drag from her cigarette and slowly said, Don't worry. I don't know how you know AIC's identity or why you're certain he's Roger's child, but besides Lei and me, no one else knows. Lei said he trusts you this once. He will go to Malinfanjuo. Hearing this, Jiale felt a weight lift from his heart. He let out a long sigh of relief, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. He knew Lei wouldn't ignore AIC's situation. After all, AIC was Roger's own son, the child of his former close friend. He looked at Xia and asked curiously, Why does Lei trust me? Xia smiled, but didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked back, Little brother, your name is AI, and I Lu, right? I heard from Lei a few days ago that someone with the Thunderfruit ability had a few exchanges with Huang Yuan, and even managed to rescue little Meng Qi and the others. I was quite surprised. Jiale shook his head. That was nothing. Just luck. If Lei had arrived any later, I wouldn't be here drinking this juice. Also, I prefer being called Jiale. Jiale. Xia repeated the name, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Then she laughed. So you really are a strange one, little brother. Not only do you not drink in a tavern, but you also prefer being called by your surname. Still, being able to save little Lu Fei from Huang Yuan means you're no weakling. No wonder Lei trusts you. Jiale smiled, but didn't refute. He knew exactly how strong Huang Yuan was, a Navy admiral. He was no match for him yet. By the way, did Lei go out to visit an old friend? Jiale asked curiously, wanting to know Lei's whereabouts to estimate when he would return. Xia took a drag from her cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. Who knows? That guy always does as he pleases. Goes wherever he wants, comes back whenever he wants. He never tells anyone his whereabouts. Still don't worry too much. Since he said he'll go to Malinfanguo, he definitely will. He may seem unreliable, but he keeps his word. He never breaks a promise. He chatted a bit more with Xiaoqi, inquiring about recent events on Sabadi Archipelago and the movements of the Marine headquarters. Xiaoqi had been running the tavern here for many years, keeping herself well informed and knew everything there was to know about Sabadi Archipelago. From Xiaoqi, Jiale learned that the Marine headquarters had significantly reduced troop deployment on Sabadi Archipelago and in various regions recently owing to the impending public execution of Ace. Moreover, the movements of the Whitebeard pirates were also drawing attention, with the captains of various squadrons going into hiding. After chatting for about half an hour, Jiale glanced outside and noticed the sky gradually darkening. The streetlights came on, various colors intertwining, making the nights of Sabadi Archipelago even more lively and chaotic. He rose to his feet and said to Xiaoqi, "All right, thank you for sharing so much information with me. I should be going." Having spoken, Jiale turned and left the tavern, pushing open the door to step into the night. Watching Jiale walk away, the smile on Xiaoqi's lips gradually faded. She pressed her cigarette out in the ashtray and murmured to herself, "Jiale. Besides that, how did that kid named Mengqi manage to defeat that young man?" She was filled with curiosity, her interest in Jiale's true identity growing stronger by the moment. The fact that he had rescued someone from Kizuru proved that this young man was anything but ordinary. After leaving the tavern, Jiale retraced his steps. The streets were filled with drunken pirates shouting and making noise, weapons in hand, frequently breaking into arguments over trivial matters and even coming to blows. Some lawless elements were also conducting shady dealings in the dark corners, their eyes vigilantly watching for any movement around them. Soon he returned to the harbor. The harbor at night was brightly lit with various vessels docked along the shore. Pirate ships, merchant ships, fishing boats, and marine patrol crafts. Xiaowu was standing at the bow vigilantly observing the surroundings. Seeing Jiale return, he immediately called out excitedly, "Boss, you're back." Jiale leaped aboard the black rope, nodded, and asked, "Jiale and the others still haven't returned?" Xiaowu nodded and replied, "A Fu brought back a black boar. Dinner should be ready any time now." Jiale nodded and walked to the bow, gazing out at the distant sea. The ocean at night was pitch black, with only the stars and moon casting a faint glow that illuminated a corner of the water's surface. "Xiaowu." Old Zhou was about to ask whether Jiale had returned when he happened to look up and spot him. His face immediately lit up with a broad smile. "Boss, come in and eat. I made your favorite seafood congee." Coming. Jiale, equally pleased, grabbed Xiaowu's hand and headed into the kitchen together. After finishing dinner, Old Zhou set sail in the direction of the underwater prison, following the route Jiale had suggested, heading toward the Gate of Justice. Jiale, meanwhile, lay down in his cabin to rest. Just then, Xiaowu suddenly grabbed the telescope placed at the bow and gazed out at the distant sea. His expression instantly grew tense, and he shouted loudly, "Boss, there are marine warships ahead. And not just one." Jiale, who had been lying on his bed with a hint of drowsiness, felt a chill run through his heart. He immediately grabbed the golden staff beside his bed, then stepped out of his room. Jiale and the others were already standing on the deck, their eyes fixed on the increasingly clear ship's silhouettes in the distance. Jiale walked onto the deck and looked out into the distance. 5 enormous marine warships appeared on the distant horizon. Banners of the Marines flew high on each vessel, their decks brightly lit, resembling 5 floating castles on the sea, rapidly approaching the direction of the black rope number with an imposing and menacing presence. Jiale's eyes sharpened, and a powerful aura radiated from his body. He knew trouble had arrived, yet he felt no fear. His enhanced strength gave him soaring confidence. Jiale's body instantly liquefied into elemental form, transforming into a dazzling bolt of lightning. With a sharp whoosh, he shot into the high sky. The once pitch-black sky was suddenly crisscrossed with brilliant streaks of lightning. Blue bolts danced and weaved through the clouds, crackling with thunderous booms that seemed ready to tear the sky asunder. The air grew thick with the dense aura of lightning. The opposing marine warships soon spotted both the black rope number and Jiale, who had transformed into lightning overhead. A loudspeaker on one of the marine warships crackled to life, and a rough, authoritative voice boomed forth, "Unidentified vessel, halt immediately. This area is under strict marine jurisdiction. You are ordered to leave within 3 minutes, or we will resort to force. You will bear full responsibility for the consequences." Jiale let out a cold sneer from above. His voice, amplified by the power of lightning, swept across the entire sea, reaching every marine soldier's ear with crystal clarity. "Of course I know what this place is. Do you really think I'm some traveler out for a leisurely cruise who forgot his way?" Blue electricity crackled and popped around his hands, growing denser and more intense. Then he extended his arm toward the dark night sky, and powerful electric currents surged from his body, instantly merging into the storm clouds above. The entire sky's clouds began to churn and gather as though brewing a tremendous tempest. Hearing Jiale's words, the Marines were instantly consumed by rage. They had never encountered someone so audacious. Daring to openly provoke them on marine territory was simply unheard of. The captain of one marine warship, a towering man with a brutal face, immediately barked his orders: "Load the cannons and bomb that ship. And take down that reckless fool." Soon cannons on all 5 Marine warships aimed at the black rope number. Muzzle flashes lit up as massive shells roared through the air, hurtling toward the ship like a dense barrage of rain. Jiale's eyes turned icy cold, a hint of disdain curling his lips as he shouted loudly, "Divine retribution." In the same instant 5 colossal pillars of blue lightning erupted from the dark storm clouds. Wreathed in crackling electricity, they carried earth-shattering power, descending like 5 wrathful dragons, striking the 5 Marine warships on the sea with pinpoint precision. The lightning pillars moved at incredible speed, far surpassing that of the cannonballs, and struck all 5 Marine warships in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 deafening explosions echoed through the night. The warships hit by the lightning pillars burst into furious flames. Their hulls were utterly shattered, and the sea itself surged like a ferocious beast, ruthlessly devouring the wreckage. The Marine soldiers aboard couldn't even scream before they perished, swallowed by the freezing ocean depths. In just a few minutes, only the last of the 5 naval warships remained intact. The sailors on this vessel gazed at the horrifying scene before them, their faces etched with fear and despair. Before they could even sigh in relief at their narrow escape, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating the entire sea. Jiale, gripping the golden staff, appeared in an instant at the center of their deck, riding the lightning. The golden staff, entwined with blue lightning, exuded an aura of terror, causing the surrounding sailors to involuntarily step back. The sailors were startled, their faces a mask of sheer panic. Never had they witnessed such overwhelming power, a single strike that had sunk 4 warships. Such strength was utterly beyond comprehension. But they were Marines after all. Quickly regaining their composure, they raised their rifles and opened fire at Jiale, bullets raining down like a torrent. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire echoed across the sea, shattering the tranquility of the night. Jiale sneered. Lightning, like countless interwoven branches, instantly formed a thick barrier of electricity around his body, shielding him securely. The bullets struck the lightning barrier and were instantly melted into molten iron by the powerful current dripping onto the deck with a sizzling sound before cooling and solidifying. He stared coldly at the reckless sailors before him and shouted, 40 million volts discharge. A surge of immense electric current erupted from Jiale, spreading like a tidal wave toward the surrounding sailors, instantly covering the entire deck. The sailors had no time to dodge. The current struck them, their bodies stiffening, instantly black smoke rising from their forms, their skins scorched and blackened. They convulsed uncontrollably, one by one collapsing onto the deck, unconscious and completely incapacitated. Jiale looked at the fallen sailors without a trace of pity. In this world of pirates, the law of the jungle was eternal. Mercy toward one's enemies was cruelty toward oneself. These sailors had been ordered to attack him, so they should have been prepared to pay the price. Besides, as the boss of this stage, how could he not weaken them a bit? Even if it meant nothing to them. He walked to the edge of the deck and one by one kicked the unconscious sailors into the sea. The icy seawater might wake them, but whether they survived depended on their own luck. Just then a figure suddenly shot up from the sea like an arrow, landing steadily on the deck. This person wore the uniform of a Marine vice admiral. He was tall, covered in thick brown fur, his face a mix of anger and fear. He was the captain of this warship, Vice Admiral Mao-Chi. Vice Admiral Mao-Chi was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, having consumed the dog fruit model Grey Wolf. He possessed immense strength and speed, making him a formidable presence among Marine vice admirals. Earlier, when Jiale unleashed his divine judgment, Mao-Chi had managed to escape by using moonwalk to leap into the sea, narrowly avoiding the fate of the other warships. He looked at the unconscious sailors strewn across the deck, and at Jiale standing like a war god in the center. Rage and fear surged within him. He roared, "How dare you do this? Attacking Marine warships and killing sailors. Do you know what this means?" Jiale turned his head, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, a fish that slipped through the net. Of course I know what it means. So what? You attacked first. I was just defending myself." Vice Admiral Mao-Chi stared at Jiale, his eyes filled with terror. From the ease with which Jiale had destroyed 4 warships and instantly defeated all his men, he realized that he was no match for Jiale. The gap in their strength was too vast. But Mao-Chi forced himself to remain calm, bluffing. "Marine headquarters Marineford is not far from here. How dare you attack us here? Aren't you afraid the Marine admirals will come? Once they arrive, you'll have no escape." Jiale's face twisted into an exaggerated expression at the mention of Marine admirals, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. He laughed. "Of course I'm afraid of the Marine admirals. But I also know that right now they can't get away. Otherwise, why would only one vice admiral be stationed outside this gate?" Marine headquarters had recalled all vice admirals from outside missions to prepare for Ace's execution. Not only that, but the admirals were also on standby at headquarters, strengthening defenses to prevent a surprise attack from the Whitebeard pirates. They had no time for patrols, so only Vice Admiral Mao-Chi was sent with a few warships to guard this area. At Jiale's words, Mao-Chi's face turned pale and his body trembled involuntarily. He hadn't expected Jiale to know the current situation in the Marines. This meant the man had prepared, thoroughly unafraid of retaliation. "You? How do you know?" Mao-Chi stammered, stepping back involuntarily, his eyes filled with panic and confusion. He couldn't fathom who this mysterious person was, how he could have obtained inside information about Marine headquarters. The panic in your eyes proves I'm right. So now unless I kill a few celestial dragons, the admirals won't be able to leave Marineford. Su Jiale smiled and stepped forward one pace at a time toward Vice Admiral Mao Qi. The lightning around him grew denser, blue currents leaping across his skin, exuding a powerful pressure. Vice Admiral Mao Qi, watching Su Jiale approach, knew he could no longer retreat. He took a deep breath and his body began to transform. His fur became thicker and harder, his frame grew taller, his muscles bulged rapidly, his fingers morphed into sharp claws, and his eyes turned into those of a wolf gleaming with ferocity. He assumed the hybrid form of the dog fruit model gray wolf. Even if you know all that today, I'll take you down even if it costs me my life. Vice Admiral Mao Qi let out a howl-like roar and lunged at Su Jiale with incredible speed, his sharp claws gleaming with cold light, aiming for Su Jiale's chest. Su Jiale's gaze turned cold. Instead of dodging, he charged straight forward. Gripping the golden staff, a pitch-black armament hockey instantly coiled around his arm, turning the staff equally dark. The crackling lightning clinging to it lent the weapon a formidable, oppressive aura. A deafening bang echoed as Su Jiale's golden staff collided fiercely with Admiral Mao Qi's clawed hand. The immense force radiated outward in an instant. Deck planks shattered, splinters flying, and the surrounding air seemed to warp from the shockwave. Admiral Mao Qi felt a surge of powerful electrical current race up the golden staff. His arm went numb and his bones creaked audibly. His body retreated involuntarily over a dozen steps before he barely regained his footing. Su Jiale smiled faintly, his tone calm. What's wrong? Were you not going to capture me? He finished, then charged again at Admiral Mao Qi. The golden staff wreathed in blue lightning and, wielding tremendous force, descended upon Mao Qi's head like an enraged dragon, faster and more powerful than before. Realizing he would surely die if he continued fighting on deck, Admiral Mao Qi had no choice but to use moonwalk to evade into the high sky. Oh, you wish to fight me in the skies now? Su Jiale said mockingly, looking at the disheveled Admiral Mao Qi before him. Don't look down on me. Wolf bullet. In an instant, Admiral Mao Qi vanished from Su Jiale's sight. With his hands crossed forward, he shot towards Su Jiale like a missile at blinding speed, striking him. How was that? This is a technique I combined from shave and iron body. Admiral Mao Qi sneered at Su Jiale after seeing his hit land. Is that so? At your current state, you shouldn't be able to dodge my attacks, right? Su Jiale winced slightly, his eyes closing for a moment, his face twisting in pain, but he quickly composed himself. Watching Admiral Mao Qi, whose attack had been blocked by the golden staff, he noticed arcs of electricity dancing around his body like little snakes. 60 million volt discharge. Oh no. The moment the current struck Admiral Mao Qi's face turned ghostly pale, his limbs went limp, and a strangled groan tore from his throat. He tried to steady himself, but the intense current not only paralyzed his muscles, but also completely disrupted his sense of balance. Just as the electric arcs began to fade, Admiral Mao Qi's body lost all support. He toppled backward and plummeted straight into the sea, sending up a colossal splash. Already done for. Returning to the ship, Su Jiale continued to toss each unconscious naval crew member one by one into the dark Black Sea. As Admiral Mao Qi was sinking into the sea and about to lose consciousness, he saw various things being thrown in. When he closed his eyes, memories flooded back, naval enlisted men joking with him, and cadets earnestly saying they would take him as their role model, becoming men like him to combat all evil in the world. You bastard. Oh. Su Jiale looked at the drenched Admiral Mao Qi, who still clutched 4 or 5 naval soldiers in his hands. Even if you rescue them now, I'll throw them back in later. Just wait, I'll make you regret this. He placed the captured naval soldiers onto the deck, then immediately charged at Su Jiale. His speed was extremely fast, like a gray flash of lightning. Seeing this, Su Jiale immediately held the golden staff horizontally across his chest, ready to meet Admiral Mao Qi's attack. Hard claw. Admiral Mao Qi roared, his sharpened claws aimed straight for Su Jiale's head. Su Jiale's eyes narrowed. The golden staff in his hand flashed out instantaneously, colliding with Admiral Mao Qi's claws. Bang! A tremendous noise rang out, warping the air between them. Both Su Jiale and Admiral Mao Qi were knocked back several steps, yet their gazes remained locked intently on each other. Wolf pack. Admiral Mao Qi's feet delivered consecutive slashing kicks. The wind blades generated by his Ranpaku transformed into a stampeding pack of wolves charging towards Su Jiale. Electric flash. What? Admiral Mao Qi's eyes were seared by a sudden burst of intense light, plunging his vision into instant blur. Instinctively, he retreated backward. The blinding light ravaged his field of view like a sharp blade, temporarily robbing him of sight. His mind raced, calculating whether his previous attack had succeeded. No need to think about it, your attacks can't touch lightning. Su Jiale appeared above Admiral Mao Qi, placing his left hand on Mao Qi's head. Admiral Mao Qi cursed inwardly. The moment he raised his hand to counterattack Su Jiale, a powerful current surged from Su Jiale's hand and surged into his body. 80 million volt discharge. Ah! Admiral Mao Qi's agonized scream echoed across the silent seas. Even Jiale far away on the Black Rope ship heard it. Su Jiale walked toward Admiral Mao Qi, who, though charred all over, still hadn't fallen. Gazing at Mao Qi's eyes filled with rage, Su Jiale slowly raised the golden staff and brought it crashing down upon his skull. Admiral Mauchi tried to dodge, but grievously wounded as he could only barely raise his arm, coating it with armament hockey in a desperate attempt to block Su Jiale's strike. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. Admiral Mauchi's arm was shattered instantly by Su Jiale's golden staff twisting at an unnatural angle. He let out a piercing scream of agony. His body was sent flying backward like a severed kite, string crashing heavily against the warship's railing before hitting the ground. Unable to rise again, he was utterly defeated. Su Jiale looked at the half-dead Admiral Mauchi lying on the ground, making no further move to attack. He knew Mauchi had lost his combat effectiveness and posed no threat. With a kick, he sent him over the edge. Turning around, he gazed at the distant sea. At that moment, old Joe brought the black rope ship close. Upon nearing, Jiale called out loudly, "Boss, are you alright?" Su Jiale shook his head and said, "I'm fine, or it's all settled. Bring some supplies from the black rope ship onto this warship, then prepare to depart. This place isn't safe to stay long. What about you, boss?" Hearing this, a gang and the others immediately sprang into action. Their movements were swift as they rapidly transferred the supplies from the black rope ship onto the warship. "Jiale, I'm about to head to a dangerous place. From now on, I leave the black rope ship and old Joe and the others in your care." Su Jiale smiled at Jiale. Although Jiale didn't know where Su Jiale was going, he understood that the latter's insistence on coming before this gate of justice meant he was undoubtedly planning something extraordinary beyond their imagination. Jiale wanted to say more, but Su Jiale interrupted him, his tone resolute. "Jiale, I know you want to follow me, but your strength is not yet sufficient. Following me will only distract me. Stay here, protect Lao Zhou and the others well, and wait for my return." As he spoke, he revealed the armament hockey on his arm. The pitch-black hockey coiled around his arm, emanating a powerful and formidable aura that made everyone present feel his strength. When Jiale saw the armament hockey on Su Jiale's arm, his eyes lit up instantly, his face displaying shock and admiration. He had always known that Su Jiale was strong, but he never expected that Su Jiale had now also mastered armament hockey. He silently resolved to train even harder to improve his strength as quickly as possible, so that in the future, he could help Su Jiale and no longer hold him back. "Boss, rest assured I'll take care of them. I will protect Lao Zhou and the others well and wait for your return. Please be safe." Jiale nodded firmly, his eyes filled with determination. Soon all the supplies were loaded. Su Jiale also jumped off the Navy warship and returned to the black rope. He looked at Lao Zhou and the others, his expression turning serious. "Lao Zhou, you leave first. Take the black rope back to the Xiangbidi Islands, find a secluded spot to dock, and wait for me there." Lao Zhou was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Boss, aren't you coming with us? Where are you going? It's so dangerous here. It's too risky for you to stay alone." The others also looked at Su Jiale, their faces full of worry, wanting to persuade him to leave together. Seeing the anxious looks of his companions, Su Jiale felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. With my current strength, I can go anywhere I please. Just wait for me faithfully." Knowing they could not change Su Jiale's mind, Lao Zhou, Gang, Fu, and Xiao Wu had no choice but to bid him farewell, their faces filled with reluctance and concern. Su Jiale responded to each of them, watching as they set sail on the black rope, slowly departing the dock and heading toward the Xiangbidi Islands. Su Jiale stood alone on the deck of the Navy warship, his gaze fixed intently on the silhouette of the black rope. The sea breeze tousled his hair, carrying the salty tang of the ocean and the lingering scent of gunpowder from the battle-scarred deck. The hull of the black rope gradually shrank from a clear outline to a tiny black on the horizon until it was finally swallowed by the night and the waves, leaving no trace behind. Only after confirming that his comrades had safely departed did Su Jiale slowly withdraw his gaze, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. He turned and walked to a corner of the deck, leaning back gently against it. The cold touch of the metal seeped through his clothes, dispelling some of the post-battle heat. He bent down and casually pulled a red apple from a nearby supply sack. Its skin was smooth and plump, carrying a fresh, fruity fragrance. Wiping the dust off the apple's surface with his sleeve, Su Jiale took a large bite. The crisp flesh broke between his teeth, and the sweet and sour juice instantly filled his mouth, carrying the natural sweetness that dispelled the lingering gloom of the farewell and the fatigue of battle. Chewing slowly, he raised his head and cast his gaze toward the sea not far away. The night was as dark as ink, dyeing the ocean a deep black. Only the lights on the Navy warship cast rippling halos on the surface like lonely eyes in the darkness. At the edge of that darkness, the silhouette of a colossal, suffocating structure stood imposingly, the gateway to the undersea prison, the Justice Gate. This gate was forged from thick black alloy, rising hundreds of meters into the sky, as if connecting heaven and earth, imposing a powerful visual pressure. The two enormous doors were tightly shut, engraved with the giant Navy emblem and patterns symbolizing justice. They gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the night, like the clenched fangs of a colossal beast guarding this soul passage. Su Jiale stared at the tightly closed Justice Gate, his brow slightly furrowing, and the pace of his chewing slowed. This treacherous gate, considered a natural barrier, was directly controlled by the impelled-down prison. Built with the most advanced technology, no one could open it without a special order from the world government. However, Su Jiale's face showed no anxiety. He leisurely gnawed on the apple, his gaze calm as he observed the Justice Gate, as if admiring a still painting. for he knew clearly that soon a group of special guests would arrive from the other side of the Justice Gate. None other than Luffy and his crew, who had escaped from Impel Down along with numerous heinous criminals. All he had to do now was wait patiently here for their appearance. Time ticked by minute by minute. The apple was down to its core. Jiale casually tossed the core into the sea, where it splashed a tiny wave before being instantly swallowed by the dark waters. Meanwhile, on the inside of the Justice Gate, a breathtaking escape was unfolding. Not long ago, Luffy and his group had just broken free from the hell of Impel Down. At Jinbe's call, several massive whale sharks surged forward steadily, catching the falling crowd. With the help of the whale sharks, they managed to board a massive Navy warship, one that Crocodile and his men had seized from the Navy. Though the hull bore multiple bullet scars, it still maintained powerful sailing capabilities. As soon as they boarded, urgent shouts rang out on the deck. "Quick! Bring the medical kit. Inazuma is badly injured." Ivankov's anxious voice sounded as he looked at Inazuma, whose face was turning black and whose breath was weakening. His brow furrowed deeply. During the breakout from Impel Down, Inazuma had been hit by Magellan's deadly poison while covering the others. Now his body was covered in purple venom spots and black blood oozed from the wounds, clearly gravely injured. Several Okama rushed over with a heavy medical kit. Ivankov flipped open the lid and skillfully took out antidotes and bandages. His hands moved swiftly, cleaning Inazuma's wounds with a special antidote, while precisely injecting the neutralizing serum. His movements crisp and efficient, wasting no time. "Hang in there, Inazuma. You'll be okay." Ivankov gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Magellan's poison was exceptionally vicious. Even with his medical skills, he had to go all out to save Inazuma's life. The deck was packed with a motley crowd, most of them ragged, bearing scars and exhaustion, yet their eyes burned with a thirst for freedom and fear of the pursuers behind them. These were the criminals who had escaped from the world's greatest prison, Impel Down. At the bow of the warship, Luffy stood tall and erect. Though he had endured a series of fierce battles in Impel Down and received the enhanced treatment of Ivankov's hormone fruit, he showed no signs of weakness. On the contrary, he was brimming with extreme excitement. His eyes were bloodshot, and an astonishing aura radiated from his entire being. He stared fixedly ahead, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and he kept repeating, "Ace, wait for me. I'm coming to save you right now." On the deck of the warship, a chaotic yet strangely orderly scene unfolded. Crocodile leaned against the gunwale, a cigar dangling from his lips, his gaze cold and indifferent as he watched the pursuers behind. The golden hook on his hand occasionally glinted with a chilling light. While Ivankov tended to Inazuma's wounds, Buggy the Clown used his unique tone to boost the morale of the crowd. Jinbe stood by the helm, using his precise control over the seawater to constantly adjust the ship's course, evading the Navy's cannon fire. "Faster, a little faster. The Navy fleet is getting closer and closer." Jinbe shouted to the criminals steering the warship, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Behind them on the sea, dozens of Navy warships were pursuing like a pack of ravenous wolves. Their cannons kept firing, and shells accompanied by ear-piercing whistles fell around the warship, sending up huge waves that rocked the vessel violently. Boom, boom. The dense cannon fire was deafening, and seawater splashed wildly from the explosions. A shell hurtled directly toward the deck, with devastating force, swift as lightning. "Watch out." Jinbe's pupils contracted sharply. He spun the helm violently, while pushing hard against the wheel with both feet, his entire body tense with effort. Under his control, the warship veered sharply to one side, like a nimble fish barely dodging the impact. The shell grazed the side of the ship and plunged into the sea, sending a giant wave crashing onto the deck, drenching everyone's clothes. Then several more shells came in quick succession. "Leave it to me." Luffy roared, instantly activating his gum-gum fruit ability. His arm stretched like a rubber band and swung fiercely at the incoming shells. Bang! The shell was sent flying by the immense force, exploding in the sea and raising a massive spray of water. On the other side, Crocodile's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and waved, and countless grains of sand coalesced into a sharp sand blade, precisely slicing toward a shell. With a crack, the shell was severed in half, falling into the sea in two pieces. Nearby, Mr. One was not to be outdone. His hands turned into sharp blades, and he slashed horizontally at an incoming shell, instantly shattering it into fragments that exploded. Seeing this, the criminals on the deck burst into cheers, their despair ignited into fighting spirit by this series of counterattacks. "Damn it. These Navy men are really clinging to us." Crocodile blew out a smoke ring, a note of impatience in his voice. "At this rate, they'll catch up sooner or later." Just then, the imposing silhouette of the Gate of Justice gradually emerged on the sea ahead. When they saw the massive iron gate firmly shut, the criminals on the deck instantly fell into despair. What is that?" a criminal asked, pointing at the Gate of Justice, his voice trembling. "It's the Gate of Justice. The Navy headquarters Gate of Justice." Another seasoned criminal answered, his face pale with despair. We're trapped. Damn, I forgot about this thing." "Mr. Three Galdino, wearing a striped shirt and round glasses, collapsed in panic at the sight of the closed gate. He clutched his head tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face a mask of sheer terror. Although his wax fruit could create various wax objects, it was utterly useless against such a thick alloy door. "What do we do now? This gate is completely impossible to open." Buggy the Clown, in his signature red and black striped coat and tall hat, now tilted askew with his heavy makeup smudged, looking both disheveled and comical, placed his hands on his hips and screamed hysterically at the gate of justice, his voice filled with despair and frustration. The Navy is after us, and in front of us is a door we can't open. Are we going to be captured again? They had just escaped from the hellish Impel Down, thinking they could finally regain their freedom, only to find themselves trapped in this hopeless situation with no way forward and pursuers behind. Blocked ahead and chased from behind, all the criminals were plunged into despair. The deck of the warship was filled with sighs and desperate cries. It's over. Completely over. We finally escaped, only to die here. If I'd known, I'd rather have stayed and Impel Down. Luffy slammed his fist into the railing, instantly bending the hard metal bar out of shape. His eyes remained sharp, showing no sign of retreat. He shouted at everyone, "No. We can't give up. There must be a way through. Ace is still waiting for me." Just then the Navy fleet was drawing ever closer, and the cannon fire grew more intense. A shell struck the stern of the warship with precision, blasting a large hole in the deck. Seawater began to pour into the cabin, and the ship's speed slowed noticeably. "Hurry! Find a way to open the gate, or we'll all die." Buggy, terrified by the sight, shouted at the criminals around him. Mr. 3 crouched by the side of the ship, chin resting on his hands, brow furrowed in deep thought, desperately trying to figure out a way to open the gate of justice. His mind raced, recalling everything he knew about the gate of justice, but he could not come up with any clue. "No, we can't open this gate." Mr. 3 shook his head in despair. Unless someone opens it from the control room. "How could anyone possibly open the gate for us?" a criminal said bitterly. "They'd be happy to see us die here." Just when everyone had sunk into despair, convinced they were doomed, a tremendous rumbling sound suddenly came from the direction of the gate of justice. The 2 massive iron doors, which had been tightly shut, began to slowly rotate, emitting a creaking sound, as if a sleeping giant were awakening with a deafening commotion. Driven by machinery, the thick panels gradually opened to both sides, revealing a dark passage beyond. The gate is opening. How is this possible? The criminals on the deck froze instantly, their despair replaced by utter astonishment. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Some even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Buggy's mouth hung open, and his hat fell to the ground unnoticed. Mr. 3 pushed up his glasses, his body trembling slightly from shock. Even the ever-calm crocodile raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. As the iron gate opened, the water currents on the sea surface began to grow violent. A powerful tidal surge erupted from the inner side of the gate of justice, colliding with the outer seawater and forming a colossal whirlpool. The whirlpool spun violently, hurling spray dozens of meters into the air with a thunderous roar, as though devouring everything in its path. A breathtaking spectacle that also brimmed with lethal peril. Luffy stared at the slowly opening gate of justice, paused for a moment, then turned to the crew and shouted with excitement, "Great! We can make it across." But his excitement quickly faded as he scanned the deck, his smile dissolving into concern. Something's wrong. Where's Xiaofeng? Where did Xiaofeng go? Only then did everyone realize Vegapunk, who had been right beside them the entire time, had vanished without a trace. "Yeah, where's Vegapunk? He was just on deck a moment ago. Where did he go? Did he fall into the sea?" The prisoners began whispering among themselves, their faces etched with confusion and worry. Jinbe watched Luffy's anxious expression and let out a heavy sigh, his voice weighed down with gravity. "Luffy, Vegapunk. He didn't come out with us." "What do you mean?" Luffy's heart plummeted as he grabbed Jinbe's arm desperately. "Where exactly is he?" Jinbe closed his eyes and slowly revealed the truth. "Before we left Impel Down, Vegapunk did this so we could escape smoothly." "You bastard." Meanwhile, Magellan was preparing to board his ship to pursue the escaping Luffy and the others when he discovered the gate of justice had opened without his orders. Realizing something was wrong, he hurried back to the control room. Gazing at the figure inside that looked exactly like himself, Magellan finally understood what had transpired. Coo. Vegapunk, having transformed into Magellan's appearance, arrogantly wagged his index finger at the real Magellan. "That's right, it's me." Vegapunk laughed mockingly at the fooled Magellan, striking his signature ballet pose. "A fake." "No, a fake." At that moment, the nearby guards finally realized they had been treating the imposter as the real thing. Vegapunk knew he couldn't escape now, so to prevent the Marines from pursuing Luffy and the others, he transformed into Magellan, once more staging the same false Magellan ruse to have the guards seal the gate. At the precise moment the guards hesitated, their fingers hovering over the shutdown button, Vegapunk summoned every ounce of his strength and kicked the control lever and entire console to pieces, completely destroying any possibility of the gate reopening. He sacrificed his own freedom for Luffy and the others' chance to escape. "Why, you bastard? I won't let you go after the Straw Hats. Look, the gate is closing." "Thank goodness." Vegapunk has stayed behind alone at the submarine prison's control system hub. He used his mimic fruit abilities to transform into Magellan, deceive the guards, and ordered the gate of justice opened. As Jinbe narrated the events, Luffy finally understood why the gate of justice had opened. Rage surged through him as he grabbed Jinbe by the collar. "Why, we've endured so much hardship together, we're on the verge of escaping this prison. Can I go back and save him?" He recalled all the times Vegapunk had aided him within Impel Down. That boundless optimism, those words about how companions exist to support one another. Jinbe's composure shattered. He shoved Luffy aside and roared back. We've already lost hundreds of companions on this journey. Do you really want to throw your life away fighting Magellan? That would only cost more lives and waste precious time. Without someone staying behind, that gate would never have opened. Observing Luffy's fury, Jinbe produced the Din Mushy Vegapunk had entrusted him with as a contingency and pressed it into Luffy's hands. The line is still active, the signal's growing faint. It'll cut out when the gate seals. It's unusable, Lord Magellan. The damage is too severe, repairs will take too long. Magellan's face contorted, veins bulging as bloodshot eyes locked onto the architect of his downfall. Meanwhile, Vegapunk threw back his head and laughed arrogantly, ha. Then Luffy's voice crackled through the Din Mushy Xiaofeng. Hey, can you hear me, Xiaofeng? Magellan's expression darkened as he glared at Vegapunk, realizing there was nothing left to do. All he could do was pray the Marines outside would intercept the escapees. Vegapunk retrieved the Din Mushy from his pocket and channeled Luffy's voice through it. Why do you keep doing this to yourself? You've already made the same sacrifice once. Why repeat it? Damn it, Jinbe. I told you not to take this out unless absolutely necessary. Wait until the gate seals. Vegapunk had never anticipated that Jinbe would produce the Din Mushy and hand it to Luffy. Didn't we agree to escape together? I've been saved by you so many times. Reply if you can hear me. Xiaofeng. So that's what happened. That crossdresser actually stayed behind for us. A dead silence fell across the deck as everyone grappled with the magnitude of Vegapunk's sacrifice. The flamboyant performer, who always danced ballet with an exaggerated grin and loved impersonating others, had given everything for them. Boyphone. Ivankov gazed toward the horizon, his eyes clouded with conflicting emotions, grief and admiration warring within him. Crocodile said nothing, simply drawing on his cigar, as something faintly vulnerable flickered across his previously impassive features. He murmured slowly, I never imagined being rescued by someone like him. I suppose I owe you my respect. He had never conceived that someone he deemed worthless could save him, yet Vegapunk's sacrifice had fundamentally shifted his entire perspective. Mr. 3 stood at the deck's edge, watching the colossal gate of justice, his heart shaken to its core. Selfishness had always been his guiding principle. He cared only for his own survival and had never contemplated sacrifice for another. Yet Vegapunk's action struck like a boulder dropped into still water, sending ripples through every belief he held. As Luffy's voice echoed continuously, Vegapunk kept his lips sealed, terrified that responding would shatter his composure. Xiaofeng. The gate is closing. We're leaving. Thank you. Luffy forced out his final words with difficulty, knowing this parting might be eternal. Foam Keeley stood frozen, tears instantly blurring his eyes and smearing his makeup. Overwhelmed by profound grief and emotion, he could hold back no longer. He fell to his knees and wailed loudly, Straw Hat, little Foam. Straw Hat, you must save your brother. Upon hearing this, Luffy burst into tears as well. Hurry. The gate is about to close. Sink them now. The pursuing Navy fleet behind them had not yet given up, determined to sink them before the gate of justice shut. In the depths of hell, the flower of friendship blooms. Upon the rippling blue waves, petals of memory drift. One day, it shall burst forth in full bloom once more. Foam Keeley shed his disguise, assuming a combat stance, and faced Magellan head-on. The way of the femboy. Jinbe steered the warship, adjusting its course as it charged toward the final whirlpool. The vessel rocked violently within the vortex, its hull creaking and groaning as though it might break apart at any moment. One by one, the criminals turned pale, gripping nearby fixtures with white-knuckled intensity, daring not relax even slightly. Upon the warship's deck, a scene of extreme contrast was unfolding. Clown Buggy stood at the center of the deck, having produced from somewhere several barrels of sealed rum and a pile of stale, hardened Navy ration biscuits, bellowing at the top of his lungs, so his voice drowned out the roaring waves. Hey, you lot. What are you standing around doing? Wearing his tilted top hat, his red nose bobbing with the ship's motion, he grabbed a bottle of rum, bit off the cork with his teeth, and took a mighty gulp. The sharp liquor spilled from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto his red and black striped coat, stained with gunpowder and blood, leaving dark trails. We escaped from the hellish impel down. We survived the clutches of that poisoned demon Magellan. We've barely caught our breath. How can we not celebrate? A few criminals, either optimistic by nature or simply past caring, were swept up in his energy and gathered around. Some snatched the bottle and tilted their heads back to drink greedily, liquor streaming down their necks and soaking their clothes without a care. Others grabbed biscuits and gnawed at them, fiercely grinning through the pain of hard crumbs. Still others produced a tattered pirate flag from somewhere and planted it on the deck, singing along with Buggy's off-key pirate song. The rough hoarse singing mingled with the sound of waves clinking, bottles, and raucous laughter echoing through the enclosed space framed by the 3 gates of justice. A chaos so absurd it became heartbreaking. Drink. Keep drinking. What are the Navy? What is Marineford? With the great Buggy here, I guarantee everyone will be safe. Buggy stood atop a wine barrel, arms outstretched in a savior's pose, drawing bursts of cheers from the unsuspecting criminals around him. He reveled in this feeling of being surrounded, temporarily forgetting the Navy hot on his tail and the Marine headquarters lurking ahead, immersing himself in this fleeting, illusory carnival. Yet this boisterousness clashed sharply with the silence on the port side of the deck, as though separated by an invisible barrier. Luffy leaned against the railing, both hands gripping the cold metal bars tightly, his knuckles turned white, even trembling slightly. His gaze fixed relentlessly on the rear where the gate of justice, the gate that had just opened a path to survival for them, was slowly closing. The massive door panels eventually shrank into a blurry black on the horizon, completely swallowed by the thick night, leaving not a trace. Feng Qiliai's face with its exaggerated smile, his comical figure dancing ballet, his swaying hips calling out the way of the femboy, and finally through the din mushy, that tearful yet unwavering, straw hat, you must save your brother. All played on loop in his mind like a film. Tears swirled uncontrollably in his eyes, blurring his vision and making that pitch-black sea appear even more turbid. He remembered in the 5th underground level of Impel Down how Feng Qiliai had resolutely turned to face the horde of guards to cover his escape. He remembered in the control room how that ever-optimistic femboy had chosen to stay behind in hell, alone, confronting Magellan for their freedom. Damn it. Luffy smashed his fist hard against the railing, the rigid metal bending slightly with a dull clang. His voice carried an uncontrollable sob, growling like a wounded beast. We promised we'd escape together. We promised we'd go save Ace together. Why did you stay behind alone? The sea breeze lifted his straw hat, and beneath the brim his eyes were filled with pain and unwillingness. He clenched his fists again and again, then released them, his nails digging deep into his palms, and leaving clear traces of blood, yet feeling no pain whatsoever. For compared to Feng Qiliai's sacrifice, what was this ache? Mr. 3 stood beside Luffy, hands buried in the pockets of his striped shirt, his face, which normally carried a cunning and calculating expression, now etched with rare solemnity. He pushed up his round glasses, the lenses reflecting the night, concealing the complex emotions in his eyes. His gaze, too, was fixed on the direction where the gate of justice had vanished. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, his mouth opened, yet no words came. Before, he had always thought Feng Qiliai was a troublesome nuisance, hypocritical, always waving the banner of friendship, and even responsible for his imprisonment. He had looked down on this crazy, foolish femboy. In his understanding, survival came first. Sacrificing oneself for others was simply the most foolish thing in the world. But now he truly understood what a passionate and brave heart that seemingly comical man possessed. Feng Qiliai's sacrifice was like a boulder crashing hard against his impregnable wall of selfishness, causing him to reflect for the first time on whether what he had pursued all along held any meaning. On the other side of the deck, the medical area's atmosphere was filled with the relief of survival. Ivankov had just finished the final round of treatment for Lightning and was now carefully wrapping the boy's arm with clean bandages. Lightning's complexion had shifted from the previous bluish-black to pallor, though some color had returned. The purple venom spots that had covered his body had faded significantly, leaving only a few darker marks like hideous scars telling of the earlier danger. His breathing had become steady. Though still weak, his eyes had regained a glimmer of spirit, indicating he had clearly passed the danger of death. Great news. Lightning is finally okay. The surrounding femboy warriors all breathed a sigh of relief, joyful smiles spreading across their faces. Some even wiped their eyes in excitement. They were all companions from the new femboy paradise, having faced life and death together. Lightning's safety tugged at everyone's heart. Ivankov wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mixed with dust from the earlier battle, the sweat left several ragged streaks on his face. Watching the gradually awakening Lightning, he shook his head gently, his tone tinged with regret. Lightning, although I've pulled you back from the gates of death, Magellan's poison is too formidable. It clings like a parasitic worm, causing severe damage to your body. In the upcoming Battle of Marineford, he will likely have to sit this one out. He must rest properly, otherwise the poison may flare up again. Lightning slowly opened his eyes, his long eyelashes trembling. He looked at Ivankov, then at the concerned companions around him, and managed a weak smile as he struggled to speak. It's all right. As long as everyone can escape safely. As long as I can help the Straw Hat. This injury of mine is nothing. Lord Ivankov. A young femboy warrior frowned, stepping forward and asking in confusion. With vibrant pink hair and a touch of youthfulness on his face, clearly a junior from the new femboy paradise. Since you were able to use the Ferungate hormone to save the Straw Hat Kid from the brink of death, why not inject it directly into Lightning? Wouldn't that restore his combat ability faster? We're exactly at the point where we need every hand. His words silenced those around them. Everyone looked at Ivankov, their eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. They had all witnessed the miraculous effects of the Ferungate hormone with their own eyes. When Luffy had been struck by Magellan's deadly poison and was on the verge of death, it was Ivankov's injection of this hormone that allowed him to recover within a short time and unleash greater power. Hearing this, the smile on Ivankov's face gradually faded, his eyes growing grave. He slowly raised his left arm, rolling up his sleeve to reveal several scars of varying depth on his arm. Marks left from when he had been struck by Magellan's poison dragon and had forcibly injected himself with hormones to save his own life. They still ached faintly to this day. I could certainly do that. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying an imperceptible weight, as though recalling that painful experience. In the earlier battle at Impel Down, I was critically injured by Magellan's poison dragon and near death. It was by injecting myself with large doses of healing hormone and adrenaline hormone that I forcefully cleared the poisoning and clawed my way back to life. Recalling the scene from back then, Ivankov's body involuntarily trembled, as if he were feeling that bone-deep pain all over again. He closed his eyes briefly and continued, "That feeling is like having every bone in your body dismantled and then reassembled with red-hot iron wire. Every inch of skin is scorched by raging flames, every nerve screams in agony, and consciousness is torn back and forth between clarity and chaos. It is worse than death. He paused dramatically, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before landing gently on Lightning, his tone full of tender concern. Using hormones for direct treatment is indeed efficient. It can repair bodily damage in the shortest time and even allow the user to exert far more power than usual. But behind this comes a heavy price. This treatment method essentially overdraws the user's life potential, directly consuming a significant amount of lifespan. Lifespan. The surrounding femboy warriors were stunned, their faces showing utter disbelief. That's right, lifespan. Ivankov nodded heavily. Vitality is like water spilled. You can never get it back once it's gone. Lightning is our main force in the new femboy paradise, one of the most promising juniors in our revolutionary army. He has a long road ahead, and he must shine on future battlefields fighting for freedom and justice. He gently patted Lightning's shoulder. Since we can heal him gradually through normal medical means, why make him pay the price of shortened lifespan? I cannot destroy his future for the sake of temporary combat power. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Their gazes toward Ivankov were filled with admiration and emotion. So this so-called femboy queen, who appeared flamboyant and carefree love to joke, actually harbored such meticulous considerations and profound care beneath her seemingly casual exterior. Lord Ivankov. Lightning's eyes grew moist. Moved, he looked at Ivankov, his lips trembling as he wanted to say something, but Ivankov gently cut him off. Enough, let's not talk about this anymore. Ivankov showed his signature brilliant smile, once more patting Lightning's cheek. Get plenty of rest. When you recover, we'll throw a party to celebrate. By then I'll personally mix the best cocktail for you. The surrounding femboy warriors also chimed in, and the atmosphere lightened once more. However, everyone now carried an additional measure of respect for Ivankov and a heartfelt blessing for Lightning. In the corner of the deck, Buggy, holding a bottle of rum, stumbled over to Luffy and Mr. 3. His steps were unsteady. He had clearly consumed quite a bit. A drunken look graced his face, yet uncommonly he set aside his usual arrogance and comicality and comforted them in a somewhat stiff tone. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, and you Candleman, stop mourning here. He burped, the smell of alcohol rushing forward. That guy. That femboy named Phone Keelii, since he made his choice, surely hopes we live well, not wallow in tears here. If he knew you were like this, wouldn't his sacrifice be in vain? Mr. 3 turned his head and glanced at Buggy. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. He merely sighed lightly and cast his gaze once more toward the distant pitch-black sea. He knew Buggy was right, but the heaviness and guilt in his heart simply could not be let go. Luffy sniffled and forcefully wiped his eyes, drying away the tears that were about to fall. He lifted his head and looked at Buggy. Though still sorrowful, a spark of determination had reignited in his eyes. Buggy's words, though harsh, had awakened him. He could not remain immersed in sadness forever. He had to pull himself together, rescue Ace. That was the best response to Phone Keelii's sacrifice. Just then Jinbe's voice came from the ship's helm. His body still bore the scars of battle, and his dark blue kimono was torn in several places, revealing sturdy muscles. Yet his expression was extraordinarily calm. His gaze swept over everyone on deck, and his voice rang out loud and firm like rolling thunder across the bustling deck. Baji is right. Bon Clay sacrificed his own freedom, even his life, to open the door for us to escape. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. We must give it our all and successfully rescue Ace from the execution platform at Ma Lin Fan Duo. Ma Lin Fan Duo. As soon as Shinping finished speaking, the deck erupted in a thunderous uproar as if a bomb had been dropped. The wine bottle in Baji's hand crashed to the ground with a clang, spilling liquor everywhere, spreading across the deck and releasing a strong alcoholic scent. He stared at Shinping in disbelief, eyes wide as saucer's mouth agape enough to fit a fist. The drunkenness vanished, instantly replaced by sheer shock and terror. What did you say? We're going to Ma Lin Fan Duo. That's the Navy headquarters. It's crawling with Marines, and there are admirals, vice admirals, and... oh, going there is suicide. It's walking right into a trap. Mr. 3 panicked instantly. He grabbed Shinping's arm, fingers whitening from the grip, face as pale as paper, and stammered. Shinping, you must be joking. We just escaped from that hell called Tue Jin Chung. We should hide in some remote place, not go to Ma Lin Fan Duo. Quick turnaround. It's still not too late. The other criminals also erupted, the previous excitement and relief instantly replaced by overwhelming fear. They crowded around, shouting in confusion, despair written on their faces. What? Going to Ma Lin Fan Duo? Did I hear that right? Are you insane? That's the Navy's lair, the most dangerous place in the world for pirates like us. I don't want to go. I'd rather go back to Tue Jin Chung than die at Ma Lin Fan Duo. At least there's a chance to survive in Tue Jin Chung. Exactly. Tue Jin Chung might be harsh, but at least a Navy admiral won't punch you to death. For a moment the deck was filled with complaints, wails, and panicked shouts. The crowd shoved and pushed, demanding Shinping turn back, creating a scene of utter chaos. Baji and Mr. 3 lunged at Shinping, shaking him violently, while screaming hoarsely, turn back. Turn back now? We're not going to Ma Lin Fan Duo. I don't want to die. Shinping watched them calmly, letting them shake him without a flicker of hesitation on his face. He had weathered countless storms and had long cultivated a steady heart. When they had vented enough and their strength was spent, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying an unshakable resolve that cut through the noise. It's too late to talk about that now. We've already entered this whirlpool current and cannot turn back. He pointed at the turbulent sea outside the ship, where the waves were even more violent, forming massive whirlpools like hungry mouths roaring with a deafening rumble. To facilitate rapid travel between the Navy headquarters, the Judicial Island, and the underwater prison, the Navy designed fixed whirlpool currents in this sea area. These currents are extremely powerful. Once a ship enters, it is tightly gripped and automatically carried toward Ma Lin Fan duo. WH. What? Baji and Mr. 3 were thunderstruck. They released their grip, their legs gave way, and they collapsed onto the deck, staring blankly ahead with despair on their faces. Baji opened his mouth to speak, but could only emit hoarse gasps as if all strength had been drained from him. The other criminals also seemed to have their spirits sapped, collapsing to the ground amid wails, curses, and sobs. The deck, once a scene of absurd revelry, had turned into a pit of despair. It's over. Completely over. Being carried by the current to Ma Lin Fan duo. How is that different from being marched straight to the execution ground? If I had known, I'd rather have stayed in 2A Jin Chung. At least I'd keep my life. It's all that Straw Hat Boy's fault. If he hadn't wanted to rescue Ace, we wouldn't be in this mess. Some began venting their anger on Lu Fei, glaring at him with fury and resentment. Just then a cold, impatient voice suddenly rang out like a thunderclap in winter, silencing all the noise. Are you all idiots? Everyone turned to see Kaluo Kuda Air sitting sideways on a huge wooden crate. His legs crossed, posture languid, a cigar in his mouth, smoke swirling around him. His icy eyes swept over the chaotic crowd like a hawk, filled with undisguised contempt and impatience. Mr. 1 stood respectfully behind him, expressionless, scanning the criminals on the deck with a chilling, murderous aura that made people instinctively step back. From the moment we left the underwater prison, there was no turning back. Kaluo Kuda Air slowly exhaled a smoke ring that dissipated into the night sky, like his cold breath. His voice was low but carried a suffocating pressure. The Navy will never let us fugitives go. No matter where we flee, they will hunt us down without end. So instead of scurrying like whipped dogs living in constant fear, it's better to go to Ma Lin Fan duo and take a gamble. He paused, his gaze falling on Lu Fei with a complex emotion. Perhaps respect, perhaps disdain, or both. And Straw Hat Boy's goal from the start was to rescue Ace. This ship's course has been destined for Ma Lin Fan duo since he broke into the underwater prison. Since you chose to board this ship, you should have been prepared for this. Lu Fei looked at the despairing crowd, then at the criminals, venting their anger on him. He scratched his head, a hint of guilt on his face, and said earnestly, if you don't want to go, you can jump off the ship now and find a place to hide before we reach Ma Lin Fan duo. Are you trying to kill us? Baji leaped up from the deck, pointing at Lu Fei's nose, shouting angrily, tears almost streaming down his face. His hat had fallen off long ago, his hair disheveled, his face covered in dust and wine stains. Looking both pathetic and ridiculous, yet no one laughed. We're devil fruit users? Jumping into the sea would instantly drain our strength, and we'd be swallowed by the waves. What's the difference between that and dying at Ma Lin Fan duo? You idiot. Do you think everyone is as fearless as you? Mr. 3 roared along. Exactly. You simple-minded creature. We just want to live. The other criminals chimed in, complaining bitterly at Lu Fei, their tone filled with pessimism and anger. The faint cohesion that had emerged from Bon Clay's sacrifice instantly dissipated, leaving only endless suspicion and resentment. Going to die like this is worse than staying in prison. Exactly. He didn't even tell us the destination was Ma Lin Fan duo. Prison might be harsh, but at least you don't lose your life. I wish I hadn't followed them in the jailbreak. This is just jumping from one hell into another. Just then a blonde beauty in a pink rabbit costume stepped out from the crowd. She was tall and curvaceous, her figure evident even in the bulky costume. Her makeup was exquisite, a playful smile on her lips. She held a goblet of red wine, and with graceful steps she approached the prisoner who had been complaining the loudest. That prisoner was obese with a fierce scar on his face. He sat on the deck crying and cursing, looking utterly pathetic. Mister, that's not quite right. The blonde beauty gently swirled her wine glass, the liquid tracing elegant arcs reflecting the faint light of the warship, looking especially tempting. Her voice was sweet and charming with a unique magnetism. We sisters of the new Okinawa paradise already knew the destination of this voyage was Ma Lin Fan duo. From the moment we decided to help Straw Hat Boy escape, we were ready to die. WH. What? The prisoner jerked his head up, staring at her in disbelief, eyes wide. You knew all along. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you hide it from us? The other criminals also turned to the blonde beauty, their eyes filled with anger, confusion, and the humiliation of being deceived. The blonde beauty took a delicate sip of wine, letting out a tinkling laugh that was clear and pleasant, but carried a hint of mockery. Why should we have said it? You wouldn't have changed anything anyway. Oh, it would only have added to your worries. Isn't it better to let you enjoy a little more happiness, savor this brief freedom? She spread her hands, speaking lightly. And besides, fighting alongside our new Okinawa paradise for justice and friendship, isn't that a glorious thing? You're too much. The prisoner trembled with rage, leaping to his feet to attack the blonde beauty, but was held back by his companions. Forget it. There's no point arguing with them. We can't beat these freaks anyway. The prisoner struggled for a moment, but unable to break free, he could only roar in impotent fury before slumping back onto the deck, continuing to cry. Just as the deck descended into chaos again, the ship's din mushy suddenly rang. The bruh bruh sound cut through the noise like a death knell, silencing everyone involuntarily. Don't answer. Pretend you didn't hear it. Baji reacted instantly, shouting as he lunged to turn off the din mushy. He knew all too well that a call at this time could only be from the Navy. Answering it would confirm their location and intentions, drawing even more pursuers. But he was a step too slow. Lu Fei, curious about the wriggling, noisy din mushy, found it interesting. He grabbed it, pressed the answer button, and shouted into it, "Hello. I'm Lu Fei. You idiot. Who told you to answer?" Baji jumped in fury, wishing he could rush over and beat Lu Fei. He put his hands on his hips, chest heaving, face flushed red, but utterly helpless. Mr. 3 covered his face, unable to bear the sight, shaking his head, as if he already saw their tragic future. The other criminals also showed expressions of despair, some even collapsed on the deck wailing, "Heaven wants us dead." There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if surprised that someone would answer so bluntly and even identify themselves. Then a cold, stern voice came through, full of authority and pressure. "Straw Hat Lu Fei. I didn't expect you to dare answer. We've confirmed the information from 2A Jinsheng. You've hijacked a Navy warship and are currently being carried by the Whirlpool Current toward Ma Lin Fan Duo. According to our investigation, there are 2 main culprits in this jailbreak, you Straw Hat Lu Fei and Xiao Chou Baji." Hearing the name, Xiao Chou Baji, Baji's body froze instantly, as if struck by a paralysis spell. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his hair and clothes. He screamed internally, "Why me? I'm just a background character, and I don't want to be a main culprit." The voice on the other end continued, each word like a hammer smashing into Baji's heart, making his face grow paler. "We've learned that Xiao Chou Baji was once a cabin boy on the pirate king Luo Jie's ship, and even called the Yangko to see his brother. Although we're not sure of your connection to Ace, given your current course, your target is undoubtedly the execution platform at Ma Lin Fan Duo, right?" "No, absolutely not. You've got it wrong. I have no connection to Ace. I was coerced by them. And how do they know so much about me?" Baji screamed in his mind, but dared not make a sound. He could only stare at the din mushy, trembling uncontrollably, terror and helplessness written on his face. Meanwhile, the other criminals on the deck exploded upon hearing the phone's contents. They stared at Baji in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock, admiration, and awe. The earlier dissatisfaction and resentment vanished without a trace. What? Baji was actually a member of the pirate king Luo Jie's crew. He's also a brother of the Yangko Kusi. He is even sworn brothers with the 4 emperors Shanks. So Buggy-sama is actually this formidable. We were blind not to recognize his greatness. No wonder Buggy-sama is so calm. He has nothing to fear. Following Buggy-sama, we will surely survive. Buggy-sama, please save us. We will follow you from now on. In an instant, Buggy transformed from a despised clown into an idol worshipped by the crowd. Countless pairs of eyes filled with awe fixed upon him, and some even tried to rush forward and embrace his legs. This sudden shift left Buggy even more bewildered. He could only stand rigidly and place a conflicted expression of both amusement and dismay spreading across his face. Crocodile watched the scene, unable to suppress a sneer. He muttered to Mr. 1 beside him, "I never expected that clown to have such a background. But only these fools would believe he has the power to protect them." Jinbi also shook his head helplessly, murmuring, "This Buggy really is full of surprises." Mr. 1 echoed flatly, "How did someone of his strength ever board Roger's ship?" His gaze swept over the fervent criminals, filled with disdain. The Marine on the other end of the din mushy, receiving no response, continued, "I warn you, Marineford has been set with an inescapable net. The Admiral's elite soldiers and the 7 warlords are ready and waiting. Moreover, you might not even reach Marineford, since the final gate of justice is directly controlled by Marine headquarters. We will never surrender." Luffy shouted into the din mushy, his tone resolute and brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. "I will save Ace. No one can stop me." He then hung up the call, tossing the din mushy aside, as if he had never answered it. Have you lost your mind?" Buggy trembled with rage, pointing at Luffy, unable to speak. He now wished he could find a hole to crawl into, wanting nothing more than to escape this entire situation. Just then the lookout suddenly cried out in urgent alarm, his voice thick with panic. "Bad news. A large number of Marine warships are closing in from behind. At least 5 of them. They've already opened fire." Hearing this, everyone rushed to the ship's railing and peered astern. In the darkness of the night, 5 Marine warships, like 5 ferocious beasts, followed closely behind. Their lights gleamed coldly like the eyes of demons. The ship cannons fired continuously, each shell shrieking as it rained down upon their vessel. The shells exploded into massive geysers on the sea, sending water columns dozens of meters high that rose like walls before them. "Everyone prepare for battle." Jinbi's voice rang out, full of authority, instantly steadying the crowd's emotions. He spun the helm violently, pushing the ship to its maximum speed, while maneuvering deftly through the waves, dodging the incoming shells. "Luffy, take the front defense. Crocodile, you cover the left. Mr. 3, the right is yours. The rest of you handle any Marines who board the ship. Leave it to me." Luffy roared, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. His arms instantly transformed into rubber, lashing out like gigantic whips to strike the incoming shells. Goma Goma no. Whip. His leg extended at incredible speed, immediately sending 2 oncoming shells hurtling back. The shells exploded on the marine vessels. Sans. Crocodile snorted, a flicker of contempt on his face. He raised his hand and countless grains of sand converged from the deck, forming a massive sandstorm several meters tall before him. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells slammed into the sandstorm, instantly swallowed by it. The sandstorm writhed as if alive, dissolving the impact of the shells, and then destroying the marine ships. My wax is no pushover either. Mr. Three's eyes narrowed. His hands moved rapidly and countless white candles solidified in an instant, forming a sturdy wax wall on the right side of the ship. The wall's surface was smooth as a fortress. Shells that struck it caused no damage. Ivankov was not to be outdone, raising his hands and shouting, "Nookamas, show your courage. Let these Marines see the might of New Kama Land. Fight for freedom, for friendship. Death wink." The fierce battle raged for an entire hour. Through the combined counterattack of Luffy, Crocodile, Jinbe, and the others, the 5 pursuing marine warships were all defeated. One of them had its ammunition depot struck directly by Luffy's Goma Goma no rocket, triggering a massive explosion. It sank instantly into the sea, leaving only a sea of fire and struggling marines. Though exhausted, the people on deck wore victorious smiles. They supported each other, celebrating the hard-won triumph. Buggy, emboldened by the victory, leaped onto a barrel and spread his arms, shouting, "Ha! See that? That's the power of Buggy-sama. Those Marines are no match for us. Follow me, and I'll guarantee you safe passage to Marineford." He had completely forgotten his earlier fear and despair and began boasting once more. The surrounding criminals chimed in, heaping praise upon Buggy, as if it were he, not Luffy, and the others who had fought the desperate battle. Just as everyone was celebrating their victory, Jinbe suddenly shouted, "Everyone look! We're here!" Hearing this, they all rushed to the railing and peered ahead. Before them loomed a massive gate of justice, even more imposing and formidable than the one they had encountered earlier. The gate was forged entirely from black alloy, towering hundreds of meters into the sky, as if connecting heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming sense of visual pressure. Carved into the door panels were the immense marine emblem and patterns symbolizing justice. They gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the night, like the clamped fangs of a colossal beast guarding the final checkpoint to Marineford. Finally, Luffy's eyes sharpened as he stared at the sealed gate of justice. His fists clenched unconsciously, knuckles turning white. He could sense that Ace was on the other side of the gate, waiting for his rescue. "If we can just open this gate, we'll reach Marineford and see Ace." "But how do we open this gate, Mr. Three?" frowned, perplexed. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with worry. The last gate was opened with Bon Clay's help. But now at Marine headquarters, there's no Bon Clay. No one can open this gate. The authority to open the gate of justice rests only with the high-ranking officials of Marine headquarters. We can never open it. Silence fell over the crowd. Indeed, this gate of justice was directly controlled by Marine headquarters, built with the most advanced technology, and was utterly impossible to open. They had just repelled the pursuing Marines, believing they had seen hope, only to encounter a new obstacle, as if fate were mocking them. What do we do? Are we just going to be trapped here? If we can't open the gate, then all our efforts were for nothing. And Bon Clay's sacrifice will have been in vain. Is heaven truly set against us? Despair once again enveloped the deck, even heavier than when they first learned they had to go to Marineford. Everyone gathered together, discussing frantically, but no one could think of a solution. Buggy paced in agitation, cursing and kicking at the debris on the deck, all to no avail. Jinbe's brows were tightly knit, his gaze fixed on the gate of justice. His mind raced, searching for a way to open it. He knew something of the Marines' defensive system, and understood that the gate of justice was extremely well guarded, forcing it open was all but impossible. Crocodile had also shed his usual aloofness, his eyes solemn, as he studied the gate. He tapped his golden hook lightly against his arm, as if deep in thought. Though his sand abilities were powerful, they might prove ineffective against such a thick alloy door. Must it really come to this? This old man cannot accept this. Garp's face darkened as he confronted Sengoku. This public execution is not merely a punishment for a pirate. Sengoku's expression was stern as he met Garp's gaze. "You should know the significance of this execution to the entire world," Sengoku continued. Garp did not reply, but turned to leave his broad back, seeming to protest in silence. "Now, as one of the parties involved in this matter, you bear a heavy responsibility as well." Sengoku's voice rose sharply. Garp's steps halted abruptly, but he did not turn around. "Garp, don't forget that," Sengoku said. Garp pondered for a moment, then resolutely continued on his way, his silhouette growing distant, leaving only the meaningful silence behind. At this moment, there were 3 hours left until the public execution. The sky over Marineford was a deliberately washed, almost cruel shade of azure. Not a single cloud marred its expanse. The sunlight, like molten gold, poured without restraint onto the fortress of Marine headquarters, the symbol of the world government's absolute military might. The fortress's white walls reflected a dazzling brilliance in the daylight. Every massive stone seemed to be steeped in stern order and unquestionable authority. Yet this radiant light could not dispel the intangible oppressive weight that saturated the air, a gravity heavy enough to crush one's breath. The crescent-shaped Bay Plaza was vast enough to host a large-scale national war. At this moment 100,000 elite Marine soldiers stood in countless orderly phalanxes, their white uniforms merging into a cold, silent forest of steel. Sunlight glinted off polished shoulderboards, hat brims, and blade edges, creating countless dazzling points of light, like the cold stars reflected on a winter ice field. On countless faces young or weathered expressions were uniformly carved into fortitude and resolve. But if one looked closely they could detect from the faint trembling of fingertips the pale, tightly pressed lips, and the subtle contraction in the depths of their pupils the hidden fear and reverence for the unknown fate. The air was thick with an unsettling mixture of odors, the salty tang of the sea breeze, the acrid sting of gunpowder, the metallic scent of leather and steel rubbing together, and the sulphurous smell of a war whose fuse was yet to be lit, but had already permeated the atmosphere. This air was so heavy it could clip the wings of a bird, making time itself sticky and sluggish. At the end of the plaza adjacent to the shimmering inner bay dock stood a temporary, but exceptionally sturdy and tall execution platform. It resembled a gigantic pillar of shame piercing the sky, or the central altar of this grand sacrifice of justice. On the platform Portgas D. Ace, the bloodline left behind by the pirate king Jiale D. Roger knelt on the cold wooden boards, his head bowed. Thick seastone chains like venomous pythons coiled tightly around his wrists, ankles, and upright frame, not only restraining his fire-igniting abilities, but also seeming to crush his last ounce of pride and dignity. His iconic orange cowboy hat symbolizing freedom and friendship was long gone. His black hair was tousled by the salty sea breeze, obscuring most of his face. Only his tightly pressed bloodless lips remained visible along the exposed, vividly clear mark on the back of his neck, the brand of the Portgas name and the trajectory of the blade that would fall today, symbolizing the victory of justice. Below the execution platform on 3 specially crafted high-back chairs sat the highest combat power of Marine headquarters, the 3 admirals. Their very presence was like 3 insurmountable barriers. Akainu Sakazuki, his face as rigid as cast iron, arms crossed, his eyes beneath his cap sharp and icy like a volcano ready to erupt and consume everything, exuding an aura of absolute justice. Akiji Kazan seemingly lounging lazily against his chair, one hand propping up his chin, but his furrowed brow and the deep solemnity in his eyes revealed his inner turmoil and complex attitude toward the execution. Kizuru Borsellino, his mouth twisted in a smirk, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on the armrest, his usually mocking face now unable to fully conceal the solemnity beneath, leaving one guessing what thoughts lay behind his nonchalant expression. The invisible pressure emanating from the 3 of them was like 3 heavy unseen gates stationed before the execution platform, making any attempt to approach seem distant and futile. Further ahead stood the 7 warlords of the sea, forcibly summoned by the world government. Their varied postures, some standing, some sitting, some leaning, formed a stark and bizarre contrast to the orderly, disciplined Marine ranks. Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote, Doflamingo grinned broadly, his white teeth gleaming, as if enjoying a grand drama about to unfold for his amusement, while his shadow writhed uneasily beneath him. Hawkeye, Dracule Mihawk, stood with his arms crossed, his eyes, reputed as the strongest in the world, holding only a deep calm like the eye of a storm devoid of joy or sorrow. The peerless beauty of the Empress, Boa Hancock, bore undisguised disgust and restlessness. Most of the time her gaze was locked firmly on the bowed figure on the execution platform, her slender fingers whitening from the strain. The Navy Marshal, the wise General Sengoku, stood upright beside Ace in his crisp uniform adorned with medals of honor. He held a den mushi, his posture as steadfast as a pine. His voice, amplified by the den mushi, echoed clearly word by word across the deathly still plaza, and would inevitably travel through invisible radio waves to every corner of the world, every sea. He traced Ace's bloodline, emphasizing and solidifying the identity of the son of the pirate king Jiale D. Roger, forging it into the most indisputable and just reason for this public execution. Each word fell like a heavy lump of lead upon the hearts of every listener. The entire world seemed to hold its breath in this solemn and oppressive announcement. Through countless screens and den mushy broadcasts scattered across the world, civilians, pirates, revolutionaries, and royalty from every nation. All their hearts were tied by an invisible thread taut and tense to the skies above Marineford, awaiting the signal flare that would stain the pages of history red and mark the beginning of a new era shrieking across the azure firmament. In the midst of this extreme oppression and deathly stillness which seemed to freeze Marineford into a vast tragic painting, a piercing shrill alarm as if it could tear through soul and steel erupted without warning, like a thick cloth violently ripped apart by an invisible giant hand, savagely shattering the suffocating silence over Marineford. No, it's bad. A huge disaster. On the observation tower, the lookout responsible for monitoring the outer sea scrambled frantically to the den mushy, his voice twisted and distorted from extreme terror and disbelief. Through the loudspeakers around the plaza, it carried a harsh static echoing throughout every corner and striking the hearts of every Marine soldier. The gate of justice. The gate of justice has been opened. The cause cannot be confirmed. Cannot be closed. Repeat, cannot be closed. It's impossible. What is happening? Is it a malfunction? Or Waves of shock, doubt, and panic like a sudden flood of icy debris crashed down and shattered the psychological dam built by the Navy's orderly ranks. The soldiers stirred instinctively, looking around in panic, exchanging terrified and bewildered glances, the sweat on their weapon grips making their hands slip. The commander's frantic shouts and orders in the face of this sudden world-shattering event seemed pale and powerless to suppress the rapidly spreading plague of unease. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku's steady commanding proclamation halted abruptly. He turned his head sharply, his piercing gaze like two bolts of lightning shooting through space toward the harbor beyond, where the thin morning mist and uncertainty shrouded the direction. On his face, always composed and unshakable, the first clear cracks of surprise appeared, his brow deeply furrowed into a pronounced scowl. The gears of destiny began to spin uncontrollably with unstoppable speed. The first thing to enter the edge of sight was shadows. Vast clustered shadows carrying a heavy sense of oppression breaking through the dissipating thin morning mist far away. Ship shadows. 1 to 10 dozens. They were of various shapes and sizes, masts standing like a forest, sails billowing as if brimming with wind and thunder. Like a pack of primal beasts starved and freed from ancient seals, they surged in with a violent momentum that could crush all obstacles, pouring through the open gate of justice. That absolute forbidden zone, the symbol of the Navy's absolute control, in a grand, unbridled tide. The iconic skull and crossbones of the Whitebeard pirates, with its grinning eternal mockery, was clearly visible on the wind-filled sails, glaring and chilling in the sunlight piercing through the mist. It seemed to silently mock the Navy's meticulously arranged iron wall defense, the 10,000 troops standing ready, and the fragile boundaries of absolute justice. It's the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. 43 ships. 43 pirate ships from the New World. The lookout's voice now carried a clear tremor, the collapse of faith and cognition shattered. Upon entering the relatively open harbor waters, this massive pirate fleet displayed astonishing coordination and discipline far from a rabble. They swiftly fanned out to both sides like a flock of bloodthirsty eagles spreading their wings to strike, or like a war dance rehearsed countless times. Gunports were thrust open simultaneously from within, revealing rows of menacing cold metal heavy cannons, their black maws trained in unison with a chilling, deathly aura on the dense Navy formations along the shore. The decks of every ship were packed with figures in bizarre attire, weapons in hand, faces bearing wild, carefree, and death-defying smiles, eyes burning with fierce battle intent. They brandished swords and blades, roaring and howling with a deafening tsunami-like noise. The thick, almost tangible aura of murderous frenzy merged into a suffocating, invisible storm, crashing mercilessly into the heart of Marineford. On the inner bay ice near the execution platform, Admiral Akiji straightened his previously languid body slightly, letting out a barely audible grunt, his expression turning serious. Kizaru twisted his lips, drawing out his words in his signature ambiguous tone. "Oh my, they've brought some really impressive fellows, how terrifying." But his half-closed eyes held no trace of fear. Akainu remained as still and expressionless as a rock. Profit is the only constant. On the Shichibukai side, Doflamingo's trademark sinister grin grew even wider, his mouth nearly splitting to his ears, as a low chuckle escaped his throat, as if this chaotic situation was the most entertaining spectacle he had long awaited. Dracul Mihawk still stood with arms crossed, but his hawk-like sharp eyes narrowed slightly, piercing through the chaotic fleet and the uproar, as if searching for a specific target worthy of his blade. The Empress Hancock's beautiful brows furrowed tighter, her disgust and irritation almost overflowing. She looked at Ace on the execution platform, then at the enormous fleet beyond the harbor, biting her lower lip lightly. Chaos like ripples from a boulder thrown into still water spread and accelerated through the Navy ranks. Panic transmitted silently, fermenting, shaking the once unbreakable will. Where are they, Oi? Where's Whitebeard? What about the commanders? Not a single one is seen. Do they intend to launch a full frontal assault relying solely on these subordinate fleets? Cries of doubt, screams of despair rose and fell, mingling with the distant provocative roars of the pirates, forming a dissonant prelude of war foretelling destruction and chaos. At the very peak of this boiling noise and utter chaos, a deeper underwater thunderous rumble began to be heard faintly. At first it was faint, like a sleeping titan stirring restlessly in the deep seabed, churning vast waters and sending vague vibrations upward. But soon the sound became clear, heavy, and continuous, like a drumbeat striking directly on the heart. Boom, boom, boom. One after another the rhythm grew faster, the force stronger, as if countless giant divine drumsticks were wildly and violently pounding the very foundation of Marineford, sending clear tremors under everyone's feet. Inside the harbor, the central waters, which had only been gently rippling with golden sunlight, began to boil and churn unnaturally and violently. It was not the natural waves stirred by wind, but the entire sea surface, starting from the center, swelling upward rapidly, like a huge transparent fragile bubble inflated from the abyss by an invisible giant hand. A shadow of unimaginable vastness, deep as ink with blurred outlines, yet devouring oppression, expanded and rose underwater at an astonishing speed, its scale surpassing even the largest Navy warship. The sea. The bay inside. A soldier pointed at the area like a boiling cauldron, his voice shrill and distorted with incredulous horror. Something's underwater. Something huge is coming out. The next second accompanied by a deafening, ear-splitting, earth-shattering roar, as if the sea itself were wailing in agony. Boom! The inner bay of Marineford erupted with a colossal water column like a mythical pillar supporting the heavens, shooting skyward into a massive ring-shaped curtain of water connecting sea and sky, blocking the sunlight and casting a vast shadow. The water crashed down like a celestial waterfall, thundering as it fell, drenching the crisp uniforms of every Marine on the plaza, and also wetting countless eyes wide open in extreme terror, almost bulging from their sockets. The salty seawater mixed with cold sweat as it streamed down their faces. In the center of that falling water curtain, like a mourning veil, a colossal object tore through the sea's embrace, dripping with seawater, as if weeping, appearing before the world in a manner that defied all common sense, like a sovereign descending. Its entire body was covered in a special colorful coating reflecting a soft and resilient luster under the sunlight filtered through the water curtain, resembling the smooth skin of a whale. The bow was a strikingly lifelike, gigantic whale head, its eyes seemingly gazing forward with a certain animal cunning. The crescent-shaped white mustache emblem was proudly engraved in the most prominent position on the bow, proclaiming its unquestionable identity and supreme glory. Its scale dwarfed any Navy warship present, even surpassing some small islands. Simply floating silently on the surface, it occupied a vast expanse of sea, casting a huge shadow that completely enveloped several nearby medium-sized Navy vessels, making them look like tiny toys floating beside a giant whale in comparison. The Moby Dick, the flagship of Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, the legendary giant ship. It had not attacked through the gate of justice by conventional means, nor hidden among the subordinate fleet to strike opportunistically. Instead, it had broken through the seabed of the inner bay, the Navy's most relied upon natural barrier and final bastion, in a way that defied all imagination, erupting from the water. This was not only a tactical surprise attack, but also the ultimate mockery and crushing of the Navy's dignity and deployment. Time seemed to freeze completely at this moment. I never imagined they would be able to invade this close. Sengoku's face was as dark as water, his brows trembling with uncontrollable anger, because he knew that from the moment the gate of justice opened, the sacred justice he believed in had been stained black. The 10,000 Marines, along with the battle-hardened commanders, and even the 3 admirals representing the Navy's highest combat power on the high platform, as well as Marshal Sengoku, were all struck speechless by this entrance that surpassed common sense like a divine miracle. All the commotion, all the panic, all the doubt were at that moment suppressed by an invisible vast force born from the awe of life itself, toward absolute power, leaving behind a deathly stifling silence, with only the sound of waves as its backdrop. On the plaza, only the monotonous vast sound of seawater continuously sliding off the Moby Dick's massive hull was heard clear as a death knell tolling in everyone's heart for the impending catastrophe. The water curtain finally fell completely, the view clearing as if the curtain of the stage had been fully drawn, revealing the final protagonist. A figure leaning on a colossal naginata with a blade glinting coldly in the returning sunlight stood like a mountain that had existed since time immemorial, weathered countless storms, yet immovable on the whale's bow, overlooking the battlefield that had fallen into silence because of him and the 10,000 enemies below. His body was extremely tall and robust, far beyond human imagination. Just standing there, he seemed to hold up the entire sky, shadowed by the ship's hull. His muscles bulged like the hardest granite forged through countless trials, containing explosive power capable of tearing the sea and shattering mountains. He casually wore a pure white robe resembling the standard issue coat of a Marine admiral, left open to reveal his bronze chest covered in a chaotic tapestry of old and new scars that crisscrossed and coiled around each other. Each scar on his body seemed to silently narrate a breathtaking legend, a life or death struggle on the edge of survival. The most striking feature on his face was the thick upward curving mustache, like a crescent moon, full of personality, which had become a symbol of him and the era he represented. Edward Newgate Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World, hailed as the strongest man in the world. He appeared, not with a roaring entrance, not with furious emotions on display, but simply standing there calm, with a faint, almost imperceptible weariness, as if he had seen through all the world's affairs. Yet as his gaze as calm as the deepest ocean swept across Marineford, across the 100,000 Marines standing at attention, across the admirals and the fleet admiral on the high platform, and finally, with a complex, indescribable emotion fixed on the kneeling figure on the execution platform, the one he called his son. Everyone felt an overwhelming, soul-deep, irresistible pressure, like facing the wrath of nature itself. Then he moved slightly. He gently tapped the massive naginata on the solid deck beneath his feet, producing a dull, yet penetrating sound, a dong, that seemed to settle the fate of the world, like the one and only unquestionable drumbeat of this war. Gururara. A low, bold laugh rolled out from the depths of his broad chest and throat. It was not particularly loud, yet it strangely overpowered all the lingering sounds and restlessness in the bay, reaching the ears of everyone in the square, clearly word for word, and dropping a boulder into the lake of each person's heart. There was no hint of mockery or disdain in this laugh, though instead it carried a chilling calm, as if a hunter had finally locked onto his prey, and a domineering air that felt as natural as if he were in his own backyard. He lifted his head, his gaze once again piercing through hundreds of meters of air thick with tension, fear, and hostility toward the execution platform. My dear son. He began, his voice deep and calm like the oppressive, destructive energy surging beneath the sea before a storm. Are you all right? Damn it. Luffy, standing at the ship's railing, gritted his teeth and kept trying, punching with his fists, slamming with his body. But the gate of justice remained unmoved, not even a scratch. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, believing the gate could not be opened, and they could only wait for death, a deafening roar suddenly echoed across the sea like a thunderclap. The tightly closed gate of justice began to slowly turn, the heavy doors driven by machinery opening bit by bit to reveal the pitch-black passage beyond. The gate opened. How is this possible? The people on the deck froze instantly, their despair replaced by sheer shock. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the sight before them. Some even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Buggy's jaw dropped, his hat falling unnoticed. Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses, trembling slightly from shock. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise and caution in his eyes. Jinbe frowned, clenching his fists, wondering what conspiracy lay behind this. The Marines wouldn't open the gate of justice for no reason. Something was definitely wrong. Luffy stared at the slowly opening gate, stunned for a moment, then shouted excitedly, great. The gate's open. We can go through. Ace, I'm coming. A bright smile spread across his face, all his previous fatigue and despair vanishing. As the gate of justice fully opened, a powerful current surged out from within, carrying the warship toward the outside. Everyone rushed to the railing, curiously and warily watching the scene beyond. Beyond the gate on the sea stood a marine ship with a tall figure on the deck. The man was surrounded by faint blue electric currents like a deity, radiating a powerful and steady presence. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, calmly watching them, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. It was Jiale. Who was that? A criminal pointed at Jiale, his voice trembling with vigilance and fear. He could feel that this man exuded an extremely powerful aura far beyond their ability to contend with. I don't know, but his aura is so strong. Even stronger than the Marine officers we've encountered before. Another criminal unconsciously stepped back and whispered, his body trembling involuntarily. Mr. 1 gripped his blade tightly, warily watching Jiale, his body leaning forward slightly, ready for battle at any moment. Crocodile narrowed his eyes, gathering sand in his palm, his gaze icy as he fixed on the sudden figure. He would attack immediately if the other made any suspicious move. Jiale watched the warship slowly emerge from the gate of justice, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His body instantly turned into a blinding blue lightning bolt, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, racing toward the warship. Wherever the blue lightning passed, the seawater was electrolyzed into white mist, crackling and hissing at speed almost beyond the limits of the naked eye. Watch out. He's coming. Buggy shouted. In an instant, the sand in Crocodile's palm transformed into a sharp sand blade several meters long, slashing towards Jiale with a howling wind. The sand blade was incredibly sharp, tearing through the air with a piercing screech. Stop! Luffy suddenly yelled, his reaction speed astonishing. His arms instantly rubberized like 2 flexible whips, accurately wrapping around the edge of the sand blade. With a ZZT sound, white smoke rose from the friction between the rubber arms and the sand blade. Luffy gritted his teeth, muscles tensed, veins bulging on his face, and managed to block the powerful strike. Straw Hat, what are you doing? Crocodile frowned, looking at Luffy with dissatisfaction, his eyes full of confusion and anger. Give me a reason that convinces me. He's not an enemy. Luffy nodded, firmly releasing his arms, which instantly snapped back to normal. He looked at the rapidly approaching blue lightning and smiled sincerely. At that moment, Jiale's figure landed on the deck. The blue electric currents gradually faded, his human form restored. He stood in the center of the deck, calmly scanning everyone present, his eyes devoid of any hostility. Ivanov swayed over with a seductive gait, sizing up Jiale. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Oh my, this young man's strength is not to be underestimated. The aura he released just now is no weaker than mine, and this lightning must be a Logia devil fruit ability, right? I share the same feeling. Jinbe also walked over, nodding slightly at Jiale, his tone carrying a hint of approval and respect. Enel is indeed very strong. Luffy scratched his head and said with a smile, showing his white teeth. Last time on Sabaody Archipelago, he alone held off Kizaru's attack, buying us time until Rayleigh-san arrived. He's a good guy. Jiale looked at the crowd, nodding slightly in response to the evaluations from Ivanov and Jinbe. Jiale's gaze finally fell on Luffy. He spoke slowly, his voice clear and firm, reaching everyone's ears. Luffy, long time no see. And remember I said please call me Jiale. Also on my way here I contacted Rayleigh. He said he'll come to support us at the critical moment of this war. According to Shaki, that guy Rayleigh is at least 50%, no 100%, likely to come and save Ace. Rayleigh. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly, and he jumped up excitedly several meters high. Is that the super strong old man? The one who saved you on Sabaody? Great. With his help we'll definitely rescue Ace. The people on the deck were already amazed that this unremarkable-looking guy had survived an attack from Admiral Kizaru. Now hearing the name, Rayleigh, they were plunged into even greater shock. Rayleigh was the right-hand man of the Pirate King Roger, the legendary vice-captain of the Pirate King, known as the Dark King. He was actually coming to support them. This news was like a shot of adrenaline instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. The previous fear and despair vanished. It's the Dark King Rayleigh. It's him. With his help our chances of survival are much higher. Great. Now we don't have to be afraid of those marine admirals anymore. Luffy, who had been cheerful, suddenly thought of something. He pouted, fiddling with his fingers hesitantly, saying, I'm really glad you came to help, but this time we're going to storm Marine headquarters, so. Jiale understood why Luffy suddenly acted this way. The memory of Bon Clay's sacrifice was still fresh. He waved his hand and said, I hate them the most. They wave the banner of justice on the surface, but in reality they sacrifice innocent people to maintain their rule and even protect those scumbag celestial dragons. So I'm not just here to help you rescue Ace. I'm also taking the opportunity to punish them for their despicable actions. Even as naive as Luffy was, he knew Jiale's words were just an excuse. He firmly grasped Jiale's hand and said sincerely, Jiale, thank you. I've already let go of what happened on Skypiea. You've helped us time and again. From now on you're my friend. Jiale looked into Luffy's sincere eyes, his heart stirred slightly. He stared at Luffy's clear and determined gaze, slowly nodded, and gripped back firmly. Okay. This simple word not only represented Jiale's response to Luffy, but also meant he had completely shaken off his past and merged into this team that charged forward to save their comrades. Jinbe watched this scene with a relieved smile. He turned and walked to the helm, turning the wheel forcefully, and shouted to everyone, all hands attention. Target Marineford. Full speed ahead. The warship carried by the current raced toward Marineford. The people on the deck steeled themselves, their faces showing determination. They knew that what awaited them was an unprecedented fierce battle, a fight about life and death, about friendship. To save Ace, to live up to Bon Clay's sacrifice, they were ready to give it their all. Even if the path ahead was a sea of fire and a mountain of swords, they would never retreat. Jiale stood at the ship's railing, watching the sea surface rapidly receding outside the window, his gaze growing sharper. The power of lightning flowed slowly through his meridians, faint blue electric currents dancing on his skin, exuding a strong and steady aura. He could clearly sense an extremely vast energy fluctuation coming from the direction of Marineford. The combined aura of countless powerful beings, including the righteous might of the Marines, the unruly spirit of pirates, and the impending shadow of war. An earth-shattering battle was about to begin. Whitebeard's gaze pierced through all obstacles, landing precisely and unerringly on the execution platform on the figure, who shuddered violently at his words, instinctively wanting to lift his head, but held back by chains. His head bowed. Bear with it a little longer. His voice slowed, carrying an unshakable promise like a mountain and a deep oceanic calm. Ace. This sentence was no longer a simple question, it was a declaration to everyone present, to the entire Marine force, to the whole world. He had come to take his son away, and there would be no refusal. Pops. Ace was both moved that Whitebeard and everyone had come to save him, and worried that they would die because of him. He also knew how ill Whitebeard was at that moment. Just then, as if echoing his words and showcasing the formidable strength and unity of the Whitebeard pirates, one by one figures of various appearances and powerful auras stepped forward from the deck of the Moby Dick, which was as wide as a small plaza, and from the surrounding ships that had just stabilized. They walked steadily to the bow, standing like stars around the moon behind Whitebeard's mountain-like, colossal figure. Standing at the forefront closest to Whitebeard was a man with a golden punk hairstyle, a blue sash around his waist, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The 1st Division Commander and ship's doctor, Phoenix Mark. Upon his body mysterious blue flames quietly flickered, as if imbued with an immortal divine power. Beside Mark stood the 3rd Division Commander, Diamond Chowsy, a man of immense burly stature, resembling a small moving mountain of flesh, his skin shimmering with an uncanny luster under the sunlight. And also the 5th Division Commander, Flower Sword, Biceta, with an elegant pompadour hairstyle, a meticulously trimmed mustache, a demeanor akin to a classical swordsman, and his hands resting on the hilts of his twin swords. There was also the 6th Division Commander Bulame, carrying a huge bizarre mallet on his back, and the 8th Division Commander Namiaur, a tall man, wearing aviator goggles. All 14 division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates' main crew, along with the various pirate captains under their command who were renowned throughout the New World and stood on their own, had all gathered. Their eyes were sharp as blades, their battle spirit boiling like unsheathed legendary swords thirsting for blood. The accumulated overwhelming aura and icy killing intent, like countless tangible spear points, were aimed precisely and ferociously at the heart of the Marine formation, the execution platform. Whitebeard withdrew his gaze from AIC, which had held a trace of subtle tenderness and pity, and slowly, like a lion king surveying his domain, swept his eyes across the entire Marine formation that was on high alert, yet already wavering in morale. His gaze passed over the new recruits in the front row, whose faces were pale from feeling his pressure up close, and could barely hold their weapons steady, over the vice admirals who forced themselves to remain calm, but had fine beads of sweat on their foreheads, over the Shichibukai, whose expressions varied, some excited, some solemn, some disgusted. And finally it settled once more on the execution platform, on Zhanghua, whose face had turned extremely grim, his eyes filled with shock, gravity, and a barely discernible fury at the complete loss of control over the situation. He slightly curled his lips, and his iconic crescent-shaped white mustache trembled gently. Gurara. Zhanghua. He called out the name of his old rival whom he had fought for decades, his tone as calm as greeting a long-lost friend, yet carrying a weight of 1,000 June, and the composure of one who saw through everything. Haven't seen you for decades, have we? He paused, the muscles of his arm gripping the naginata, slightly bulging. The tip of the enormous blade with a casual yet incredibly precise air pointed at the ground beneath his feet. This land of Marine headquarters is symbol of the world government's authority. His voice suddenly rose like a thunderbolt that had accumulated 10,000 June of force, exploding violently, carrying the iron will to shatter all obstacles. Clearly and undeniably it swept across every corner of Marineford, and through the den mushy was transmitted to the world. I've come to take my son home. Today either I take AIC home. His voice sank in a terrifying aura that made one's heart quail, as if even light and sound could be twisted and devoured, began to brew and spread crazily around him like an invisible tide. In the air a faint sizzling sound like that of glass about to shatter under immense pressure seemed to arise. The scenery around his fist began to blur and warp. Or I will sink this Marineford completely to the bottom of the sea. The moment the words fell, before the Marines could fully recover from this declaration that was both arrogant beyond belief, yet filled with undeniable power, before the grim-faced Zhangguo could issue any command, Whitebeard moved. The knotted muscles of his right arm bulged like mountain ranges, veins coiled like horned dragons. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, pulled his arm back to an extreme angle full of power and beauty, and the air around his fist began to emit a faint but sharp piercing hum and visible web-like ripples of distortion. Then he swung his fists at the empty space on either side of his body, not aimed at any specific target, but at the very air itself, which seemed empty yet bore all things. He slammed down with a sudden, unadorned, and utterly explosive release of the terrifying power he had gathered. Airquake. Bang. What's happening? The atmosphere has cracked. A terrifying roar that could not be accurately described by any words. As if the enormous blue canvas of the sky had been violently torn, or the very foundation on which the world relied had been smashed to pieces, erupted. This sound transcended the realm of hearing, directly affecting the soul, causing everyone's heart to contract. The invisible destructive shockwaves containing the power to shake the very fabric of all matter centered on his 2 seemingly ordinary fists. Like 2 giant boulders carrying the power of a falling star dropped into a calm lake, they stirred up 2 visible fan-shaped, rapidly expanding tidal waves of energy, covered in spiderweb-like white cracks, sweeping mercilessly towards the Marine ranks on both sides, and the magnificent sturdy Marine headquarters buildings behind them. The atmosphere truly shattered like a huge, fragile, crystal mirror broken by his pure ultimate strength. The clearly visible spreading white cracks in the air like a spider's web were a terrifying manifestation of power reaching its zenith and interfering with the rules of reality. Oh, the ground is shaking. It's cracking. I can't stand. Save. Oh, damn the height of that sea. Damn it, he even shook the ocean. Zhangguo realized he had still underestimated the strength of this old friend. The front ranks of the Marine formation instantly descended into chaos. Soldiers lost control and fell like leaves swept away by a gale, colliding and crushing against each other. Their screams and shouts were drowned in the even greater rumbling. The solid ground of the bay, originally made of giant granite blocks beneath the soldiers' feet, began to shake violently and split. Bottomless, horrifying cracks like the wide-open mouths of demons spread at an alarming rate. The tall execution platform in this cataclysmic shaking let out a teeth-grinding creak, as if it might collapse at any moment. It swayed violently left and right, and AIC, who was kneeling on it, swayed with it, his chains clattering loudly. Behind them, the majestic Marine headquarters building, a symbol of the Marines' absolute authority and power, instantly became covered in densely packed, ever-expanding huge cracks on its white walls. The exquisite carvings and window frames shattered amidst groans, and rubble and dust fell like sad tears. The sky splits and the earth cracks. Tsunamis and mountains quake. This is the power of the world's strongest man. With just one blow, not aimed at anyone in particular, merely a punch thrown at the air, he made the strongest fortress of Marine headquarters shake to its foundations, instantly shattered the painstakingly maintained formation of 100 elite soldiers, and made absolute defense seem so laughable. Steady. Everyone hold formation. The vice admirals shouted themselves hoarse, trying to reorganize an effective defense amidst this divine-like shaking and chaos, but their voices were so faint against the huge roar and the panic of the soldiers. However, all commands and shouts in the face of such a subversive, terrifying display of pure power seemed utterly pale and feeble, like a flickering candle flame in a gale, like a futile attempt to stop a tsunami with a bamboo pole. The shaking gradually subsided, but the lingering dust and smoke had not yet fully cleared. The air was filled with the crackling of falling rubble, the suppressed groans of wounded soldiers, the metallic clang of dropped weapons, and the continuous groaning of the building structures under strain. The curtain of war was fully and bloodily raised by this world-shaking punch. The illusion of peace in Marineford was completely torn apart. What followed would be a true purgatory of blood, fire, and clashing wills. The all-out war between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine headquarters had erupted. What's happening? What's happening? The ship was pushed back by a powerful current. Damn, how can this be? We were advancing smoothly just a moment ago. At this moment on the ship, besides Jiale and Lu Fei and the others, the prisoners on the deck and the clown Baji were desperately holding on to anything they could grip firmly to avoid being blown away by the powerful current. Lu Fei tightly held down the straw hat on his head. Every second counts now? What is this current? This is... Shinping stared in the direction of Marineford, seeming to ponder something, as if he had realized something. Bang! Because the current suddenly stopped, Baji the clown and Mr. 3, who were holding onto the ship's railing, fell directly from a height. Mr. 3 pushed up his glasses with his index finger, straightening them. F finally stopped. What was that just now? I don't know what happened, but it seems we've been pushed back to our original position. Jiale looked at the two goofballs who had fallen at his feet, then gazed at the gate of justice that had reappeared before them. Lu Fei frantically shook Shinping's back, saying anxiously, "Hey, Shinping, think of something please. We have to reach Marineford before the execution." "Don't worry. We'll definitely make it before the execution." "Yo, you're pretty confident, aren't you? Are you going to use fishman karate to push the ship for us? Or are you going to call those whale sharks to help us again?" Baji climbed up with a displeased look along with Mr. 3. "Stop arguing." Baji interrupted mid-sentence, looked at Jiale with a grave expression, but didn't dare to retort. He just snorted coldly and lay down on the deck beside him. "How can we waste time here? What about your dream of conquering the world, Captain Baji?" Several prisoners gathered around Baji, speaking to him worriedly. "You're right. But if the era needs me, then a miracle will surely happen." Baji propped his head on his hand and casually made up an excuse to brush off these people who had become his fanboys because he had once been on the pirate King Roger's ship. Baji thought sarcastically, how can miracles happen all the time? Don't these stupid idiots understand even that? And that guy Lu Fei is one thing, but that sparking guy actually believed Shinping's nonsense too. "Moi." Jiale leaning against the wall with his eyes half closed sensed the change in the direction of the sea current. "Did you do something, Shinping?" Lu Fei also looked in surprise at the sudden change before them. "I did nothing. I was just steering." Shinping looked completely calm, as if he already knew the reason for this sudden turn of events. "The ship is getting faster and faster. Could it be?" Baji, who had fallen asleep, was thrown against the railing by the sudden change in the current. "Ouch! What's happening?" Baji clutched his forehead in pain, curling up and trembling on the deck. "Captain Baji, the miracle you mentioned just now has appeared." Mr. 3, who had seen the whole process, shook his head speechlessly. "I don't think so." The originally opposing sea current, under the influence of an irresistible mighty force, suddenly reversed. A powerful current filled with a destructive aura swept across the sea surface, forming a surging channel that pushed their ship forward like a runaway wild horse speeding towards Marine headquarters at Marineford. The ship's hull groaned under the violent current, planks creaked as if they might break apart at any moment. Lu Fei clung tightly to the violently swaying gunwale, struggling to open his eyes under his straw hat as the strong wind cut across his cheeks like a knife. The urgency to save AIC inside him mingled with this sudden turn of events, making him both excited and anxious. Shinping stood steadily on the pitching deck, as firm as a rock. His expression was as grave as iron. Feeling the familiar yet terrifying power contained within this abnormal current, he explained to everyone, "This is not a natural current. This is the aftermath of the seaquake triggered by Oyaji." His heart was filled with worry, both slightly relieved at the imminent arrival at the battlefield and heavy with the prospect of directly facing the world's top war storm. He glanced at Lu Fei, whose eyes were firm and silently resolved to protect this son of his old friend no matter what. Meanwhile, on the plaza of the crescent-shaped bay at Marineford, a deathly silence like the calm before a storm enveloped the 100 elite Marines on high alert. The air seemed to have solidified, heavy and suffocating. The tremors from Whitebeard's earlier earth-shattering blow had not yet fully subsided, and now an even deeper, more chilling silence descended. Only the sound of military flags flapping in the wind and the heavy, suppressed breathing of the soldiers could be heard. "Why have they gone quiet?" A soldier standing in the front row, bearing the rank of Rear Admiral on his shoulder, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. The hand gripping his sword was already soaked with cold sweat. The vast fleet of the Whitebeard pirates simply lay anchored in the distance. The enormous Moby Dick was like a silent, predatory, ancient beast. The tall, mountain-like figure on its bow, as if it were the fulcrum of the entire world, brought endless pressure just by existing. Beside him, a more senior vice admiral with eyes as sharp as a hawk's licked his dry lips and whispered, he must be waiting for Whitebeard to give the order. "Stay alert. That man may be still, but when he moves, it will be earth-shattering." His voice was steady, yet a faint tremor was barely perceptible. Facing the strongest man in the world, no one could remain completely calm. The tense atmosphere was like a bowstring stretched to its breaking point. Leaning against the coastal wall, the observing soldier raised his high-powered telescope, his voice trembling slightly. "The water level has been rising for a while. This isn't normal. It's too eerie." "Wait, what is that?" Another soldier pointed at the distant horizon, screaming in shock as the color drained from his face. On both sides of Marineford's harbor, two colossal tsunamis far exceeding the height of the walls were converging on Marine headquarters like heaven-shattering walls of water. The sunlight was completely blocked by the immense water walls, plunging all of Marineford into a cold, deadly shadow. The towering waves, rolling with white foam, carried a terrifying power that could erase the entire island from the map. The roar of the surging waves grew closer like 10,000 thunders, exploding simultaneously, piercing eardrums and shattering courage. Moi. Beneath the execution platform, the warlords of the sea also sensed the anomaly. Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of gravity passing over her peerlessly beautiful face. Her gaze pierced through the chaotic space and landed on the devastating tsunami, but her thoughts drifted to that reckless figure, Luffy. Where are you now? Are you safe? Dracule Mihawk, the Hawkeye, narrowed his eyes, sharp as the world's finest black blade, revealing a glimmer of genuine interest. He murmured, so this is the power of the world's strongest. Meanwhile, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly Yaksha, grinned with even more excitement and cruelty, his body trembling with glee. Fufufu. What a magnificent spectacle. Destroy it all. The more chaos, the more fun. On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression was grim, his fists clenched. In the special seat below the platform, Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp's gaze was extremely solemn. His deep, powerful voice broke the silence of the high platform and reached the ears of many nearby officers. It's coming. That guy Whitebeard caused a seaquake, and now it's turned into a tsunami heading our way. Panic spread like a plague among the Marine soldiers. Facing such a catastrophic attack, individual strength seemed utterly insignificant. Many recruits collapsed to their knees, legs trembling, eyes filled with despair. Just as the two destructive water walls were about to swallow Marine headquarters, crushing the elite forces and all the high-level combatants along with this fortress of absolute justice. At this critical moment, Ice Age, a calm, steady voice rang out, carrying a chill that seemed to freeze everything. A figure shot up from the Marine officer ranks, Kazan Admiral Akiji, one of the Marine headquarters' top combatants. He spread his arms, and visible white cold air gushed out like a waterfall. At the peak of his leap, his body elementalized, instantly touching the two colossal tsunamis. Crackle! The grating sound of glaciers splitting echoed at an astonishing speed. The enormous waves capable of destroying an island upon contact with Akiji's power began to freeze from the top downward at a visible rate. In just a few breaths, two massive lifelike ice sculptures hundreds of meters high stood on either side of Marineford. Sunlight reflected off the crystalline ice, casting a blinding, eerie glare, like death monuments erected on the battlefield. We're saved. The Marine soldiers froze for a moment, then burst into deafening cheers of relief, many embracing and weeping. Thank goodness. It's Admiral Akiji, as expected of the Marine headquarters' top combat power. But before their cheers faded, Edward Newgate Whitebeard, standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, curled his lips into a mocking, knowing smile. Kid. Ice spear. Akiji, still airborne, formed several sharp ice spears wrapped in extreme cold, shooting them like lightning at Whitebeard, attempting to catch him off guard. Whitebeard didn't even move his feet. He simply raised one hand, a sphere of ominous white light forming around his fist, and then struck the air before him. The atmosphere shattered like brittle glass, emitting a piercing shriek. Quake! The terrifying shockwave propagated instantly, not only shattering Akiji's ice spears into a cloud of ice crystals, but also directly affecting the two frozen tsunamis. With a deafening roar like the collapse of heaven and earth, the tops of the frozen tsunamis broke off. Huge chunks of ice like falling mountains plummeted toward the Marine fleet in the harbor with devastating force. No, get out of the way. The Marine officers' faces turned pale as they screamed. The massive ice blocks crashed into the sea like meteors, but instead of splashing water, they spread even more freezing ice. Akiji's power activated again as the falling ice contacted the sea. He intended to turn the entire bay into a fixed battlefield more favorable to the Marines. Boom! The extreme cold spread frantically from the impact points like white death ripples, freezing the entire crescent-shaped bay surface in the blink of an eye. A vast, smooth, gleaming ice plain formed. All the Marine warships anchored in the harbor were firmly trapped in the ice like insects pinned in amber, unable to move. Damn! Ships are frozen. We can't move. We're sitting ducks. The Marines' morale just plummeted again. The tide of battle reversed instantly. The Marine defense system, relying on the harbor terrain and fleet firepower, was completely dismantled by Whitebeard's seemingly casual strike, combined with Akiji's freezing ability. The harbor became a massive, brutal arena. The Marines' ships lost their mobility, and their advantage vanished. Fire! All batteries aim at the Whitebeard pirates. Open fire. Don't let them land. Fleet Admiral Sengoku immediately ordered, trying to counter the disadvantage with a barrage. Instantly, all the coastal batteries of Marineford spat furious flames. Countless shells rained down like a storm on the Whitebeard fleet outside the bay, erupting in flashes of fire and smoke on the ice and sea. Gururara. Whitebeard let out a bold, commanding laugh, planting his supreme-grade blade Murakamajiri heavily on the deck. His voice boomed like a bell across the battlefield. My sons, let these so-called justice see the will and power we carry. Oh, at Whitebeard's command, the curtain of war was fully lifted. The pent-up fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. Charge. Protect the old man. Rescue Ace. Crush Marine headquarters. The 14 commanders of the Whitebeard pirates and over 40 notorious New World pirate captains leaped from their ships like tigers, descending a mountain, landing on the frozen icy surface. With firm steps they launched a desperate charge toward the execution platform. 1st Division Commander Phoenix Marco transformed his arms into brilliant mystical blue flames, taking the lead like a blue comet guiding the charge. 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu radiated a hardness rivaling Diamond's, charging like a human tank, each step cracking the ice. 5th Division Commander Flower Sword Vista wielded dual blades with elegant deadly steps, dancing a death dance on the battlefield. The Marine officers stood their ground. Vice Admirals like Mamanga Yamakaji and Doberman drew their swords, their white justice coats fluttering in the wind. Countless Marine soldiers surged like a white tide, chanting, "Justice will prevail," as they rushed toward the charging pirates. In an instant the clash of blades, the roar of cannons, battle cries, and screams merged into a bloody grand symphony of war. Fierce battles erupted everywhere on the ice plain. Every moment someone fell, blood stained the white ice like blooming spider lilies. The cruelty of war was vividly displayed. Amid the chaos at the center of the battlefield, the warlord Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk slowly stepped forward. He ignored the flying shells and the clashing crowd as if in a different silent world. He slowly drew the sword from his back, the strongest black blade in the world. This simple action naturally drew the attention of countless powerful figures on the battlefield, as if he himself were the center of the world. That Hawkeye, he's finally going to fight personally. Vista, engaged with a Marine Vice Admiral, narrowed his eyes, sensing the unstoppable sword intent. Mihawk's target was unmistakable, Whitebeard. He wanted to confirm whether the legendary gap between him and the strongest man in the world was real or merely exaggerated. He gripped Yuru with both hands, his eyes sharp as blades, and slowly swung a slash that seemed simple but contained his lifelong swordsmanship. However, the green blade projection expanded rapidly as it flew, turning into a colossal slash that could tear the sky and earth apart. Where the blade passed, the ice was easily cut open into a bottomless chasm. Everyone in its path, pirate and Marine alike, was terrified by the overwhelming soul-severing aura and fled in panic. This slash, like death's invitation, flew straight and unstoppably toward Whitebeard at the bow of the Moby Dick. Not good. Marco transformed into a phoenix, blue flames blazing fiercely, ready to intercept. But someone was faster. Hey! A thunderous roar erupted. 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu, his massive body moving with astonishing speed, charged into the path of the slash. He roared, his right arm and half of his body instantly turning into diamond, gleaming with unparalleled absolute defensive hardness under the sunlight. Boom! A deafening impact like metal and stone splitting. Mihawk's gigantic blade projection, strong enough to cut steel and tier warships, crashed solidly against Jozu's diamond arm. A fierce shockwave spread in a ring, whipping up ice shards and sending nearby people flying. The stalemate lasted only a brief moment. In the next instant, to the astonishment of countless onlookers, the terrifying green slash was actually stopped by Jozu's diamond body. The immense force deflected the blade upward, where it tore through the clouds and dissipated. Jozu shook his arm. Not a single scratch marked his diamond body. He grinned with pride. The world's greatest slash. Seems it can't cut my diamond. Mihawk sheathed his blade expressionlessly, as if it were a trivial matter, and murmured, "Indeed. Harder than diamond." His eyes betrayed a hint of recognition for the commander's strength. The warlord's first probing attack was easily deflected by Whitebeard's commander. This greatly boosted the pirates' morale. "Commander Jozu is amazing. Did you see that, Marines? That's our power. Charge. Break through in one go." The war entered an even more intense, white-hot phase. At that moment, Luffy and his temporary companions, riding a ship accelerated by the current, like a meteor carrying fate and hope, were inevitably hurtling toward this death mill of blood and ice. The ice-plain battlefield of Marineford Bay had already become a chaotic hell. Cannon fire never ceased, blasting charred craters into the frozen sea, throwing up waves mixed with ice, shards, blood, and severed limbs. Amid flashes of steel and shadows, the sounds of battle roars and the moans of the dying intertwined, grating on every survivor's nerves. Lives were fading every moment. The line between justice and evil blurred on this ice field, leaving only primal survival and combat. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates and their allied captains displayed astonishing combat prowess, plunging like countless blades deep into the Marines' tightly formed ranks. Yet the Marines, relying on their overwhelming numerical advantage and the tenacious resistance of the elite vice admirals, refused to yield an inch. The battle descended into a brutal war of attrition. After blocking Hawkeye's slash diamond, Jozu immediately became the Marines' primary target. Several vice admirals joined forces to besiege him, but his diamond body boasted incredible defense. He charged through the crowd, unstoppable, each swing of his diamond fists carrying the power to shatter everything. Flower Sword Vista engaged Marine Vice Admiral Mamanga in combat. Twin blades clashed against a single sword, producing sparks as dense as raindrops. Fierce sword chi crisscrossed, forming a deadly no-man's land around them that none dared approach. Seriously, as expected of the Whitebeard pirates, every one of them is as strong as a monster. With his legs crossed, Kizaru lounged on a stone chair at Marine headquarters. His gaze, hidden behind sunglasses, swept across the battle-hardened pirates on the field, while his fingers tapped the armrest nonchalantly. As his words faded, his form instantly transformed into a beam of golden light shooting straight into the sky. His target, the Moby Dick, resting on the ice, and Whitebeard wielding his Naginata at the bow. Capture the leader to end this more easily. Lazily muttered along with the blinding golden light, countless diamond-shaped light bullets rained down like a tempest. Kizaru's signature technique, Yasakani no Magatama. Where the light curtain past the ice cracked and smoke filled the air. Marine soldiers ducked to avoid the aftershocks, all believing that this attack would be enough to cripple the aging Whitebeard. Don't you dare harm Pops. A sharp cry pierced the air as a figure wrapped in blue flames burst through the rain of light. Marco spread his wings. The flames of his mythical Zoan Phoenix form coiled around his body like silk. The light bullets that could pierce steel struck the fiery barrier and dissolved instantly, like water droplets vanishing into the sea. He hovered in front of Whitebeard and scathed the flames at the tips of his wings, flickering gently. The edges of his wings, grazed by light bullets, visibly regenerated before their eyes. Oh my! Taking Yasakani no Magatama head-on with no effect. Kizaru's form materialized within the rain of light, standing in midair atop a dazzling Yada no Kagami. His tone remained languid, but a laser beam already gathered at his fingertip. How frightening the Whitebeard pirates! Having endured several laser beams, Marco flapped his wings fiercely, leaving a blue streak as he lunged at Kizu. So what if you're a Marine Admiral? To lay a hand on Pops, you'll have to go through me. His flying kicks, searing with heat, sped toward Kizaru's face, leaving a blue trail in the air. Even the Lightspeed Admiral had to sidestep a wisp of smoke rising from his golden cape as the flames brushed it. What a troublesome ability. Kizaru's elementalized body retreated as a flash of light, simultaneously launching a lightspeed kick toward Marco's ribs. But once again, the Phoenix's flames displayed uncanny resilience. As the kick passed through the fire, Marco's body twisted like liquid, dispersing the force, then spun and drove an elbow into Kizaru's chest. This time Kizaru failed to dodge, completely skidding backward several meters, ripples forming on the light mirror beneath his feet. At the center of the battlefield, blue flames and golden light intertwined and clashed. Marco, with his flight ability, maneuvered in the air, his phoenix talons repeatedly grazing Kizaru's body, yet always evaded by the latter's elementalization. Meanwhile, Kizaru's lasers and light bullets fell like rain, but could never inflict fatal damage on Marco, whose regeneration was infinite. The two exchanged blows, their high-speed figures leaving intertwined light trails across the sky. The roar of the battlefield and the clash of weapons below were almost overshadowed by the shockwaves of their duel. Hey, this won't settle anything. Kizaru dodged Marco's diving strike, the laser cannon at his fingertip intensifying. You can't keep shielding Whitebeard forever, can you? As long as I can move, I will never let you take another step. Marco's wings blazed with even brighter blue flames. He accelerated into a dive, his talons coated in armament hockey, aiming for Kizaru. He knew well that only by forcing back this Lightspeed Admiral could he buy Pops a moment to breathe. Golden light and blue flames collided violently in the sky. The shockwave cracked the ice below layer by layer, and even the chaotic melee between Marines and pirates paused for an instant at this earth-shattering confrontation. Kizaru was sent flying by the furious blow, crashing heavily into the stone wall of Marine headquarters, leaving a huge gap. Yet before he hit the ground, he elementalized again, reforming as a streak of light and ascending once more. What a tenacious fellow. Kizaru brushed the dust from his collar, his eyes behind the sunglasses finally taking on a hint of seriousness. Looks like I'll have to get serious. Marco hovered, his blue flame-veiled eyes locked on his opponent, never relaxing his vigilance. This peak duel between the first mate and the Admiral was only just entering its white-hot phase. Phoenix Marco, relying on the regenerative power of his blue flames, shuttled across the battlefield. He not only tied down one of the Marines' top combatants, but also, like a firefighter, continuously provided support to his struggling comrades below. Meanwhile, his sharp gaze remained ever watchful of the Admiral on the high platform, who had yet to truly act, especially the one radiating an aura of danger, Akainu. The stone chair at Marine headquarters groaned under the weight. Akainu slowly rose to his feet. His magma-red uniform clung to his tall frame, the folds of his cape still seemingly carrying the heat of gunpowder smoke. Without any unnecessary movement, he simply raised his hand and pressed it against the railing. The darkness in his pupils churned with the same ferocity as his devil fruit power. His gaze swept over the pirates fighting on the ice, and his voice rumbled low like molten rock. A foothold for pirates should never exist. As his words fell, his arms instantly transformed into flowing magma. Red-hot lava dripped from his fingertips, sizzling small smoking pits into the ground. The air was immediately filled with suffocating heat. Marine soldiers instinctively stepped back, and even the distant clamor of the battlefield seemed frozen by the wave of heat. Akainu raised his hands high. The magma on his arms became like the erupting mouth of a volcano, spewing countless fist-sized magma projectiles into the sky. Great eruption. The cold command fell, and the sky suddenly changed color. Countless magma bullets gathered into dense red dots high above like falling stars, painting the entire sky blood red. These magma bullets, wrapped in blazing fire and black smoke, shrieked as they accelerated downward, creating a meteor shower of magma covering the entire bay. Their piercing screams cutting through the air drowned out the pirates' shouts, and the clash of weapons becoming the sole theme of the battlefield at that moment. Both sides, the surging Whitebeard pirates and their allied fleet and the vigilant marine elite, could not help but feel a tremor of fear, their movements slowing as they looked up in shock at the polluted sky. In the heavens, countless crimson dots appeared, first twinkling like stars, then rapidly enlarging into massive fists of molten rock, each carrying destruction and searing heat. They trailed long black smoke like a fiery rain of extinction cast by an enraged god, crashing down upon the dense pirate ships in the bay and the fiercely contested areas on the ice plain. It's Admiral Akainu's great eruption. A fervent cheer erupted from the marine ranks, morale soaring. For them, this was the absolute power of one of the marine's top combatants, a righteous blaze to purge evil. For the pirates, however, it was a scene of doomsday. Take cover. The Whitebeard pirates' crew members turned pale, swinging their weapons in a futile attempt to block. But the magma rain was far too widespread. The globs of magma capable of melting steel slammed into the ice, instantly blooming into fiery red flowers of lava. The ice layers groaned under the heat, rapidly melting into murky seawater. Countless pirates lost their footing, plunging into the boiling water with agonizing screams. Turn the helm. Avoid the lava. No use. It's too dense. Can't escape. Panic spread like a plague through the pirate fleet. The magma fists, carrying unimaginable kinetic energy and temperatures of thousands of degrees, crashed down. Sturdy pirate ships were like paper toys before them, hulls easily pierced and torn with splinters flying everywhere. Even more terrible was the viscous, continuously burning magma. Once it adhered to a ship's hull, it rapidly ignited everything flammable, turning each vessel, a carrier of dreams and ambitions, into a massive torch blazing fiercely until it sank into the cold ocean depths. Those who failed to leap overboard or were caught in the epicenter of the falling magma met an even more gruesome fate, vaporized instantly or encased in magma, charred to cinders in excruciating pain. A nauseating stench of burnt flesh filled the air. The ice surface was pockmarked with huge holes. Seawater churned and boiled violently, sending up scalding white steam that blurred an already chaotic battlefield, making it resemble a legendary sulphurous lake of fire. Gururara. Amid the chaos and screams, a bold and steady laugh suddenly rang out, piercing through the panic like an anchor in a storm. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the man hailed as the strongest man in the world, stood as immovable as a mountain at the bow of the Moby Dick. His towering figure seemed capable of holding up the collapsing sky. One particularly massive and targeted magma fist tore through the air, carrying the aura of destruction straight toward his head. Whitebeard's gaze was contemptuous. He didn't even use his Gura Nomi, the power that could trigger tsunamis and earthquakes. He simply gripped the massive Naginata that had accompanied him through countless battles, the supreme grade blade, Mura Kamijiri. The huge weapon felt weightless in his hand as he casually swung it upward. The blade was coated in invisible, yet extremely dense armament haki. Clang! There was no explosion. The collision of magma and blade produced a crisp metallic ring. That magma fist, capable of instantly destroying a large warship, was split cleanly in half by Whitebeard's seemingly effortless slash. The divided magma blocks, carrying residual power, crashed into the sea on either side of the Moby Dick, raising enormous water spouts dozens of meters high. Seawater splashed onto the deck, hissing loudly. Whitebeard lightly tapped Mura Kamijiri on the deck. The remaining magma, still trying to burn, was easily dispersed and extinguished by his overwhelming haki, leaving not even a trace. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, piercing through the smoke and steam to lock precisely onto the figure on the admiral's bench below the execution platform, the one continuously radiating heat and smoke. Sakazuki, you brat. Whitebeard's voice, amplified by the den mushi, spread across the entire battlefield, carrying a tone of mockery akin to an elder scolding a disappointing junior. Is this the extent of your fireworks? They're barely enough to light candles on a birthday cake. Trying to shake me. You're 100 years too early. His words, like a warm current, instantly injected courage into the pirates, who had been chilled and panicked by Akainu's terrifying attack. Yes, their pops was still here. Their pillar of support remained unshaken. The pirates' morale rallied, and they roared as they charged once more at the marine lines. Yet hidden beneath his bold smile, Whitebeard's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Akainu's attack was not merely for killing, it was meant to destroy the pirates' retreat and fleet support, trapping the Whitebeard pirates completely within Marineford Bay. This ruthlessness and decisiveness gave Whitebeard a deeper understanding of the war's brutality. On the battlefield, the red magma rain and black smoke interwove, creating an apocalyptic scene. Akainu slowly lowered his arms, the magma reverting to human form. He surveyed the ravaged battlefield below, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This is the fate of pirates. The sea-boiled pirate ships burned. After the rain of destruction, the bay was left with nothing but a silent ruin and the marines' suppressed cheers. And this great eruption attack not only robbed the pirates of their foothold, but also shattered the hope in their hearts. On the execution platform, Ace watched his comrades fall one after another, risking their lives to save him, and saw Whitebeard like a father bearing the weight of the entire world. His heart twisted in agony. Tears mixed with sweat and blood dripped onto the wooden planks of the platform. Everyone. It's all because of me. Because of my stubbornness. Why not just let me die here? Why pay such a huge price for me? Guilt and pain threatened to consume him. Shut up, Ace. Whitebeard's voice, mighty and filled with undeniable authority, pierced through the battlefield's clamor and reached Ace clearly. My son is not for the Marines to execute. Trust your brothers. Carry our name and live on. These words were both comfort for Ace and encouragement for all the sons fighting. Just as the aftermath of the great eruption had not yet settled, a dull pounding sound, as if striking directly against the heart, came from the entrance of the bay. The footsteps were so heavy, each step causing the entire icy plain to tremble violently. The windows of the Marine headquarters building buzzed under the strain, and even the distant execution platform could feel the unmistakable tremor. Is it an earthquake? No. Look over there. It's a monster. A gigantic monster is coming. A shadow colossal beyond all imagination slowly tore through the thick smoke and flames at the entrance of the bay, clearly revealing itself in the sight of hundreds of thousands of onlookers. His towering body, as majestic as a mountain range, far surpassed any giant warrior on the battlefield. He was the descendant of the ancient giant from the New World, the offspring of Ors the Continent Polar, Little Ors Jr. Ace. Little Ors let out an ear-splitting roar, a voice like thunder rolling across the battlefield, filled with pure urgency and a resolve that spared no cost. His crimson eyes were fixed on the familiar figure on the execution platform, ignoring the countless cannonballs and bullets that flew toward him like locusts. Those heavy firepower enough to easily tear apart the bodies of ordinary pirates struck his body, covered in thick fat and tough muscle, only bursting into dazzling sparks and billowing smoke, producing dull thump sounds, yet failing to make him pause even for a moment. He strode forward with his enormous legs, each step covering dozens of meters, charging straight toward the execution platform. The Marine soldiers in his path were crushed under his giant feet like ants or swept away like garbage by the door-sized giant sword he swung casually. Wherever he passed, the ice shattered, people and horses tumbled, and he carved a shocking path, paved with blood and broken weapons through the dense Marine formation. Ors. On the execution platform, Ace witnessed this scene, his heart constricted by an invisible giant hand, almost unable to breathe. He knew Little Ors too well. This simple and reckless brother had come solely to save him. He shouted with all his might, the sea stone shackles binding him clattering violently as he struggled, his wrists bleeding without him noticing. Don't come. Ors, go back. You're too big a target. You'll become a living target. Yet in Little Ors' eyes there was only Ace on the execution platform. He swung his enormous arm, deflecting a special armor-piercing shell aimed at his face. The shell exploded on the armor on his arm, but he merely shook his head and responded firmly, his voice like a bell. Ace. I promised. We made a pact. I will definitely save you. Just as Little Ors, with his unmatched size and strength, was about to break through the front line of the bay's icy plain, alone, directly threatening the inner harbor and even the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, seated beside the platform, eyes sharp as a blade, gave the order. Several towering giant vice admirals, like moving fortresses, stepped forward from the Marine ranks. They wielded giant axes, long swords, or heavy weapons like ship anchors, wearing Marine coats emblazoned with the word justice on their backs. With each step shaking the ground, they exuded an undeniable majesty, confronting the charging Little Ors. For justice. Stop the giant. He must not advance another step. The arrival of the giant vice admirals instantly changed the local battlefield situation. The terrifying wind pressure created by their swinging weapons blew away, or even crushed those nearby, be they Marines or pirates who were unable to dodge in time. In the heat of battle, a giant vice admiral raised his foot to stomp on a group of pirates entangled with Marine soldiers. The shadow of his giant foot fell like a death shroud, and with desperate screams, several pirates were instantly crushed into pulp, their blood staining the ice. Another giant vice admiral swung a massive spiked club like a small lighthouse, sweeping viciously, sending over a dozen pirates who tried to approach flying into the air along with their weapons, the sound of breaking bones clearly audible. However, when they stood like a wall before Little Ors, their ordinarily proud size and strength enough to make ordinary pirates flee in terror seemed pitifully inadequate. Little Ors' height far exceeded theirs, like the gap between a grown man and a half-grown child. A giant vice admiral roared, gripping his giant axe with both hands, and struck at Little Ors' knee with the force of splitting a mountain. Little Ors didn't even dodge. He simply raised his calf covered in metal greaves and took the powerful blow head on. Clang! An ear-splitting sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks exploding like fireworks. The giant vice admiral felt his tiger's mouth split, the axe blade failing to fully penetrate the seemingly crude metal greaves, instead being repelled by a tremendous rebounding force. Little Ors roared in fury, his anger ignited by the attack. He countered with a punch. That giant fist, like a battering ram, carried the terrifying power to tear down a city, splitting the air, and slammed into the chest plate of this giant vice admiral. Thump! The dull impact sounded like a giant drum being struck. The shock on the giant vice admiral's face froze instantly. His chest plate visibly caved, and his massive body staggered back uncontrollably, eventually losing balance, and fell heavily onto the ice like a collapsing mountain, creating a huge crater. Ice shards mixed with blood splattered everywhere, and he could not get up for a time. Another giant vice admiral, seeing this, charged from the side with a roar, trying to wrap his thick arms around Little Ors' waist and abdomen to restrain the giant beast. Little Oars let out a dissatisfied roar, twisted his massive body violently, and with sheer brute force broke free from the hold that could bind a sea king. He swung his thick arm like shooing a fly and flung the giant vice admiral, who tried to restrain him, away like a sandbag. The vice admiral's massive body traced a parabola through the air, heavily crashing into a section of the bay's concrete wall, burying him in the rubble, his fate unknown. In an instant, two powerful giant vice admirals had fallen. The remaining giant vice admirals' expressions changed drastically. They realized that fighting alone against this descendant of the ancient giant was like child's play. They exchanged a resolute glance, quickly adjusted their positions, and attacked simultaneously from different directions. Several giant weapons, long swords, axes, heavy hammers, whistled through the air, slashing at Little Oar's head, neck, chest, and other vital points. This was the proud, coordinated attack of the giant race, enough to destroy a small fortress in an instant. Roar! Facing the deadly assault from all sides, Little Oars let out a heaven-shaking roar. He did not choose to withstand all attacks with his body. Instead, he bent his spine like back, his huge fingers like steel rods digging deep into the ice, grasping something colossal. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the muscles on his arms and back bulged like mountain ranges, unleashing a terrifying power that could shake the earth. Lift! With a muffled roar, the wreckage of a marine battleship that had been sunk and half-stranded on the icy surface was lifted from the ice and sea by brute force, raised high above his head. That warship, a fortress at sea for ordinary people, had become an oversized throwing weapon in Little Oar's hands. Impossible. Both Marines and pirates were terrified by this scene beyond common sense. The next moment, Little Oars hurled the raised wreckage of the battleship, like throwing a child's toy, down at the group of giant vice admirals and the marine formation behind them, without any finesse, just pure force. Rumble. The world seemed to be filled with only this devastating sound. The battleship disintegrated instantly upon colliding with the giant vice admirals. The massive keel broke, and wooden planks and metal components shot out like a storm in all directions. The giant vice admiral, struck by this blow, carrying all of Little Oar's fury and strength, had their weapons knocked from their hands, screamed, and flew backward, scattering like bowling pins. The solid defense line they formed along with the marine ranks behind them that couldn't dodge in time was completely destroyed and flattened by this ferocious attack. The path to the execution platform in front of Little Oars was once again opened by sheer power. The terrifying, almost invincible strength demonstrated by Little Oars made the faces of the Marine High Command as dark as water. Fleet Admiral Sengoku adjusted his frog-shaped glasses and spoke into the den mushi in his hand, his voice cold and resolute. We cannot let him advance any further. Warlords of the sea, it's time to fulfill your duties. Stop him. The first to respond was the most beautiful and capricious of the warlords, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Her stunning face bore an inherent arrogance and indifference to everything around her, as if the bloody battlefield beneath her feet was merely the backdrop for her magnificent stage. She moved lightly through the chaotic crowd like a dancer, attacking indiscriminately, whether pirates who tried to approach her captivated by her beauty or Marines who happened to be in her path. Slave arrow. Perfume femur. Her slender, graceful figure danced, her jade fingers lightly tapping, and pink heart-shaped arrows shot out like a rainstorm. Those hit friend or foe instantly turned to stone. Her long, artistically beautiful legs executed elegant kicks, and those struck also met the fate of petrification, shattering into countless cold stone fragments upon her subsequent gentle touch. Hancock. Why? We are Marines. Stay away from that woman. She makes no distinction between friend and foe. Hancock's actions caused considerable panic and commotion among the Marine ranks, but she merely wrinkled her pretty nose in disgust and snorted contemptuously. Filthy men daring to approach me. Breathing the same air is a sin. Marines and pirates both are equally repulsive. Yet her wandering eyes would occasionally glance in another direction toward the figure in a straw hat who was bouncing around like a monkey. In her mind, a flicker of concern and tenderness incongruous with the surrounding slaughter appeared. Next to act was the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, who had been completely modified, losing his self-awareness and becoming a pure weapon of war. He was silent, his tall body like an iron tower, appearing silently on Little Oar's inevitable path. Compared to the mountain like Little Oar's, his stature seemed so small, but the cold, lifeless, dangerous aura he emitted seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Little Oars, with only the execution platform in his eyes, paid no attention to this little one blocking his way. He raised his massive foot like a small plaza to crush Kuma like an insect. However, the moment he raised his foot, Kuma calmly lifted his gloved hands, the strange paw-like patterns on his palms aimed at Little Oar's muscular, massive body. Ursa's shock. A compressed, semi-transparent, small paw-shaped shockwave moving at a speed approaching space jump erupted from Kuma's palm, in an instant striking solidly in the center of Little Oar's broad chest. Thump. A sound so dull it was like a heavy hammer striking leather resounded. Little Oar's mountain-like body suddenly halted, his forward charge came to an abrupt stop. The incredibly thick muscles and sternum on his chest visibly caved in, forming a huge palm-shaped crater. His huge eyes instantly became bloodshot, filled with burst capillaries. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out like a bursting dam, forming a miserable rain of blood in the air. That powerful body which could withstand heavy shelling and ignore the slashes of giant vice admirals seemed so fragile against this shockwave containing strange compression and explosive force. The excruciating pain penetrating to the bone and tearing his organs instantly spread through every nerve ending. He let out a roar of pain and fury, a sound so deep and dull it was almost unbearable. His massive body swayed violently, and finally unable to support itself with a boom, he fell heavily to one knee. His knee hit the ice, shattering the solid ice, instantly forming a spiderweb-like crater. Ice shards mixed with dust shot up into the air. Oh, ours. On the execution platform, Ace witnessed this tragic scene. His vision went dark, his heart as if pierced by 1,000 blades, and he let out a heart-wrenching cry, almost coughing blood. The sea-stone shackles binding him clattered as he struggled the sturdy execution platform, seeming to tremble under his grief and fury. That's enough. Oars, go now. Stop worrying about me. Go. His voice turned from a shout to a plea. Tears like broken pearls mixed with the blood and sweat on his face streamed down uncontrollably. The pain of powerlessness gnawed at his soul like a venomous snake. Watching little AOZ endure the onslaught of meteor volcano, countless cannonballs, and the siege of the vice admirals, and now being struck by Kuma's shockwave until he coughed blood and knelt, yet still refusing to give up in his pitiful state, AIC's mind uncontrollably recalled a warm spring-like scene from the past. A serene afternoon under the Whitebeard pirate's flag. Little AOZ sat by the shore like a giant child in need of care. AIC smiled, deftly weaving a straw hat from the specially tough vines gathered on the island. A hat that was enormous for an ordinary person, but fit perfectly on little AOZ's head. When AIC stood on tiptoe and carefully placed the hat on little AOZ's massive head, he grinned widely, his simple smile radiant, and clumsily pressed the brim with his hand, afraid it would fall off. That straw hat added a touch of rare gentleness and warmth to his fierce appearance. The warm bond of brotherhood formed the cruelest contrast with the tragic, desperate scene on the frozen battlefield. Ozu, you can't make it here. AIC closed his eyes in pain, murmuring in a voice filled with endless guilt and sorrow. If he weren't the son of Jiale, Roger, if he weren't so obsessed with capturing T-Chief. But there were no ifs in this world. Little AOZ, kneeling on the ground, had his vision blurred and swaying from excruciating pain and massive blood loss. Blood continuously dripped from the corners of his mouth and the wounds on his chest, pooling into an ever-expanding patch of crimson on the ice beneath him. Just then his unfocused gaze caught sight of something not far away. The straw hat that AIC had woven for him with his own hands, which he had always treasured, now lying on the blood-stained ice after being blown away by the terrifying shockwave of Kuma's paw strike. The moment he saw the hat, the dim, agonized look in little AOZ's eyes seemed to clear for a brief instant. The memories of every moment with AIC, the days of sailing together, feasting together, fighting together, flashed through his mind like warm, radiant light before the encroaching darkness. AIC clapping his arm, laughing as he challenged him to a drinking contest, brushing away the chirping birds that landed on his nose, while he slept, sitting silently beside him watching the stars when he felt homesick. That unreserved friendship and warmth was the treasure he, a descendant of the ancient demon lineage, had found on the vast sea and would protect with his life. Can you still move? By the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Zhonghua, who had been closely watching the battle, saw little AOZ's massive fingers twitch slightly on the ice. To have endured the tyrant Xiong's attack, which must have severely damaged his internal organs, and still not lose consciousness. How formidable was this demon's vitality and willpower? Hee ha ha ha. How formidable. What tenacious vitality. What a powerful shadow. Moonlight Moria stared at little AOZ, who even while kneeling remained like a small mountain, his eyes gleaming with extreme greed and excitement. He gesticulated wildly. I must have him. I must turn him into my most powerful, most perfect zombie general. I must have him. I must turn him into my most powerful, most perfect zombie general. In his eyes, little AOZ was no longer a living being, but a dream collection piece with infinite potential. In his eyes, little AOZ was no longer a living being, but a dream collection piece with infinite potential. Under the gaze of countless eyes, some shocked, some fearful, some worried, some cold, little AOZ pressed his arms thick as ancient millennium-old trees firmly onto the ice. Every muscle in his body trembled violently from the excruciating pain and exhaustion, and each breath came with a gurgling sound of blood like a broken bellows. But driven by the obsession to save AIC, a desire that transcended life itself, he let out a low roar mixed with pain and defiance, clenched his teeth, veins bulging like writhing dragons on his neck, and rose again inch by inch. Captain Ozu. In the distance, the pirates who had followed him into this hell watched their captain stand once more, their hearts filled with indescribable pride and heart-wrenching anguish. They knew better than anyone that Captain Ozu had already made up his mind to die, though he had never intended to leave Marineford alive. Ignoring the signals of agony that would have stunned any beast, little AOZ's bloodshot eyes locked onto the figure on the execution platform with the precision of a compass. He took a step forward, staggering, but leaving deep, bloody footprints on the ice, yet advancing with an indomitable, iron-willed determination toward his goal. Aim at Ozu. All ultra-heavy cannons on the bulwarks, concentrate fire. Crush him completely. Fire. The Navy command issued the final order without hesitation, cold and ruthless. The ultra-heavy cannons on the sturdy bulwarks at the edge of the plaza were specially manufactured by the Navy Science Division with power several times that of ordinary ship cannons designed to counter large Sea Kings or giant targets. Now several such terrifying weapons simultaneously turned their dark muzzles toward little AOZ, who was already slowed by his injuries. Boom, 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 boom. Ear-splitting cannon shots, as if to tear the sky apart, erupted in a chain. Specially made heavily charged massive shells carrying sharp, deathly whistles rained down like meteorites, precisely striking little AOZ's body, arms, legs, and back. Ugh, ah! Little AOZ let out a heart-wrenching cry of agony. These shells easily tore through his already battered, will-driven flesh, opening blackened, gaping wounds that exposed the bone, and blood gushed out like a burst dam, staining his colossal body entirely red. He was shaken violently like a strained mast in a storm, his large eyes rolled back from the extreme pain and intense concussion, his consciousness nearly fading, and his massive frame teetered on the verge of collapse. Ozu! His crew let out a desperate wail, many sobbing and unable to bear watching. But little AOZ, the warrior known as the Demon, held on through the promise to his brother etched deep into his soul, enduring the full volley of heavy cannons that could have flattened a small hill. He lowered his head, his bloodshot gaze catching sight of a man not far from the execution platform, wearing a pink feathered coat, with a mocking, cynical smile always on his lips, the heavenly Yaksha Tangjai Dwafu Langming. The latter stood with his hands in his pockets, as if enjoying a splendid drama that had nothing to do with him. Just a little more. Just a little more. And I can reach AIC. Little AOZ's thoughts became simple, pure, and obsessive, driven by extreme pain and his body's limits. Only one thought remained, at least. I'll take down one of the 7 warlords. With all the remaining strength in his body, he raised his gigantic hand, as large as a small warship, muscles knotted and veins bulging like twisted steel wires, and clenched it into a fist. With a howling wind and a fierce momentum, he smashed it down toward Dwafu Langming and the area around him like the falling sky. This punch contained his final will and power. If it landed, it would have reduced the ground and everything on it to dust. Fufufufu. Dwafu Langming let out his signature laugh, as if everything was under his control, his lips curling into a dangerous, twisted grin. What's wrong, Demon? Your movements are too slow. How boring. Just as the devastating fist was about to fall with thunderous force, the fingers in Dwafu Langming's pocket twitched almost imperceptibly. Several razor-sharp threads coated with powerful armament hockey silently sliced through the air, precisely cutting through the ankle of little AOZ's intact leg, the one supporting his entire weight. Shhhh. The sound of the blade cutting flesh was startlingly clear. A line of blood instantly appeared on little AOZ's massive ankle, and then blood gushed out like a long-suppressed red fountain. His ankle, as thick as a giant pillar, was severed cleanly by Dwafu Langming's threads, as easily as cutting tofu. Oh! Little AOZ let out the most piercing cry of his life, a sound of such agony and despair that it moved all who heard it. Little AOZ let out the most piercing cry of his life, a sound of such agony and despair that it moved all who heard it. Losing his crucial support, his massive mountain-like body lost balance completely and crashed forward with an irreversible momentum. Dwafu Langming, meanwhile, was pulled by his threads into the air like an elegant and eerie marionette hovering above as he looked down at the dying beast, easily dodging the suicidal strike. That bastard Dwafu Langming. How dare he? How dare he cut off one of the legs of my precious, almost within grasp Ozu. Moonlight Moria, who happened to be standing near the giant hand that little AOZ had used to brace himself, screamed in rage as if his beloved collection piece had been damaged. That was the leg of my future zombie general. That was the leg of my future zombie general. Moonlight Moria screamed, hopping with fury, as if his precious collection had been damaged. Little AOZ fell heavily again, the impact even greater than before, like the collapse of a mountain peak. The ice shattered beneath him and blood gushed from the severed leg like an open red valve, his life force draining away at a visible rate. A bone-chilling cold spread through his limbs and darkness crept into his consciousness like a tide, but he still did not give up. That enormous arm, stained with blood and ice chips, stubbornly reached out toward the execution platform with the last bit of strength, inch by inch trembling, its fingers slightly curled, as if trying to grasp the warmth that was so close yet so far. Hey, I see. Wait a little longer. Just a little more. Just. His voice became extremely weak and indistinct, like a dream murmur filled with endless regret, deep attachment, and the unyielding brotherly bond that would never die. Little AOZ's outstretched hand, covered in scars and blood, had its fingertips just a few meters away from the cold stone base of the execution platform. Those few short meters were an insurmountable chasm for him, his life flickering like a candle in the wind. Blood flowed like an endless stream from countless wounds, especially the severed ankle, pooling beneath his massive body into a bottomless, horrifying pool of crimson. His breathing grew extremely weak and labored, each inhalation accompanied by a gurgling sound of blood, like a broken old bellows making its final struggle. His once blazing eyes had dimmed completely, their pupils unfocused except for a faint ember-like glow in the deepest part, stubbornly fixed on the tear-streaked brother on the execution platform. Ozu. Ozu, please. AIC was already sobbing uncontrollably, his voice hoarse, and barely able to form complete words. Watching little AOZ battered beyond recognition and near death for his sake, AIC's heart was stabbed by a billion steel needles of guilt, pain, and despair. If it weren't for him, why would Ozu have charged into the Navy headquarters' strongest fortress? Why would he have endured so many attacks? Why would he have ended up like this? How could he bear this heavy debt of gratitude and sacrifice? Moonlight Moria stood beside little AOZ's arm, which lay across the ice like a mountain ridge, gazing up at the massive body that still radiated awe-inspiring life, force, even in deaths, froze his eyes burning with greed and frenzy. Hee ha ha ha. What a perfect body. What a tenacious will. As long as I get his shadow, I can create the strongest zombie general in history, surpassing even the original demon Ozu. Fufufu. Unable to contain his excitement, he spread his arms wide and the shadow beneath his feet writhed like living black mud, swelling, and finally, separating from his body. Come forth, Shadow Mage. Moria shrieked, his voice twisted with excitement. The separated shadow, thick as ink, instantly transformed into countless black bats that flapped their wings with sharp squeaks, blotting out the sky like a deathly black cloud hurtling toward the dying little AOZ. No, Moria is going to kill him. Ozu, dodge. Kill him, Moria. Some pirates noticed and tried to rush over, but they were too far away and themselves entangled by countless marine soldiers, utterly powerless. They could only watch, their eyes wide with grief as the tragedy unfolded. Some pirates noticed and tried to rush over, but they were too far away and themselves entangled by countless marine soldiers, utterly powerless. They could only watch, their eyes wide with grief as the tragedy occurred. Countless shadow bats swiftly flew over Little Oars Jr., not engaging in physical attacks, but beginning to converge, compress, and merge at a dizzying speed. Under Moria's manipulation, the dense shadows rapidly coalesced into a massive, sharp, spear-shaped shadow, its edges flickering, with ominous black light seemingly absorbing all light. It's over, giant. Your body and shadow, I Gecko Moria will take them. Shadow Spear. With a cruel and triumphant grin, Moria swung his raised arm downward like an executioner's blade, aiming directly at the vital point of Little Oars Jr.'s back. The massive black shadow spear, condensed with dense dark energy like a deadly fang from an abyssal demon, descended with a piercing, soul-tearing sound, precisely and mercilessly stabbing into the broad mountain-like and now defenseless back of Little Oars Jr. 2. A tearing sound of flesh and energy being forcibly pierced, unbearably dull, yet eerily clear, to every ear on the battlefield, suddenly erupted. The shadow spear easily and unimpeded pierced through Little Oars Jr.'s back muscles, shoulder blades, and ribs, which were countless times tougher than steel, stabbing in from his back and emerging from the front of his broad chest. The pitch-black spear tip even emerged hideously from the massive wound on his chest, carrying a spray of scalding blood and shattered heart tissue shooting out like a fountain. Ayaya, Little Oars Jr. let out his final, most agonizing, most piercing scream, echoing across the entire marine fort. His massive body arched upward violently from the fatal blow like a dying whale, thrown ashore, convulsing and struggling in its final instinct. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, and the massive through-and-through wounds on his chest and back like a bursting dam, dyeing the large expanse of ice beneath him into a glaring scarlet. His fingers, reaching toward the execution platform, used the last ounce of his soul's strength in the final moments of life, stubbornly and tremblingly extending forward a few dozen centimeters. His fingertips could almost feel the cold temperature of the rocky base of the execution platform. However, this final effort, condensed with all his life, will, and bonds, ultimately reached its eternal end. The last ember-like light in his eyes swiftly and irreversibly extinguished and faded. That gaze filled with endless worry for Ace, the regret of unfulfilled promise, and the profound brotherly bond surpassing life and death, finally completely froze, lost all its luster, and became hollow and lifeless. His mountain-like body twitched one last time, then completely lost all signs of life, heavily and silently pressing onto the blood-stained ice, no longer moving. Oozed. Ace's wail, heart-wrenching as if trying to vomit his soul out of his throat, its sorrow and pain echoing across Marineford, even briefly overpowering all the clamor of the battlefield. He watched helplessly as his brother, whom he regarded as family, endured the scorching of magma, the baptism of cannon fire, the siege of giants, the impact of a bear, the agony of a broken leg, and finally was pierced through the back by this most sinister shadow spear, dying miserably before his eyes. And he himself was shackled on this high execution platform, able only to watch and shout, unable to do anything. This bone-deep helplessness and the despair of watching a loved one die instantly swallowed him like the darkest abyss. The blood in his body seemed to freeze completely at that moment. On the battlefield, an extremely brief, eerie silence fell. Both the frenziedly attacking Marines and the desperately resisting pirates were deeply shaken by Little Oars Jr.'s tragic and stirring charge and its final outcome. His colossal corpse lay silently in the center of the battlefield like a suddenly erected, blood-stained, silent monument, silently telling of the cruelty of war, the brilliance of humanity, and the bond called Nakama, heavier than a mountain. Captain Oz. Woo. The pirates under Little Oars Jr. stopped fighting, fell to their knees, and wept bitterly toward the direction where their captain had fallen, overcome with grief. They knew that their captain had fulfilled his promise in the most heroic way, fighting until the last moment of his life, shedding his last drop of blood just to save his brother Fire Fist Ace. Gecko Moria danced excitedly, almost jumping. It worked. Hee hee hee. Quick. Hurry, cut off his shadow while we can. He could hardly wait to collect this long-desired, most powerful trophy. However, the Summit War, this grand epic that determined the direction of the new era, would not stop its cruel wheels because of a hero's tragic sacrifice. Around the place where Little Oars Jr. fell, the brief silence frozen by the tragic atmosphere was quickly replaced by even more intense and frenzied battle cries. Seizing the opportunity, Marine officers waved their swords, shouting for justice, and commanded their soldiers to launch a fiercer attack on the pirates who had momentarily wavered and grieved over Oz's death. Meanwhile, the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates and the heroes from the New World with red eyes turned their endless sorrow into towering rage, shouting for Oz. For Ace. They erupted with a tenacity and fighting spirit far surpassing before, like a raging storm. Little Oars Jr.'s sacrifice was like a double-edged sword, bringing both immense grief and loss, and like a drop of cold water into boiling oil, it completely ignited the even more turbulent and reckless flames of revenge on the Whitebeard pirates' side. The Summit War entered a new, even more heated, brutal, and bloody stage. On the execution platform, Ace deeply bowed his head, his golden hair falling to cover his tear-streaked and despairing face. Hot tears mixed with sweat and blood fell silently, drop by drop, onto the cold, hard floor of the execution platform, splashing into tiny, pitifully beautiful teardrops. The silent call of Oz before his death, filled with reluctance and concern, seemed to cross the boundary of life and death, still echoing in his ears in the depths of his soul repeatedly and painfully. Ace. Ace. The moment Little Oars Jr.'s mountain-like body crashed down, the entire Marineford battlefield seemed to freeze for an instant. On the icy plain, the colossal figure no longer stood. Instead, a dead silence of grief took its place. His hand, reaching toward the execution platform, finally drooped weakly. Those huge eyes that once shone with determination were now dim, leaving only endless regret for the unfulfilled promise. Honest. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates let out heart-wrenching cries, converging into a torrent of pain that struck everyone's heart on the battlefield. On the execution platform, Ace's eyes were wide with rage, his teeth biting hard into his lips, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth without him noticing. An immense sense of guilt and heart-wrenching pain nearly consumed him. Oz. It's all because of me. All because of me. Standing at the bow of the Moby Dick like an anchor, Whitebeard Edward Newgate had his weathered face slightly twitch. His deep gaze swept over Oz's fallen colossal body, over his sons who were grieving and furious over Oz's sacrifice, and finally a suppressed volcano-like rage gathered and surged in his eyes. Grrr. A low laugh escaped his throat, but there was no more of his former boldness, only a chilling coldness and killing intent. How dare you hurt my son like this? An invisible pressure radiated from Whitebeard, making the air seem viscous and hard to breathe. The Marine soldiers nearby even felt a palpitation, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. At that moment, a giant vice admiral wielding a giant axe, perhaps thinking Whitebeard was momentarily distracted by Oz's death, or perhaps driven by a desire to challenge the world's strongest man, roared, took heavy steps, and charged at Whitebeard, swinging his axe that could split mountains. Whitebeard, prepare to die. The giant axe came down with a piercing scream aimed at Whitebeard's head. The force of this blow was enough to cut a large warship in half. However, facing this thunderous strike, Whitebeard didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely shifted slightly, and his right fist, wrapped in a spherical white light of vibration, seemingly slow, but actually lightning fast, struck the air beside him with a gentle tap. Whoom! The atmosphere once again let out an unbearable moan. Cracks spread instantly from his fist. Empty shock. Without direct contact, just a blow through the air. The terrifying vibration force, like an invisible giant hammer, precisely struck the giant vice admiral's massive body through the air. 2. The giant vice admiral's forward momentum stopped abruptly. His hard armor and tough muscles were as fragile as paper before this devastating vibration. His eyes bulged, filled with disbelief, as a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs spewed out. The next moment, his massive body, not much smaller than Oz, flew backward like a stone launched from a catapult, crashing violently into a distant ice wall, embedding in it completely lifeless. The giant axe in his hand clattered to the ground, shattered into several pieces. Silence. Dead silence. A powerful Marine giant vice admiral was actually one shot killed by Whitebeard so casually. This scene was even more shocking than Oz's fall. It clearly reminded everyone how terrifying the rage of the one called the world's strongest man was. Monster. Monster. Just one blow. The morale of the Marine soldiers suffered a heavy blow, and their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard slowly withdrew his fist, as if he had just swatted an annoying fly. He leaned on his Murakamajiri, his gaze like a cold blade sweeping across the entire Marine formation, finally settling on the 3 admirals sitting below the execution platform. Marines. World government. You will pay the price today. At the same time below the execution platform Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp stared blankly at the direction where Oz fell, then at the giant Vice Admiral killed by Whitebeard in one blow, and finally his gaze fell on the execution platform on Ace, whom he regarded as his own grandson. The surrounding deafening battle cries and cannon explosions seemed to fade away from him at this moment. In his mind he saw the scene in the windmill village of East Blue where the stubborn black-haired boy challenged him again and again, without giving up, the complex feelings of worry and pride when Ace set sail, the countless times he tried to persuade Ace to become a Marine only to be dismissed. Why didn't you listen to me? If you had chosen to become a Marine and stand on the side of justice, you wouldn't be tied to this execution platform now. You wouldn't have triggered this war that swept the world. So many people wouldn't have died because of you. Oz wouldn't have died. So many Marines and pirates wouldn't have died either. The immense pain, contradiction, and self-blame drowned this strong, old man like a tide. His usual laughter and carefree demeanor completely collapsed at this moment. He could no longer maintain that heroic facade. 2 lines of turbid tears uncontrollably slid down from Garp's wrinkled eyes. He lowered his head, shoulders trembling slightly, and in a voice only Sengoku beside him could barely hear, he choked and muttered like a helpless old man, "Ace. You bastard. Why didn't you listen to your grandpa? I told you to become a strong Marine. Why did you have to become a pirate? How did things become like this?" His sobs were suppressed and painful, carrying the deep but unspeakable love of an old man for his grandson and the immense torment of the justice he had to bear as a Marine hero. On the execution platform, Ace, who had been immersed in grief over Oz's death, suddenly heard the sobbing voice from below, familiar, yet utterly strange. He lowered his head in disbelief and saw the old man who in his memory had always been indomitable and as tough as steel was now actually crying. From childhood to adulthood, no matter how mischievous he was, no matter how far he pushed Garp's limits, even when he was sent flying by Garp's love-filled iron fist, he had never seen Garp shed a tear. That old man was always laughing heartily or chasing after him in a rage, as if nothing in the world could truly break him. Now seeing Garp's agonized, tear-streaked face, Ace stood frozen, his mind a blank. An indescribable ache and complex emotions surged through him, instantly shattering a part of the walls he had built around his heart. He opened his mouth, but found no sound could escape. "Grandpa." Those 2 words dissolved into nothing but a silent whisper on his lips. Just as the atmosphere on the Marineford battlefield grew even more eerie and oppressive, weighed down by Whitebeard's fury and Garp's tears, at the edge of the battlefield beyond the 2 frozen tsunami sculptures created by Akiji, upon the surging reverse current, a Marine warship like a runaway horse was propelled by an irresistible force hurtling toward the center of the battlefield. "What the hell is going on? We just got through the storm, and now there's a tsunami." Buggy the Clown clutched his blue head, staring at the colossal tsunami that seemed to connect heaven and earth like the end of the world, scared out of his wits. Before such a natural disaster, their warship was as insignificant as an ant. "Jinbe, what do we do now?" Luffy gripped the railing tightly, his body swaying with the violent motion of the ship, but his eyes filled with urgency and trust were fixed on Jinbe. He had to reach the battlefield, he had to save Ace. Beside him, Jiale's face was pale, his arms wrapped around a rope, his mind flooded with a single thought: holy crap. He knew Luffy and the others had fallen into the battlefield through the ice, but no one had told him they'd have to go through an extreme sport of climbing a tsunami first. This was 10,000 times more thrilling than a showdown with Kizaru. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. I only knew they fell from the ice into the battlefield. Why do we have to face a tsunami? He muttered to himself, hesitating whether to fully trust this seemingly unreliable protagonist's luck. Wah! Turn the ship. Buggy panicked and lunged at the helm, trying to grab the wheel, causing the warship to rock even more violently, almost capsizing. Amidst the utter chaos, a cold, mocking voice came from the side of the ship. How many years have you been pirates? All amateurs." Everyone turned to see Crocodile, the former Shichibukai, already seated on the railing. A cigar dangled from his lips as he looked down condescendingly at the prisoners scrambling on the deck, his golden hook glinting coldly under the gloomy sky. His eyes were filled with contempt, as if he were looking at a bunch of hopeless fools. "You idiots," he exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking slowly. "If you hastily change course, the current will hit the side of the ship, capsizing us instantly, and we'll all end up at the bottom of the sea." "Exactly." Jinbe roared, his powerful arms grabbing the still struggling Buggy and throwing him aside like trash. "Everyone calm down. Follow orders. Changing course now is suicide." His booming voice momentarily silenced the panicked prisoners. "You there, hold on tight, secure yourselves. Don't get washed overboard when the wave hits." The prisoners, though still terrified, knew they had to trust the professionals now. They scrambled to find solid grips, hastily furling the sails to reduce wind resistance. Jiale, like the others, clung to the thick mainmast, his arms feeling like they might give out. He looked up at the nearly vertical wall of water like a cliff, his heart pounding so hard it might burst from his chest. "Holy crap, this is insane." He couldn't help shouting as adrenaline surged. The warship, driven by the current, wasn't swallowed by the tsunami, but instead shot upward along the steep water wall in an almost impossible manner, as if an invisible giant hand were lifting them toward the sky. The whole world tilted before their eyes. The sea became an abyss below, and they were climbing toward the peak of that abyss. This feeling was terrifying yet possessed in indescribable grandeur. Just as they reached the crest of the wave, suddenly, an extreme cold descended without warning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The grating sound of freezing came from below, spreading upward at an astonishing speed. Just as their warship was about to crest the tsunami, the colossal wave, along with the seawater beneath their hull, was instantly frozen solid. Time seemed to stand still. The warship was locked firmly onto this immense ice wall connecting heaven and earth, suspended hundreds of meters above the sea. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. They were at the very top of the battlefield. Below them lay the panoramic view of the entire Marineford Bay. Through the crystalline ice and the still condensing mist, they could see the frozen chessboard-like expanse of ice below, the dense clashing masses of people engaged in brutal combat, the two tiny figures on the execution platform that held the world's attention, the towering godlike figure of Whitebeard at the prow of the Moby Dick, and the fallen strikingly large form of Little Oars Jr. The vast, tragic, epic battlefield was laid bare before them in a godlike perspective without reservation. So this is the Summit War. Jiale lay on the mast looking down, overwhelmed with awe. Luffy's eyes widened, instantly locking onto Ace on the execution platform. Ace, I'm coming. His roar pierced the bitter wind of the high altitude like a clarion call of war about to officially charge into this bloody hell. Just then, from the sky on the side of the battlefield near the entrance of the crescent-shaped bay, an unusual sharp whistling sound overpowered the cacophony of the battle. A standard marine warship moving at an extremely abnormal, almost falling speed burst through the ice mist frozen by Aokiji, trailing a long tail, and hurtled down into the bay like a meteor from the heavens. What is that? A warship? Our reinforcements? No, it's too fast. It's like it was thrown down. Watch out. We're going to be hit. All eyes, including those of Mihawk and Doflamingo, who were in the midst of battle, Sengoku, standing on the high platform with a grim face, Garp wrestling with inner turmoil, and Whitebeard, whose sharp gaze was fixed on the Moby Dick, were drawn to this sudden, completely unexpected event. Boom! A deafening crash. The warship slammed into the ice of the bay with no buffer. The immense impact twisted the hull, nearly shattering it, sending splinters flying and carving a deep several-meter-long trench in the hard ice, clearing a space, and even crushing dozens of marines and pirates fighting nearby. Amidst the dust and ice mist, a figure stood on the broken, tilted bow. He brushed the dust off his clothes, took a deep breath, straightened his back, and with all his might shouted toward the execution platform, a cry that seemed to pour all his longing and determination into the air. Ace, wait for me. I'm coming to save you now. The voice was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, carrying an indomitable will rolling across the entire battlefield and reaching every ear clearly. At that moment, time seemed to freeze for an instant. Countless gazes, shocked, confused, angry, hopeful, all focused on the young figure in the straw hat and red vest. Ace, wait for me. I'm coming to save you now. Luffy's cry rang out again, clearer and more resolute than before, carrying a mad, unyielding determination that shattered every obstacle, piercing through the thick dust and reaching the ears of everyone, especially Ace. Right behind him, Jiale, surrounded by crackling azure arcs of lightning, landed steadily on a piece of blackened, tilted wreckage beside Luffy. His golden staff pointed diagonally at the ground, his eyes like cold lightning swiftly sweeping across the battlefield that had fallen into a brief, stunned silence before erupting into even greater chaos. Oars's tragic fallen body, the burning fighting spirit of the Whitebeard pirates, the fearful yet furious looks of the marines, the three auras, like primordial beasts beneath the execution platform, all were captured in his sight. Looks like we've stumbled into quite a welcome party, Jiale said, his tone still carrying a hint of detached commentary, but his sharp eyes had shed all pretense of ease, replaced by deadly seriousness and boiling battle intent. He tapped his golden staff lightly, and a faint bolt of lightning sank into the ice with a sizzling sound, radiating an invisible pressure with each leap of the arc. When Luffy's cry of, Ace, wait for me. I'm coming to save you now, echoed again, tearing through the air and ringing clearly in everyone's ears, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face had turned from iron gray to a furious purple. He whirled around, his eyes shooting like arrows at his old friend, who stood with his head bowed and shoulders still trembling. The pent-up anger and anxiety over losing control of the situation exploded in that moment. Garp! Sengoku's roar even drowned out part of the battlefield noise. He practically pointed a finger at Garp's nose, his voice distorted by extreme rage. It's your damn family again. Look at your good grandson. One son is already the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and now here comes another, even more lawless brat. Is the monkey family born to oppose the Marines and the world government? Garp was jolted by the roar snapping out of his shock. He clutched his head, his gray hair showing through his fingers. His face, usually full of gusto or anger, now bore only an expression of unbearable pain and inner conflict. Luffy, he cried out, his voice hoarse and trembling. Looking down at the figure half hidden in the settling dust like a red meteor streaking through the sky, Garp's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. This grandson, whom he had raised since childhood and who dreamed of becoming the Pirate King, had actually crashed into this ultimate battlefield where even he felt powerless in the most reckless and desperate way possible. Stop him, or Garp's massive frame hunched over, he slumped back into his chair, his head bowed low. His iron fists, which had crushed countless enemies, clenched tightly, his knuckles white, the torment within him nearly tearing him apart. His voice carried the terror of his grandson walking into a death trap, the helplessness of not being able to protect him, and the grief of being toyed with by fate. This Iron Man who had sailed the seas his entire life, and was hailed as a marine hero, now appeared so aged and fragile under the violent tug-of-war between family and justice. He could only watch helplessly as the two young men he regarded as grandsons, one bound to the execution platform, the other charging toward the abyss of death, while he himself was pinned down by the heavy weight of duty, unable to move. Ooh, how terrifying, Kizara drawled in his usual slow tone, but his gaze hidden behind his sunglasses sharply caught the figure falling alongside Luffy, surrounded by familiar lightning. The lightning boy. Let you slip away in sobriety, and now you're coming back to us willingly. A faint, imperceptible golden light began to gather at his fingertips. The shock, fear, and boiling hostility from the Marines reached their peak at that moment. Countless guns, cannons, and weapons coated in armament hockey from elite officers were all aimed at the two who had just landed. STR. Straw Hat Luffy. How is he here? And falling from the sky. So the impel down incident was definitely his doing. This lawless brat. A wave of shock rippled through the Marines. Officers who knew of Luffy's involvement in the Enies Lobby incident or had heard of Jiale's exploits turned pale. Luffy. Ace lifted his head sharply on the execution platform, tears streaming down his face again, but this time beyond worry, there was an indescribable surge of emotion and gratitude. You? Such a colossal idiot. Whitebeard. Still standing there so annoyingly. Crocodile's eyes immediately locked onto Whitebeard, burning with old hatred and resentment. Ignoring the surrounding Marines, his right golden hook glinting, he turned his body into a sandstorm and charged straight toward Whitebeard. It's been a long time. Whitebeard, I'll take your head. Crocodile laughed maniacally, his sand blade forming, ready to launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard. Stop, Crocodile. A roar came, and it was Luffy. Although he was entangled with the Marines, he had been keeping an eye on the commotion behind him. Seeing Crocodile about to attack Whitebeard, he immediately shook off his opponent, stretched his rubber arm, and slammed a rubber jet stamp fiercely at Crocodile. Bang! The sand blade clashed with the rubber fist. Crocodile was forced to reveal his form. He glared at Luffy with displeasure. Straw Hat, I recall our partnership ended the moment we reached Marineford, didn't it? He is Ace's father. I won't let you lay a hand on him. Luffy stood before Whitebeard's massive frame. Despite the vast difference in size, his aura was no less imposing. Whitebeard looked down at the little figure blocking his path, then glanced at the irate Crocodile, and let out a low chuckle. Kid, you've got some guts. He seemed quite appreciative of Luffy's action. Brother Luffy. Jinbe followed closely behind Luffy, like the most reliable guardian, landing firmly and scanning the surrounding Marines who were eyeing them hungrily. Straw Hat Boy, you really become the center of attention wherever you go. Ivankov and the group of vicious prisoners who had escaped from Impel Down with Luffy also appeared, joining the chaotic battlefield and adding more variables to this war. Luffy's arrival was like a boulder thrown into a calm, though already boiling lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves and altering the delicate balance of the battlefield. A criminal who has repeatedly provoked the world government has intruded into such an important execution site. All units prioritize attacking Straw Hat Luffy. Do not let him approach the execution platform. Fleet Admiral Sengoku immediately issued the highest order through the den, Mushy, his eyes occasionally glancing towards Garp's position. Instantly, countless gun barrels, cannon muzzles, and the gazes of many elite Marines turned towards Luffy's direction. He instantly became the most dazzling target on the battlefield. Second gear. Luffy did not hesitate. His entire body turned red, steam billowed, and his heart pounded like a war drum. Like a red lightning bolt, he weaved through the dense hail of bullets at the limit of his speed, charging recklessly towards the execution platform. His eyes held only Ace. He would shatter every obstacle in his path. Rubber, jet pistol. His incredibly fast fists shot out like cannonballs, sending the Marines blocking his way flying, forcibly carving a path through the crowd. Cover the Straw Hat. Ivankov loudly commanded the members of the Nukama land. These oddly dressed, formidable escaped prisoners immediately formed a formation to share the pressure for Luffy. Brother Luffy, I'll clear the way for you. Jinbe thrust out both palms using the advanced Fishman Karate 5000 brick fist. The powerful shockwave, like an invisible giant hammer, sent rows of Marines in front tumbling and sprawling. Luffy's appearance injected a new, unpredictable, reckless, yet vibrant energy into the Whitebeard pirates' offensive. Regardless of whether they were common fodder or Marine officers, anyone blocking his path to save Ace, he would unhesitatingly send flying. This fearless forward-charging spirit, like a spark setting the prairie ablaze, infected some of the pirates around who had been growing weary from the stalemate. Follow the Straw Hat and charge. He's the man who broke out of the ironclad Impel Down. He might just create a miracle. Just as Luffy was drawing most of the fire and struggling to advance, the sky changed again. An even more dazzling, faster blue bolt of lightning, like a divine spear tearing through the heavens, shot straight down from the clouds and landed precisely on the ice not far in front of Luffy. Boom! The deafening thunderclap nearly pierced everyone's eardrums. At the point of impact, the ice was blasted into a charred crater. Leaping arcs of electricity spread like serpents, electrocuting a large group of Marines who had been about to swarm Luffy, causing them to convulse and collapse. The lightning faded, and a figure slowly rose from the crater. He wore a distinctive white headband, a white t-shirt, loose black pants, and held a golden staff in his hand. It was Jiale. Damn, that guy not only killed Vice Admiral Enigumo, but also Vice Admiral Mauchi guarding the Gate of Justice. Luffy, leave them to me. Jiale's voice was calm, yet carried a peculiar penetrating quality, echoing clearly across the battlefield. I said I'd help you. Luffy was momentarily stunned to see Jiale, then broke into a bright, cloudless grin. You're a huge help. Once we save Ace, I'll definitely treat you to a feast. I'll be waiting. Jiale turned facing the surging Marines and pointed his golden staff at the sky. Then let me clear a path for you first. 100 million volts Thunder Prison. In an instant, countless thick pillars of lightning rained down from the sky, blanketing the large area ahead of Luffy. They struck precisely into the dense Marine formations. Screams echoed one after another, and the originally tight defense line was instantly torn open, creating a massive gap. Charge! Jiale muttered. Oh! Luffy dashed forward, charging along the path, cleared by the lightning. Jinbe, Ivankov, and the others followed closely, their morale soaring. However, the resistance from the Marines was also unprecedentedly strong. Just as Luffy was breaking through with unstoppable momentum, several extremely tall vice admirals from the giant tribe, moving with earth-shaking steps, stood like moving iron fortresses, blocking Luffy's path, casting huge shadows. You shall advance no further, Straw Hat. This is your end. Rubber, rubber, whip. Luffy soared into the air and delivered a powerful kick towards a giant vice admiral. But it clashed heavily with the giant's weapon coated in armament hockey, producing a dull thud. Luffy was sent flying backward by the immense recoil. Brother Luffy. Jinbe leaped up in time, catching him with his broad body and absorbing the impact. Damn, these guys are tough. Luffy shook his slightly numb leg, gritting his teeth, realizing the difficulty of dealing with the giants. The giant tribe. They are indeed thick-skinned and tough. Jiale's eyes narrowed. The elemental attacks of a Logia would be greatly diminished against giants coated in hockey. Then try this. 100 million volts Divine Judgment. From Jiale's palm, Divine Judgment was unleashed with a thunderous roar. The raging thunder cascaded like a waterfall towards a giant vice admiral. The giant roared and swung his giant axe at the lightning pillar. The lightning and armament hockey clashed violently, producing blinding flashes and roars. Although he couldn't kill the giant vice admiral in one blow, the terrifying impact force and high-voltage current contained in the lightning pillar still sent the giant vice admiral collapsing to the ground, his body smoking. He tried to get up, but his trembling arms clearly couldn't support his massive frame. He's down, Ivankov exclaimed in surprise. Now's our chance. Jinbe used Fishman Karate again, gathering the water vapor in the air into a massive water wave and blasting it towards another giant vice admiral. Fufufu. Getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo stood on a relatively safe high ground, his fingers moving slightly like a puppeteer. Below, several pirates charging forward suddenly stiffened, their eyes turning vacant, and they began slaughtering each other like marionettes. Internal strife among pirates, the spectacle of mutual slaughter, is always the most entertaining. He reveled in the pleasure of manipulating the fates of others. Empress Hancock elegantly kicked away approaching Marines with her beautiful, yet deadly scented foot. In truth, her gaze was always fixed on Luffy, precisely eliminating threats to him, while using Mero Mello to petrify those who showed strong hostility towards Luffy. Her heart was completely tilted towards Luffy. The so-called warlord duty meant nothing before her burning love for Luffy. Whatever you do, I will support you, Luffy. She murmured, her cheeks blushing slightly. At the same time, she also noticed Jiale, a powerful ally, and felt a bit more at ease. Shadow Bat. Accompanied by a cold growl, bats made of shadows flew out from the ground's shadows, targeting the charging Luffy. It was Moonlight Moria. He manipulated a massive shadow, trying to steal Luffy's shadow to make up for the losses he suffered on Thriller Bark because of Luffy. 5,000 watt fist. Your opponent is me. Moria. Jinbe intercepted Moria's shadow attack with powerful Fishman Karate palm waves. Damn, you bastard. Moria roared in fury, commanding his zombie army and shadow soldiers to join the melee. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, Mihawk, after a brief observation, once again locked his gaze onto Luffy. That young man who in the East Blue dared to face his slash and vowed to become the world's greatest swordsman. How much had his captain grown now? And he also wanted to test this man whom Shanks held in high regard. He swung another relatively small green slash like a probing viper, swiftly flying towards the running Luffy. Luffy, watch out on the left. Jiale sensed the danger and shouted loudly. Relying on the super speed of second gear and his combat instincts, Luffy executed a clumsy but effective side roll at the last moment, barely dodging the sharp slash. The sword aura grazed past his body, carving a bottomless gash in the ice behind him. Oh, he can dodge it. Hawkeye crossed his arms, a flicker of barely perceptible admiration in his eyes, but then he returned to his usual calm, unreadable state. Suddenly, a laser shot through the air. Jiale sidestepped to avoid it, locking onto the distant attacker Kizaru. Jiale's gaze met with Kizaru Borsalino on the high platform. Kizaru smirked, speaking in his characteristic lazy drawl. I thought I could take him down in one hit. You supernovas always causing trouble one after another. Before he finished speaking, Kizaru's body had already dissolved into countless golden photons and vanished from the platform. Jiale's pupils contracted. Almost instinctively, his entire body exploded with lightning. Flash kick. Kizaru's mocking voice sounded beside Jiale. Golden light gathered and his right foot shining with dazzling radiance kicked at Jiale at light speed. In the nick of time, Jiale's figure turned into a bolt of lightning moving faster than the kick and instantly crossed the golden staff in front of his side, covering it with powerful lightning to form a solid defense. Boom! The lightspeed kick slammed heavily into the golden staff coated in high-voltage lightning. It erupted with blinding white light and a deafening roar. The shockwave spread in a ring, cracking the ice within a radius of dozens of meters. Jiale grunted and his entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He tumbled several times in the air before barely stabilizing, landing on the ice and sliding back for another dozen meters before stopping. The golden staff in his hand was slightly warm, his arm holding it was numb, and his chest felt a surge of blood. TSK. Even though I've fought him before, an admiral's strength is no joke. Jiale shook his arm, his expression extremely grim. He had experienced Kizaru's power on Sabaody Archipelago. If Rayleigh hadn't arrived in time, he would have been in grave danger. Now facing him again despite his improved strength, a direct confrontation with an admiral's attack was still extremely taxing. Jiale! Luffy exclaimed, seeing Jiale sent flying by Kizaru. He felt both grateful and anxious. Oh, you managed to react and use your ability to absorb part of the impact. You've grown quite a bit, lightning boy. Kizaru retracted his leg, his body remaining in an elemental state, floating in midair. His tone was still relaxed, but a hint of seriousness flickered in the depths of his eyes. This Logia Rumble fruit user was indeed a troublesome threat, not to be underestimated. Kizaru pressed his index and middle fingers together, and a blinding golden light gathered at his fingertips. Yada no Kagami. In an instant, countless dazzling light bullets rained down on Jiale like a violent storm, covering a wide area. The range was vast, and the speed immense, almost sealing off all evasive options. This was a large-scale AoE attack, clearly Kizaru's intention to give Jiale no chance to catch his breath or fight back. Damn! Jiale's pupils shrank. Faced with this unavoidable attack, he could only brace himself. He roared, and a massive hemispherical lightning shield woven from countless furious arcs instantly formed around him. The surface of the shield writhed with lightning snakes, emitting a piercing crackling sound as he tried to withstand the endless barrage of light bullets. Boom, 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 boom. The light bullets hammered into the thunder barrier like rain on banana leaves. Each explosion triggered violent energy impacts and blinding light. The thunder barrier fluctuated violently, flickering and dimming as if it could collapse at any moment. Jiale clenched his teeth, his entire body tense, feeling the immense pressure on the shield with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His feet were deeply embedded in the ice, plowing 2 furrows behind him. Oh, still hanging in there. Then how about this? Kizaru's figure appeared like a teleport directly above the lightning barrier, his right leg raised high, his entire body resembling a golden cross, with light condensed to its utmost limit. Ama no Murakumo. A massive sword entirely composed of light particles and exceeding tens of meters in length instantly took shape in his hand. Carrying an aura of severing everything, it slashed down fiercely toward the crumbling lightning barrier below. Crack! After enduring countless light bullet bombardments, the lightning barrier finally reached its limit. Under the slash of the Ama no Murakumo, it shattered like glass, scattering into countless sparks of electricity, flying in all directions. The light sword continued its momentum uninterrupted, slashing straight at Jiale below. At the critical moment, Jiale demonstrated the high-temperature forging ability granted by the Thunder fruit. The golden staff in his hand, momentarily enhanced by high-voltage lightning, gained formidable power. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. The Ama no Murakumo and the golden staff, wrapped in armament haki and lightning, clashed violently together. Light and lightning collided fiercely once more. Ugh! Jiale felt an indescribably immense force transmit through the golden staff. His tiger's mouth instantly split open, blood streaming, and his entire body was sent flying as if struck by a meteor, rolling continuously on the ground for over a dozen circuits, shattering several large ice blocks before finally coming to a halt. The golden staff in his hand even showed a fine crack on its surface. The disparity in strength was vividly demonstrated at this moment. As expected, it's still too much. Jiale half lay in the shattered ice, feeling as if all his bones had fallen apart, his internal organs burning with pain. Having consecutively endured full-force attacks from 2 admirals, Akainu and Kizaru, he had suffered considerable internal injuries. Kizaru landed lightly on the ground, the Ama no Murakumo dissipating. He tilted his head and looked at the disheveled Jiale, his tone still relaxed. Oh, your armament haki is pretty good too, but just being beaten won't do, or your attacks ineffective against me. In battles between Logia-type ability users, especially top-tier ones, the application of elementalization and armament haki is crucial. Jiale wiped the blood and ice shards from his face, but the sharpness in his eyes remained undiminished. He struggled to stand, his mind racing. I can't match his speed nor his strength. There's a gap in hockey mastery and fruit development. A direct confrontation is suicide. I must outsmart him. Use his incomplete understanding of the thunder fruit and the battlefield environment. He remembered that beneath his feet was the frozen ice field created by Aokiji, and ice can reflect light. Whether it works or not, let's find out. Jiale growled, and instead of charging forward, as before, he slammed the golden staff onto the ice. 150 million volt thundernet spread. This time what he released was not an offensive lightning pillar or dragon, but countless fine web-like electric arcs. These arcs, centered on him, spread rapidly along the ice surface in a fan shape toward Kizaru. The range was extremely wide, but the individual attack power seemed weak. Oh, this level of current can't hurt me. Kizaru stood still, allowing the arcs to pass through his elementalized body, and indeed remained unscathed. He even yawned out of boredom. Are you at your wit's end? However, in the moment Kizaru let his guard down, a sharp glint flashed in Jiale's eyes. Now, reflection. He manipulated the lightning that had touched the smooth ice wall behind Kizaru, formed by previous battles, and some metal debris. Utilizing the principles of electromagnetism and light reflection on ice, he did not directly attack Kizaru, but instead, electromagnetic disruption, flash deflection. ZZZZ. An invisible, powerful electromagnetic field instantly formed in a small area, centered on Kizaru. At the same time, the thundernet spreading along the ice suddenly brightened, simulating an effect similar to mirror reflection. Kizaru was about to elementalize and move or launch his next attack, but suddenly felt an extremely subtle disturbance and sluggishness in the light around his body. Although he immediately stabilized himself with powerful haki, that momentary interference was enough for a battle between top-tier experts. God's Judgment lightning flash prison. Jiale seized this fleeting opportunity. Instead of summoning a massive lightning pillar, he highly compressed the energy of God's Judgment into dozens of azure lightning spears, each only as thick as an arm, but with extremely high speed and penetrating power. These lightning spears were not fired directly at Kizaru, but at various tricky angles toward the ice surface's metal and even the nodes of the thunder net he had just laid that could reflect light around Kizaru. Whoosh! Guided by the electromagnetic field and refracted by the ice and metal, the trajectories of the lightning spears became bizarre and unpredictable, as if coming from all directions simultaneously toward Kizaru. They themselves might not be able to inflict fatal wounds on Kizaru, but the armament haki imbued within them was enough to negate elementalization and cause real damage. Kizaru showed a hint of surprise for the first time. He clearly hadn't expected Jiale to use the terrain and employ such a fighting style combining optical traps and electromagnetic interference. Interesting. Facing the lightning spears imbued with armament haki coming from all directions, Kizaru no longer dared to rely entirely on elementalization. His body flashed rapidly, turning into streaks of golden light weaving through the gaps between the dense lightning spears, leaving afterimages in his wake. Despite Kizaru's incredible speed, one lightning spear grazed his arm, raising a wisp of smoke and a barely visible trace of blood. The sleeve of his suit was torn, and a scorched mark appeared on his skin. He was injured. Although it was only a trivial flesh wound, it meant that Jiale's attacks could indeed affect him. Oh, how terrifying! Kizaru stopped, glanced at the tiny wound on his arm, his tone still exaggerated, but his eyes turned completely cold, his killing intent no longer concealed. To think I was actually hurt. Seems I can't underestimate you anymore. The dignity of an admiral cannot be challenged. Kizaru brought his hands together in front of his chest, and an even more dazzling, dangerous golden light ball began to rapidly condense and expand. It seems I must use this move to thoroughly purify you. Jiale watched the ever-expanding light ball emanating destructive energy, feeling the terrifying power within it, his heart sinking to the bottom. He knew that Kizaru was about to unleash his true killing move, and his previous tactic of surprise could only be used once. In the face of an absolute disparity in power, any clever tricks seemed futile. He took a deep breath, gripped the golden staff tightly, and began to gather his remaining lightning and haki recklessly. Even knowing he was outmatched, he would never wait to die. At this critical moment, hey, Kizaru! A blue flame meteor slammed into Kizaru. It was Phoenix Marco. Your opponent is me. Marco transformed into a phoenix carrying blue regenerative flames and crashed into Kizaru like a meteor, forcing him away from Luffy and Jiale. How terrifying, Phoenix Marco! Kizaru said fearful words, but his movements were not slow at all. He fired countless lasers from his fingertips and engaged Marco in battle. I'm saved. He gasped heavily, but there was no relief in his heart. The Admiral's attention being diverted by each other was only temporary. Luffy was still charging forward, Ace was still on the execution platform, and the war was far from over. He glanced toward the execution platform. A Luffy, under the desperate cover of Jinbe Ivankov and many commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, was getting closer and closer to his target. I must recover quickly. Still fighting. Jiale forced himself to calm down, circulating the remaining lightning energy in his body to stimulate cell activity, accelerating physical recovery and suppressing injuries. He knew that every step from now on would determine Ace's life and death, as well as his own survival in this war. This fierce exchange with Kizaru, though brief, was thrilling and fully demonstrated the cunning and danger of battles between top-tier Logia ability users. Jiale, relying on his intelligence and application of the fruit's characteristics, once made Kizaru suffer a minor loss, but also thoroughly angered an admiral. This battle was far from decided, it was merely temporarily interrupted by the larger war situation. And Jiale's name through this direct confrontation with an admiral was deeply etched into the hearts of all survivors at Marineford. After being saved, Jiale casually dealt with a nearby major who rushed at him, then swept his gaze over the battlefield. In the direction Luffy and the others were advancing, there were wave after wave of Marine soldiers. They could only try to find an opportunity to break through. There are too many Marines, a charging head-on won't work. We must create chaos or find a key point. I can't let you interrupt the Straw Hat Boy's splendid performance. Ivankov's huge figure suddenly appeared, using the explosive impact of his exaggerated death wink to block the Marines trying to stop Luffy's advance. The battle situation, due to the intervention of Luffy, the greatest unexpected factor, became even more complex and tragic. Everyone knew that the decisive moment was about to arrive. And Luffy, giving his all, was burning his life and will on this deathly ice field, carving a path paved with blood and fire toward his brother. At the rear of the Marine forces, a squad, led by Headquarters Captain Smoker, was standing by. Smoker had 2 cigars in his mouth, smoke swirling around, making his resolute face appear somewhat blurred. He crossed his arms, his silver hair standing up, his sharp eyes fixed on the battlefield, especially the ramming Straw Hat Boy. That bastard. He really came. Smoker spat in a low voice, his tone complex. Since Lobetown, he had been chasing the Straw Hat Boy, witnessing firsthand how this rookie repeatedly broke conventions and stirred up the world. He hated pirates and upheld his absolute justice, but toward Luffy, besides the sense of duty to capture him, there seemed to be an indescribable recognition of some quality, which made him very irritable. Smoker-san. Tashigi, standing beside him, adjusted her glasses, holding the famous sword Shigure, her face showing worry and a hint of reluctance. She watched the continuously falling soldiers on both sides, saw the fear of war and the forced bravery on the faces of young Marines, and felt a trace of confusion in her heart regarding the so-called absolute justice. To execute one pirate, triggering such a large-scale war and causing so many casualties. Is this truly justice? This thought flashed through her mind, causing her a moment of panic. She quickly shook her head, trying to dispel this rebellious idea. It's time for us to move, Smoker said in a low voice. He glanced at Ace on the execution platform, then at Luffy fighting below. The brotherly bond seemed so glaring on the battlefield. Tashigi, get ready. He suppressed his distracting thoughts and reaffirmed his duty as a Marine. Yes, Smoker-san. Tashigi immediately straightened her body, tightened her grip on the sword hilt, and temporarily suppressed her sympathy and confusion. She knew that as a Marine there was no room for hesitation on the battlefield. The sudden arrival of Straw Hat Luffy, like pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling oil pan, made the situation at the entire Marineford battlefield even more violent and unpredictable. With his signature reckless charging and rubber abilities, he tore a gap in the ice field, attracting a great deal of Marine firepower, but also greatly diverting and disrupting the Marine formation, creating a valuable offensive window for the Whitebeard pirates. Forget the formation. Stop the Straw Hat Boy from approaching the execution platform at all costs. A major shouted hoarsely, and he himself led a squad of elites to try to intercept Luffy. However, Luffy's speed in Gear Second was extremely fast, coupled with Jinbe's powerful Fishman Karate, clearing the way. Ivankov's bizarre Okama Kenpo providing cover and spontaneous support from some Whitebeard pirates. He was like a slippery eel advancing through the hail of bullets. Ace, I'll be there soon. Luffy's gaze was fixed on the familiar figure on the execution platform. All fatigue and pain seemed suppressed and forgotten by the conviction of, I must save my brother. There was only one thought in his mind: advance. Keep advancing. On the execution platform, Ace watched his little brother fighting desperately through the myriad enemies covered in blood, yet with eyes still bright. He clenched his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers. He feared that his foolish brother would end up like Little Oars Jr. Finally, he couldn't help but shout down, don't come any closer, Luffy. You should know very well that we are both pirates. We have our own adventures and our own partners. I'm not so pathetic that I need a brat like you to save me. It is precisely because of connections between people that bonds are formed, leading to such reluctance to part. What nonsense are you spouting? You are my big brother. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face darkened as if it could drip water. He cast a glance at Garp beside him. The usually boisterous and gregarious Marine hero now clenched his fists tightly, his burly frame trembling, faintly, veins bulging on his forehead. His mind was clearly in a fierce internal struggle, enduring immense agony. On one side stood the justice he had upheld his entire life, the 100,000 subordinates who trusted him, and the responsibility to maintain the world government's authority. On the other side were his 2 grandsons whom he had raised with his own eyes, one about to be executed, the other rushing to his death below. This extreme clash of emotion and duty nearly tore Garp's iron heart apart. Just as he was about to step down, Garp. Sengoku called his name in a low voice, carrying an unmistakable warning. He understood his old friend's pain, but at a moment that could determine the world's fate, personal feelings must be cast aside in the name of justice. Garp finally hung his head dejectedly, letting out a barely audible sigh, filled with endless bitterness and helplessness. He slumped back into his chair, seeming to have aged decades in an instant. He could neither help Luffy nor bear to watch Ace be executed. This powerlessness caused him more pain than any enemy's attack. Just as Luffy became the focal point of the battlefield, the main force of the Whitebeard pirates did not stop. They capitalized on the chaos and diversion Luffy created, launching an even fiercer general assault. Everyone coordinate with Straw Hat's offense. Concentrate your strength and breach the right flank. Break through the bay's defenses in one go. After shaking off, Kizaru Marco circled in the air, commanding. His blue flames adorned his wings, scattering sparks of life that healed wounded comrades. His voice carried an unyielding resolve. Luffy, his straw hat tilted, split the layers of obstacles with his rubber arms. His eyes were fixed solely on Ace's figure shackled on the execution platform. But just as he was only a few steps from the defense line, pungent white smoke suddenly swept in from the side and rear. Straw Hat, this is your end. Smoker's voice was as cold as iron. The sea prism stone-tipped spear smashed heavily against Luffy's nape with a piercing sound. The power of the Logia smoke fruit made him immune to rubber attacks, while the sea prism stone suppression caused Luffy's entire body to go limp, his knees crashing onto the rubble, blood oozing from his forehead. Let me go. I have to save Ace. Luffy roared and struggled, but his arms flailed weakly. Smoker sneered, about to lock the handcuffs around his wrists, ending the rescue attempt once and for all. Just then, a graceful figure like a flitting butterfly nimbly weaved through the battlefield, precisely dodging all attacks, and swiftly arrived beside Smoker. It was none other than the Empress Boa Hancock. How dare you lay hands on the man I love? You deserve death. A sharp cry pierced the battle roar, and a pink figure wrapped in formidable armament haki instantly broke through the air. The Empress Boa Hancock touched down on her toes, her skirt fluttering as she unleashed a perfumed femur, imbued with Conqueror's haki, aimed directly at Smoker's chest. The kick was astonishingly powerful. Smoker, unable to transform into smoke for defense in time, was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a warship railing, blood spraying from his mouth. Even more shocking, his supposedly indestructible sea prism stone spear was petrified and snapped in two at the middle, the fracture glowing with a faint pink aura. The Empress stood before Luffy, hands on her hips. Her usually amorous eyes now blazed with fury, and her haki caused nearby marines to collapse. My Luffy is not to be touched by ants like you. Luffy. She turned to look at him, her expression instantly softening, as if it could melt. From her sleeve, she produced a small key. The key to Ace's handcuffs, which she had risked being discovered by the marines to bring all the way from Impel down. Luffy, I knew you would be safe. Here, take this. She spoke softly, her fingertips inadvertently brushing his palm, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. What is this? It's the key to your brother's handcuffs. Luffy stared at the key in his palm, his pupils suddenly dilating, then erupting with childlike ecstasy. Hancock, thank you so much. With this I can save Ace. He paid no heed to the surrounding carnage, nor did he notice the Empress's shyness. Spreading his arms, he pulled her into a tight hug, the force making her stumble, and he even swayed gently. The boy's warmth seeped through his clothes, mingled with a faint smell of gunpowder, instantly freezing the Empress in place. This most beautiful woman in the world, who regarded all other men as dirt, now stood stiff as a board, her hands suspended in midair, unsure where to place them, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. The blush on her cheeks spread rapidly to her ears, even coloring her neck. Her long lashes fluttered violently, and her originally fierce gaze became dazed and intoxicated. The corners of her mouth lifted uncontrollably, unable to hide the overwhelming joy and shyness. Her mind was already in turmoil, automatically conjuring an image of the two of them embracing in wedding dresses, even the names of their future children taking shape. Luffy. Her voice was barely a whisper, laced with shy gasps. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously and gently wrapped her arms around Luffy's waist, feeling his powerful heartbeat. A few seconds later, Luffy released his hold, clutched the key, and turned to dash toward the execution platform, leaving only a, I'm off to save Ace. He was completely unaware of the Empress's strange state behind him. Hancock stood still, her arms still in the embrace, her cheeks red enough to drip blood. She gently touched her chest where her heart pounded, as if about to burst. Her gaze followed Luffy's retreating figure with infatuation, a silly, blissful smile on her lips. She murmured, he hugged me, and called my name. As the words left her mouth, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the rubble, still dazed, immersed in sweet fantasy, her voice filled with unprecedented happiness. Ah, could this be marriage? Has the Empress betrayed us? What nonsense! How could someone so beautiful do that? Didn't you see that despicable Straw Hat bear hugged her and threw her down? Luffy's fingers tightly gripped the sea prism stone key he had received from the Empress Boa Hancock, cool yet weighty as 1,000 pounds. The metallic sensation seemed to connect directly to his heart, each pulse pumping out blazing hope and burning urgency. He took a deep breath, the air mixed with smoke, blood, and scorched earth stinging his throat, but he paid it no heed. In his field of vision, there was only the figure of a man bound by heavy sea prism stone shackles on the execution platform. A figure he knew all too well, his brother Portgasti. Ace! Ace! Hold on! A hoarse cry burst from his parched lips, piercing through the deafening shouts and explosions. Gear second. His skin instantly turned bright red and scalding. White steam like a raging dragon burst from every pore. The sound of blood rushing thundered in his eardrums. Luffy's figure became a red afterimage, barely visible to the naked eye, charging at extreme speed across the battlefield littered with corpses and destruction. Shockwaves curled wherever he passed, and Marines trying to block him were sent flying like straw. Yet the path to the execution platform was a steel defense line built with all the Marine headquarters might. Every step had to be carved with blood and will. This is the end, Straw Hat Luffy. A steady, oppressive, cold voice sounded ahead. The elite vice admiral of the Marine headquarters Momonga held a long, sharp katana, standing like an insurmountable mountain blocking the way. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, exuding the seasoned aura of a veteran. The tip of his blade quivered, locking onto Luffy's trajectory, filled with the resolve to cut through everything. Almost simultaneously, a beast-like growl came from the side. Another vice admiral, a Zoan type, Inu, Nomi model spotted dog user, dropped to all fours, muscles bulging, fur bristling, white mist puffing from his muzzle, lunging with explosive speed. His claws gleamed with cold light, tearing through the air, aiming for Luffy's vitals. Get out of my way. Luffy roared, pushing his gum fruit abilities to the limit. His body twisted at impossible angles, narrowly evading Momonga's tricky slash and the spotted dog vice admiral's fatal pounce. Goma no jet gatling. Countless fist shadows coated in armament hockey poured down like a storm upon the two vice admirals. Vice Admiral Momonga's blade danced, forming an impenetrable barrier. The clang of metal rang incessantly, each parry making his arms slightly numb, inwardly shocked by the kid's strength and speed. The spotted dog vice admiral, relying on his zone-enhanced physique and quick reflexes, withstood some of the punches, his claws still leaving bloody gashes on Luffy's arms and waist. The battle was fierce and brief. Luffy, with superior explosive power and the bizarre elasticity of his rubber body, forcibly tore through their combined defense. He gained several more wounds, blood soaking his tattered clothes, and his speed was inevitably affected. But the fire in his eyes never dimmed, instead it burned more fiercely as he drew closer to the execution platform. The battlefield was never an isolated stage. While Luffy fought desperately, the undercurrents of power and the shadows of betrayal also stirred quietly. Fufufu. What an interesting sight, Crocodile. Doflamingo stood on a relatively intact high ground, his signature sinister grin stretching across his face, his fingers twitching elegantly like playing piano. Working so hard to assist Whitebeard. Have you finally found a new master worthy of your loyalty? Or else? Crocodile's face darkened as if it could drip water. The cigar in his mouth flickered, his golden hook reflecting cold light. Don't you dare speculate about others with your filthy mind, Joker. He replied hoarsely, swinging his massive golden hook, casually sending a sand blade infused with withering power, hurtling toward Doflamingo. Along the way, it drained the moisture from several unfortunate pirates entangled by strings, turning them into mummies. The more chaotic this world becomes, the easier it is to fish in troubled waters. I'm just doing what I want to do, nothing more. Ziaha. Well said. Chaos is the prelude to a new era. Doflamingo laughed heartily, summoning 5 colored strings that clashed with the sand blade, producing a grating screech. The two former warlords, one commanding sandstorms, the other manipulating threads, did not engage in a deathmatch, but successfully diverted each other's attention, forming a dangerous vacuum zone on the chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, within the main camp of the Whitebeard pirates, a tragedy fueled by conspiracy was quietly unfolding. Pops. One of the allied captains, Spinning Spider, staggered up to Whitebeard. His face was a mix of fear, agony, and disbelief, his voice trembling. The Marines said, that you've made a secret deal with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. They said you're going to trade our lives, us captains from the New World who aren't your direct subordinates, for Ace's safety. Is that true? Are you really going to abandon us? Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, his mountainous frame, trembled slightly. He looked down at this son whose face was twisted by fear, his thick white eyebrows knitted tightly, a flicker of pain in his eyes. Scored. My foolish son. His voice was low and powerful, trying to calm him. You have been blinded by lies. How could I ever? But before he could finish, Squard, completely consumed by suspicion and panic, his eyes flashing with madness and resolve, thrust his long sword deep into Whitebeard's defenseless abdomen. Schlunk. The sound of the blade piercing muscle was still clear amidst the clamor of battle, as if it had sucked away all noise. All members of the Whitebeard pirates who witnessed this, whether commanders or regular crewmen, were stunned, their faces etched with shock and horror. Squard, what have you done? You bastard. How dare you strike at Pops? Whitebeard's massive body shuddered violently. The searing pain in his abdomen made him grunt, but he did not immediately push Squard away, or even counterattack. Instead, his mighty arms, capable of tearing the sea, slowly rose and wrapped around Squard, who had become frozen in a daze of self-doubt after his betrayal, in a tight protective embrace. Foolish child. Even if you are manipulated, even if you turn your blade against me. Whitebeard's voice held pain hard to conceal, yet it contained a fatherly love as deep as the ocean. You are still my irreplaceable son. He lifted his head, abruptly glaring at Sengoku, whose face was grim on the execution platform, and roared across the battlefield. Sengoku. You bastard. To use such a despicable trick. The overwhelming fury did not crush the world's strongest man, instead it ignited the final, most ferocious fighting spirit of his life. He gently pushed aside Squard, who had completely collapsed and lay limp on the ground, never once killing him, as if the blade piercing his abdomen were merely a mosquito bite. Whitebeard leaped into the air, his colossal frame, carrying an unparalleled sense of oppression, crashing down into the very center of the battlefield like a meteor. The entire Ma Lin Fan Duo Plaza trembled. Kururara. Come on, Navy scum. Let's make this feast even more heated. He roared, thrusting the Tsong Yun Xie into the ground, clenching his fists as spherical vibration halos frantically gathered around his knuckles, then smashing them into the air on both sides. Skyquake. Crack. Boom. The atmosphere let out a grievous glass-shattering wail of unbearable strain. Centered on Whitebeard, the terrifying vibrational force spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami. The earth was torn apart like fragile biscuits, enormous fissures spreading like abysses. The sturdy fortresses and buildings of Navy headquarters collapsed in droves, while seawater in the bay surged madly inward, raising tens of meter-high, giant waves. Countless Navy soldiers were thrown into disarray under this catastrophic attack, instantly losing combat capability. Ice Age. Navy Admiral Qing Ji Kuzan reacted swiftly, his body instantly elementalizing as he appeared near Whitebeard, arms spread wide. The freezing cold air spread rapidly along the ground like a white python, freezing everything in its path, attempting to seal Whitebeard and his terrifying vibrational power together in ice. Solid ice quickly climbed up Whitebeard's legs, waist, and even spread to his knotted arms, emitting chilling cold. However, Whitebeard only let out a disdainful snort. His frozen muscles suddenly bulged, and a vast, unparalleled hockey, an even stronger vibrational force erupted from within him. Crack. Bang. The thick ice covering his body was shattered by sheer physical strength and hockey. Countless ice crystals scattered and splashed, refracting dazzling and deadly light in the sun. Qing Ji, brat. This level of freezing is far from enough. Whitebeard roared, drawing the Tsong Yun Xie, its blade wrapped with a vibrational halo capable of destroying the world, and swept it toward Qing Ji with unstoppable momentum. The speed was so fast, the range so wide that it almost sealed off all escape routes. Qing Ji's pupils contracted, and his body instantly elementalized, attempting to scatter and evade. But the blade of the Naginata still sliced through his elementalized waist, cutting it in two. Fortunately, his Logia ability allowed him to transform his body into ice crystals in advance. The severed part turned into a flurry of ice shards, and he did not suffer fatal damage. However, the attached shockwave that seemed to shake the soul still made him tremble inside. Two-pronged spear. Qing Ji reformed his body in the distance, his expression solemn. Waving his hand, he condensed countless sharp ice spears that shot toward Whitebeard like a rainstorm, while simultaneously releasing cold air again, trying to freeze the Naginata in Whitebeard's hand. Your opponent is me, Kuzan. A thunderous roar exploded. The 3rd Division Commander, Diamond Xiao Zi, his entire body shining with indestructible diamond light, charged like a human cannonball, abandoning defense and using full force, slamming into Qing Ji. Bang! A dull impact sound like a giant hammer beating a drum rang out. The unprepared Qing Ji was solidly hit by this attack, containing Xiao Zi's full weight and power, flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to stand from the rubble, a trace of blood uncontrollably seeping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, and the laziness and casualness in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by extreme seriousness, as if facing a formidable enemy, Diamond Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi's massive diamond body stood between Qing Ji and Whitebeard. Without looking back, he roared, "Old man, don't worry about here. Keep moving forward. I'll handle this guy." On the other side, Lu Fei's desperate charge also encountered a slash from the world's pinnacle. "It seems I can't let you keep causing trouble." Hawkeye's Mihoku, the world's greatest swordsman, finally turned his gaze back to Lu Fei. He slowly drew one of the 12 supreme grade blades Yoru from his back, his eyes calm and rippleless, as if completing a trivial matter. Yoru slash. The black blade Yoru swung casually, and a condensed space-cutting green giant slash, like a reaper's scythe, silently tore through the earth, heading straight for Lu Fei's back with terrifying supersonic force. A deadly sense of crisis made Lu Fei's hair stand on end. "Don't you dare hurt Straw Hat." At the critical moment, the 5th Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword, Biceta, leaped out with dual swords like a guardian knight. He danced his dual swords with brilliant and precise swordsmanship like a death flower blooming on the battlefield, weaving an impenetrable sword net that firmly intercepted Hawkeye's slash. Clang! A deafening clang of metal resounded across the battlefield. Two peerless sword energies collided head-on, and the resulting shockwave cleared everything within dozens of meters. Biceta grunted, his tiger's mouth splitting, blood flowing down the sword hilt, but he did not retreat a step. His dual sword still firmly held the terrifying green slash. Hawkeyes raised an eyebrow, slightly looking at Biceta, a glint of light in his eyes that only appeared when encountering a worthy opponent. "Flower Sword, Biceta. Not bad. I acknowledge your swordsmanship." Biceta grinned, though his arm trembled slightly, his fighting spirit high. "It's an honor to receive a word of recognition from the world's greatest swordsman. But if you want to touch AIC's little brother, you'll have to get through me first." However, the continuous extreme running high-intensity battle accumulating wounds and the massive consumption of life force from gear second finally caused Lu Fei's body to let out a grievous groan of exhaustion. The steam around him became intermittent, the red on his skin began to fade, revealing a tired pallor. His breathing was rapid and heavy like a broken bellows, his vision started to blur, and his steps became unsteady and staggering. The execution platform was clearly within reach, yet it seemed as distant as a celestial chasm. Lu Fei staggered on the rubble, each breath bringing a tearing pain. The effect of the adrenaline hormone had long faded, and the fatigue from continuously breaking through the Navy's defenses bound his limbs like heavy chains. Two figures suddenly burst out of the smoke, still Vice Admirals Wu Shu and De Air Mei Xia. On the left, Vice Admiral Wu Shu, the flower-shaped tsuba of his katana glinting coldly in the sun, his feet treading moonwalk, leaving afterimages in the air. On the right, Vice Admiral De Air Mei Xia had already maintained his hybrid form, gray-white spotted fur covering his body, claws and fangs glinting his massive frame, carrying the unique pressure of a Zoan type. "Stop right there, Straw Hat." Wu Shu's low shout accompanied the explosive sound of shave, instantly closing in on Lu Fei armament hockey, coating his blade shining with a pitch-black luster. Lu Fei barely raised his hand to block, but his arm was half a beat too slow due to exhaustion. With a shrai, the blade slashed deep into his shoulder and back, blood instantly soaking his t-shirt. The intense pain made him grunt involuntarily. Before he could stabilize himself, the air Mei Xia's figure had already teleported behind him, his feet shaving dozens of times on the ground, leaving trails of afterimages. His sharp claws coated with armament hockey transformed into finger pistol and stabbed fiercely into Lu Fei's abdomen. Puff! The sound of claws piercing flesh was harsh. Lu Fei's eyes bulged, blood spurting from his mouth, and his body was sent flying by the immense force like a broken kite. He drew a blood-red arc in the air, crashing heavily onto the stone steps 100 meters away, sending rubble flying. The sword wound on his shoulder and back was deep to the bone, blood trickling down his back, pooling into a dark red puddle on the ground. The finger pistol wound on his abdomen continuously oozed blood. The recovery power of his rubber body completely failed under extreme fatigue. Lu Fei curled up, his consciousness torn between sharp pain and dizziness. In his blurred vision, the figure of AIC on the execution platform appeared and faded. He tried to push himself up, but could only let out a weak whimper, his arms trembling and unable to support his weight. He could only let the cold ground drain the warmth from his body, his ears filled with the roar of the battlefield and his own increasingly faint heartbeat. "It seems your journey ends here, Straw Hat." A flippant and familiar voice sounded in his ear, tinged with a hint of mockery. Lightspeed kick. The figure of Huang Yuan Bo Lu Sa Li Nua appeared like a ghost without warning beside Lu Fei. His right foot, flashing with dazzling golden light, kicked Lu Fei's waist and abdomen at light speed. Aga! Excruciating pain instantly swept through his entire body. Lu Fei, like being hit head-on by a high-speed sea train, flew backward uncontrollably, drawing a tragic arc in the air. The blood spurting from his mouth was especially dazzling under the sun. Just as he was about to crash heavily onto the ground, like a broken doll possibly losing consciousness, a large warm hand covered in a white captain's coat sleeve caught him steadily and gently. It was Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked down at the young junior in his arms who had given his all to save his brother and was covered in wounds. In those eyes that had weathered countless storms, a faint, barely perceptible glint of admiration and pity flickered. "Kid, it's not time to fall yet." He gently placed Lu Fei on relatively safe ground, his low voice carrying a reassuring strength. Lu Fei struggled, still trying to prop himself up with his arms, but the intense pain and extreme weakness made even such a simple action impossible. He could only gasp in vain. "AIC. I haven't saved AIC yet." At this moment, Whitebeard said no more. He gathered the vibrational force capable of shaking the world, his fists once again wrapped in spherical halos, his aim directly at the execution platform. He would blast open the final barrier for Lu Fei and for all his sons. Hellhound. But Chiquan Saka CG would not let him have his way. His right arm, transformed into magma, shot out at a speed beyond visual capture. The scorching hot sulfur-stinking magma fist, Great Eruption, collided violently with Whitebeard's vibration fist containing the power of destruction. Boom! As if two meteors collided. A deafening explosion resounded through the sky. Red-black magma and invisible vibrational shockwaves intertwined, compressed, and exploded madly. The ground beneath their feet cracked and collapsed inch by inch like paper, forming a huge crater. Blazing heat waves and terrifying shockwaves spread in a ring, sending everyone nearby, whether Navy or pirate, flying violently. Just as the clash between the two top powerhouses, Whitebeard and Chi Quan, drew most of the attention, and the light of the energy collision obscured vision. Opportunity. A streak of azure blue flame tore through the chaotic sky like a meteor. It was the Phoenix Meyer Ko. He seized this fleeting opportunity, transforming into his full phoenix form, flapping his wings, and at top speed, ignoring the melee below, charged straight for the execution platform. "Hey, I see. Hold on. I'm coming." On the execution platform, Buddhajan was eyes sharpened. He could no longer stand by. His body began to emit dazzling golden light, muscles bulging, stature increasing, a powerful pressure spreading. The human fruit model Daibutsu was about to manifest. Just as Zhang Guo was about to transform into the golden giant Buddha and intercept Ma Ku, the man who had been sitting silently, like a stone statue at the foot of the execution platform, his head bowed, Meng Chidi Kapu, was experiencing a hellish torment inside. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles white from excessive force, emitting a cracking sound. On one side was the Navy's justice he had upheld all his life, the trust of countless colleagues and soldiers behind him. On the other side was AI, the child he had adopted since childhood, watched him grow up, who despite flowing with the blood of evil, was regarded as his own grandson. He was family. Should I act? Stop Ma Ku and preserve the Navy's face? Should I not act? Watch AIC be rescued? Where would the Navy's justice be? What would the sacrifices of this war mean? Lu Fei, AIC. Countless thoughts clashed fiercely in his mind. In the end, the complex, unseverable emotions for family and the heavy sense of responsibility as a Navy hero, like two giant pythons, tightly wrapped around his heart, forcing him to make a painfully agonizing decision. Kapu suddenly raised his head like a wounded lion filled with pain and determination. His imposing physique burst out with terrifying speed beyond his age, leaping up from his seat. That iron fist coated with top-tier armament haki, which had defeated countless legendary pirates, with a piercing scream, tearing through the air, slammed fiercely and solidly into the phoenix flame that Ma Ku had transformed into. Bang! A dull booming sound like a leather strike. The fist, containing Kapu's complex emotions and terrifying power, abruptly interrupted the phoenix's flight path. Ma Ku, like being hit by a battering ram, his blue flames flickering violently and unsteadily, plunged rapidly from the sky, like a broken-winged bird crashing heavily into the cracked and ruined ground below, raising a cloud of dust. Captain Ma Ku, Vice Admiral Kapu, has made his move. A wave of gasps echoed across the battlefield. Through the dust, Marco soon struggled to his feet, the phoenix's regenerative flames swiftly healing his injuries, yet his face was noticeably paler than before, his breathing slightly rapid. That iconic golden punk hairstyle was now smudged with dust, and fresh crimson bloodstains sliding from his temple, not yet fully evaporated by the flames. The continuous high-intensity battles, especially the constant use of his ability to heal allies, had greatly drained his stamina and recovery capacity. On the execution platform, Ace stared blankly at Garp, who had struck down his own comrade from the path of hope in the name of the Navy, his eyes filled with profound complexity. There was shock, a trace of imperceptible disappointment, but more than that, a heavy sense of understanding. He knew this old man knew the turmoil within his heart. Fleet Admiral Sengoku cast a glance at Garp, who had slumped back into his seat, his face as grim as water, as if he had aged years in an instant, and said in a voice only the two could hear, "No one forced you to intervene." Akainu Sakazuki, this Navy Grand Admiral who held to absolute justice and was mercilessly cruel, keenly perceived the faint, almost imperceptible pause and panting that inevitably surfaced in Whitebeard due to Scab's betrayal wound, his aging body's latent ailments, and the continuous exertion of his ultimate techniques. To Akainu, this fleeting opening was the perfect opportunity for a killing blow. Dog bite Red Lotus. The molten arm instantly transformed, morphing into a ferocious, roaring magma hound that lunged with greater speed and a more treacherous angle than the previous Pluto hound, biting fiercely at Whitebeard's chest, which was relatively vulnerable due to old injuries and illness. The scorching magma hound pierced through Whitebeard's muscular chest without obstruction. The boiling lava met flesh and blood, emitting a grating, hissing sound, and the acrid smell of burning spread instantly. Father! Marco's eyes widened in anguish, blue flames raging wildly as he sought to rush to his rescue, but the figure of Borsellino alias Kizuru blocked his path like a golden flash. Yo, Phoenix, we're in such a hurry. Yasaka no Magatama. Countless dazzling light bullets poured down like a rainstorm, completely sealing off all of Marco's escape routes, forcing him to defend with all his strength, unable to break free. Guh. Whitebeard let out a suppressed groan of pain, a torrent of blood gushing from his mouth, yet his lion-like gaze remained sharp. Enduring the grievous wound, the muscles around his pierced chest suddenly tightened, momentarily pinning Akinu's magma arm in place, while his other free giant hand clenched into a fist and smashed fiercely toward Akinu's face. Akainu was forced to retract his arm, dragging out clumps of charred carbonized flesh and copious blood, and quickly retreated to avoid this wrathful strike. Watching his revered father, whom he regarded as a deity, suffer successive grievous injuries in an attempt to save Ace, and now being impaled through the chest by Akainu, falling to his knees and struggling to rise in a miserable state, then looking at the execution platform that seemed so close yet as distant as the ends of the earth, Luffy's inner despair, anger, anxiety, and powerlessness. All these emotions accumulated like a volcano, finally reaching their peak. Using his last ounce of strength, he crawled with both hands and feet to Ivankov, who was grappling with Navy soldiers, grabbed his pant leg, lifted his face, smeared with blood, tears, and dust, his voice hoarse like a broken gong, every word forced out from his throat. "Ivan, please give me one more of that hormone. Just once more, please." Ivankov looked at Luffy's eyes, almost covered with blood vessels, yet burning with an almost frantic obsession, where there was a determination to abandon everything, including his own life, to move forward. He knew deep down that this excitement hormone, which forcibly overdraws life potential and suppresses injuries, imposes a devastating burden on the body. The last injection was already a huge risk. Using it again within a short time would have unforeseeable consequences. It could easily lead to direct organ failure or even death on the spot. Straw Hat Boy, are you mad? Your body will collapse completely. You will die. Ivankov shouted shrilly, attempting to awaken his reason. Without Ace, everything is meaningless. Please, Ivan, let me go. Let me save Ace. Luffy's cry carried a heartbreaking sob, tears mixing with blood and dirt dripping onto the cold ground. His hand grabbing Ivankov's pant leg was white-knuckled from the effort, trembling slightly. Ivankov saw his gaze as if ready to burn himself to ashes, heard his heart-wrenching pleas, and finally grit his teeth, sharply, a flicker of struggle and reluctance crossing his face, ultimately transforming into a near-tragic resolve. You, willful, life-disdaining brat. He roared, yet moved swiftly to pull out that fatal syringe again and plunged it hard into Luffy's neck vein. Powerful hormones surged into Luffy's body on the verge of collapse like a violent flood. His previously dimmed skin turned red again, white steam erupted more fiercely, as if burning his last bit of life force. Intense pain was forcibly suppressed, depleted strength reappeared like a terminal rush. But the cost was that his flame of life was rapidly dimming and burning at a visible speed. Ace! Luffy let out a roar that was hardly human once again, like a beast breaking its chains, with an unstoppable life or death momentum, launching his final, most frantic charge toward the execution platform. Just then the two expressionless executioners holding long swords had already ascended the execution platform, with mechanical and cold footsteps standing respectively behind Ace. The tip of the sword gleaming with cold light aimed at Ace's defenseless back of the neck. Prepare for execution. Sengoku's order spread across the battlefield through Den, mushy, cold, and merciless. Peacekeepers PX series. Target Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Highest priority. Intercept with full force. Sengoku's second order followed immediately. Several large-sized Peacekeeper PX series identical in appearance to Bartholomew Kuma simultaneously raised their arms, energy gathering in their palms, emitting a sizzle, charging sound, and blinding laser beams locked onto Luffy, who was running for his life. You shall not hurt Luffy. A clear and angry feminine shout rang out. The figure of Boa Hancock, Empress of the Amazon Lily, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, descended gracefully, like a celestial maiden, precisely blocking the path between the peacekeepers and Luffy. Her exquisitely beautiful face was now covered with frost, her gaze sharp as a knife. Captive arrow. Countless pink arrows shot toward the peacekeepers like a driving wind and rain. Cold War machines had no emotions. The Empress's active petrification ability was sufficient to petrify any living or non-living entity. Bang, 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 boom, boom. The lasers were disrupted by the captive arrows veering off to strike the ground around Luffy, exploding into charred craters. Luffy, go, don't look back, she cried anxiously toward Luffy's direction. Luffy suddenly turned his head while sprinting, seeing that beautiful figure who had helped him time and again and now was blocking attacks for him regardless of her own safety. He summoned all his strength to shout, "Thank you, Hancock." This heartfelt call of Hancock, with his characteristic accent, was as if carrying magic, instantly striking the softest part of Boa Hancock's heart. Luffy. He called my name again. A blush instantly spread across Hancock's exquisitely beautiful face, her eyes becoming dreamy, and uncontrollably various pink fantasy scenes began to surface in her mind. Luffy calling her name affectionately time and again, the two holding hands in a romantic shower of petals. The cruel battlefield around them seemed to vanish, and she was completely immersed in the beautiful dream she had woven. Boa Hancock. Identification confirmed. Mission: eliminate obstacle. Execute command. The cold, emotionless, mechanical, synthesized voice of the peacekeepers splashed cold water on the Empress, who had fallen into fantasy, awakening her. Forced back from the most exquisite reverie into the bloody reality, especially interrupted by these cold mechanical creations, Hancock's fury was instantly ignited to its zenith. Her face turned from blushing red to iron gray, boundless killing intent permeating the air like a tangible substance. Rude, scrap metal. She enunciated each word, her voice bone-chillingly cold. How dare you disturb His Majesty's reverie with Luffy? Unforgivable. Fragrance foot. Her slender and graceful body moved instantly, leaving afterimages due to its speed. Those beautiful legs capable